I reincarnating in the world of Battle Through the Heavens. But the world's plot and timeline seems to be incredibly different from what I had my previous world. In this world, my ancestor Xiao Xuan succeeded in his attempt to become a Dou Sovereign. As a result, I became the strongest silk pants ancestor in the Dou Qi Continent. My grandpa is a Dou Saint, my father is a Dou Venerate, my mother is a ranked 7 alchemist. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Chapter 1: The Different World. Dou Emperor, 9 stars. Looking at the 4 shining and dazzling words on the cultivation testing magic stone tablet, the young man was expressionless, though those with a keener eye could notice that his lips had curled up ever so slightly. Young Master Xiao Yan, Dou Emperor, 9 stars. Next to the cultivation testing magic stone tablet, stood a middle-aged man. As soon as he saw the information displayed on the tablet, he quickly announced it with a flattering tone. As soon as the middle-aged man's words came out, waves of flattery arose in the crowded square. Truly worthy of our young master Xiao Yan, he is a rare genius that comes by only once in 100 years in our Xiao clan. Yes, when young master Xiao Yan grows up, our lineage may also become one of the royal bloodlines of the Xiao clan. Young master Xiao Yan is not only gifted in cultivation but also very good in other aspects, someone couldn't help but exclaim loudly. A 15-year-old 9-star Dou Emperor, if nothing unexpected happens, is very likely to possess the legendary divine bloodline. Flattering words kept coming from all directions. The young man raised his fair, white face that currently held a smile. Master, the young master's talent is truly astonishing. On a high platform, several family elders and the family head, Xiao Xuan, were staring at the young man. The boy was not even 15 years old, but he was already like a young dragon ready to soar, as if he would rush to the sky at any moment. Among the young generation of the Dou Qi Continent, it's likely only the pearl of the Jiyu clan has a chance to compare to him. Ha ha ha, my son Xiao Yan has the makings of a Dou Sovereign. Xiao Xuan grinned when he heard the praise from the family elders. His grin was almost reaching the back of his ears. Several of the family elders' lips couldn't help but twitch when they heard Xiao Xuan's words. How was this guy taking their little praise and magnifying it that much? But they had to admit that Xiao Yan is indeed an extremely rare genius in the clan. If he didn't engage in those sneaky things, he would be even more perfect than he is right now. Next, Xiao Mei. Hearing the call, a girl ran out of the crowd quickly. The girl was only about 14 years old. Although she was not stunningly beautiful, her face was pure and charming. This made her quite attractive to the male teens in the crowd. The girl walked forward quickly, touching the dark magic stone tablet with her little hand, and then slowly closed her eyes. Xiao Mei, Dou Spirit, 1 star. Wow, this little girl Xiao Mei actually broke through to Dou Spirit. Yes, although this talent is not as good as Xiao Yan's, it is still impressive. There is hope she could become a Dou Venerate in the future. Listening to the discussions of the people around her, Xiao Mei showed a trace of pride on her face, but when she looked at the black-clothed boy staring at her, she instantly transformed her pride into obedience. She quickly trotted her way to Xiao Yan and hugged his arm. She said in a tender voice, "Brother Xiao Yan, how can you improve so fast? Last year, you were a 2-star Dou Emperor, but this year you've become a 9-star Dou Emperor. Brother is so amazing, I admire you so much. Ha, your little acts of flattery are improving." Xiao Yan silently felt the girl's newly developed body against him and pretended to wave his hand helplessly. And besides, it's not like I want to advance so fast. But no matter what I do, even drinking a mouthful of water increases my Dou Qi. I want to slow down, but there's nothing I can do. Oh, you're so annoying. If people heard what Xiao Yan said, countless geniuses would be pissed off. Xiao Mei, being one of these geniuses, was also annoyed. She waved her little fist and hit Xiao Yan's arm. Xiao Yan smiled slightly and did not admonish her. Even if he knows she has other intentions, so what? As long as he has the strength, who cares about all this thing that would not matter? Whilst the two were joking, a group exuding powerful auras suddenly passed through the sky, causing the people in the originally lively square to raise their heads slightly. It's the people of the Jiyu clan. Those with a keen eye were able to identify the characteristics of the Jiyu clan from the clothes the group were wearing. Oh my god, why are there so many strong people from the Jiyu clan here? Everyone whispered amongst themselves. Among the 7 ancient clans, the Jiyu clan was the largest and strongest clan after the Xiao clan, its patriarch also had a good relationship with their clan ancestor. Therefore, the relationship between the Xiao clan and the Jiyu clan was pretty good. Look at that girl, she's so young but she has already transformed her Dou Qi into wings. Someone suddenly exclaimed. In the sky, beside a middle-aged man who had majestic appearance, an elegant-looking girl in a purple dress was flying with her Dou Qi wings. The girl's cold and indifferent temperament was like a blooming lotus. Despite her young age, she already had a refined temperament. It was hard to imagine how stunning she would be when she grew up. From her face, she must be no more than 15 years old. Among the 7 ancient clans, there were countless experts who could transform their Dou Qi into wings, but those who could do it at this age were considered geniuses even among the ancient clans. If she was a Dou king, it would be fine, but if she was a Dou emperor. Some people couldn't help but turn their eyes to the boy who was also staring at the sky. Could she be Zuner? Xiao Yan silently looked at the girl in the sky whose age alone could amaze countless people, let alone her appearance. If this was like the novel he had read, she would have been his childhood sweetheart. It has been 15 years since he came to this world. Xiao Yan found that this is indeed the world in Battle Through the Heavens. But the world's plot and timeline seems to be incredibly different from what he had read. 15 years ago, he was just an ordinary person on Earth. He was over 30, unmarried with very little success in his career. When he was slacking off in the office and using company time to revisit his favorite novel called Battle Through the Heavens, which he had read in his teenage years, an accident that even now he couldn't understand or explain suddenly occurred. When he came to, he realized he had appeared in this world. He had crossed over to the Battle Through the Heavens world, but after doing some light digging, the timeline was completely different from what he imagined. In this world, Xiao Xuan, the patriarch of the Xiao clan, not only did not die in battle but he instead broke through and became a Dou Sovereign expert. This world had changed from that point on. The ambitious and strategic Hun Tiandi was slapped to death by Xiao Xuan. The Hun clan, which had always been hostile to the Xiao clan, was also destroyed, leaving only some weak veins which weren't in the Hun realm that escaped by chance. The Xiao clan has since become the most powerful force in the Dou Qi Continent. And Xiao Yan naturally did not have the fate that he should have had in the original book. As soon as he was born, he was already standing at the end that countless people dreamed of reaching. His grandfather Xiao Lin did not die in battle but became a top-ranked Dou Saint level warrior. His father Xiao Xuan was a little worse, but he was also a Dou Venerate and now serves as a deputy commander in the Sky Feather Army. His mother was not dead either. Instead, she was the daughter of an elder of the Yao clan and is currently a top-level 7th grade alchemist. Although his eldest brother Xiao Ding and second brother Xiao Li were a little less talented than him, they have both entered the Dou ancestor realm after years of accumulation. From the moment he was born, Xiao Yan's starting point had already surpassed the endpoint of most people in this world. In the dead of night, Xiao Yan often wondered whether he had obtained the fate of the protagonist or suddenly become the antagonist considering his position and status. Since he was born, his life can be summarized in one phrase: smooth as fuck. A life without a single setback is not a life that a protagonist has. The Jiyu clan's members flashed across the sky, ignoring the Xiao clan members on the ground. Their goal should be the core area of the Xiao clan. I wonder if I will have any encounters with the daughter of the Jiyu clan in this world. Xiao Yan stared at the figures disappearing in the sky. Brother Yan, Brother Yan. The voices of a group of teenagers pulled Xiao Yan back to reality from his thousands of thoughts. A tall teenager came running over, breathing heavily. He looked a little panicked and shouted, "Brother Yan, it's bad, my sister is about to get into a fight with someone." Chapter 2: Who's the Greater Dandy? What's going on? Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "Xiao Ning, explain clearly." The tall boy, Xiao Ning, was a minor villain in the early stages of the original book. However, in this world, Xiao Ning had been beaten several times by Xiao Yan since they were children. After being thoroughly intimidated, Xiao Ning became an obedient follower and a loyal subordinate for Xiao Yan. My sister, as soon as she got back from a mission, she encountered some dandy from the Xiao Lu lineage. That boy kept pestering her. Given my sister's temper, she's probably about go get into a fight with him right about now, Xiao Ning said with a worried look on his face. Brother Yan, you should go quickly. There are few people on my sister's side. If you go too late, she may suffer. I understand. Where are they? Xiao Yan's face suddenly became gloomy. "They're in the White Feather Mountain area," Xiao Ning said hurriedly. "Okay. Go inform my second brother about the situation. I'll head over there ahead of you all." After saying that, Xiao Yan spread his Dou Qi wings and flew into the sky with a bang. His wings flapped as he turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the sky. The group of teens didn't have time to envy Xiao Yan's Dou Qi wings. They began searching for Xiao Yan's second brother, Xiao Li, in all directions. It seems that something has happened to your granddaughter," Xiao Zan said to an elder as he watched Xiao Yan's disappearing figure. "Haha, my granddaughter is quite pretty. I guess some lustful boy is harassing her again. Never mind, I'll go and take a look," an elder said. After hearing Xiao Zan's words, everyone else smiled and disappeared from the spot. White Feather Mountain is located on the border between Xiao Lin's lineage and Xiao Lu's lineage. A key ingredient for a 5th grade elixir, the white feather fruit, grows on this mountain. This kind of medicinal material is quite precious in the outside world, but it is abundant in the Xiao clan. At this time, more than 10 figures were in a stalemate in the sky above White Feather Mountain. Xiao Zhan, what do you want? Xiao Yu, wearing a red dress which exposed her long slender legs, frowned and shouted. Her excellent appearance, combined with her hot body and perfect legs, made her very attractive to the young men around. What do you think, Yuer? Since I've already declared that you are the woman I like, then naturally I will win you over, a thin young man opposite Xiao Yu smiled lewdly. He exuded the aura of a Dou emperor, but his aura was weak, matching his overindulgent face. You, with your drained appearance, who could you ever satisfy? Xiao Yu looked at Xiao Zhan with contempt and said coldly. As soon as she said this, the group in the sky laughed, but the Dou emperors behind Xiao Zhan became restrained and nervous. Xiao Zhan's reputation and temper was well known in the nearby veins. What are you laughing at? Xiao Zhan turned his head and glared at them. The Dou emperors behind him dared not laugh. After all, Xiao Zhan's grandfather was a 7-star Dou Venerate. Maybe he is not a true big shot in the Xiao clan, but he is still an unreachable figure for those without a background. Xiao Yu, I've been pursuing you for years. Why do you shame me like this? Xiao Zhan exclaimed, his face flushed with anger after being laughed at by everyone. Hee, it's you who's persistent and pestering me. Yet it's somehow my fault for exposing you. Xiao Yu snorted coldly. In terms of talent, you're not even as good as the helpers behind you. In terms of character, you're not worth my attention. Others respect your grandfather as a Dou Venerate, but my grandfather isn't much worse than yours. Without that background, what are you? You. Xiao Zhan's face flushed with anger at Xiao Yu's merciless ridicule. He suddenly smiled coldly and said, since you're so ungrateful, don't blame me for being merciless. Your Dou Venerate grandfather may protect you, so I won't touch you. But the 3 people behind you will pay the price for your words. He waved his hand and ordered the Dou emperors behind him, go, break the legs of those 3. Today, I'll make this woman know the price of offending me. Xiao Yu's group of 4 turned pale. Her 3 teammates were ordinary members of the Xiao, they did not have any background and naturally could not compete with Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan, if you have the guts, come at me. Or do you only know how to bully people without any background? Xiao Yu's face looked ugly. She hadn't expected Xiao Zhan to be so despicable. In terms of talent and effort, I may not be as good as these ordinary people, but I have something they will never have. I was born into a good family, Xiao Zhan said with a disturbing smile. What I like doing the most is trampling on these people who work hard to climb up. I like to use my background to bully them. Xiao Niu, Xiao Ma, Xiao Ting, run in different directions. Don't worry about me, this guy won't dare to touch me, Xiao Yu hurriedly said to her 3 teammates. Xiao Yu, you, the 3 teammates hesitated for only a moment before a group of Dou emperors surrounded them. No, Xiao Yu's face changed. They were all only Dou King level cultivators, naturally they couldn't compete with these Dou emperors, and now that they were surrounded they were in an even more passive state. A group of Dou emperors bullying a few Dou Kings, do you have no shame? A faint voice sounded from a distance. When the voice faded, a black-clothed boy appeared in the middle of the crowd. Xiao Yanzi. Xiao Yu's anxious face suddenly became pleasantly surprised when she saw the boy who came. Sister Yu, I haven't seen you in a year. Why haven't you broken through to Dou Emperor yet? Xiao Yan's word made Xiao Yu's surprised face fall again. But your legs have become even more exquisite, Xiao Yan praised as he stared at Xiao Yu's slender legs. Xiao Yu remembered something, and her face suddenly flushed, but when she saw Xiao Zhan in the distance, her beautiful eyes became mischievous again. Are they beautiful? Do you want to touch them? She said coquettishly. Huh, you'll really let me do that? Xiao Yan was stunned, he then smiled and reached out to squeeze and touch her leg. You bastard, you really want to touch me? Xiao Yu slapped Xiao Yan's hand and said, Xiao Yan, that bastard said he wanted to break my friend's legs. He bullied your sister so much, do you not care at all? Oh, Xiao Yan slowly retracted his hand and smiled, in that case, how about I break his legs to avenge you? Haha, kid, who do you think you are? You want to break my legs? Xiao Zhan's voice sounded from the distance. He said with disdain, you should be quite capable since you can cultivate to the Dou King realm at such a young age. Now get out of here, and I can spare your life. Otherwise, I'll break your legs too. Xiao Yan and Xiao Yu looked at each other and laughed. Sister Yu, you have such a stupid suitor. I feel ashamed for you. Alas, too much charm inevitably attracts a few fools. Xiao Yu covered her face. Damn it, you guys can still laugh. Brothers, break everyone's legs except Xiao Yu's. Seeing the two looking at him like as if he were a fool, Xiao Zhan became even more furious. The Dou emperors looked at each other and were about to take action when they found that Xiao Yan's figure had disappeared from the spot. After a strange stream of light left a few black afterimages in the sky, Xiao Yan's figure suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Zhan. D-Class Advanced Dou Technique, 9 Shadows of Heavenly Illusion. Fuck, Xiao Zhan's pupils shrank. Just as he was about to circulate his Dou Qi to respond, Xiao Yan's fingers gently tapped on his dantian. Puff, Xiao Zhan spat out a mouthful of blood, the Dou Qi all over his body dissipated at once. Even the Dou Qi wings behind him showed signs of dissipating. A slender and powerful palm stretched out and pinched his neck, holding him like a chicken. You, what are you doing? My grandfather is a 7-star Dou Venerate. If you dare to touch me, you're dead. Xiao Zhan's face flushed as he was pinched by Xiao Yan, struggling to breathe. Oh, really? Xiao Yan showed a trace of fear, as if afraid of the 7-star Dou Venerate. Let me go now, and I will spare your life, Xiao Zhan panted, a glimmer of hope and satisfaction in his eyes. So what if Xiao Yan was a genius? He still had to bow to his grandfather's strength. Just wait until I find out your background and watch how I deal with you then, Xiao Zhan thought to himself, but when he looked at Xiao Yan he saw that the fear on his face had faded, being replaced by a disdainful sneer. Dou Venerate, sorry, my grandfather is a Dou Saint. Chapter 3 Not an impossibility. Wah, Xiao Zhan's eyes widened, but before he could complete a coherent word, Xiao Yan struck him with a whip kick. Crack. Hearing that crack everyone could tell that a bone had broken. Xiao Zhan's screams resounded throughout the sky before he fainted. Since you like to use your identity and background to step on others, you must be prepared to be stepped on. Xiao Yan sneered. In his previous life, he was not much better off than these Dou kings who came from ordinary veins. He had no background and no one to lead the way. He struggled all the way and finally achieved some success in his career at the age of 30. But even then, he could only swallow his anger when he met playboys like Xiao Zhan, all because the powerful background behind them gave them the power to make his years of hard work go to waste. Fortunately, Xiao Yan in this life was born into a family with a terrifying background, so when he met someone like Xiao Zhan again, he did not need to hesitate before stomping on them without mercy. Take your useless young master back and tell him that if he wants revenge, I, Xiao Yan, am always waiting. But I wonder if he has the guts to do anything. Xiao Yan swung his right hand, sending Xiao Zhan flying into the hands of a group of Dou emperors, treating him as if he were a dead dog. A Dou emperor rank expert fainting from the pain of having his legs broken was enough to show how weak this person's willpower was. The several Dou emperors looked at each other, then hugged Xiao Zhan and flew away. They had heard Xiao Yan's words, my grandfather is a Dou Saint, clearly and understood the connotations it had. They did not dare to interfere in the fight between these powerful dandies with deep backgrounds. At their level, they only dared to bully these Dou kings who were born in ordinary veins of the clan. If the other party had a Dou ancestor blood relative, they would not dare to take action directly, let alone Xiao Yan who had a relative that was a Dou Saint. Xiao Yanzi, you did a good job. After Xiao Zhan and his group left, Xiao Yu flew over with satisfaction and patted Xiao Yan on the shoulder. It's not Sister Yu's fault that she's so charming. As her cousin, I can only swat away these flies that bug her. Xiao Yan waved his hand and then smiled and nodded at Xiao Niu, Xiao Ma, and the other two behind him. The three of them laughed dryly, a little flattered that he greeted them despite his status, but did not dare to say anything. This boy, who was about 10 years younger than them, had been in a position that they needed to look up to since he was born. You are becoming quite the smooth talker. Xiao Yu laughed softly and suddenly kissed Xiao Yan on the cheek with her bright red lips. Since you helped your sister out of trouble, then here's your reward. Stop it, bad woman. I tell you, I'm a man now, you're not allowed to touch me anymore. Xiao Yan, who was slowly going through puberty, had to resist his impulses and could only do so after silently chanting a medical journal he had memorized in his past life. After sending Xiao Niu, Xiao Ma, and the other two away, the siblings flew back to their home. The turbulent air as they flew blew up Xiao Yan's hair. At this moment, he leaned down and saw the endless Xiao world. The earth was flat and full of fertile plains, sometimes there were captive monsters running in the pastures. There were also lush green medicinal fields that emitted the fragrance of herbs. There were towering mountains where some Dou Venerate experts were cultivating. In the rivers, lakes, and seas, dragon-like monsters loomed from time to time. In the sky, some people were flying with Dou Qi wings like Xiao Yan, while others were riding flying beasts. There were also some walking in the air, crossing long distances in a flash. With the support of the fresh and vigorous Dou Sovereign bloodline after the new Dou Sovereign had appeared in the Xiao clan, geniuses and powerhouses were almost constantly popping up every year. Among the 7 ancient clans, Dou kings and Dou emperors may not be their strongest powerhouses, but they were mainstays who were important for the daily operation of missions and continuation of the clan's bloodline. Compared to other clans, however, it was no joke to say that Dou kings were as numerous as dogs and Dou emperors were everywhere in the Xiao clan. For those who had not become Dou kings before the age of 40, they were not qualified to receive cultivation resources nor positions of power and status. These people had low status and had a unified nickname, lesser descendants. Among the 7 ancient clans, the status of lesser descendants was very low. They do not have the opportunity to make it far in their life. However, these matters were too far away for the current Xiao Yan to consider. In this world, he had never experienced the beginning that a protagonist should have. In this world, he did not have a black ring which had an old man that absorbed his Dou Qi. Of course, in an environment like the Xiao clan, if you dared to steal someone's Dou Qi, even if it was the remnant soul of a Dou Saint, you would be extracted and refined. In this world, he was not born in a declining family. He did not have a father who was crippled in a martial arts competition, nor did he have a genius in the clan that bullied him and was his target to surpass since he was a child. I hope that in a corner of the Dou Qi Continent, there isn't some random kid called Hun Yan in some small town called Wutan City or something. Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head, flying to the square with Xiao Yu. Look, Brother Yan is back. The group of teenagers looked at the 2 people flying in the sky. It's Sister Xiao Yu. Sister Xiao Yu is back too. They looked surprised. Xiao Yanzi, I was just about to go find you, but you're already back. A heroic voice sounded. The speaker was a tall young man in a silver-gray robe. His face was a bit fierce, with arcs of electricity flashing on his hair. This man was Xiao Yan's second brother, the 5-star Dou ancestor, Xiao Li. As soon as Xiao Li opened his mouth, the teenagers around him looked at him with a little fear. Xiao Li was not only a captain of the Xiao clan's law enforcement team, but also the instructor of the Shaolin lineage who was responsible for teaching Dou technique. The children of the Shaolin lineage had been beaten by Xiao Li many times, so they were quite afraid of him. Second brother. Xiao Yan's eyes lit up when he saw Xiao Li. Second brother Li. Xiao Yu also smiled and greeted him. Xiao Li was only 5 or 6 years older than her, so Xiao Yu was not taught a lesson by Xiao Li when she was a child, so naturally she was not afraid of him. Brother Yan, are we going to be celebrating tonight? Seeing that everyone was gathered, Xiao Ning made an appropriate suggestion. We have achieved some results after a year of hard training. My sister and teacher Li are here too. Shouldn't we have a party? Yes, what you said makes sense. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Ning approvingly. After years of training, Xiao Ning had become more and more aware of himself and had the potential to be the #1 lackey. Hee. Xiao Ning showed a smug smile on his face. My little brother is almost fooled by Xiao Yan. Xiao Yu, who was watching silently on the side, rubbed her forehead helplessly. I have a plan here, and since my second brother is here today as well, he can join us. Xiao Yan waved his hand, the group quickly gathered around him. Huh, what? No, those gold-scale dragon fish are raised by my grandfather with great effort. After a moment, Xiao Yu was the first to reject this suggestion. The meat of gold-scale dragon fish can beautify and nourish the skin, and besides, if I'm the one grilling the fish, do you still not want to eat it? Xiao Yan started persuading her. It is said that its magic core can be used to refine the 4th grade elixir, Jade Face Pill. You know, I always thought that my grandfather was raising too many fish and unnecessarily to boot. Since he isn't using them, we should be good people and not let him waste the clan's resources. So let's help him out and take some. Xiao Yu changed her view as soon as she heard what Xiao Yan was saying. The teens were fervently and excitedly discussing their plans, but what they didn't notice was that the space not far away was slightly fluctuating. Chapter 4: Energy Fishing Rods. In the sky, the milky white sun was releasing warmth, spreading life to the land below. It was just past noon. In an ancient valley, 2 rows of teenagers were marching in an orderly manner. Second brother, how are you so terrifying in the eyes of these boys? Xiao Yan glanced at these poor little brothers of his. After seeing Xiao Li leading the team, the originally scattered group of teenagers actually stood at attention, then they lined up and marched in a straight line. Maybe I teach too strictly, Xiao Li smiled and scratched his head. He always looked cold and domineering outside, but he seemed a little silly in front of his younger brother. Click, click, 2 rows of teenagers walked in an orderly manner through the dense jungle in the valley and finally came to a small lake. The lake was not large, but the scenery around it was very good, with fresh grass, colorful flowers, with the lake's surface sparkling, reflecting the fragmented golden light. On an ancient tree in the distance, a palm-sized rank 2 magic beast, wolf demon spider, was weaving a web on the veins above the lake. Boom! The lake, which was originally calm and without any ripples, suddenly exploded. A golden fish about 1 meter long jumped out of the water. Before the wolf demon spider could react, it was swallowed. That's the one right there. Xiao Yan rubbed his hands excitedly, even Xiao Yu's eyes were full of expectation. Brother Yan, the gold-scale dragon fish is a rank 4 monster, it's also difficult to catch in the water. If we try to swim inside the water to catch it, even a Dou King level expert will be in danger. How will we catch it? A young man asked. The strongest amongst them is a 5-star Dou spirit. If they try to catch it in the water, they will likely fall into peril. It doesn't matter, my second brother will take action. Xiao Yan waved his hand, and 2 bags of gold coins appeared in his hand. Xiao Yanzi, what are you going to do? Xiao Li asked in confusion. Hehe, just wait and see. A ball of green flame suddenly rose in Xiao Yan's hand, releasing a terrifyingly high temperature. Green Lion Demon Flame, the beast flame of the rank 8 demon beast Green Wing Sky Demon Lion. Xiao Yan was able to obtain this beast flame because his grandfather, Xiao Lin, had a Green Wing Sky Demon Lion as his mount. Before the envious eyes of the teenagers, Xiao Yan quickly melted the 2 bags of gold coins into 2 slender golden rods. Brother Yan, is this some harpoon? Xiao Ning asked curiously. No, Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head and said, this is a new fishing tool I invented. I call it, Energy Fishing Rod. Energy Fishing Rod. The group looked at each other, wondering where the line was on this fishing rod. Second brother, take these 2 golden rods and insert them into the water, and then use your thunder attribute Dou Qi to stimulate lightning and pour it into it. Xiao Yan handed the 2 golden rods to Xiao Li. Okay. Xiao Li was a little confused, but still chose to believe Xiao Yan unconditionally. He held the 2 golden rods and inserted them into the water. He then mobilized the majestic thunder attribute Dou Qi in his body. Buzz. Several arcs of electricity passed through his hands. After a while, the water near Xiao Li began to fluctuate violently. It was clear that many dragon fish were swimming restlessly. As a Dou ancestor master with a thunder attribute, Xiao Li instantly seemed to understand something after seeing the fish's reaction. Buzz, buzz, a stronger electric current came out of his hand. Plop, plop, in an instant, the small lake seemed to boil, and the fish inside jumped up crazily, some of them even jumped 100 meters high. Buzz, buzz, after a while, more than 20 gold-scale dragon fish closest to Xiao Li floated to the surface of the lake with their white bellies exposed to the surface. Second brother, it's done, it's done. Xiao Yan shouted, but Xiao Li ignored him and immersed himself in the joy of electrocuting fish. At this time, the space behind Xiao Li suddenly fluctuated silently, and an old man in a brocade robe appeared silently. Fuck, everyone run. The group instantly knew they were in trouble. Xiao Ning and Xiao Yu hurriedly found a bush to hide. Sensing the spatial fluctuations behind him, Xiao Li, who had rich combat experience, finally changed his expression. He turned around abruptly and saw the elder's old face, which was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Xiao Li, it seems you're having quite the fun electrocuting my fish, the elder said angrily. Elder, Xiao Li smiled awkwardly and couldn't think of a good excuse. The captain of the law enforcement team followed a group of teenagers to steal fish and was caught red-handed. If this spread out, it would embarrass him and ruin his reputation. Elder, this is all my idea. If you feel angry, just beat me up. At this time, Xiao Yan stood up at the right time. To become the leader of a team, in addition to having the strength and leadership qualities, you must also be willing to take on greater responsibilities. Humph, don't think that I won't beat you just because you are talented, the elder snorted coldly. Xiao Yan didn't say anything in response, he only grinned. But you did a good job today. The elder suddenly changed the subject, patted Xiao Yan on the shoulder, and said with a smile, next time you meet that kind of trash, just break his third leg. Ah, this. Xiao Yan was stunned at first, but he realized what the elder was referring to. If you run into that kind of trash in the future, just step on him hard. Don't worry about his grandfather being a Dou Venerate. I'll take the blame if anything happens. The elder said seriously, but if his grandfather is a Dou Saint, you can go find your grandfather. Xiao Yan, since you performed well today, I won't pursue what happened tonight. Take these fish and get out of here. The elder waved his hand, and more than 20 gold-scale dragon fish that had been electrocuted and turned upside down were rolled onto the shore from the small lake. Thank you, elder, you are so kind. Xiao Yan used his heaven-class Dou technique again. Get out, stop flattering me. The elder waved his hand. Without your selfless dedication, how could we have achieved what we have today? Thank you very much, elder. Xiao Yan flattered the elder while waving his hand to signal his younger brothers to take the fish away. Amid his flattery, the group gradually left. Wait, Xiao Li, the elder's voice made Xiao Li, who was about to slip away, pause. Master, do you have anything else to say? Xiao Li showed a smile that he thought was very polite. Leave the 2 golden rods in your hands. The elder glanced at him. Okay. Xiao Li put down the golden rods obediently and asked, can I leave? Go away. The elder waved his hand, and only Xiao Li's afterimage was left on the spot. His body had turned into an thunderbolt as he escaped. This Xiao Yan, the elder shook his head helplessly. Xiao Yan is good in everything, talented, and smart, but he always likes to do some sneaky things. Today he stole his fish, tomorrow he steals the chickens of the second elder, and the day after tomorrow he cuts down the trees of the third elder, making these old men restless. But in a flash, the elder laughed again. Xiao Yan dares to think and dares to act, he also has the courage to take responsibility, he can mobilize and stoke a fire in his juniors, and the key is that he has the strength to back everything. This kind of person is simply a natural-born leader. Compared with future generations who can unite as one and exert greater power, what can these old men do to them even if they are a little upset? He smiled and shook his head, his eyes turned to the 2 golden rods. He put the golden rods back into the water, raised his fingers with curiosity, and arcs of electricity emerged from his fingers. Buzz, buzz, the lake, which had been quiet, began to boil again. Chapter 5 Sun and Moon. Thunk. Xiao Ning held a sharp kitchen knife in his hand and chopped off the head of the gold-scale dragon fish in one go, splashing blood on the face of the boy opposite. Xiao Ning, we stole so many fish, the elder won't beat you, will he? Xiao Cheng, who was opposite Xiao Ning, asked with a worried look on his face. Xiao Cheng is the most law-abiding child among the children of Xiao Lin's lineage. Born in such a family, his talent is naturally outstanding, considering his law-abiding nature. He could be nominated as a model child for the younger generation. But it is also because of his nature that his courage and boldness are often slightly worse than others. Xiao Cheng, I heard that your grandfather still has a lot of fine wine that he has left over from the last time he went to the outside world for missions. The two were chatting when Xiao Yan's voice came from behind. Xiao Cheng's face changed, he turned his head stiffly showing a smile that was uglier than crying and said, Brother Yan, there are some, but I dare not steal them. Ah Cheng, how can you be so unconfident in yourself? Just come with me and steal a few jars of wine. Xiao Yan smiled and encouraged Xiao Cheng, you have always been taking advantage of everyone else's contribution to the parties we have. Now, it's your turn to contribute. Brother Yan, can you please not force me? Xiao Cheng was about to cry. With the strict discipline of his family, he would probably be beaten half to death by his parents if he stole a few bottles of wine from his grandfather. Xiao Cheng, you can do it. A voice sounded. It came from a chubby little fat boy who was walking over. The little fat boy's name is Xiao Feng. His cultivation is almost at the bottom of the group, but he is quite the rascal. His grandfather is a Dou Venerate like Xiao Zhan's. If Xiao Yan hadn't suppressed and guided him all these years, Xiao Feng might have been the next Xiao Zhan with his temperament. Brother Yan, don't worry about the wine. I'll go steal my grandfather's since Xiao Cheng can't do it. Xiao Feng patted his trembling chest and said confidently. Good, it seems that Ah Feng is more capable. Although Ah Feng wanted to try Xiao Cheng's grandfather's wine more since he heard a lot of good reviews about it, he still praised this junior of his for attempting to contribute. Hee, this is nothing, Brother Yan, when my grandfather dies, I will bring you the best jars of wine that he's got hidden in his secret room for you to try out. Xiao Feng said proudly. Xiao Yan's smile froze slightly, he suddenly wanted to distance himself from this fatty. Xiao Feng, how is your practice of the dragon subduing art going? A faint voice sounded. Xiao Li's figure appeared in front of Xiao Feng at some point, asking coldly. Ah, Teacher Li. Xiao Feng's face changed. What he feared most was Xiao Li asking about his cultivation. You are already 16 years old and still a 9-star battle master. Maybe by the time you die of old age, your grandfather would have given you another uncle. Xiao Li scolded him mercilessly. Xiao Feng lowered his head and dared not speak. He was terribly afraid of Xiao Li. Second brother, it's rare for you to get together with your students today. So why scare them? Xiao Yan joked. Xiao Li nodded slightly and said to Xiao Feng, I'll forgive you this time. If I hear you say such rebellious words next time, I'll make you slap yourself until your teeth fall out. After that, his figure disappeared from the spot. Xiao Feng took a deep breath and said gratefully, Brother Yan, thank to you for helping me out, otherwise I would have been scolded to death by teacher Xiao Li. It doesn't matter, you are my younger brother. Xiao Yan waved his hand, then pondered, but your strength is indeed a bit poor. When I become a Dou Saint in the future, if you haven't become a Dou ancestor by then don't blame me for not mentioning you. After all, I don't want to lose face because my brothers are weak. Well, Brother Yan, don't worry. Xiao Feng vowed. I will definitely practice to the Dou ancestor level, so that I can outlast Grandpa. Xiao Yan, does your grandfather beat you often? No. Then do you have any hatred with your grandfather? No. Okay, got it. Xiao Yan suddenly didn't know what to say. After Xiao Feng left, he turned around and patted Xiao Cheng on the shoulder, saying with a smile, Ah Cheng, I was just joking with you just now. Don't worry about it and don't feel that you owe anyone anything. As the leader of this team, since I am willing to play with you, then I will not force you to do things that you don't want to do. I won't kick you aside either just because you can't take out any of the good stuff stored at home. Xiao Feng and the others are still young, and they may not understand the warmth and coldness of human nature. If one day you think they are doing too much, just come find me and I'll solve the problem. Brother Yan, Xiao Cheng's eyes were slightly red. Kill the fish well. Xiao Yan smiled meaningfully. Not everyone is born with an amazing grandfather or father. Most of the teenagers around Xiao Yan have fathers or grandfathers who are only Dou ancestors. Even so, they are ahead of most juniors of the Xiao clan who have no backing at all. In his previous life, Xiao Yan was born in a small middle-class family with strict family education, just like Xiao Cheng. When he first entered the society, he was like Xiao Cheng was now. He was afraid of being laughed at by others, full of awe for many things. He sometimes felt inferior to others and even sometimes ingratiated himself with others to please them. Xiao Cheng reminds him of that dark past and personality which he once had. He knew the road that this would lead one down, where it would make you overly sensitive and cautious, even fragile. But such a personality and nature is not a complete weakness. This is because alertness and caution itself is a rare feature that many people who die quickly lack. He also knew that as long as someone with that nature and personality met a suitable person to lead the way for them, After overcoming their introverted nature and feelings of inferiority, they will transform into a truly strong person. Such a person may not be the first to charge out in a battle, but their calmness and caution is what stands them apart from the rest. In Xiao Yan's eyes, Xiao Cheng, who has always been mediocre, may be more valuable to cultivate than these second generations with Dou Venerate grandfathers. Good and bad are interdependent, light and darkness are intertwined, and an excellent leader should know how to polish the dark side of his subordinates and turn shortcomings into strengths. As night fell, the milky white sunlight in the sky gradually dimmed, and a black full moon suddenly appeared. In the small square, more than a dozen bonfires formed a circle. More than 100 teenagers gathered around it. On the bonfire, the gold-scale dragon fish that Xiao Ning and Xiao Cheng had worked hard to clean was baked golden and shiny by the flames, exuding an attractive fragrance. "Sister, when you went out this time, what did you see? Was the outside world really that exciting?" As a close lackey, Xiao Ning is qualified to sit with Xiao Yan and Xiao Yu. He looked at Xiao Yu curiously as he asked this question. As beauties, Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei sat directly on both sides of Xiao Yan. "It's okay, but the world outside is very poor." Xiao Yu tore off a piece of roasted fish that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside and replied while eating, "It is said that the Central Plains is the richest area of our Dou Qi Continent, and that the strongest experts of the Dou Qi Continent are gathered there. But the so-called forces such as the one tower, 2 sects, 3 valleys and 4 square pavilions that I saw this time didn't seem to be all that. 1 or 2 Dou Venerates can build a pavilion. Except for the Pill Tower, which is a little richer, other forces seem to be worse than our vein alone." Xiao Yu curled her lips as she expressed her disdain for those big forces outside. In the Xiao clan, veins like theirs that are supported by Dou Saints as their patriarchs are called royal veins. The entire Xiao clan has hundreds of royal veins, and above the royal veins there are 10 imperial veins. It is said that the master of the imperial veins are at least 7-star Dou Saints. What about the sun and moon outside? Xiao Mei's little face was also curious. "It's different from our Xiao world." Xiao Yu thought for a moment and said, "The sun in the outside world rises from the east and sets in the west. Its color changes with time. The moon is silvery white, like a big jade plate hanging in the sky, and it changes shape with time." After hearing this, the group of teenagers looked up at the sky. The sun in the Xiao world has always been a milky white, its intensity however changes with time. The moon is black and always maintains the same appearance. It maintains the same brightness all night and its shape has never changed. Moreover, there is no slow alternation between the sun and the moon. They appear together for a moment at the same time every day before one disappears and the other takes its place. Of course, they also fight occasionally. Just like what everyone sees now, the white sun and the black moon began to collide in the sky. After several collisions, the white sun seemed to be no match for the black moon. After a few flickers, it suddenly disappeared. Under the cover of night, the black moon looks like a black jade plate, but it strangely releases a cold light, causing a layer of fluorescence to fall down onto the earth below. Chapter 6 Sovereign Zan, Xiao Zan. It is rumored that the sun and moon of the Xiao clan are 2 powerful heavenly flames. These flames have contradictory natures and personalities, so they occasionally fight. But whether this rumor has some truth behind it or not, these youngsters are not qualified to know yet. Perhaps one day one of them will become a Dou Saint, and only then can they get in touch with the real secrets behind the sun and moon of the Xiao clan. Compared to caring about the harmonious relationship between the sun and the moon, the teenagers currently cared about enjoying the moment. Life is a beautiful dream full of fervent hopes. A dream full of tears and joy. Xiao Yan held a microphone made from the magic core of a rank 5 magic beast 2-headed ring python. His voice rang far so that all the teens could hear him. He spent a lot of money to ask a formation master in the clan to make this equipment. Recently, many elders have paid attention to this device. Some elders argued that this invention of his was a waste of time, others thought it was novel and creative. Even giving a go at creating such equipment themselves. Life is a beautiful dream full of fervent hopes. A dream full of tears and joy. Xiao Yan sang affectionately and did not forget to give himself a glass of fruit wine. Around the square, the magic cores of the monsters were made into colorful lights, illuminating the square. The colorful lights and the stimulation of alcohol made the group excited. Xiao Mei played the flute whilst Xiao Yu played the piano. The fatty Xiao Feng was the most prominent one in the group. After drinking some wine, he started to dance. Although he was fat, he was very flexible and danced very well. Everyone grilled the fish stolen from Xiao Ning's family, drank the wine stolen from Xiao Feng's family, ate the spiritual fruits stolen from Xiao Mei's family, and the rare items stolen from other families. There was laughter, singing, and dancing. They were all enjoying themselves. Oh, aren't you lot enjoying yourselves? Whilst Xiao Yan was singing loudly, the space behind him suddenly cracked, and Xiao Lin, wearing a simple linen robe, walked out. It's the vain head, don't drink any more, the master is here. Some people who hadn't become drunk or had sharp eyes saw this scene and were startled, hurriedly waking up the people around them. In a moment, except for Xiao Yan who was still immersed in his song, the others stood aside obediently, not daring to make a sound. Even Xiao Li became a little reserved. Xiao Lin was the head of their royal vein, a Dou Saint rank powerhouse, with absolute majesty and power. A group of teenagers became weak in the knees as soon as they saw Xiao Lin was here. Stop patting me bruh, can't you see I'm singing? Feeling someone patting him on the back, Xiao Yan wanted to push the hand away, dissatisfied. Boom, a strong stream of Dou Qi rushed directly into his body, like an ice spring in the scorching summer, and like hot water in the snow, all of the alcohol in Xiao Yan's body was quickly washed away. Hey, Grandpa, you came to play too. Xiao Yan suddenly woke up with a start, but he had no fear of Xiao Lin and even wanted to pull the old man to play with him. After all, he had obtained the epic level achievement of peeing on a Dou Saint's head when he was a baby. Impudent brat, the ancestor wants to see you, come with me. Xiao Lin glared at Xiao Yan fiercely, and with a slightly panicked look in his eyes, he grabbed Xiao Yan's shoulder and flew into the space crack. It wasn't until the two disappeared that the teenagers took a deep breath. What did the vain master just say? The ancestor wants to see Brother Yan. The teenagers looked at each other, unable to react for a while. There must be no more than 10 people in the entire Xiao clan who can be called ancestor by the vain head. Ancestor. Xiao Yan in the space crack was also thinking about which ancestor his grandpa was referring to. Unlike the group of ignorant teenagers, although his soul's age had changed because of his youthful body in this life, his experience and knowledge were still there. The existence that can be called ancestor by grandpa. Xiao Yan had a vague guess in his heart, but he didn't dare to jump to conclusions. After all, his guess scared even him shitless. The surging power of space permeated all around. Every wave was enough to kill a Dou King expert, but it was extremely well behaved in front of Xiao Lin. After a moment, the space crack broke again. Xiao Lin walked out with Xiao Yan. Where is this? Xiao Yan stared at the ancient and magnificent palace in a daze. The blue-gray palace seemed to be carved from a naturally formed boulder. It gave off the feeling like it was one with the heaven and earth. 12 huge stone pillars that were hundreds of feet high were engraved with various mysterious runes and ancient characters that Xiao Yan did not recognize. On the walls on both sides were carved various images of high-level magical beasts. In the center of the hall, a man in blue stood with his hands behind his back. His figure seemed more majestic than the world. Just by looking at this man, Xiao Yan felt the blood in his body surge and boil, as if his strength was about to break through. Greetings, ancestor. Xiao Lin knelt down with a plop. Ancestor, could it be that he is really? Xiao Yan felt slightly dizzy, his speculation became stronger. At this time, the man in blue slowly turned around, revealing a face that was not extremely handsome but always gave people a special impression, with black hair draped over his shoulders. It's him. Xiao Yan only felt a roar in his brain. This face was hung in the halls of the major veins of the Xiao clan for future generations to admire because his name was Xiao Xuan. Dou Sovereign, Xiao Xuan, the last Dou Sovereign of the Dou Qi Continent. He is also the strongest person in the Dou Qi Continent today. Thousands of years ago, this ancestor successfully broke through to the Dou Sovereign realm, pulling up the strength of the entire clan, after which he slapped his old enemy who was originally as powerful as him, Hun Tiandi of the Hun clan, into nothingness. Since then, he has been invincible in the world. Yunur, kneel down, Xiao Lin reminded in a low voice. Plop. Xiao Yan knelt on the ground and exclaimed while kowtowed, Xiao Yan pays homage to the ancestor. The ancestor will be invincible for thousands of years. Huh. Xiao Xuan's face, which had rarely fluctuated for thousands of years, showed a trace of slight surprise. He couldn't help but say, you are the top genius of our clan. A genius should have the pride of a genius. Hearing Xiao Xuan's praise, Xiao Lin couldn't help but tremble, looking at his grandson with envy and relief. Most of the Xiao clan members will never see the ancestor in their lifetime. Shaolin was lucky enough to see the ancestor once on the day he broke through to Dou Saint. Xiaoyan was unmoved, buried his head and whispered, "Thank you for the compliment, ancestor, may you bless our clan for thousands of generations." What an interesting little guy. Even with Xiao Zhan's character, which had been unmoved for thousands of years, he couldn't help but smile at Xiaoyan. "Okay, stop flattering me, get up." Xiao Zhan waved his sleeves lightly, and a breeze blew past, making Xiaoyan feel a strong force pushing him up. What Junior said was from his heart. Xiaoyan said with a serious face. "Shaolin, you go back. I have something to say to this little guy." Looking at the serious and honest-looking boy in front of him, Xiao Zhan's eyes smiled more and more. He waved his hand to signal Shaolin to leave first. "Yes, ancestor." Shaolin nodded hurriedly, without even looking at his good grandson, tore open a space crack, and left. "Fuck, how can you just leave me here, grandpa?" Seeing this scene, even Xiaoyan was a little stunned. "Little guy, it's our turn to have a good talk." Xiao Zhan took a step forward and appeared a few steps in front of Xiaoyan. "What can we talk about?" Xiaoyan still didn't understand why he, a little descendant of the clan, could meet the ancestor. Although he is likely to have a rare divine bloodline which is only seen once in 100 years in the Xiao clan, he still did not think this was enough to warrant a meeting with the ancestor. After all, the Dou Sovereign bloodline of the Xiao clan had recovered with Xiao Zhan's breakthrough, with there now being at least 10 reported appearances of individuals with a divine sovereign bloodline in the last 1,000 years of the Xiao clan. "Hee, you must be wondering why I want to see you." Seeing Xiao Yan's puzzled expression, Xiao Zhan suddenly threw a jade book from his hand and tossed it to Xiao Yan. "What is this?" Xiao Yan frowned and looked at the title of the book. "Pa." The moment he saw the title of the book, Xiao Yan, who had always been calm and collected, was instantly terrified, with his pupils shrinking to the size of pinholes and his palm trembling, causing the jade book fall to the ground. "You should have read this story." Looking at Xiao Yan's face that changed drastically because of the title of the book, Xiao Zhan's voice exploded in his ears like thunder. "Am I right, visitor from another world?" Chapter 7 Imperial Son, Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan held the white jade book in his hand. His handsome face was full of shock, his palms trembled slightly along with his body. 4 large words were engraved on the warm surface of the jade book. "Battle through the heavens. Did someone else transmigrate to this world ahead of me? How does Xiao Zhan know that I am from another world?" Thinking of this, Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Zhan with vigilance. At this moment, despite having lived for over 40 years in his past and present life, he felt it difficult to suppress his fear. "Haha, don't be nervous." Xiao Zhan seemed very satisfied with Xiao Yan's expression at the moment and chuckled. "Since I called you here, I have no ill will towards you. Otherwise, do you think you would still be alive now?" Hearing this, Xiao Yan's previously tense body finally relaxed a little. He took a deep breath, and the eyes looking at Xiao Zhan were no longer flattering and worshipful. Only calmness and caution remained. "In that case, why did the ancestor call me here?" At this point, he was too lazy to pretend to be the average teen who worshipped this ancestor of his. Whether it was a Dou Saint, Dou Sovereign or whatever, he did not care and only wanted to see what would happen next. Xiao Zhan did not answer Xiao Yan directly but said with a deep look, "Do you think there really is a multitude of different dimensions each with different timelines and events?" Maybe. Xiao Yan did not know the answer to this question. Things like time, space, the multiverse and higher-level dimensions are not something that a Dou Sovereign of the Dou Qi Continent should understand, nor are they things that he, a poor student, can study nor explain. Then how do you explain that you came from another world? How do you explain that there is a story that can clearly and completely describe what happened on another Dou Qi Continent? Xiao Zhan smiled and asked, "Do you think your reincarnation from another world was really an accident? Perhaps, this is the arrangement of fate." As he said this, he looked up at the sky. The blue roof of the hall, the sky of the Xiao world, and the atmosphere of Dou Qi Continent could not block his sight. His eyes pierced through, ignoring all obstacles, and looked directly at the starry sky. The ancient stars and constellations seemed to reveal the past, present, and future of the universe. Xiao Yan was silent. He had been thinking about these questions for 15 years, but due to his low education regarding this topic in his previous life and poor general understanding of the topic, he could not make heads or tails of anything. In the past 15 years, although he lived comfortably, he always felt as if he was not of this world and that he did not belong here. I'll give this to you. After a moment's silence, Xiao Xuan suddenly took out an ancient jade token from his arms. This is. Xiao Yan stared at the ancient jade piece for a moment, and many possibilities passed through his mind again. Then he slowly said, Dou Qi ancient god jade. Haha, you really know the origin of this thing. Then you should also know what this ancient jade is used for. Xiao Xuan's face showed a hint of satisfaction that his guess was confirmed. I know. Xiao Yan also spoke slightly. The Dou Qi ancient god jade is related to the inheritance of a Dou Sovereign. Only by collecting 8 pieces of the ancient god jade can one enter the ancient god mansion and obtain the ancient god's inheritance. Although I am also a Dou Sovereign, I still cannot open the ancient god mansion without the ancient god jade. Even if I use the power of a Dou Sovereign to force it open, I am afraid that I won't be able to ensure the items within will remain safe. I do not want to force it open and destroy the treasure inside. Xiao Xuan continued with a deep look. 1,000 years ago, I failed to break through the Dou Sovereign after gathering the bloodline power of the entire clan. At the critical moment, it was this jade book that fell from the heavens. It contained origin qi and was what allowed me to succeed by chance. Perhaps, the story in this book is what would have happened in the Dou Qi Continent 1,000 years later, but with this book's appearance, the timeline of this world has changed. This book had origin qi. Xiao Yan's pupils shrank, staring at the jade book on the ground for a long time without saying a word. Deep in his heart, there were turbulent waves. The Hun clan was destroyed by me, but the Dou Qi ancient god jade of the Hun clan was not found. Xiao Xuan's words stunned Xiao Yan again. Xiao Xuan failed to get their ancient god jade. How? Isn't he meant to be all-powerful? Ever since this book appeared beside me, I have been calculating and waiting for the arrival of a visitor from another world. Xiao Xuan looked at Xiao Yan and stated, your arrival means that a new Dou Sovereign is about to appear. Xiao Yan swallowed his saliva. I can't be sure whether this future Dou Sovereign is you, but you are destined to be involved in that battle. Although Hun Tiandi is dead, he has left a backup plan. Even I can't guess what this backup plan is. The result I got from my divinations is that the descendants of the Hun clan will inevitably participate in that battle as well. Xiao Yan, I want to give you the identity of the Xiao clan's imperial son. I wonder if you are willing to accept it. Xiao Xuan's voice suddenly became much more serious. Imperial son. Xiao Yan's breathing suddenly became rapid. The so-called imperial son means that you have the potential to become a Dou Sovereign. In the past 1,000 years, the Xiao clan has only had 2 imperial sons, and these 2 imperial sons are now 9-star Dou Saints. Becoming the imperial son would make him a distinguished figure in the Xiao clan, only second to the ancestor. His status was almost the same as that of the current patriarch. Although he was only a small Dou emperor now, even Dou Saints would have to be polite to him. I am just a small Dou emperor. If I take such an important position as the imperial son now, I am afraid that it will attract ill will. After a brief period of excitement, Xiao Yan calmed down and deduced the consequences of becoming the imperial son when he is weak. Don't worry, you are the imperial son appointed by me personally. No one in the Xiao clan dares to disobey my words. Xiao Xuan's tone was relaxed, but it was this calmness that revealed the terror and domineering aura of a Dou Sovereign. Then I thanked the ancestor for his kindness. After thinking for a while, Xiao Yan finally thought everything through and accepted the position with a smile on his face. Looking at Xiao Yan, who had made a habit of disguising his true self, Xiao Xuan shook his head indifferently. Before Xiao Yan could react, Xiao Xuan's finger touched his forehead. Buzz. A stream of information followed Xiao Xuan's finger into Xiao Yan's mind. Since you have become the imperial son, you can inherit my Skyfire 3 mysterious changes. The Skyfire 3 mysterious changes is a secret method created by Xiao Xuan. Ordinary Xiao clan members can only learn the simplified version, and only the true core of the Xiao clan is qualified to learn the full version. After the information was passed on, Xiao Yan's forehead already had a mysterious mark. This mark is the mark that only the imperial son of the Xiao clan can have. Since you are destined to obtain the flame mantra, and heavenly flames help you grow, then go to the outside world and obtain a few and accumulate some experience. It is difficult to become a true eagle if you always hide under the wings of the Xiao clan. Xiao Xuan smiled slightly and waved his hand. The space in front of him suddenly wrapped Xiao Yan like a stream of water, and then took him away. A quarter of an hour after Xiao Yan had left, that 10 figures suddenly appeared around Xiao Zhan. These 10 are the Vein Masters of the 10 Great Imperial Veins. Chapter 8 Scripture Pavilion. Among these 10 people, the weakest had already reached the late stage of 8-star Dou Saint. Although you need to be a 7-star Dou Saint to establish an imperial lineage, these Vein Masters had long surpassed that requirement. Ancestor, is the future of our clan really going to be handed over to this child? Some elders were puzzled, and some were unwilling. A divine bloodline is indeed rare and only appears once in 100 years, but everyone present here has it, so why can this kid be valued so much by the ancestor? Not to mention that 2 of these imperial lineages masters only obtained the title of imperial son after becoming Dou Saint. Yet this pipsqueak who's only a Dou emperor obtained the same title and treatment as them. It makes no sense. Their Xiao clan is not short of geniuses for them to reward children with such positions. That's right, Xiao Zhan's eyes were deep, and he said lightly. Not long ago, I spent a lot of effort on a divination. The conclusion I came to is that this child has a high possibility of becoming a Dou Sovereign in the future. After that, he sighed and stated, you also know that I have stayed in the Dou Sovereign realm for 1,000 years. Whether it is the ancient secrets or the Dou Sovereign's perception of this world, they all tell me that above the Dou Qi Continent, there is a vaster world, and above the Dou Sovereign, there is a higher realm. For a long time ago, I could have gone to that wider world, but for the sake of my people, I cannot and have not gone there. If I leave, my people will once again face the crisis of bloodline depletion in the future. So, I have been waiting for the birth of a new Dou Sovereign from the clan. And now, the opportunity for that has come. He sighed. There was a rare trace of weariness on that calm face of his that had not changed for 1,000 years. After a while, the weariness disappeared, leaving only a calm and domineering voice. Xiao Yan's matter was been decided by this seat. Before he becomes a Dou Saint, none of you can target him. If I find out that you are secretly doing something, you will die. As soon as he finished speaking, the 10 imperial Vein Masters trembled. A 9-star Dou Saint is indeed powerful and is the pinnacle of the Dou Qi Continent, but more than one 9-star Dou Saint has died at the hands of Xiao Zhan. The ambitious Hun Tiandi from thousands of years ago eventually fell at the hands of Xiao Zhan, and even the Hun clan that could once compete with the Xiao clan was almost wiped out. With Xiao Zhan's words, Xiao Yan's status changed dramatically. 2 days later, the guards at his door changed from Dou ancestors to half-saints. Captain, second commander, why are you at my door? Xiao Zhan looked at his 2 superiors with a smile. Don't call us that, we are not worthy of it. The 2 half-saints saw Xiao Zhan and immediately bowed and said, congratulations, brother, you gave birth to a true Qilin. From today on, the 2 of us are the imperial son's guards. Xiao Wu and Xiao Wen were very reluctant to be guards for a Dou emperor kid. So what if this kid has a divine bloodline? I am a half-saint, not a guard dog. But when the Dou Saint elder said that Xiao Yan was the 3rd imperial son personally appointed by the ancestor, the 2 half-saints quickly fought for the honor of being Xiao Yan's guards. Guarding the imperial son does not make them guard dogs, okay, they're protectors. Protectors. There are many experts in the Xiao clan. Half-saints are great figures who can turn the tide in the outside world, but in the Xiao clan, they don't even have the qualifications to see the ancestor. The ancestor personally appointing Xiao Yan as the imperial son when he's at the Dou emperor stage is enough to show how much the ancestor values this child. In this way, Xiao Yan became the 3rd imperial son of the Xiao clan, the person with the greatest backing and strongest 2nd-generation ancestor in the Dou Qi Continent. The moon was dark and the stars were sparse. In Xiao Lin's room. Yun'er, according to the ancestor's command, you can leave the Xiao world and venture out tomorrow. From what you said, you want to go to the Northwest Continent. Xiao Yan nodded. His goal was indeed the Northwest Continent, more specifically the Jia Empire. He wanted to see if there was a place called Wutan City and a boy called Hun Yan there. If there was, he would strike first and kill him. Of course, he also wanted to see if there was a charming auctioneer in Wutan City, if there was a pure and gentle little fairy doctor in Qingshan Town, if there was a noble and charming queen in the Snakeman race, and if there was a graceful and beautiful female sect leader in the Misty Cloud sect. As for Zuner of the Jiyu clan, from what Xiao Zhan said, it seemed that he had discussed it with Jiyu Yuan, the patriarch of the ancient clan. They were ready to let Zuner come to the Xiao clan for marriage, and the marriage partner would naturally be him, the imperial son. This made Xiao Yan secretly satisfied. he felt that this ancestor was really wise in looking out for him. Alas, Xiao Lin, who had been silent all the time, suddenly sighed. "Grandpa, what's wrong?" Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Lin's expression and felt that he seemed to have forgotten a little bit of the plot. Xiao Lin glanced at his grandson and said, "When I was young, I traveled to the northwest continent and was seriously injured by a remnant of the Hun clan. Fortunately, I was rescued by a man named Donghua in the Jia Ma Empire. In order to thank him, I promised to arrange a marriage between you and his granddaughter." Sure enough, Xiao Yan's heart moved, and he remembered that he had missed the most important event in speech. The original Xiao Yan had said, the infamous, "A river flows east 30 years and west 30 years, don't bully the young and poor." TN. This is iconic because Xiao Yan's journey to the peak started after he said this phrase. However, now the ancestor wants to arrange a marriage with the Jiyu clan for you. Sigh, forget about the little girl from the Nalan clan. A marriage between two ancient clans, even a small wave of interest is enough to destroy the Nalan clan. On this trip, you should bring some gifts and annul the engagement between you two. Xiao Lin sighed. Seeing Xiao Yan's strange face, he couldn't help asking, "Why, do you also think that Grandpa is wrong?" "No, Grandpa, I think you are right." Xiao Yan restrained his inner emotions and said seriously, "A marriage between two ancient clans, this small family will only end up destroyed in the middle, and annulling the engagement will serve to protect them." Alas, Xiao Lin sighed again. "Give them some compensation and tell Donghua that I apologize." "I understand." Xiao Yan nodded slightly, but there was an indescribable strangeness in his heart. The next day, in the depths of Xiao world, Xiao Yan changed into a more exquisite black robe. He was followed by two half-saints. The two half-saints were named Xiao Wen and Xiao Wu. Like Xiao Niu and Xiao Ma, they were brothers. However, although they were brothers, their status was very different. "Young master, this is the scripture pavilion." Xiao Wen, who was standing aside with a more peaceful expression, spoke out. In front of him was a 9-story pagoda that was nearly 10,000 feet long, wide, and as high as a hill. Truly worthy of being the place where my clan has passed its secrets down for thousands of years. Xiao Yan couldn't help but exclaimed as he looked at the majestic and magnificent pagoda in front of him. Such a magnificent pagoda, even the earth in his previous life did not have such a building. At the entrance of, an old man in a linen robe sat on a futon, sleepy, as if he was dozing off. "Young master, this is old Qing who guards the scripture pavilion. Elder Qing is a 7-star Dou Saint. Although he is not the head of an imperial vein, he is still a supreme elder of the clan," Xiao Wen introduced. It seems that a 7-star Dou Saint may not necessarily open up an imperial vein. The Xiao clan truly have crouching tigers, hidden dragons everywhere. Xiao Yan was shocked at how many hidden powerhouses the Xiao clan had. The Xiao clan's experts are also divided into different classes, except for the Dou Sovereign ancestor Xiao Zhan. They are roughly divided into patriarchs, imperial sons except Xiao Yan. The others are 9-star Dou Saint Imperial Vein Master, at least 7-star Dou Saint Supreme Elders, 5-star Dou Saint or above Elders, Vein Masters Ordinary Dou Saint Family Elder or Venerables Dou Venerates Guardian or Deacons Dou Ancestor. As for Dou Emperors and Dou Kings, they are just ordinary clan members who have just escaped from being classified as ordinary descendants if they are part of a strong lineage and have great backing. Below these ordinary descendants are the lesser descendants who are not qualified to enter the family tree. Without time to sigh at the strength of the Xiao clan, Xiao Yan slowly walked forward and looked at the sleepy old man and said, "Elder Qing, I want to go in and pick a few skills." Hearing Xiao Yan's voice, old Qing, who had been sleeping on the futon, finally opened his eyes completely. He looked at the flame on Xiao Yan's forehead and slowly said, "You are the new imperial son, right?" Chapter 9 Crimson Flame Demon Body. "It's just a fluke that the clan ancestor appreciates me," Xiao Yan replied, not daring to be too arrogant in front of a 7-star Dou Saint. "Haha, since you are the imperial son chosen by the ancestor, you must be deserving of your status." When mentioning Xiao Zhan, a gleam of light appeared in old Qing's cloudy eyes. In the Dou Qi Continent, Xiao Zhan is the strongest person in the world. In the Xiao clan, he is the soul, the faith, and the pillar. "Please come in. The imperial son of our clan is extremely noble and naturally deserves to browse all the martial arts and Dou technique collected in Out Scripture Pavilion," old Qing said, extending his hand. "Thank you, old Qing," Xiao Yan replied, clasping his fists in greeting before walking into the scripture pavilion, accompanied by the two half-saints. As half-saints, the two were not the most noble people in the Xiao clan, but they were still qualified to enter the scripture pavilion. The scripture pavilion is 9 stories high, housing many classics from the entire Xiao clan and even the Dou Qi Continent. Its knowledge was as vast as a sea. It contained but was not limited to cultivation techniques, Dou technique, secret techniques, alchemy recipes, documents, and secret histories. It's really spectacular. Xiao couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the many light orbs on the first floor of the hall. The first floor contains some very common and not very valuable classics. There are no cultivation techniques or Dou technique, but there are more than 100 million light orbs containing different information. Rows of tall, simple bookcases containing white light orbs representing the cultural heritage of the Dou Qi Continent for nearly 10,000 years was lining the hall. Each book is wrapped in a secret art to prevent damage. On this floor alone, Xiao found more than a dozen Dou ancestor masters responsible for maintaining these books. Young master, although this floor is vast and magnificent, most of the books are not of high value. Let's go up and take a look, Xiao suggested. Okay, Xiao nodded slightly. The three of them climbed the stairs to the second floor, which was nearly 10 feet high. The second floor is slightly smaller than the first, but there are still millions of light orbs. These are all Huang class Dou technique, and they also include some grade 1 and grade 2 pill recipes, Xiao introduced with a smile. He had worked here for a while when he was a Dou Venerate. Xiao nodded slightly. There is almost no market for Huang class Dou technique and pill recipes in the Xiao clan. Due to the huge resources and inheritance they have, almost all descendants can practice Zan class Dou technique. Therefore, the first and second floors are more of a cultural collection than something that the descendants use. On the third floor, the number of light orbs decreased again to less than 1 million, but the value of this floor is far greater than the previous two. These light orbs contain Zan class Dou technique or grade 3 and grade 4 pill recipes. These are almost the cornerstones of the Xiao clan. From the members who have just become Dou kings to other members who have just obtained the qualification to enter the family tree, almost everything they need for daily cultivation is here. When they walked to the fourth floor, Xiao finally saw a guardian. Do you have the merit token given by the elders? At the entrance of the fourth floor, a Dou Venerate stared at Xiao and the other two and asked. This is the newly appointed imperial son of the clan, he is appointed by the ancestor. Why would he need a token? Xiao Wu half-saint aura leaked out. The Dou Venerate was stunned at first before he recognized the flame mark on Xiao forehead. Greetings to the imperial son. The Dou Venerate knelt on one knee. No need to be polite. Can I go in? Xiao coughed lightly. Seeing the Dou Venerate kneel on one knee for him made him quite uncomfortable. Please come in, imperial son. The strong man quickly stood up and made a gesture of invitation to Xiao. The scripture pavilion becomes a true treasure land from the fourth floor onwards. The over 100,000 light orbs on the fourth floor are all low-level D-class skills, grade 5 pill recipes, and some hidden secrets of the continent. But for Xiao, most of these things are not worth his attention. Even before he became the imperial son, he was a young master of a royal bloodline with a Dou Saint grandfather and had the qualifications to enter here. Thus, the three of them continued to go up. When they reached the fifth floor, they found only D-class intermediate skills. At this level, Xiao slowed down for the first time and began to read the titles of the books seriously. In the end, he selected about 10 or so skills and many secret pill recipes. The Dou Venerate expert guarding this level printed the copies onto jade slips. At the sixth level, there were only tens of thousands of light orbs, but their value was even more significant. At this level, Xiao finally got serious. High-level D-class skills were not commonplace, this goes even for Dou Saint powerhouses. Shaolin might be able to get a few skills for Xiao easily, but it was impossible for what he got him to be as comprehensive as what is available in the scripture pavilion, nor would it be the most suitable ones for Xiao. High-level D-class Dou technique, shocking waves. High-level D-class skills, sea of inclusion. High-level D-class Dou technique, thunder half-moon slash. Finally, Xiao eyes stopped on a fiery red light orb. High-level D-class Dou technique, crimson flame demon body. The crimson flame demon body was created by a high-level Dou Venerate, the flame demon venerable 1,000 years ago. To practice this method, you need to use high-level flames to temper the body. At minor success, the body would be comparable to a Dou ancestor. At major success the body would be able to compete with Dou Venerate experts. The higher the flame, the stronger the body will be. To achieve great success, you need at least one kind of heavenly flame to temper the body all year round. Additionally, practicing this body increases resistance to flames. It's you. Xiao Yan licked his lips and asked the Dou Venerate guardian to make a copy. The technique he is practicing now is also an D-class advanced technique, called the 8 Desolate Flames. But when Xiao Xuan threw the jade book to him, Xiao Yan knew that it was time for him to go out and find that so-called flame mantra. He was destined to embark on his path of devouring heavenly flames. After copying the book, Crimson Flame Demon Body, Xiao Yan casually found a few pill recipes and ancient books that he was interested in and then walked upward again. Young master, I'm afraid the two of us can only accompany you up here. Xiao Wen and Xiao Wu suddenly stopped at the entrance. The two smiled bitterly and said, from the 7th floor, all the martial arts and Dou technique at the Tian class and above are stored inside. Even if the two of us obtain the token of the Supreme Elder, we are not qualified to enter. No problem, then I will trouble the 2 elders to wait for me here. Young master, from the 7th floor, each floor will have a terrifying pressure. The highest 9th floor would need you to be a Dou Saint to withstand it. If you can't bear it, don't insist and come back. You can, after all, revisit this place later on when you are stronger. Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded. Since the 4th floor, he has felt an invisible pressure. When he reached the 6th floor, this pressure made him feel a little uncomfortable. However, he still wanted to take a look at the 7th floor. Thus, he resolutely stepped into the 7th floor. Boom! The terrifying pressure suddenly increased exponentially, making Xiao Yan feel even more uncomfortable than when he was having motion sickness in his previous life. Fortunately, although it was extremely uncomfortable, he could still move slowly. In the 7th floor, there were only a few thousand light orbs left. Tian class martial arts and Dou technique are so rare that most are created by Dou Saint powerhouses. Some Dou Saint experts may not even be able to create a set of Tian class Dou technique in their entire lives. Even with the Xiao clan's heritage, it is quite amazing to collect more than 1,000 different skills. Tian class low-level Dou technique, Great Sun Thunder art. Tian class low-level Dou technique, Angering Heaven art. Tian class low-level Dou technique, Dragon Emperor swims through dimensions. Any one of these is enough to cause a bloody storm in the Dou Qi Continent if thrown out. Unfortunately, it's useless for me to learn these things now. Xiao Yan thought for a moment and cancelled his plan to take them now. Chapter 10 Heavenly Flame Valley. Although there is no shortage of Tian class Dou technique, his ability and cultivation realm means he cannot use them. Although the Dou Qi of Tian class cultivation methods and Dou technique is vigorous and powerful, his current physique cannot bear it. If he wants to practice Tian class cultivation methods, he must at least be a Dou ancestor. As for Tian class Dou technique, they are even more terrifying. Even the experts who have just entered Dou Venerate dare not use Tian class Dou technique casually. The Dou Qi consumed by a complete Tian class Dou technique is enough to suck a 3-star Dou Venerate dry. Tn. Think of Dou technique as active skills in a game, their special moves, then cultivation methods. Refining methods are the average cultivation technique that someone uses to break through realms and such. Xiao Yan took a closer look and found that in addition to the cultivation methods and Dou technique, there were actually some interesting things on this floor. The Dragon and Phoenix's love and revenge record. The secret that the Shi clan patriarch has to tell. Looking at these things, Xiao Yan's forehead creased. This is actually gossip and secrets of some top powerhouses, among which the lowest cultivation realm of the individual discussed is 7-star Dou Saint. Is this something that a small Dou emperor like me should read? Xiao Yan cursed inwardly and picked up a copy of The Record of the Romance of the Pure Lotus Demon Saint, to study it carefully. It's quite interesting. However, the pressure here is too great. Xiao Yan's forehead was already covered with sweat after just reading the beginning. Forget it. I'll take a look when I come back from my travels and choose Dou technique to study carefully. After putting down the books, Xiao Yan took a deep breath and looked at the stairs leading to the 8th floor. The 7th floor has the romantic secrets of people of the level at the level Pure Lotus Demon Saint. Wouldn't it be possible to see the little secrets of a Dou Sovereign on the 8th floor? Tn. Pure Lotus Demon Saint was a pinnacle 9-star Dou Saint. Anyone with the title Demon Saint, mean they are pinnacle 9-star Dou Saint cultivators. Xiao Yan felt that it was necessary to go to the 8th floor to see the outstanding Tian-class Dou technique of the clan. However, to his disappointment, he was oppressed by the terrible pressure so much that his face turned pale and sweaty before he climbed to the end of the stairs. Forget it, forget it. It's better not to read the secrets of those existences. In the end, Xiao Yan left the scripture pavilion in a mess with over 10 D-class skills. Old Wen, Old Wu, where are we going next? Young master, we can go to the Heavenly Flame Valley next, Xiao Wen said with a smile. Heavenly Flames Valley. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes lit up. Since he had decided to take the route of devouring heavenly flames in the future, naturally he must locate and devour as many heavenly flames as he can. But he didn't expect that there was a place in the Xiao clan that specially collected heavenly flames. After crossing the endless mountains, Xiao Yan finally came to a mysterious canyon under the guidance of the two half-saints. As soon as he approached this place, Xiao Yan felt that the temperature had risen a lot, and the world was filled with violent and terrifying fire attribute energy. Here is a huge valley that is tens of thousands of feet long. Deep in the canyon, rolling magma is emitting fiery red smoke and flowing wantonly. There are many powerful people cultivating here. Xiao Yan looked around and saw dozens of figures sitting cross-legged on the cliffs on both sides of the canyon, absorbing the abundant energy of heaven and earth here. The cultivation level of those who dare to practice here is at least Dou Venerate level, because even Xiao Yan dares not easily absorb the violent fire attribute energy here. If you absorb too much, the fire poison will enter your body and damage your meridians, or you will be possessed, fall into qi deviation and burn yourself to death. The arrival of Xiao Yan and his group did not disturb these ascetics. The three of them stepped into the valley filled with high temperature and flew above the magma. It is said that this heavenly flame valley was formed by the clan ancestor using his ability as a Dou Sovereign to connect the earth's fire veins. The abundant fire attribute energy in it is not only suitable for the practice of fire attribute cultivators, but also conducive to the growth and cultivation of heavenly flames. As they spoke, the three of them saw a jade-like green lotus growing out of the boiling magma under their feet. The green lotus was as big as a millstone, and a deep green flame was placed on it. Young master, look at this. This is the green lotus core flame ranked 19th on the heavenly flame ranking. Xiao Wu pointed in the direction of the green lotus. Of course, I know this as the green lotus geocentric flame. According to the plot, this should be my first heavenly flame, Xiao Yan complained in his heart, but his face showed a face full of admiration for the ancestors' powers. Yes, it is indeed a rare thing created by the tempering of heaven and earth. Haha, the formation conditions of this green lotus core flame are relatively simple. The Dou Qi Continent is vast, and there will naturally not be a single heavenly flame for each on the ranking. In our clan alone, there are 3 green lotus geocentric flame. According to the rules of the clan, after becoming an 8th grade high-level alchemist, you are eligible to enter the Heavenly Flame Valley to find an heavenly flame ranked 15th and above to refine. Xiao Wen said with a smile. How rich are we? Xiao Yan praised his ancestors in his heart and then flew forward. This is the mysterious yellow flame. The formation conditions of mysterious yellow flame are similar to those of green lotus core flame, yet comparatively a little easier. It is the most common heavenly flame owned by our clan's alchemists. In addition, the Yao clan and the Yan clan also have the mysterious yellow flame. They also specially collect and cultivate it. Xiao Wen pointed to a cluster of yellow-colored fire and explained, since he used to be in the scripture pavilion he could be said to be quite knowledgeable regarding these topics. This is the 10,000 beast flame. It is formed by the fusion of a rank 9 beast flame, 8 rank 8 beast flame, and countless mid-rank beast flames. It can be said to be the king of beast flames and rightly deserves its title as a heavenly flame. This is the fire mountain rock flame. It is also born in the depths of the magma in volcanoes, but it is more powerful and rarer. This is the flaming cloud water flame, a unique flame cultivated by the Yan clan. This one was a gift from the Yan clan patriarch when the current patriarch took office. This is the fallen heart flame. It can ignite a person's heart fire and make them burn silently, but it also has a tempering effect on one's Dou Qi and cultivation. This is the turtle spirit earthly flame. Xiao Wen pointed to a large brown turtle swimming on its back in the magma and said, starting from the 15th ranked ocean heart flame, the spirituality of these heavenly flames will become stronger and stronger, they will gain some degree of spiritual intelligence. Just like this 14th ranked fallen heart flame, flames near its ranking and above gain the ability move and cultivate on their own. Therefore, the higher the ranking of the heavenly flame, the rarer and stronger it is. This turtle spirit earthly flame, our clan only has 2 of these. 2 is already a lot. Xiao Yan's lips twitched. After walking a few hundred feet forward, Xiao Yan suddenly saw a basketball-sized human skull running around. And strangely, the temperature dropped a lot wherever it passed. This is the bone-chilling flame, the 11th on the heavenly flames ranking. It is born in extremely cold locations. The entire Dou Qi Continent may only produce 2 or 3 of these in 100 years. Even with the ability of our clan, we have only been able to collect 1. Xiao Wen introduced and smiled. I heard that in recent years, the Central Plains has produced an alchemist who obtained the bone-chilling flame. He is very remarkable and has the possibility of impacting the grade 9 alchemist realm. It is said that he is also an abandoned child of the Yao clan. Really? Tisk tisk, then the Yao clan should regret it very much. There are only 2 or 3 9th grade alchemists in the Yao clan. Xiao Yan smiled thoughtfully. Yes, 9th grade alchemists are the strongest alchemists in the world. Their status is not lower than that of a supreme elder of our clan. Xiao Wen also smiled and shook his head. Abba Abba. The 2 were chatting when the bone-chilling flame that looked like a human skull suddenly made a vague strange cry. Hee, young master, this bone-chilling flame has been in the Heavenly Flame Valley for 1,000 years, and it has already developed human nature. Xiao Wen laughed. What kind of intelligence is it to just say, Abba Abba? Xiao Yan complained in his heart. This is the 9 serene wind flame, this is the 8 wasteland destruction flame, and this is the gold emperor incinerating heaven flame. Xiao Wen pointed to the flames and introduced them one by one. Unfortunately, these heavenly flames are extremely rare even if they are not unique in the world, and our clan does not have the ability to collect them all. Fortunately, the owners of these heavenly flames value face from our ancestor very much. When the ancestor opened up the heavenly flame valley, they contributed a sub-flame. TN. Sub-flames are heavenly flames that are created from an existing heavenly flame. If that existing heavenly flame commands it to die, then it will die, but after a long time, as they become stronger they can become independent. After browsing these heavenly flames one by one, Xiao Yan and the other 2 finally came to the center of the heavenly flame valley. Here is a palace condensed by flames. It looks quite strange, but what attracts Xiao Yan's attention is a man in black sitting cross-legged in the palace. Chapter 11 Changing Shifts. This person is clearly human, but he feels as if he is a world-burning flame. This is... Xiao Yan's pupils shrank. Young master, this is Lord Nihility Devouring Flame, who ranked 2nd on the Heavenly Flame ranking. Nihility Devouring Flame. Xiao Yan's pupils shrank. If nothing unexpected had happened in the past 1,000 years, the strength of this Nihility Devouring Flame should currently be at the level of a 9-star Dou Saint. As if he had noticed the trio staring at him, the black-clothed man who had been sitting suddenly turned around, revealing a pale and handsome face. However, the evil aura around him made him look quite scary. Even more terrifying were his eyes, which were like black holes. Just by looking at them, Xiao Yan felt as if his soul was about to be swallowed up. Not only him, but also the 2 elders beside him turned pale. If a 9-star Dou Saint wants to kill a half-saint, it will not be much more difficult than killing a Dou Emperor. Lord Nihility Devouring Flame, this is the new imperial son appointed by the ancestor. The ancestor ordered the imperial son to come and visit you, Xiao Wen slowly spoke whilst enduring the pressure. Oh, Nihility Devouring Flame's eyes moved, and the look he gave Xiao Yan suddenly became eviler and deeper, as if he was going to devour Xiao Yan's soul in the next moment. Fuck this bastard. Xiao Yan's face twitched and twisted, his eyes started rolling. He felt that his soul was about to be sucked out of his body, and this suction was accompanied by a burning sensation, as if his soul was about to burn. Ha 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 ha. With the sound of laughter, the feeling that made Xiao Yan and the other 2 extremely uncomfortable suddenly disappeared. Since when was a little Dou Emperor the imperial son of your Xiao clan? Does it mean that Xiao Zhan is about to die? Nihility Devouring Flame sneered. During the Xiao clans and the Hun clans war 1,000 years ago, Xiao Zhan was able to break through to Dou Sovereign via some fluke. That not only caused the 1,000-year plan of Hun Tiandi to fail, but it also meant that he was captured and left him imprisoned in the Heavenly Flame Valley ever since. Although his life was spared by the Xiao clan, he had no gratitude to them for this at all. This is because Xiao Zhan used him to do odd jobs here and there, Nihility devouring flame therefore did not have a very nice impression of the people of the Xiao clan. But despite his disdain for the Xiao clan, he also understood that if he killed the imperial son personally appointed by Xiao Zhan, his spiritual intelligence will probably be wiped out and he would be refined. That is no different from death to him. So what if I am a little Dou Emperor? You are the second on the heavenly flame list, but now look at you, you're imprisoned here. Get off your high horse acting almighty. HMPH. The voice of the young man sounded in the nihility devouring flame's ears, making his originally disdainful face suddenly become ferocious. What are you looking at? Do you dare to kill me? Xiao Yan sneered. He was really uncomfortable when he was pressured by the nihility devouring flame just now, that had aroused Xiao Yan's temper. So what if he's a 9-star Dou Saint? Xiao Yan could look at Xiao Zhan, a Dou Sovereign, in the eye. Although his actions right now may be rash, he is currently testing out the nihility devouring flame. He wanted to see if this nihility devouring flame could be subdued. Hee, brat, you are quite courageous. Except for Xiao Zhan, no one has dared to talk to me like this for 1,000 years. Nihility devouring flame laughed strangely, and the invisible momentum swept over again. Stop showing off, it's time to change shifts. A faint voice came from nowhere. A man in a white robe suddenly appeared in the flame palace, and the nihility devouring flame's unfathomable evil smile suddenly froze. The white-robed man was handsome and had a strange temperament. Just his appearance was enough to drive countless women crazy. This is Lord Pure Lotus Demon Flame, Xiao Wen said solemnly. Pure Lotus Demon Flame, is this what the Pure Lotus Demon Saint of those years looked like? Xiao Yan's pupils shrank, but his mind couldn't help but think of the Pure Lotus Demon Saint's romance that he had seen. Unexpectedly, in this world, even the Pure Lotus Demon Flame was caught by Xiao Zhan, but in this way, would he not have to pursue it anymore? T.N. If you all recall, the Pure Lotus Demon Flame was locked in some realm in the original novel by the Pure Lotus Demon Saint. Xiao Yan had to go and obtain it after fighting the Hun clan and others off from it. Mick is referring to that here and how he won't have to suffer through that process. Unexpectedly, the two most powerful heavenly flames in the world have been captured by Xiao Zhan and brought back to the Xiao realm. Xiao Yan suddenly thought, could he persuade Xiao Zhan to obtain the Dou Qi Ancient God Jade and the Dou Qi Emperor Flame in the future? No, I don't want to stand guard anymore, not in this life. With the appearance of the Pure Lotus Demon Flame, the tone of the originally majestic nihility devouring flame became even more ferocious. You don't want to stand guard? Fine, if you have the guts, go tell that to Xiao Zhan. Do you think I'm willing to stand be a guard either? Seeing the behavior of the nihility devouring flame, the fair face of the Pure Lotus Demon Flame suddenly turned red, and he cursed. You son of a bitch, you have been late more than once or twice. I've had enough of you. It's you who's late every time. If you really have the guts, don't do your duty. At worst, both of us will be wiped out and we will lose our spiritual intelligence. At that time, even if I die, I will drag you down with me. How dare you say I'm late? You son of a bitch, you are too much of a hypocrite. After hearing this, nihility devouring flame's dark eyes also glared. What, are you itching for a punishment after a few days of not getting beaten? Come on, do you think I'm afraid of you, you bastard? Before the stunned eyes of Xiao Yan and the other two, the two most powerful heavenly flames in the world wrestled in the flame palace. Two handsome men, one in black and one in white, wrestled on the ground. If they were seen by girls with certain fetishes, they would probably become so ecstatic their legs would tremble. At this time, the sky was just at the stage of day turning into night, and the milky white sun and the black jade-like moon also collided violently. Could it be? Looking at the fierce collision of the sun and the moon in the sky and the two heavenly flames beating each other, an absurd idea emerged in Xiao Yan's mind. Bang, bang, the sun and the moon collided violently, even a few wisps of flames fell from the sky. When the flames fell on the ground, it resulted in a sea of fire. Humph, a cold snort spread throughout the Xiao world, causing the sea of fire on the ground to extinguish immediately, and also caused the bodies of the nihility devouring flame and Pure Lotus Demon Flame to tremble. You too, do you want to be refined and lose your wisdom? The cold voice echoed in the heavenly flame valley. Xiao Yan could hear that this was Xiao Zhan's voice. Alas, I'll do my shift. Sigh. Nihility devouring flame paused for a moment. Finally, he shook his head helplessly, and his body shook as he disappeared from the heavenly flame valley. In the sky, the milky white sun suddenly dissipated, and the black full moon took over, marking the beginning of the night. Phew, finally I can chill and relax for a bit. The pure lotus demon flame stretched his waist proudly, and with a light tap of his right hand, a stream of magma shot out from the ground and fell into the cup of fire in his hand. He had begun to enjoy his break. The pure lotus demon flame drank a sip of magma, with an indescribable sense of satisfaction on his face. After the magma went down his throat, he turned his head and looked at Xiao. I heard that you are the imperial son Xiao Xuan just appointed. Xiao nodded a little dully. Two heavenly flames fighting over their shifts, this is something that he, an earthling, could not fathom. Oh, since it's our first meeting, I have a little gift for you. The pure lotus demon flame smiled slightly, waved his hand, and a ball of light shot out from his hand and flew into Xiao hand. This pure lotus demon flame is quite good. Xiao heart moved, and his evaluation of the pure lotus demon flame was a few points higher, but when he looked at the thing in the mysterious ball of light in his hand, the smile on his face suddenly froze. Because what he got in his hand was a book called The Record of the Romance of the Pure Lotus Demon Saint. It turned out that the author was right in front of him. Since you've gotten a gift and come here for what you needed, then you should leave quickly. Xiao Xuan told me that although there are many heavenly flames in this heavenly flame valley, he will not give you any. He said that he wants you to hone your skills in the search for heavenly flames. The pure lotus demon flame smiled and drank another cup of magma tea. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Pure Lotus. Xiao put away the gift. As the saying goes, you should not slap a smiling person. Although this gift was not some good thing, the attitude of the person was still good. It's at least much better than that of the nihility devouring flame, and more importantly, he couldn't beat this guy up even if he wanted to. Chapter 12 Revenge. It's been 1,000 years. Do you know how I spent these 1,000 years? Above the night sky, nihility devouring flame stood in the air. His eyes were hollow, and dark flames gushed out of his body, forming a fireball with a diameter of 1,000 feet to illuminate the night sky of the Xiao world. For 1,000 years, every day he did nothing but just change shifts and stand guard as the moon of the Xiao world. Hun Tiandi, I miss you so much. I miss the days when I was dominating the Hun clan, nihility devouring flame thought. 2 drops of black flame tears fell from his numb face. The 2 drops of flames fell naturally and were sucked back by the nihility devouring flame before they could land. Haha, I don't even dare to destroy flowers and plants now. Nihility devouring flame couldn't help showing a trace of sadness on his face. Xiao, who had left the heavenly flame valley, naturally didn't know how nihility devouring flame felt at that moment. If he knew, one day in the future, he might write a few biographies about the nihility devouring flame. For example, I worked as a slave for the Xiao clan for 1,000 years, or, the story of the nihility devouring flame and the pure lotus demon flame that must be told. Of course, what he wanted to do most now was to quickly practice the crimson flame demon body, to minor success, so that he could finally go out and look for some beauties, no, heavenly flames. On a huge rock in the back mountain, Xiao was naked. Wisps of green flames went back and forth from his body, constantly tempering his flesh and bones. Since he got this high-level D-class Dou technique, he had been practicing quietly for a week. This is also a character trait that he had cultivated in his previous life. Xiao usually seemed lazy and idle, but once he decided to do something, he would strive to do it perfectly. Either don't do it, or do it completely, be quick and decisive, and never drag it out. On the other side of the Shaolin lineage, only a few hills away, Xiao Zhan was sitting on a chair with a ferocious face. It had been nearly 10 days since his leg was broken by Xiao. Xiao Zhan's injuries had long been healed under the treatment of various elixirs, but he still couldn't forget the condescending look of the boy who broke his leg and the pain that was inflicted on him. Xiao. When Xiao Zhan thought of this name, he almost grinded his teeth to dust with hatred. These days, he made a few inquiries and found out that this boy named Xiao was not only the grandson of the head of the Shaolin lineage next door but also a peerless genius. He is a 9-star Dou Emperor at the age of 15 and has a Dou Saint grandfather. As for the news about Xiao becoming the imperial son, the only people thus far qualified to learn of this are Dou Saints. Although the lower and middle levels of the Xiao clan knew that the clan had appointed a new imperial son, they didn't know who this person was. Most of them thought it was a brilliant Dou Saint according to the previous modus operandi. Xiao Zhan once asked several of his brothers who had already become a Dou ancestor to avenge him, but he didn't understand why these people only shook their heads when they heard the name of Xiao Yan. What a joke, offending a rising star with outstanding talent and a profound background for some dandy. Anyone with a functioning brain knows what to do. Compared with the painful blow that Xiao Yan inflicted on him, Xiao Zhan's jealousy of Xiao Yan made him hate Xiao Yan even more. Xiao Yan, you are right, I really dare not retaliate against you directly. I don't even dare to retaliate against Xiao Yu directly, but don't you have any friends? Haha, if I can't retaliate against you, then I will retaliate against your friends and those lowly people. If I can't beat you, can't I disgust you? At most, I will hide at home and not come out. Even if your grandfather is a Dou Saint, he can't break the clan rules and forcibly retaliate against me. Xiao Zhan showed a hideous and evil smile on his face. The sun and the moon alternated. It was unknown whether the void-devouring flame and the pure lotus demon flame were still fighting or whether they had calmed down. On the boulder, Xiao Yan's eyes were closed, he was cultivating. Suddenly, his eyes opened, and a lion formed by condensed green flames flickered faintly in his dark pupils. I've reached the last step. Xiao Yan gently touched the ring on his finger, 2 jade bottles appeared in front of him. He first opened a small bottle and poured the fiery red liquid directly into his mouth. This was a treasure called Rock Flame Body Refining Paste, which accompanies the Fire Mountain Rock Flame, Heavenly Flame. The value of such a small bottle of Rock Flame Body Refining Paste is at least comparable to a 7th grade high-level pill. Afterwards, Xiao Yan poured out the dark green liquid from the other jade bottle and smeared it on himself. This is a kind of body-hardening spirit liquid that his mother Yao Xian refined with the blood of the rank 8 demon beast green winged sky demon lion and various medicinal materials. It is also a 7th grade elixir. In order to get the blood of the old lion, Xiao Yan almost wore out his lips flattering him and promising him things. In the end, he moved the old lion with the condition of giving him the record of the romance of the pure lotus demon saint, in exchange for 3 drops of blood. As the rock flame body refining liquid entered his body, a fiery heat rose from Xiao Yan's body. He then felt a terrifying stream of fire attribute energy spreading in his body. This energy quickly entered the blood and then flowed through the limbs and bones along with the blood. It's so hot. Xiao Yan felt as if his whole body was burning. His body quickly turned into a deep red, making him look like a steamed prawn. It was not over yet. The dark green liquid on the surface of his body began to slowly flow into Xiao Yan's body through his pores. Gurgle, the dark green energy and the fiery red energy soon met and then condensed into a stream of green and red energy. These energies may seem ordinary, but once they were integrated into Xiao Yan's flesh and bones, the tempering began. Fuck. Xiao Yan's originally calm state was instantly broken. His whole body was green and red. His blood vessels, which weren't visible usually, slowly popped out. They seemed like they were about to burst at any time. Xiao Yan let out a beast-like growl in his throat and then mobilized his own beast flame, the green lion demon flame, to carefully refine those energies into his body. With the tempering of the green lion demon flame, the burning pain became even higher. I can't stand it anymore. The burning hell mentioned in Buddhist scriptures should be like this, right? Xiao Yan's forehead was exposed with popping veins, but suddenly his expression changed, becoming ferocious and filled with cruelty. If I can't even bear this little bit of suffering, what's the point of swallowing heavenly flames? Haha, I was able to start my life from scratch and have massive amounts of resources available for me to use. If I waste this life and these resources, I really will be a sorry excuse of a human. Xiao Yan suddenly smiled grimly and increased the speed at which he was refining the energies. The tempering lasted for nearly an hour. Xiao Yan did not do anything but bear the pain throughout that time. If you were near him, you could hear him make the occasional grunt. His gums and teeth that he had gritted the entire time were bleeding, an indication of how much pain he was going through. Others thought that this new genius of the Xiao clan was lazy by nature and that he was gifted and that's it. They only saw that he loved to play and steal, but few people had seen how serious and crazy Xiao Yan was when he was cultivating in private. This kind of madness was a kind of cruelty that Xiao Yan had honed after more than 10 years of struggling in society in his previous life. He was cruel to others and even more cruel to himself. Anyone who could fight his way out from the bottom of society mostly had a decisive and ruthless character. In the end, the green flame gradually shrank and finally retracted to the surface of Xiao Yan's body, leaving a green lion tattoo on his back. To cultivate the crimson flame demon body to perfection, it is necessary to use 9 kinds of flames to temper the body. Each successful tempering of a flame will leave a tattoo that looks like the origin of the flame. Condensing 9 flame tattoos means you have attained perfection. The higher the quality of the flame, the stronger the body will be. Theoretically, if 9 heavenly flames are used to temper the body, then the body that has been trained to perfection can even challenge a Dou Saint. But this is only theoretical. After all, even the creator, the flame demon Venerable, has never been able to reach that level. Xiao Xuan exhaled a breath of turbid air, sensing the terrifying power of his body. He felt as if he could blow up the mountain behind him with one punch. But he didn't try it. After all, this mountain was part of his property and he would feel sad if he broke it, but more importantly he would be scolded if he did so. After squeezing his feet and making a few poses, Xiao Yan stretched himself and was ready to go relax for a while when he unexpectedly found that Xiao Yu was flying towards him. Xiao Yanzi, something happened. Xiao Yu's pretty face was cold, with uncontrollable anger in her eyes. Chapter 13 Rage. What happened? Xiao Yan stood up and asked. He had a vague feeling that something bad was going on. Put on your clothes first. Xiao Yu blushed as she watched Xiao Yan stand up and turned her head away from his naked body. Clothes. Xiao Yan then remembered that his clothes had just been burned to ashes by the aftermath of clash of the heavenly flame attribute energies. A breeze blew, little Xiao Yan swayed gently with it. It's not like you haven't seen me like this before when I was a child. Why are you shy? Xiao Yan said as he took out a piece of clothing and put it on. You were a hooligan when you were young, and you've become even more of a hooligan as you've grown up. Xiao Yu glared at Xiao Yan fiercely, then remembered what happened just now and said coldly, it was Xiao Zhan. He knew he couldn't retaliate against you, so he simply changed his target. Changed his target? Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed, and he asked, is it Xiao Niu and Xiao Ma's group? Yes, Xiao Zhan knew that he couldn't do anything to us, so he arranged people to deal with Xiao Niu and Xiao Ma. He even arranged for a few people to come to our side to cause trouble. Now the two groups have clashed several times, leaving both sides injured. But considering Xiao Zhan's group's background, they may only suffer a few surface wounds, but those from Xiao Niu and Xiao Ma's village may lose their lives. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's face suddenly darkened. An unknown anger burned in his heart. He had broken Xiao Zhan's leg, making it normal for the children of the Xiao Lu lineage to come and make trouble. His lackeys were beaten because of fighting, so he would naturally compensate them and even take them back to get revenge. But what about Xiao Niu and Xiao Ma? They are just a group of villagers who work hard every day to climb up for a better life. Now they have suffered an unprovoked disaster just because of a second-generation Silk Pants wants to get revenge. Xiao Zhan, you deserve to die. Xiao Yan looked coldly, turned his head, and looked at Xiao Yu. Take me to the village where Xiao Niu and Xiao Ma are first. Okay. Xiao Yu nodded slightly, her Dou Qi wings fluttered as she turned into a stream of light and flew away. Xiao Yan followed behind. It was unknown what he was thinking. After crossing several mountain ranges, the two came to a small basin in a mountain range. Spirit Grass Village is located in the Spirit Grass Basin. It is named after the high-quality spirit grass that is abundant here. This spiritual grass is very suitable for raising magic beasts. Because of the large amount of spirit grass, this place was also transformed by a Dou Venerate into a pasture. Most of the villagers in Spirit Grass Village make a living by herding magic beasts for the Dou Venerate expert. The strongest beast raised in the pasture is a rank 3 magic beast called White Brocade Rainbow Cloud Cattle. This rank 3 magic beast is strong and powerful. Eating it can strengthen the body. The magic core and bones can be used to make medicine. The key is that this magic beast has a relatively gentle temperament and is a very good magical beast to breed. But last night, tens of thousands of White Brocade Rainbow Cloud cattle in the ranch suddenly rushed towards Spirit Grass Village like crazy. The originally small Spirit Grass Village was razed to the ground in a short moment. Fortunately, although it is a village, there are still several Dou King cultivators and a Dou Emperor village chief present. With the help of these people, the casualties in the village were greatly reduced. But even so, 2 people died, and nearly 10 were seriously injured. Village chief, it is our fault that this happened. Beside the ruins of the village, Xiao Niu and Xiao Ma stood there with gray faces. There was a trace of numbness and sadness in the depths of their weathered eyes. It took the 2 brothers nearly 30 years of hard work to break through and become Dou Kings. When they broke through Dou King and their names were recorded in the family tree, they felt incredibly proud. They were the pride of their parents and the future of Spirit Grass Village. But after leaving Spirit Grass Village, they realized that there are always people better than them. It turns out that the Dou King powerhouse who is admired by the whole village is nothing in the Xiao clan. Many youngsters in the stronger lineages don't need to work hard at all. They can easily step into the Dou King realm by relying on their bloodline power and the resources provided by their fathers and grandfathers. Their future is not limited to the Dou King realm at all. What's more, people like Xiao Xuan can instantly wipe out their years of hard work as long as they have a trace of malice in their hearts. They can destroy their homes just to vent their anger. Don't say this. The old village chief sat on a big rock, his old face full of wrinkles, his hair gray. It was unknown what thoughts he had running in his mind at the moment. If you want to blame someone, we can only blame ourselves for being too weak. Haha, being weak truly is a sin. Thinking of this, a trace of sadness flashed in the old village chief's turbid eyes. In the eyes of many villagers, he is the most powerful, oldest, and wisest old man in Spirit Grass Village, but only he knows how weak he is in front of those truly powerful beings of the Xiao clan. But, what have we done wrong to make us so weak? Are we born to be bullied and despised? The old village chief turned his head and looked at a group of villagers who were covered in dust. On the ground, there was a pile of bodies that were trampled into pieces by the white brocade rainbow cloud cattles. One of the bodies lying there is that of his childhood friend. Although he had a Dou spirit cultivation, his blood and energy had already decayed at this age. After being hit by a bull king, he could no longer get up and was trampled into a pile of meat in the chaos. He looked at a pale little girl next to him. This naive child was already a Dou practitioner at the age of 10 and was the best seedling in the village. In the future, she might have the opportunity to step into the Dou ancestor realm that they and she had always dreamed of, but in the chaos last night, this child lost her right arm. She had now fallen from the heavens directly into the abyss. With the way things are, perhaps she would not even have the hope of becoming a Dou king in her lifetime. Sad emotions echoed above the ruins of Spirit Grass Village. A feeling of despair spread in the hearts of the villagers. At some point, a breeze passed by, and everyone looked up, only to see a young man in black in the sky shaking his Dou Qi wings, flying like a meteor to them. This is it. Xiao Yu pointed to the ruins of the village in the basin. The moment he saw the ruins, Xiao Yan's blood pressure surged uncontrollably. Young Xiao Yan, seeing Xiao Yan land, Xiao Niu and Xiao Ma suppressed their inner frustration and saluted Xiao Yan slightly. Young Master Xiao Yan, the old village chief also slowly stood up and saluted Xiao Yan slightly. As a Dou Emperor expert, even though he was old, his physique should be strong enough for a simple greeting. But at this moment, he was slightly hunched over, and his slightly hunched back seemed as if a mountain was pressing on his spine. His gray hair was thin and seemed to be getting whiter. Did Xiao Zhan do it? Xiao Yan's voice was extremely cold. Young Master Xiao Yan, we don't have conclusive evidence. The old village chief's old voice was tired. Evidence. Xiao Yan looked at the ruins in front of him with cold eyes. Xiao Zhan's move was indeed disgusting. If he was still Xiao Lin's grandson, it would be difficult to find evidence. Even if he could find evidence, Xiao Zhan would only receive some minor punishment at most. If he wanted to truly obtain the revenge he wanted, he would probably have to wait until he cultivated to Dou Saint and relied on his strength to do it himself. Fortunately, he is no longer a simple genius now, but the imperial son of the Xiao clan. He is one of the people in the Xiao clan whose power is second only to the clan's ancestor Xiao Zhan, even though this identity does not match his current strength, and even many supreme elders do not care about him too much. But to deal with a little second-generation silk pants like Xiao Zhan. Since you like to use the power and background in your hands to oppress others so much, then I will let you experience the feeling of being crushed by power. Xiao Yan had a cruel sneer on his face. Chapter 14 Reversing Time. In the basin, the 7 spirit alfalfas swayed in the wind. Within the ruins of the village, everyone was looking at the gloomy Xiao Yan and did not dare to speak. They didn't know what this young master was thinking. Old Wen, Old Wu, Xiao Yan called softly. 2 old figures quietly emerged from the space behind him. Young master. The 2 half-saints Xiao Wen and Xiao Wu stood beside Xiao Yan, making the group of people odd seeing people of such high positions in cultivation for the first time. Although the strongest in the village was only Dou Emperor, They all knew that the strength of these two was absolutely terrifying and way farther ahead in cultivation than they could ever be. However, these two seemed to be just Xiao Yan's guards. Old Wen, I want the mastermind behind this matter to be punished. There should be many ways for that to happen, right? Xiao Yan's voice did not fluctuate, but Xiao Wen clearly heard the meaning. He's just a little Dou Emperor. Not to mention that his grandfather is just a little Dou Venerate. Even if it was a supreme elder, the young master can easily crush them. Xiao Wen smiled and said, the young master only needs to ask the punishment hall to send a saint to perform a time-space reversal. Everything can be revealed at that time. In addition, if you want to arrest someone, the punishment hall can further assist you. In that case, I'll trouble you, Elder Wen, to alert them for me. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. As the young master's guard, this is my job. Young master, wait a moment, I'll be back soon. Xiao Wen's figure moved and disappeared again. After Xiao Wen left, Xiao Yan strode forward and looked at the little girl whose arm had and squatted beside her gently. The girl's face was innocent and cute, but her big black eyes were filled with fear and uneasiness. Don't be afraid. Xiao Yan gently stroked the girl's head. A jade bottle appeared in his hand. He poured it gently, and a blood-red pill poured out. Just taking a sip of the fragrant medicine could make some injured tribesmen feel that their injuries were recovering. The 6th grade healing holy medicine, the blood, flesh and bones pill. This pill has the amazing effect of bringing the dead back to life and healing flesh and bones. It is said that as long as there is still a breath left for cultivators below the Dou Emperor realm, they can be resurrected. Keep in mind this doesn't mean resurrection as in bringing them back from the dead, but is referring to the ability to quickly heal them and therefore prevent them from dying. Child, eat it. Xiao Yan handed the blood-red pill to the girl's mouth. The girl swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Her black eyes gently looked in the direction of the old village chief. She finally swallowed the pill after the old village chief nodded at her with tears in his eyes. After a while, her whole body turned red, and the bandaged broken arm began to slowly wriggle. Brother, I feel so uncomfortable. She looked at Xiao Yan pitifully. Don't be afraid, brother will protect you. Xiao Yan showed a gentle smile on his face. He stroked her head and inputted the powerful Dou Qi brought by the green lion demon flame into her to assist her in refining the energy in the blood, flesh and bones pill for her. This energy is so huge that even a Dou Emperor cultivator can recover quickly from a serious injury, let alone a child who is not even a Dou Emperor. The blood-red energy continued to overflow from the girl's body, and finally turned into thin energy threads that wrapped her into a blood-red cocoon. Be good, sleep it off, everything will be fine. Xiao Yan's gentle voice was transmitted into the blood cocoon. With the medicinal power of the blood, flesh and bones pill, not only will she completely heal her injuries, but she will also gain a stronger foundation. The abundant energy that would remain would also accelerate her cultivation for the next few years. Standing up, Xiao Yan looked at a group of injured villagers again, and waved his hand to send many jade bottles to these people. These are all 5th grade healing pills. Thank you, young master Xiao Yan. The injured people saluted with gratitude, but Xiao Yan didn't say anything else. Obviously, they were innocent victims, but now they had to thank others for healing their injuries. Buzz. Invisible space fluctuations appeared before dispersing. Xiao Wen reappeared with an old man in a black robe in tow. The old man in black robe had a stern face, a faint murderous aura lingering around him, and an aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. Young master, this is the Light Punishment Saint, one of the 9 Saint Elders of the Punishment Hall. Xiao Wen extended his hand and introduced. Lord Light Punishment. Xiao Yan bowed slightly, but the old man in the black robe with a stern face hurriedly supported Xiao Yan back up. Haha, your highness, please don't embarrass me. I am just a 2-star Dou Saint. I am not qualified to be saluted by the imperial son. It is instead my honor to be able to help your highness, the imperial son. The so-called pressure and ruthlessness of those in high positions is relative. Although Xiao Yan is only a little Dou Emperor now, he was appointed as the imperial son by the ancestor at the Dou Sovereign stage. This implies that some aspects of this imperial son may be more outstanding than the previous 2 imperial sons, or that he is more valued by the ancestor. As an old monster who has lived for hundreds of years, the experienced Light Punishment Saint naturally understood. Thus, he did not dare to show any arrogance in front of Xiao Yan lest he leaves a bad impression. Lord Light Punishment, I hope you will be able to assist me in regards to this matter. Looking at the attitude of the Light Punishment Saint, Xiao Yan once again marveled at the power of identity and power. Of course, Your Highness, rest assured, our punishment hall has always been strict in its work. I will find evidence and get justice for these people. The light punishment saint smiled. He slowly stretched out his right hand. In the next moment, the light around him twisted strangely and began to move backwards. Heavenly rank Dou technique, time rewind. As a light attribute Dou Saint, the light punishment saint can already rewind time to some extent. Of course, this does not mean he can make any changes to the past, he can only rewind it so that he can see scenes from the past. The power of time is above that of space. Even a Dou Sovereign powerhouse cannot affect the past, and they too decay after countless years. The people of Spirit Grass Village have long been stunned. Everything in front of them has exceeded their cognition. Even Xiao Yu can't understand what is happening in front of him. The images being shown flowed backward rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it returned to last night. The cold moonlight from the black moon illuminated the simple buildings of Spirit Grass Village slightly. You could sometimes hear the insects' chirps echoing in this quiet village. Suddenly, two men silently appeared outside Spirit Grass Village. These two men should have been at the peak of Dou Emperor. They had dark attribute Dou Qi and appeared to be good in hiding. No one in the entire Spirit Grass Village noticed them. Their figures shuttled back and forth in the village like shadows, and from time to time, they scattered some white powder in every corner of the village. After doing this, the two left quickly. About half an hour later, the originally peaceful land was disturbed. After a while, thousands of white brocade rainbow cloud cattle ran over like a black cloud moving at high speed, all with red eyes. Then tragedy occurred. Many sleeping people had no time to react to this sudden chaos. Fortunately, several Dou King and above cultivators sensed the imminent danger, and with the quick help of these masters, most of the village was quickly evacuated. Even so, a few people still fell into danger. Even though the several Dou Kings tried their best to rescue them, a few people were still seriously injured, and two were even trampled to death. Although the white brocade rainbow cloud cattle was only a rank 3 magical beast, with thousands of them rushing in, even Dou Emperors did not dare to resist. Afterward, the entire village was trampled into ruins, and it became what it is now. Your Highness, I have collected all the evidence. We can now go and arrest those people. The time rewind ended. The light punishment saint collected the evidence into the ancient imaging stone he held before speaking. Chapter 15 Execution. Thank you, Elder Light Punishment. Xiao Yan nodded gently and said, I, Xiao Yan, will remember this favor. Haha, I only did as Your Highness the Imperial Son ordered. How could I dare I ask for any favors? The light punishment saint said no, but his always cold and arrogant old face smiled like a flower. People like him, who sit high up in the clouds, don't really care about the lives of a few people. The longer people live, the colder their hearts become. However, if Xiao Yan owes him a favor because of these people, he would greatly benefit. Elder Light Punishment, since the evidence is conclusive, you should be able to enforce the law with your status, right? Xiao Yan asked. Of course, Your Highness, we can go to the Shaolu lineage to enforce the law now. The light punishment saint smiled slightly and made a gesture inviting Xiao Yan to go with him. Then I'll trouble Elder Light Punishment to help me again. Xiao Yan showed a sneer on his face thinking of the Shaolu lineage, and the Dou Qi wings behind him shook as he flew towards the mountain of the Shaolu lineage. The Shaolu clan is adjacent to the Shaolin clan, with only the White Jade Mountain between them, but the clan lands they own is relatively far from each other. Fortunately, they had strong cultivation. After about 10 minutes, Xiao Yan arrived at the family mountain of the Shaolu clan. Xiao Zhan, come out here, Xiao Yan roared, the sound spread throughout as it was amplified by his Dou Qi. What happened? Many members of the Shaolu clan looked up. Although Xiao Zhan's reputation in their clan is not good, he is the grandson of a family elder after all, and his status is still quite high. This voice, it turned out to be that damn Xiao Yan. In a room, Xiao Zhan was stunned when he heard this voice, and then a hint of joy appeared on his face. I didn't expect this kid to be so impatient that he actually came over to smash my door. Thinking to himself, he flew out. In public, he was shouted at to come out, right in front of everyone from his lineage to boot. This is not just a simple personal grudge, this is a slap in the face of his Shaolu clan. Just this one shout offended everyone in the Shaolu lineage. Xiao Yan, what are you doing here? Looking at Xiao Yan, whose face was extremely gloomy in the sky, Xiao Zhan felt even happier. Did you send someone to harm Spirit Grass Village? Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Zhan calmly. This left the latter uneasy for some reason, but he immediately recovered his composure. What Spirit Grass Village? Are you talking about the village which that pair of cow and horse brothers come from? Xiao Zhan asked, deliberately pretending to be stupid, but a provocative smile appeared on his face. Hee. Looking at his provocative smile, Xiao Yan sneered and took out an imaging stone, pouring his Dou Qi into it. On the screen, the image of the two individuals pouring white powder and attracting the cattle to raise the village was displayed in front of Xiao Zhan. You should know who these two people are. Xiao Yan pointed at the two Dou emperors with dark attribute Dou Qi. At this time, many of Xiao Zhan's clansmen had already flown into the air to watch the show. Looking at everything that happened in the video, Xiao Zhan's face changed drastically at first, and then a mocking smile appeared on his face. These two people are covering their faces. How can I know them, young Master Xiao Yan? Although we have a bad relationship, you don't have to use this method to frame me and threaten me. Frame you? Xiao Yan glanced at Xiao Zhan. I think I should arrest you and send you to the punishment hall for a thorough trial to prove whether I framed you. After saying that, his figure flashed in front of Xiao Zhan like a ghost. You dare to do this in my clan's land? Xiao Zhan's face changed drastically, and he flapped his Dou Qi wings, wanting to run. At this time, a hand appeared beside Xiao Zhan and collided with Xiao Yan's hand. Bang! The two powerful forces collided, and Xiao Yan retreated more than 10 steps, while the figure retreated more than 20 steps, looking at Xiao Yan with a look of shock. A Dou emperor, fighting against a 3-star Dou ancestor, was actually able to have a slight advantage. Xiao Yan, even though you are a peerless genius from the Shaolin lineage, it is too arrogant for you to challenge the young master of our Shaolu lineage right in front of us, isn't it? The young man snorted coldly. He should be one of Xiao Zhan's clan brothers. None of your business, get out of here. Xiao Yan said coldly. You are arrogant. The young man was choked by Xiao Yan's attitude. Just as he was about to explode, an old voice sounded in everyone's ears, stop it. An old man in a purple robe appeared in front of the crowd at some point. Grandpa. Xiao Zhan's eyes lit up. He looked even more provocatively at Xiao Yan. Grandpa, this kid came to our lineage to make trouble because of a little personal grudge. He wants to hit me. That's like slapping you in the face. Useless thing, always causing trouble. The purple-robed old man glared at Xiao Zhan, then turned to look at Xiao Yan. Little guy, no matter what my grandson did to offend you, you have come to our lineage to cause trouble. This simply a slap to our faces. If you don't give me an explanation today, even if your grandfather is a Dou Saint, you will be taught a lesson. Explanation? Xiao Yan sneered, and the imaging stone in his hand projected the image again. Old man, you really have a way of teaching your grandson well. Since he can't take revenge on me, he vented his anger on a group of innocent people. Today, I am here to cause trouble, and I want to cripple this bastard in front of you Shaolu people. How dare you? Many young people of the Shaolu people were furious. The purple-robed old man's face became gloomy. An educated junior, no matter what your status or qualifications are, I will teach you how to respect your elders today. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure appeared strangely in front of Xiao Yan. His skinny hands that were like eagle claws were about to grab Xiao Yan. However, to his surprise, Xiao Yan was not panicked. There was even a hint of mockery in the depths of his eyes. The next moment, a shining palm stretched out from Xiao Yan's side. The two palms touched lightly, and the purple-robed old man's face instantly turned red. He retreated a full 100 feet before spitting out a mouthful of blood. Since when did a mere Dou Venerate dare to disrespect the imperial son of our clan? A cold voice resounded through the sky. The light punishment saint walked out of the space beside Xiao Yan, staring at the mountains below and said lightly, Xiaolu, the imperial son is front of you. Are you not going to greet him? Imperial son, Xiao Yan. Most of the young people in Xiaolu's lineage were confused, and even Xiao Zhan's face changed slightly. Only his grandfather, the purple-robed old man, had a drastic change of expression. As the voice of the light punishment saint spread, an old man also flew out from the mountain peaks under his feet. Xiaolu greets His Royal Highness the Imperial Son. Looking at Xiao Yan's young face, the old man's complex and respectful voice sounded. His Royal Highness, the Imperial Son. Hearing the few words that came out of the mouth of their lineage head, the clansmen of Shaolu's lineage had shock all over their faces. These days, there has been a rumor in the clan that the ancestor has appointed an imperial son, but this imperial son turned out to unexpectedly be a Dou emperor who was still wet behind the ears. After hearing this, Xiao Zhan's face suddenly turned pale. Master Xiao Lu, I want to deal with a few scum from your clan. Do you have any objections? Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Lu with a smile. I naturally have no objection to His Highness personally dealing with some scum from my lineage. Xiao Lu's face twitched slightly, but he didn't dare to say anything more. Even though Xiao Yan is still a Dou emperor, if the other two imperial sons who came to question him over his disrespect to the current imperial son who knows how long would have to kneel and kowtow. After all, those two had already reached 9-star Dou Saint a long time ago and were part of the peak powerhouses of the Xiao clan and even the Dou Qi Continent. In that case, elder light punishment, I'll trouble you to carry out the execution. Xiao Yan smiled slightly, but in Xiao Zhan's eyes, he was like a demon. Chapter 16 Sunset. I will follow your highness, orders, the light punishment saint smiled slightly. The next moment, 3 majestic Dou Qi light beams spurted from his fingertips, transforming into 3 indestructible light locks to tie up 3 figures. Swish, the 3 figures were pulled over directly, without even a little room for resistance. Among the 3, Xiao Zhan was the first to bear the brunt. The other 2 were naturally the 2 Dou Emperor cultivators who went to Spirit Grass Village that night. Although the 2 were very well hidden amongst the crowd, it was useless to hide yourself in front of a Dou Saint. Xiao Yan, spare my life, please spare me. Xiao Zhan's was on the brink of collapse. He had never expected that Xiao Yan was actually the 3rd imperial son of the Xiao clan and that even the Dou Saint level experts of the punishment hall obeyed him. Haha, if I spare you, who will get justice for those innocent people? Xiao Yan had a playful smile on his face. When you relied on your so-called power and background to wantonly destroy other people's lives, did you ever think that this day would come for you? After saying that, his expression returned to calm. He said with a hint of majesty, Xiao Zhan, relying on his background, has committed many evils, harmed the descendants of my Xiao clan, and destroyed the foundation of my Xiao clan. From today on, his Dou Qi cultivation will be abolished, and he will be demoted to a lesser descendant, never to be allowed to return to the family tree. After saying that, a stream of Dou Qi rushed from his hand and crashed into Xiao Zhan's dantian fiercely. Xiao Zhan's face turned pale, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura and breath gradually weakened. Seeing his grandson being crippled, Xiao Zhan's grandfather couldn't help but roar, Xiao Yan. How dare you? Who gave you the courage to yell at the imperial son? The light punishment saint snorted coldly. The purple-robed old man spat out another mouthful of blood. Old thing, do you think you can run away? Xiao Yan snorted coldly. You attacked the Xiao clan's imperial son, was disrespectful to me, and intended to shield a criminal. I sentence you to 100 years of reform in the demon suppression tower. The purple-robed old man's face showed anger and then fear. The average layman may ask, what is the demon suppression tower and how is it so terrifying that even high-level cultivators fear it? Those in the know, however, are aware that it is the prison of the Xiao clan. It is dark inside, there is a cold and evil aura there all year round. Even a Dou Venerate cultivator will lose a layer of skin if he stays there for 100 years. Your Highness, Xiao Zhan made a mistake. Naturally your Highness should punish him as you please, but isn't his grandfather's punishment too harsh? Xiao Lu asked cautiously. It doesn't matter if a useless Dou Emperor descendant dies, but the purple-robed old man is a 7-star Dou Venerate, he is considered a powerhouse with high status in their lineage. If you keep talking nonsense, Xiao Yan turned his head coldly and snapped, I will punish you too. Xiao Lu was stunned at first, and then his face turned pale and blue, with veins on his forehead exposed. Xiao Lu, do you want to rebel? The light punishment saint turned his head and glanced at Xiao Lu coldly. His voice was like ice thrown into the raging fire, which instantly cleared Xiao Lu's eyes. Fortunately, the group of juniors below did not hear the conversation between the two. He took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and calmed down. Looking at Xiao Lu's expression, Xiao Yan sneered. It wasn't that he had a bad temper, but he wanted to let the 2 half-saints as well as everyone else know his temper. Only people with temper can be respected by the people around them and have the qualifications to rule. Otherwise, no matter how noble his status is, he will be looked down upon over time. In the Earth's ancient times, all the capable emperors of the past dynasties had a cruel temper, were decisive in killing, and did not change their words. As for offending Xiao Lu, he did not care. An old man who cultivated for 500 years to become a saint, so what if he was offended? As long as he could become a Dou Saint as soon as possible, these people would only be in awe of him and dare not have the slightest hatred. Although you two are not the masterminds behind what happened, you are the ones responsible for disruption to people's lives and deaths. You are sentenced for the same crime as Xiao Zhan and receive the same punishment. If you want to blame someone, blame it on following the wrong master. Xiao Yan shot out 2 more streams of Dou Qi. The 2 Dou emperors behind Xiao Zhan immediately spat out blood, their aura dropped rapidly like a deflated ball. These 3 criminals were sentenced by this imperial son himself. After demoting these 3 people to the status of lesser descendants, if anyone dares to secretly help them, they will be my enemy. Xiao Yan glanced coldly at the young disciples of Xiao Lu's lineage. As Xiao Yan glanced at the masses below, these people's hearts trembled. They could only bring themselves to look at Xiao Zhan in pity and could not muster the slightest resistance. Losing power and background is fine, but now that his cultivation was crippled, one could imagine how miserable Xiao Zhan's future will be. Elder Light Punishment, the follow-up matters as your punishment hall's business. I will not get involved. I just hope that the punishment hall will strictly follow the clan law. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. Haha, Your Highness, rest assured, leave this matter to me. I will definitely follow the rules. The Light Punishment Saint nodded and smiled. In that case, thank you for your hard work. After Xiao Yan finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and flew back. After Xiao Yan flew away, the Light Punishment Saint's smiling face returned to its usual cold and calm expression. Brother Light Punishment, Xiao Lu on the side opened his mouth. No matter how many Dou Saints there are in the Xiao clan, it is good for there to be 100 to 200. With such a low number of Dou Saints, naturally the Dou Saints know each other. What is it? Do you want to plead for this Dou Venerate? The Light Punishment Saint turned his head. Even if we can't leave the Demon Suppression Tower, could you help them be a little more comfortable inside? Xiao Lu glanced at the purple-robed old man. Haha. The Light Punishment Saint sneered and said, Brother Xiao Lu, I really don't know how you have been cultivating for the past few hundred years. On account of our relationship, I will give you a piece of advice, do not to sacrifice yourself for a few useless juniors. If it were the other 2 princes who came here today, would you still dare to say these words? T.N. Princes here is referring to the other 2 imperial sons. After saying that, he grabbed with his right hand, and the 4 people, including the purple-robed old man, were caught without any resistance. He then disappeared into space with a wave of his hand. Xiao Lu stood there, his face changing for a while. It was unknown what he was thinking. Finally, he glanced at his descendants flying in the sky and said coldly, Tonight, all the elders with a cultivation level of Dou Venerate or above will hold a meeting to strictly enforce the family rules. Xiao Yan on the other side had returned to the ruins of Spirit Grass Village. He glanced at the old village chief whose hair was thinning and said, Old sir, everything has been resolved. Xiao Zhan and the 2 people who were responsible it had their Dou Qi abolished and were demoted to lesser descendants. I did not execute him but crippled him so that he can personally experience the pain of those he oppressed. Without Dou Qi in background, his end will be even more miserable. Thank you, sir. The old village chief stood up and bowed to Xiao Yan. His address to Xiao Yan had inadvertently changed from young master to sir. Behind him, the group of descendants also bowed. It was me who caused the trouble for you, yet you want you to thank me. I do not deserve this. Xiao Yan smiled and helped the villagers up. It was hard to tell whether he was laughing at himself or at the world. This is to help you in rebuilding the village. Next, I will buy this basin. Under my name, no one dares to mess with me. He waved his hand and a jade bottle fell into the hands of each villager. These jade bottles were full of 4th-grade elixirs. This is a great fortune for the many ordinary villagers. Thank you, sir. The villagers clasped their fists and bowed again. In response, Xiao Yan just smiled slightly and left with his Dou Qi wings flapping. Xiao Yanzi, when did you become the imperial son? How come I don't know? Xiao Yu asked curiously. I guess you're Bigfoot. Xiao Yu rolled her eyes. Xiao Yan didn't say anything else but looked at the sky while flying. The sky gradually dimmed, but it was a pity that the dull pure lotus demon flame could not create a romantic sunset. Perhaps, he was too busy standing guard to think about these things. Xiao Yan felt that it was now time to walk out of the Xiao realm and take a look at the sunset of the Dou Qi Continent. Chapter 17. How can I live without you? Are you sure you're leaving tomorrow? Yes. Very good. The young eagle has grown up, it's time to go out and travel. Xiao Lin looked at Xiao Yan with a smile. Since I'm going outside, Grandpa, are you going to give me my pocket early this time? Xiao Yan blinked his eyes, looking innocent. Bastard, I knew you would say that. Tell me, what do you still lack now? In terms of resources, you, the imperial son, can mobilize much more than me, a little Dou Saint. Xiao Lin glared. Hee. Xiao Yan thought about it and realized he didn't really need anything. He didn't lack cultivation methods or Dou technique, he could also take any natural treasures from the clan's treasury as he pleased. To be honest, what he lacked most right now was a heavenly flame, but he hadn't practiced the flame mantra yet, so even if he swallowed a heavenly flame, it wouldn't bring him much benefit. Thus, his first stop for this outing of his was the Falling Star Pavilion. However, despite not needing any resources right now, it's not like he wasn't going to take him. After all, what he loved doing most was freeloading. This is part of my collection before I became a saint. The resources inside should be enough for you to use for a while. Looking at Xiao Yan's still slightly childish face, Xiao Lin finally threw 2 storage rings to Xiao Yan. The red one is the compensation and my apology to the Nalan clan, and the black one is prepared for you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan immediately used his soul power to probe into the ring. In the black ring, there were over a dozen D-class techniques and Dou technique, most of which were intermediate and advanced. In addition, there were several 8th-grade elixirs and many natural treasures. The red ring had relatively less, but it still contained 3 D-class Dou technique and a bunch of 5th and 6th-grade elixirs. In terms of value, it should be equivalent to the net worth of a Dou ancestor. It's enough, Xiao Yan grinned. Although he already had a lot of good things in his possession, who would complain about having too many treasures? Damn brat, go see your parents quickly. You're leaving tomorrow, so spend some time with them. Xiao Lin smiled and kicked Xiao Yan. Okay. Xiao Yan took the 2 storage rings, ran out Xiao Lin's room with a smile, and went to his parents' room. Dad, Mom. Xiao Yan strode into the room and saw his mother, Xiao Xuan, crying in his father Xiao Zan's arms. Yunur, you will leave tomorrow. These are some gifts and things you will need on the road that I prepared for you. Xiao Xuan handed Xiao Yan a storage ring with red eyes. Xiao Yan used his soul power to explore it. Wow, it contained even more than what Grandpa Xiao Lin had given, especially the elixirs and medicinal materials. There was enough to fund a small sect outside. Being the daughter of the elder of the Yao clan and a quasi-8th-grade alchemist, Xiao Xuan naturally had a lot of elixirs and treasures she could give him. Mother's love has always been great, but what about father's love? Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Zan on the side. Why are you looking at me? Your father doesn't have anything valuable on him. All my income is used to support this family. Xiao Zan waved his hand, trying to shoo away this leech. Tisk. Xiao Yan curled his lips. The family chatted until late at night. The next morning, Xiao Yan went to the homes of the elders again. Elders, I'm leaving today. Okay, go out and have a good time. I'm leaving. I know, I'll see you off. I'm leaving. Quote ? So, aren't you forgetting my token of appreciation? Xiao Yan stretched out his open hand. First elder, third elder, I'm leaving, I'm here to say goodbye to you. Good boy, this is my gift. The third elder threw a storage ring over. Is your token of appreciation just this? Third elder. Fifth elder, I'm leaving, and I'm here to say goodbye to you. Go and gain some experience. Aren't you forgetting my token of appreciation? What token of appreciation? I don't have any money, I only have this old life of mine. How dare you? This imperial son will lock you up in the demon suppression tower. The Xiao world is vast and boundless, with an area that is almost larger than any empire on the continent. There are formations on the border of the Xiao realm. Everyone below Dou Saint can only enter and exit the Xiao world through the boundary gate. The boundary gate is located in a mountain in the northeast. It is hundreds of feet high. It looks like a mysterious black hole. Sometimes, members of the Xiao clan can be seen coming in and going out. At the feet of the black hole, there are 2 peak Dou Venerate experts stationed with a part of the army guarding the gate, highlighting the importance of this place to the Xiao clan. Today, the boundary gate is quite lively. This is because of Xiao Yan's departure. Almost all the people with status in Shaolin's lineage have come, including a Dou Saint, nearly 10 Dou Venerates, hundreds of Dou Ancestor, and many juniors, forming a spectacular scene. Many clansmen who come in and out of the black hole see this scene and wonder which young master is going out. Will we meet again, Brother Yan? I hope you are healthy and well when we meet again. Xiao Ning looked at Xiao Yan with tears in his eyes. Get out, it's scary seeing you like this. Xiao Yan pushed Xiao Ning away. You have to stay healthy and well, you have to, Brother Yan. If you do this again, I will beat you. Xiao Yan stood there shooing his minions away. His group of minions were looking at him with tears in their eyes. Don't worry. Xiao Yan pressed his hands in the air, the 10 rings on his fingers were shining in reflecting light. Not far away, several elders looked at this scene and felt that the light was extremely dazzling. When I settle down in the Northwest continent, I will come back and pick you guys up. At that time, I will take you to create a world for ourselves in the Northwest continent. Xiao Yan brainwashed educated his younger brothers a little more. Young master, we should go. Xiao Wen reminded him gently. Got it. Xiao Yan nodded slightly and said goodbye to his family and friends. Take care, everyone, see you later. After saying that, he followed Xiao Wen and Xiao Wu into the boundary gate. Brother Yan, how can we live without you? A group of younger brothers cried heartbreakingly. This young eagle is finally taking off. When it returns it will be strong enough to dominate the heavens. Looking at Xiao Yan's disappearing figure, Shaolin's lips curled into a smile. As night fell, the nihility devouring flame still stood guard, his eyes without any desire to live whatsoever. In the back mountain, which was slightly illuminated by his black flame, several figures gathered. Finally, he left. He finally left. We can start our plan now. The black moonlight illuminated the old faces of the elders, revealing strange and evil smiles that bloomed like sunflowers under the moonlight. Over the years, us old guys have been scammed and tossed around by this brat. Xiao Yan is some cunning brat. Most of the children in the clan have been led astray by him. Now that he is gone, these kids are leaderless and no one can take the blame for them. It's a good time to start dishing out some discipline. The sinister voice of the third elder rang. As the saying goes, it's hardest to guard against thieves in your own home. Over the years, under the leadership of Xiao Yan, us old guys have had our treasures and loved things plucked clean off our bodies. Even the heavenly treasure Holy Lotus that I used to refine medicine was eaten by them. The hateful voice of the fifth elder sounded. Many of my gold scale dragon fish were also electrocuted to death by that brat Xiao Li. In my rank 5 magical beast pet, the Meow sheep, it was so cute, but it was roasted by these brats. Everyone was talking about how they had been scammed and screwed over, all of them complaining about their experiences of being harmed by their unfilial descendants over the years. But now we have a good chance. Since Xiao Yan is gone, we have plenty of ways to deal with them. Someone said this, and under the black moon, the smiles on the faces of several family elders became more and more terrifying. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Chapter 18 Becoming Yao Chen's Disciple. The space was slightly turbulent. Standing above the ancient city that had remained unchanged for thousands of years outside the Xiao realm, a young man in black walked out of the black hole, followed by 2 old men. Xiao Yan took a deep breath, feeling this world that was completely different from the Xiao realm. Here, it was a truly perfect world. This was the Dou Qi Continent. This was a world that belonged to Dou Qi. There was no fancy magic, only Dou Qi that had grown to its peak. In the ancient city, people could be seen coming and going. As a transportation hub for the Xiao clan to connect with the outside world, Zan's sacred city was very prosperous. On the street market, you could see powerhouse from other ancient clans or people from many powerful forces coming to trade. However, no matter how prosperous this place was, it couldn't move Xiao Yan's heart. He looked into the distance and asked the 2 elders beside him, "Do you know the location of the Falling Star Pavilion?" Falling Star Pavilion. The 2 half-saints looked at each other and laughed. The Falling Star Pavilion is very famous in Central Plains. After all, it is the leader among the 4 pavilions. The master of the Falling Star Pavilion holds the title of the strongest alchemist on the continent. This is also of course not considering his strength as a Dou Venerate. It can be said that no one can suppress him besides grade 9 alchemists. But as 2 have never been there. Grade 9 alchemists are at least in the Dou Saint realm. What should I do? Xiao Yan frowned slightly. Half-saints can open up spatial channels and even create wormholes to travel far distances, but this is only based on the caveat that you know the destination of where you want to go. Young master, don't worry. Although the location of the Falling Star Pavilion is secret, there are many masters in Zan Sacred City. If you want to know, just ask around, Old Wen smiled. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. After a moment, the three found what they wanted, tore a hole in space and stepped in. Who was that young man? Someone exclaimed. His guards can tear space, they must at least be Dou Venerates. Maybe he is the son of a certain ancient clan, or he might even be from the Xiao clan. Most people who come to Zan Sacred City are not weak, nor do they have a weak background, but it is still quite rare to see a young man with guards that are at least Dou Venerates. If they knew that the two guardians beside Xiao Yan were half-saints, who knew what they would think? The Falling Star Pavilion is located in the Heavenly Star Mountain Ranges. This mountain range is quite strange. There is no real way to enter it, you must at least be a Dou Venerate to make your way in, otherwise you would be trapped outside. The Falling Star Pavilion is the most low-key among the 4 pavilions in the Central Plains, but few people dare to provoke it because the Falling Star Pavilion has a very famous alchemist, Medicine Venerable, Yao Chen. T.N. If it's not clear enough from the similar-sounding names, Venerable equals Venerate. This alchemist is not only a peak Dou Venerate powerhouse, but he also has excellent alchemy skills, with there being a tendency of the other alchemists in the Dou Qi Continent tacitly admitting he is the strongest amongst them. Crack. The originally peaceful space of the Heavenly Star Mountain Ranges was broken today as the two half-saint, Xiao Wen and Xiao Wu walked out of the spatial channel with Xiao Yan. Is this the Falling Star Pavilion? Xiao Yan's eyes swept across the forest and mountains. I am Xiao Yan of the Xiao clan, I have come to the Falling Star Pavilion to visit the esteemed Medicine Venerable. I hope that Medicine Venerable will come out to see me. Xiao Yan urged his Dou Qi, causing his voice to resound throughout the Heavenly Star Mountain Ranges. After a moment, the space fluctuated, and a young man walked out. The young man had a handsome face, wearing a brocade robe with a medicine cauldron embroidered on it, with 7 ripples in the shape of the moon. He was a 7th-grade alchemist. I am Han Feng, a direct disciple of Medicine Venerable. May I ask what the young master from the Xiao clan would like to see my master for? The young man looked quite polite. The Xiao clan is the strongest on the continent. The members of the Xiao clan who come to visit the Falling Star Pavilion are treated with extreme respect and caution. As for the noble identity of Xiao Yan being the imperial son, that has not been made public in the Dou Qi Continent. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. According to the plot, Han Feng, a disciple of Medicine Venerable turned villain, is not a good guy. You are not qualified to talk to me. Ask your teacher to come out. I have something important to discuss with him, Xiao Yan sneered. He had been naughty and mannerless since he was young. He wanted to find fault as soon as he heard Han Feng's name. Han Feng's originally polite expression suddenly froze. He said coldly, although you are a member of the Xiao clan, that still does not give you the qualification to be rude in my Falling Star Pavilion. If it weren't for the fact that you are a member of the Xiao clan, how could a small Dou emperor be received by our sect? How dare you? Who do you think you are barking about here? How dare you talk to my young master like that? Xiao Wu beside Xiao Yan snorted coldly, his snort made the space turbulent. Xiao Wen is knowledgeable and wise, whilst Xiao Wu is irritable and good at fighting. Puff. Han Feng was directly injured by the powerful momentum, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Xiao Wu didn't care at all, his half-saint cultivation was fully revealed. Medicine Venerable, the genius of our clan is visiting personally, but you still don't come out to see him. Is it possible that the genius of our Xiao clan is not worthy of a Dou Venerate? His voice was amplified and powered by his powerful Dou Qi. The great falling star formation that was difficult for a Dou Venerate to break was actually broken by his roar, revealing the star realm inside. A half-saint was terrifying. Although the cultivation of a half-saint has some status in the Xiao clan, they dare not be too arrogant. Now that he has finally come out, the hot-tempered Xiao Wu naturally wanted to flex his muscles. As part of the great falling star formation was broken, 2 figures finally flew out of it. These were 2 old men. They looked old, but their spirit was very full. They are the 2 heads of the great falling star pavilion, Medicine Venerable Yao Chen and Wind Venerable Feng Xian. 2 Xiao clan saints, since you are here to visit, why did you hurt my disciple? Yao Chen stepped forward and looked at Xiao Wen and Xiao Wu beside Xiao Yan with a serious expression. With his strength at the peak of Dou Venerate, he could naturally see the strength of these two people. Half-saint, in Dou Qi Continent, can barely be ranked amongst the pinnacle experts. Of course, what surprised him even more was the black-clothed boy behind the two men. The boy was only about 15 or 16, but he already had a cultivation at the peak of Dou Emperor, and what's more, the two half-saints were surrounding him as if they were his guards. In that case, how high is the status of this boy in the Xiao clan? Don't talk nonsense, this young master wants to see you, yet you dare to drag your feet. Do you not take our Xiao clan seriously? Xiao Wu sneered. Uncle Wu, be polite to Mr. Yao. Xiao Yan blocked the hot-tempered Xiao Wu, looked at Mr. Yao respectfully, and said, Mr. Yao, I am Xiao Yan. I have long heard of your great name, and I am here to learn from you. Learn from me? Yao Chen was slightly stunned, shook his head, and said, as the Xiao clan's genius you should know that your Xiao clan has many Dou Saints and Dou Venerates. Why would you come learn alchemy from me? What can I teach you compared to them? Mr. Yao's alchemy skills are superb and you can be called the best alchemist on the continent. It is my honor to learn from you. Xiao Yan replied with a smile. Haha, although this Yao's alchemy skills are good, there are people who are better than me on the Dou Qi Continent. Compared to your family background, it shouldn't be difficult to find a 9th grade alchemist as a teacher. Yao Chen glanced at the two half-saints behind Xiao Yan. He could barely touch the peak of the continent with his current abilities in cultivation, but it was the first time he saw a young master with two half-saints that were stronger than him, with higher status and position in the cultivation hierarchy than him, yet they were willing to serve her as protectors. Maybe, but there is one thing here that no other alchemist can teach me. Xiao Yan looked at Yao Chen and said with a smile, that is the flame mantra. Upon hearing this, Yao Chen's originally calm expression changed instantly. Chapter 19 Cultivating the Teacher into a Dou Saint. Hehe, my friend, I don't think I've heard of this flame mantra you're talking about. Facing Xiao Yan's question, Yao Chen quickly recovered his composure, pretending that he hadn't heard of it. Ha, you're pretending quite well. Xiao Yan looked at Yao Chen with a playful expression and then at Han Feng, who also appeared upset. You can hide it, but your disciple can't. The flame mantra is a mysterious technique that can evolve by swallowing heavenly flames. Initially, it's only a low-level Huang class technique, but as it swallows heavenly flame, it continues to evolve until it becomes a Tian class technique. Xiao Yan smiled at Yao Chen, whose expression changed again, and asked, am I right? How do you know so much? Yao Chen's expression changed again. Haha, there are countless people in my clan who possess great magical powers. Is it difficult to know this? Xiao Yan sneered and stated, I also know that your disciple Han Feng has coveted the flame mantra in your possession for a long time. Because you have always refused to teach him the flame mantra, he has secretly developed a resentment towards you. If you ever enter a weakened state, he will turn into a poisonous snake and bite you, his master. This is nonsense. Han Feng roared, his face flushed. Teacher treats me like his own son, and I treat teacher like my father. How could I have such an idea? Haha. Xiao Yan didn't care about Han Feng's outburst. Instead, he turned to look at Yao Chen and said, Old man, today I ask you one question, are you going to accept this disciple or not? If not, hey. Xiao Yan showed a sly smile, and the two half-saints behind him burst out with a terrifying momentum simultaneously, which made Yao Chen's face grow solemn. As for Han Feng beside him, he was pale at that moment. Although Xiao Yan couldn't do something like transferring his anger to a group of weaklings that were part of the sect, he would still do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. In both his past life and this life, people only care about how powerful you are now and what impact it will have on them, never about where your power comes from. Even if they care, they can't change anything. The essence of the world is the law of the jungle. Just like in the Xiao clan, those lesser descendants are weak, therefore they can only take Xiao Zhan's attacks and cannot retaliate. And because Xiao Zhan is weak, he was easily crippled without consequence by Xiao Yan. Similarly, the falling star pavilion is weak, so there is only one way, which is to hand over the flame mantra. The only difference is whether it is done without anyone getting hurt or not. If one day Xiao Yan meets someone stronger than himself, he will only be controlled by the other party. Xiao Yan has long been aware of this. Alas, in the sky, Yao Chen looked at Han Feng with complicated eyes, then looked at Xiao Yan and said, it's not that I don't want to teach the flame mantra, it's just that practicing this technique is too dangerous. Every time the flame mantra evolves, it has to devour heavenly flame. One heavenly flame is enough to kill a person, and I don't know how many times the flame mantra will have to devour heavenly flame to evolve to the Tien class. Every evolution is dancing on the line between life and death. Although I don't know how noble your status in the Xiao clan is, the fact that you have 2 half-saints as protectors is enough to show how powerful your background is. I believe that with the strength of the Xiao clan, it is not difficult to get a few heavenly rank techniques suitable for you. Why do you want to practice a dangerous technique that no one has ever tried? Because only by practicing the flame mantra can I obtain the inheritance of a Dou Sovereign. Xiao Yan complained slightly in his heart, but a different expression appeared on his face. Danger. What kind of danger can it be? When I devour some low-level heavenly flame, I can have a half-saint to protect me. When I become stronger in the future, I can devour some high-level heavenly flame and have a Dou Saint to protect me. Tell me, what is the danger? What is fucking danger? Yao Chen, Feng Xian, Han Feng. Looking at Xiao Yan's confident and handsome face, Yao Chen finally agreed to Xiao Yan after a helpless sigh. In the Falling Star realm, the atmosphere is peaceful and calm. This is a small world built by the Falling Star Pavilion. Although it is not worth mentioning compared to the huge Xiao realm, it is roughly the size of a city, and it is not a problem to accommodate more than 100,000 people. In a pavilion somewhere in the center of the Star Realm, Xiao Yan sat on a chair and looked at the sky above the Star Realm whilst feeling bored. With your talent, you are more than qualified to be my disciple, but if you want me to teach you alchemy, I still need to see your alchemy talent. Yao Chen looked at Xiao Yan, who was sitting there like an old grandfather observing the skies. A trace of helplessness appeared on his face. He did not know if letting this ancestor come to Falling Star Pavilion was right or wrong. Alchemy talent, no problem. Xiao Yan glanced at Yao Chen and said with a smile, "Teacher, do you want me to refine a few elixirs?" "Just watch me refine it." Yao Chen looked at Xiao Yan's indifferent expression and a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in his heart. The most taboo thing in alchemy is to be casual. If you can't be focused and serious, then even if you have good talent, it will be difficult to achieve anything in alchemy. "Hey, then I'll show you how it's done." Xiao Yan smiled and stood up immediately. His face lost its frivolity and became serious. He waved his hand and a medicine cauldron appeared in the open space outside the pavilion. Although this medicine cauldron was not equal to those cauldrons on the heavenly cauldron ranking, Yao Chen could tell at a glance that it should have no problem refining an 8th grade elixir. Xiao Yan flicked his finger and a wisp of green flame entered the medicine cauldron. Boom! The next moment, under the urging of Xiao Yan's Dou Qi, the green flame filled the entire medicine cauldron. Whoosh! Xiao Yan waved his hand, and a yellowish-brown magic core, a pitch-black herb and a green herb were suspended in the medicine cauldron. The magic core of the earth attributed dragon-type monster, the 100-year-old black Ganoderma lucidum, and the green heart grass. He's refining the 5th grade elixir, the earth dragon pill. Yao Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiao Yan with a serious expression. If this pill is successfully refined, it means that this boy is a 5th grade alchemist. A 5th grade alchemist at the age of 15, this talent is simply terrifying. The green beast flame roared out, wrapped up all the medicinal materials, and then turned into green fireballs and refined them at the same time. This soul power. Yao Chen's face changed again. The soul power of the boy in front of him is comparable to that of an ordinary 7th grade alchemist. 15 years old, 9-star Dou Emperor, the soul power of a 7th grade alchemist, and mastery of a high-level beast flame. Yao Chen's eyes, which were originally calm, became intense. With this boy's talent, as long as he is trained by me for a year, he can definitely become a 7th grade alchemist. A 16-year-old 7th grade alchemist. Thinking of this, even with Yao Chen's experience over the years and the numerous geniuses he had observed, he couldn't help but admit this was the most talented one. Such a heaven-defying talent, no wonder he is valued by an ancient clan like the Xiao clan. He naturally didn't know that the real reason Xiao Yan was valued was because of Xiao Zhan, but such a terrifying talent alone was enough to make him excited. After a day and a night, a yellowish-brown pill the size of a longan finally slowly took shape in the medicine cauldron. Congeal. Xiao Yan's hand burst out with suction, drawing the yellowish-brown pill with a strong medicinal fragrance and wrapping it with his Dou Qi. "Teacher, what do you think of my alchemy?" Xiao Yan handed the earth dragon pill to Yao Chen. Good, good. Yao Chen knew that the quality of the pill was good at a glance. He looked at Xiao Yan as if he were looking at a beautiful woman who had just come out of the bath. My dear disciple, your talent has satisfied your old master. Do you have any requirements for me? When he spoke, his old face smiled like a blooming flower. I don't have any requirements, I just hope that you can become a Dou Saint as soon as possible, and then become a 9th grade alchemist. Xiao Yan smiled at Yao Chen's confused eyes and said, if you don't become a Dou Saint, I will be embarrassed to say your name when I go out in the future. Chapter 20 Flame Mantra. Recently, several important figures in Falling Star Pavilion have fallen into a strange state. Pavilion head Yao Chen recently accepted a new disciple. This disciple is rumored to be a descendant of a great clan and seems to be very powerful. After accepting this disciple, the pavilion head went into seclusion and was seldom seen. It is said that some people occasionally see the pavilion head in some hidden mountains and forests. It is rumored that he now has disheveled hair and often mutters words such as, Dou Saint, and, 9th rank. Some people say that the pavilion head is about to break through, while others say that the pavilion head probably went crazy while refining medicine. In addition to the pavilion head, the mental state of the eldest disciple, Han Feng, is not very good recently. Sometimes he's been found walking around with a bruised face. He is also more anxious and stutters when he speaks. The only person in a relatively good state is the deputy pavilion head, Feng Xian. This person has been leisurely playing everywhere every day recently, drinking tea, petting his magical beasts and who knows what other entertainment activity he had going on. He was found to be in such a good mood that when he found a disciple he likes, he would provide some pointers. As a gift for becoming Yao Chen's disciple and his appreciation for him freely handing over the flame mantra, Xiao Yan gave Yao Chen and Feng Xian a set of low-level Tien class fire attribute cultivation method and Dou technique and a high-level D class wind attribute cultivation method and Dou technique. Yao Chen, who had received the higher-level techniques, chose to enter seclusion after being stimulated by Xiao Yan's words, vowing not to leave Falling Star Pavilion until he reached Dou Saint, while Feng Xian happily accepted the resources and went about his day. High-level D-class cultivation methods and Dou technique are valuable for Dou Venerates. Although he also has a few of his own, how can he not be happy to get a set of high-level D-class techniques for free? After all, freeloading is the source of human happiness. As for Han Feng, his mental state collapsed for a time. When he saw that Yao Chen and Feng Xian both obtained such great gifts, Han Feng quietly went to Xiao Yan that night to ask if he had a gift for himself. However, what he got in return was a beating from Xiao Yan. Although Xiao Yan was only a 9-star Dou Emperor, his skills and fighting techniques far surpassed Han Feng. Even his physical body was stronger as it was comparable in fighting prowess to that of a Dou ancestor. With the two half-saints watching him closely, Han Feng was beaten black and blue without the slightest ability to resist. Brother, when you die, can you leave your ocean heart flame to me? Seeing Xiao Yan say these words with an innocent face, Han Feng felt a chill. Especially the grumpy old man behind him, who seemed to be sharpening his knife and ready to kill him. Being targeted by a half-saint, Han Feng was in a state of fear almost every day. His spirit became more and more haggard. On a mountaintop in the Falling Star Pavilion, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged. The space around him had been sealed by the power of the two saints Wen and Wu. Even a Dou Venerate cultivator would not be able to break into this place and disturb him. If he broke in, he would be greeted by the fist of a half-saint powerhouse. Hua. Xiao Yan took a deep breath to calm himself down. He then took out a black scroll. This thing was the flame mantra that Han Feng had dreamed of. Young master, do you really want to give up the high-level D-class cultivation method and practice this low-level Huang class technique? Xiao Wen on the side couldn't help but ask. It's common knowledge that the quality of Dou Qi will be improved when switching from a low-level technique to a high-level technique. Although there will be a short period of weakness when doing so, you would usually recover after a few days. However, switching from a high-level technique to a low-level technique will not only reduce the quality of Dou Qi but it may even cause the loss of stars or cultivation. This phenomenon is commonly known as scattering one's power. Yes, Xiao Yan nodded. Switching from a high-level D-class technique to a low-level yellow raid technique, the quality of his Dou Qi will indeed drop sharply, even his cultivation will drop significantly. However, compared with the strange ability to devour heavenly flames to improve his strength and the inheritance of Dou Sovereign, what does this short-term weakness count for? With the protection of the two saints Wen and Wu, him being a Dou king or a Dou emperor would not make that big of a difference. At most it'll take him a few months to recultivate back to the peak of Dou emperor, but it won't be like he will be in danger. Seeing Xiao Yan's firm choice, the two half-saints stopped dissuading him. After a period of getting along, they naturally knew that this imperial son was not stupid, instead, he was quite cunning. Since he was willing to practice this low-level Huang class technique, he must have his own ideas. If they were to ask about it, it would be overstepping their places as protectors. After adjusting his mindset, Xiao Yan opened the scroll and tapped the words on it. The next moment, a stream of information flowed into his mind through his soul power. After carefully memorizing the formula and meridian pathways that he had visualized in his mind, Xiao Yan closed his eyes. The next moment, his body surface lit up with a deep red light. This was the Dou Qi in his body, cultivated by the advanced D-class technique, the 8 desolate flames. It was extremely strong and yang-orientated, it was extremely powerful. However, the next moment, this Dou Qi moved in another direction under the guidance of Xiao Yan's soul. This was a brand new meridian route. As soon as he started doing this, Xiao Yan's original Dou Qi issued waves of protests. Fortunately, as the Dou Qi was cultivated by Xiao Yan with great effort, although there was some struggle, they still obeyed Xiao Yan's will obediently. The majestic Dou Qi was quickly guided by his powerful will to enter a brand new route that had not yet been opened. Not long after, Xiao Yan felt a little pain in his meridians. However, his body had been soaked in natural treasures since childhood, and he had cultivated the crimson flame demon body. It was extremely tough, so he was not afraid of this little pain. Soon, the deep red Dou Qi went to another side in Xiao Yan's body according to the meridian map of the flame mantra. When the route was completely completed, Xiao Yan's forehead was already slightly sweaty. When all the Dou Qi had circulated and returned to his Dou Qi cyclone, Xiao Yan clearly felt that the Dou Qi had become weaker, and even its color had dimmed a little. Continue. Xiao Yan calmed his mind slightly, he then guided the Dou Qi to continue along the route of the flame mantra. Every time it was circulated, a lot of Dou Qi would be lost and Xiao Yan's aura would also weaken. After 9 times, the deep red Dou Qi had turned dark red, and Xiao Yan's breath paused, then quickly declined, he suddenly fell to 8-star Dou Emperor. A sense of weakness came from his body, as if he had experienced a great battle. Continue. Xiao Yan gritted his teeth. After another 9 times, the dark red Dou Qi turned red, and Xiao Yan's breath decreased again, dropping another star. Every time it was circulated 9 times, the color would become lighter by 1 shade, and Xiao Yan's aura would also decrease by 1 star. When he circulated it after 81 times, Xiao Yan's aura had dropped to Dou Emperor 1 star, and the Dou Qi in his body had turned into an extremely weak light yellow. On the top of the mountain, Xiao Yan lay on a large rock with a pale face. His face was pale, his eyes were sunken, and his body had become thinner. Sweat dripped down his forehead. I feel so weak, my body feels hollowed out. Xiao Yan's left hand trembled as he took out pills to replenish his Dou Qi and physical strength from his ring and put them into his mouth. 6 flavors Earth Emperor pills, and Golden Cyclone replenishing Qi pills. After taking 4 or 5 pills, his face regained a trace of color. I've dropped to 1-star Dou Emperor. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. It would not be a big deal if he just dropped a few stars, but sensing his new low-level Huang class Dou Qi, he felt it was completely different from before. If before he was a vigorous and energetic man being squeezed dry, he had now suddenly become weak and old. The gap in strength also made him a little uncomfortable. If I were to not include my Dou technique in my physical body and just fight with my Dou Qi, I don't think I would be able to beat even a peak Dou King. With a helpless sigh, a green flame rose in Xiao Yan's hand. Although my green lion flame is not a heavenly flame, it can be regarded as a top-level beast flame. After swallowing it, it shouldn't be a problem for my skills to evolve to advanced Huang class. But before that, I need to rest for a while. I'm sweating just walking. Xiao Yan wiped the sweat off his head. Chapter 21 Devouring the Green Lion Flame. Time passed. Half an hour later, Xiao Yan slowly sat up. No, I am still weak. Sensing his strength which was far from comparable to what it was before, Xiao Yan sighed helplessly. But, after I swallow this green lion demon flame, this technique will be able to evolve a little bit. Thinking to himself, Xiao Yan summoned the medicine cauldron again. With a flick of his finger, the green flame rose once more. Xiao Yan made a move, sending many medicinal materials out of his ring and into the medicine cauldron. A magic core is missing. Xiao Yan threw in a white magic core. The blazing green flame began to frantically refine the herbs. Half an hour later, when the pill was about to take shape, a bang sound came from the medicine cauldron. Am I so weak now that I don't have the strength to refine a grade 4 pill? Xiao Yan wiped the sweat from his head. Due to the significant reduction in the quality and quantity of his Dou Qi, Xiao Yan's control of Dou Qi was not as smooth as before. Fortunately, this is only a 4th grade elixir. Xiao Yan took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and then circulated his Dou Qi several times according to the cultivation method. He made sure that his control over Dou Qi had almost recovered before he raised the flame again. The 4th grade ice-attributed demon beast core, evergreen flowers etc. were quickly purified under the scorching of the green lion demon flame. Some became powder, and some became crystal clear liquid. The demon beast core in the center was also burned into a ball of ice-attributed energy. It was time to proceed to the last step. Xiao Yan was prepared. He took the purified forms of the medicinal ingredients he put in earlier, and then integrated them into the ice-attributed energy ball in the center in a fixed order. The colorful materials mixed and fused. Soon the originally crystal clear ice-attributed energy turned into a ball of paste. As the flames slowly burned, the paste was soon refined into a crystal white fist-sized mass. The next step was to condense the pill. Xiao Yan was motionless. He was concentrated on using his powerful soul power to control the Dou Qi in his body. The green flame continued to rise and burn in the medicine cauldron, before finally turning into a lion's head, wrapping the prototype of the pill in its mouth. After about half an hour, Xiao Yan's eyes flashed, the lion's head condensed by the green flame suddenly shrank, wrapping the pill tightly. A moment later, a crystal white pill appeared in the medicine cauldron. The 4th grade pill, Ice Heart Vein Pill. This is a necessary pill for when refining heavenly flames and beast flames. After refining the pill, Xiao Yan couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. If it were in the past, he would not feel so tired even if he refined 10 Ice Heart Vein pills in one go, but now with lower cultivation and weaker Dou Qi, one pill is enough to tire him out. I have to swallow this beast flame quickly. Xiao Yan poured out another 6-flavor Earth Emperor pill and ate it. He meditated and rested for half an hour to ensure he had recovered. Next, it's time to swallow the beast flame. Xiao Yan's eyes showed a hint of expectation. He went to great lengths to worship Yao Chen as his master to practice this technique, and he didn't hesitate to lose cultivation and become vulnerable. Wasn't it for this moment? As long as he could successfully devour the beast flame, he can start his journey of devouring heavenly flames, making everything worth it. If he could obtain the inheritance of the Tuo Shi ancient god, everything would have worked out perfectly. Gulp. Xiao Yan swallowed the Ice Heart Vein pill into his mouth. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, it turned into a snow-white liquid and flowed down Xiao Yan's throat. The feeling was like drinking a glass of cold beer on a hot summer day. It made Xiao Yan shudder all over. Hu. Xiao Yan exhaled a breath of cold air. A thin layer of crystals formed on the surface of the meridians in his body. The next step was to devour the green lion demon flame. Xiao Yan closed his eyes and looked inward. The huge ocean of Dou Qi in his body was swirling, appearing slightly ethereal. In this ocean of Dou Qi there was a ball of green flame that turned into a little lion with wings. Stop playing, Xiao Yan thought, and the little lion was pulled out of the sea of Qi. Awoo! The little lion struggled slightly but was shattered into a pile of green flames by Xiao Yan's soul power, and then wrapped by Dou Qi into a thin, long line of flames that started circulating via the meridian root of the flame mantra. As soon as the green flame entered Xiao Yan's meridians, Xiao Yan felt a sharp pain, but in fact, the green lion demon flame did not harm him at all. After all, this beast flame was refined into his life beast flame when Xiao Yan was 10 years old, and Xiao Yan's crimson flame demon body was tempered with the green lion demon flame, so his resistance to the green lion demon flame was formidable. In addition, even if Xiao Yan had become weaker, he still had Dou Emperor 1-star Dou Qi, so there would be no danger even if he did not use the Ice Heart Vein pill. However, Xiao Yan's character has always been either not to do it or to do it to the extreme. Since he decided to refine the beast flame, he had to fight like a lion against a rabbit and do his best. Of course, the benefits of the Ice Heart Vein pill soon became apparent, greatly reducing the pain created when the green lion demon flame was burning his meridians. If the original pain level was a 7 or 8, it was now directly reduced to level 3 and level 4, so now despite it still being uncomfortable, it was bearable. As the Dou Qi wrapped the green lion demon flame and moved through the flame mantra's cultivation route, Xiao found that a wisp of Dou Qi and a wisp of green lion demon flame actually began to merge strangely. No, rather than merging, it should be said that the green lion demon flame was being gradually swallowed by the Dou Qi of the flame mantra. Fantastic. Xiao was delighted and continued to control the Dou Qi to wrap the green lion demon flame and move forward. Only at this point could he be sure that this so-called flame mantra technique really had the magical ability to evolve. With each cycle that passed, the two had almost completely merged into one, and the originally light yellow Dou Qi had been stained with a layer of strange green. On the surface of the green Dou Qi, there were traces of green flames rising, and this green flame was no longer causing any damage to the meridians. My Dou Qi is a little stronger, but it's not strong enough. Xiao closed his eyes, feeling the Dou Qi in his body becoming more powerful. It has evolved from the low-level Huang class to high-level Huang class. Xiao couldn't help but sigh as he felt the Dou Qi in his body. No matter how good a beast flame is, it is still much worse than heavenly flame. Even the beast flame of a rank 9 magical beast is weaker than the mysterious yellow flame that was ranked last in the heavenly flame ranking. Only by fusing a large amount of beast flames and condensing it into the 10,000 beast spirit flame would it slightly improve. It seems that I still have to go to the northwest continent to look for heavenly flames. The green lotus core flame and the fallen heart flame alone are enough for me to recover my Dou Qi to the D class. The cultivation they have may even be sufficient enough to help me break through to the Dou ancestor level. And besides, my heroines should be waiting for me there. Thinking of the many beauties in the northwest continent, Xiao couldn't help but feel a surge of heat in his heart, and a smile started tugging on his lips. Haha. 3 days later. Teacher, I'm leaving. Xiao glanced at Yao Chen, who was currently looking disheveled in front of him. He suddenly felt a little guilty. This old man had gone a little crazy whilst trying to break through to the half-saint realm. Leaving, Yao Chen shook his messy hair and frowned, saying, "Where are you going? You are a rare alchemy genius that appears once in a century, and I am the best alchemist on the continent. You are destined to become the most dazzling alchemist in the Dou Qi Continent in my hands." Chapter 22. How about I kill my senior brother? Have you forgotten that the reason I became your disciple is for the flame mantra? Xiao complained in his heart. If he wanted to learn alchemy, he could just go back to the clan and study under one of the rank 9 alchemists they have. I have already started using the flame mantra. I want to leave so I can go out and look for some heavenly flames. Xiao still didn't want to directly refuse the old man, so he just hinted that the old man's use was up. Heavenly flame? No, you should practice alchemy first. Yao Lao frowned and said seriously. No, I want to find heavenly flames first. Xiao shook his head. He didn't want to remain feeling weak like he is right now. He wanted to refine a few heavenly flames so he can recover. No, I won't allow it. You have to learn my alchemy first. Yao Lao shook his head. A faint question came, and 2 old figures appeared behind Xiao staring at Yao Chen and smiling. What did you say just now? I said, looking at the figures of the 2 saints, Yao Lao felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. He was already at the peak of the 9 revolutions Dou Venerate and was only a hair's breadth away from half-saint, but this hair's breadth had trapped him for decades. This thin line separating him from the next rank meant that he was no match for these 2 old men. I said. Yao Lao's mouth trembled slightly. He was under a lot of pressure these days, half from Xiao and half from these saints. Since these 3 people came, his life as the Falling Star Pavilion's head had become much more difficult. In order to successfully train his teacher into a half-saint, Xiao has recently asked the saints Wen and Wu to train him. Disciple, you can't leave. Your teacher needs you. You are a rare alchemy genius that comes by only once in 100 years. If you leave, it will be a great loss to the alchemy world. Yao Lao grabbed Xiao hand tightly. What are you doing? Ouch. Xiao shook his leg's hand but couldn't get rid of Yao Chen. As long as you stay here with me and practice alchemy for a year, I can pass on all the treasures I've gathered over the years to you. Yao Lao shot out his first tempting offer. As long as Xiao becomes a 16-year-old rank 7 alchemist, his demonic talent and name will have a chance to go down in history, and naturally he, as his teacher, will also be noted down in history. What an honor it would be for both master and disciple to be at the top of the Dou Qi Continent. It excited him just thinking about it. What can you give me? Xiao Yan glanced at the old man who was refusing to let go no matter what. You can choose any cultivation method or Dou technique. Haha, I gave you your Dou technique, 8th grade elixir recipes, and even my 9th grade elixir recipes. There is a complete 9th grade elixir recipe in my clan. I am the 9th level Dou Venerate, I can protect you. What do you think these two are here for? Xiao Yan pointed at the two bodyguards beside him. Yao Lao thought for a long time but couldn't come up with a reason that could impress Xiao Yan. When you become a 7th grade alchemist, I will give you my bone-chilling flame. Yao Chen gritted his teeth and said as if he heard something. After hearing the bone-chilling flame being put on the table, Xiao Yan finally paused slightly. He glanced at Yao Chen, took his hand into his palms, and said seriously, Teacher, since you love me so much, why don't we kill senior brother so that his ocean heart flame belongs to me? Quote. Yao Chen fell into a state of confusion. Does your senior brother have a grudge against you? Theoretically, no. If that's the case, why do you hate him so much? Yao Chen stood up, sighed, and said, I raised him from a child. I treat him like a son. Unfortunately, he may not regard you as his father. Xiao Yan sneered but said nothing more. People are all made of flesh and blood. Although this old man is powerful and cold and ruthless to his enemies, he always has a kind heart towards his own people. It was this kindness that reminded Xiao Yan of Yao Lao's fate and what happened to him in the original timeline. In fact, with Xiao Yan's background and strength, he could have directly extorted the flame mantra out from Yao Lao and then found a rank 9 alchemist as his teacher. But after recalling the Jade Book and the story recorded within that, Xiao Yan chose to worship him as his master. It is normal for Yao Lao to be unwilling to take action against the disciple he has nurtured for many years. Of course, this does not mean that Xiao Yan will be just as soft-hearted. He has no chance to reveal Han Feng's true self and expose him to everyone. But when he finds out one day that this kid wants to harm him or Yao Lao, he will take the lead and take the ocean heart flame for himself. In terms of ruthlessness, Xiao Yan is not inferior to others, but compared to others he has a set of rules he follows. Since you can't bear it, forget it. I'm going out to find some heavenly flames, now stop blocking my way. Xiao Yan waved his hand. Wait a minute. Yao Lao suddenly hugged Xiao Yan's arm again. Old man, men should not be intimate with each other. If you do this again, I will pull out your beard. Xiao Yan glanced at Yao Lao. Hee. Yao Lao rubbed his hands and smiled. My dear disciple, I want to ask you for a favor. What for? Xiao Yan looked at Yao Lao's old face suspiciously. Hee, it's like this. Pill Tower is going to hold a youth alchemist competition recently. I hope you can go and participate and win for me. Yao Lao's old face showed a flattering smile. No, Xiao Yan refused. He was currently daydreaming of the beauties awaiting him in the northwest continent. He's thinking of the heavenly flames, I swear. As for the competition, what good can it do? It's a youth competition. At most it's some brats trying to show off what paltry abilities they have. Although he has the body of a teenager, Xiao Yan's soul is still that of a mature adult. He pays more attention to interests and values when doing things and doesn't care much about reputation and honor. These things are sometimes helpful, but often more than not they can restrain you from going after the things that truly matter. From Xiao Yan's current perspective, there is almost no benefit in attending this competition. Disciple, come back. Disciple, if you don't go, who else can suppress that little girl named Cao Ying? Yao Lao's anxious voice came from behind, making Xiao Yan pause. You said there is a little girl named Cao Ying. Xiao Yan's eyes lit up slightly. What's wrong? Do you know her? Yao Lao was stunned for a moment. I don't know her, but you can tell me about her. Xiao Yan replied with a smile. Alas, that girl was born in the Pill Tower's Cao clan. When she was born, she had a shocking soul power. Her mother was almost killed on the spot by the spreading soul power. When she was 7 years old, she officially became an alchemist. This year, she became a 4th rank alchemist at the age of 15. She was accepted as a personal disciple by an old friend of mine, Zan Yi. Since my old friend got such a disciple, she has been showing off to me. You know, your senior brother is stupid and has not accomplished much for his age. So I can only place my hopes on you. Yao Lao looked at Xiao Yan pitifully. Hey, Xiao Yan smiled slightly and nodded, which instantly made Yao Lao smile. That Zan Yi is your old lover, right? The next sentence made Yao Lao's face fall and turn slightly red. With Yao Lao's carefree personality, he probably wouldn't bother to send his disciples to participate in ordinary competitions. This time, he was doing whatever he can to make him go. Turns out the reason why is because his old lover had found a good disciple, and this old bull wanted to show off and flex his muscles in front of his old fling. Don't talk nonsense, we are just close friends. Yao Lao waved his sleeves and said with a stern face, if you don't want to help, then forget it. Anyway, you have already got the flame mantra you wanted. With your background, you don't need a teacher like me to learn alchemy. Forget it, go. After saying that, he waved his hand. Hee, teacher, look at what you said. Isn't it just a small competition? I, Xiao Yan, will definitely win face for you. Xiao Yan had a meaningful smirk on his face. Chapter 23 Holy Pill City. Xiao Yan sat high on a mountain peak in the Falling Star Pavilion. Green Dou Qi entered his body through his nostrils, and after several cycles, it returned to his Dou Qi cyclone again. In the process of going back and forth, he refined some energy from heaven and earth. No wonder the cultivation speed of people in the outside world is far inferior to that of my Xiao clan, Xiao Yan sighed. The Falling Star Pavilion is a first-class force in the Central Plains, and the energy in the Falling Star realm is even more concentrated than outside. Coupled with the blessing of special formations, the energy concentration is almost 3 times that of the outside world. But this concentration of heaven and earth can only be considered ordinary in the Xiao realm. The energy concentration of the Xiao realm is generally 3 to 5 times that of the outside world. For example, the places where the descendants of powerful people like Xiao Yan cultivate, the concentration is as high as 8 to 10 times. With such training conditions and the talent granted to them by their bloodline, it's no wonder that there are so many Dou kings and Dou emperors in the Xiao realm. A month passed before he was able to recover to the 2-star Dou emperor. Xiao Yan shook his head helplessly. Disciple, an old voice sounded beside Xiao Yan's ears. He was wearing a long green robe, and his messy hair and beard had been carefully groomed. At first glance, he actually looked like an immortal. Did this guy groom himself like this so he can impress his old lover? Xiao Yan complained in his heart. He asked, why have you dressed to impress? Is because you are going on a date with your old lover? Ahem. Yao Lao couldn't help coughing twice, and said seriously, I'm just going to see an old friend. What kind of old friend is it that you spray incense and medicine before seeing them? Can we skip this topic? Yao Lao blushed, stared at Xiao Yan, and smiled, how is your alchemy going recently? You are guiding me every day, how can you not know? Xiao Yan glanced at Yao Lao. Hee. Yao Lao smiled and rubbed his hands, saying, you are indeed an unparalleled alchemy genius. You can refine top-grade 5th-grade elixirs without any heavenly flames. If you had a heavenly flame, you would have been a 6th-grade alchemist by now. Tisk tisk, a 15-year-old 6th-grade alchemist, even in the Yao clan, it has not appeared for nearly 1,000 years. Perhaps only the medicine sovereign of that year had this talent. My disciple has the talent of an emperor. Yao Lao smiled while stroking his beard, his old face was blooming like a chrysanthemum. I really want to see the day when your alchemy skills are so outstanding that you crush those juniors from the Yao clan. You're dreaming, Xiao Yan sneered and replied, my mother is the daughter of an elder of the Yao clan. Many of the geniuses of the Yao clan are my cousins. By the way, you are also from the Yao clan, right? We are distant relatives. Your mother is from the Yao clan. Yao Lao was stunned when he heard this, and then a trace of loneliness appeared on his face. Never mind, I'm here to tell you that the competition is 7 days away. Get ready, we're leaving. Is it about to start? Xiao Yan was stunned for a moment, then looked at Yao Lao and said, give me a moment. After that, he spread his Dou Qi wings and flew back to his residence. Half an hour later, when Xiao Yan appeared in front of Yao Lao again, he almost blinded Yao Lao's eyes. The young man was wearing a white robe with gold silk and 2 black bamboos lightly drawn on it. His tall figure was further emphasized in the clothes. It seemed as if this set of exquisite clothes was tailor-made for him, complementing each other. The young man's long hair, which was originally casually scattered, was tied up by a 7-dragon golden crown and inserted with a snow-white jade hairpin. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and horses make the saddle. After dressing up, Xiao Yan's originally handsome face became even more dashing. With 2 strands of hair carelessly scattered on his forehead and a vague ruffian air about him, his dark eyes revealed a maturity that did not belong to his age, enough to attract the attention of many girls. "You're the one dressing to impress." Yao Lao was stunned for a long time before finally saying something. "Okay, enough delays. Since you and I are ready, let's go." Yao Lao waved his hand, and a spatial channel appeared in front of him. "Let's go." As his voice sounded, Xiao Yan also flew into the channel. "What's that smell? Your fragrance smells so strange. What kind of fragrance is it?" "Bleu de Chanel. What a strange name." "Don't worry about its name, it's something good." "That makes sense. I'll see if there's anything I can use to improve my fragrance to be like yours later. If you want the prescription, just tell me." The two whispered in the space channel. Holy Pill City, located in the center of the Pill Tower's territory, is magnificent and grand. In the absence of the 7 ancient clans, Holy Pill City is the most prosperous place on the Dou Qi Continent. There are many powerful people and alchemists here, which means that the richest group of people in Dou Qi Continent have come here. It can be called the central business district of the Central Plains. Apart from the magnificent city itself, Holy Pill City also has 8 huge squares outside of it. At this moment, outside a huge square outside the city, all kinds of powerful alchemists are surging here. There are often flames of various colors rising. Obviously, there are alchemists refining medicine and competing with each other here. At this time, the space shook, and a silver light circle suddenly expanded in the air, causing countless powerhouse in the square to look up. To open a space channel by oneself is a skill that only Dou Venerate experts have. Even in Holy Pill City, where there are many masters, Dou Venerate experts can be regarded as amongst the strongest experts here. As the space channel opened, an old man in a green shirt with a fairy-like appearance walked out, followed by a young man in a white robe, who was handsome and unrestrained. "It's him, Medicine Venerable Yao Chen," someone exclaimed, and the originally lively square became even more noisy. Medicine Venerable Yao Chen. It is said that his alchemy skills are incredibly powerful, that it's even slightly above the 3 giants of the Pill Tower. Yes, it is said that this person's alchemy skills are only a step away from the 9th rank. If he reaches the 9th rank, he will be regarded as the #1 alchemist on the continent. Since this person appeared here, it seems that something is going to happen again. Hey, who is the young man following behind him? Is that his new disciple? Someone noticed Xiao Yan behind Yao Lao. Oh my god, a disciple of Medicine Venerable Yao Chen. If I can become a disciple of Medicine Venerable Yao Chen, then I will be able to ascend to heaven in one step. Smoke would be coming out of my ancestral grave if that happened. TN. Smoke coming out the ancestral grave equals good fortune. Nonsense, how is that a mere wave of smoke coming out? It would at least be spitting fire. Wow, this boy is so handsome and has such a good temperament. Many female alchemists looked at Xiao Yan with shining eyes. It would be great if I had a boyfriend like this. With your looks. Stop fangirling. Have you seen the Dou Qi wings behind him? He is so young, but he has already transformed his Dou Qi into wings. Even if he isn't a disciple of Medicine Venerable Yao Chen, he would still have a bright future. How can a little bumpkin like you match him? What did you say? Even if he doesn't like me, he would definitely not like you, you vixen. Who are you calling a vixen? I'm calling you, you little bitch. 2 female alchemists got into a fight in the square because of Xiao Yan. Chapter 24. Who is so blind? With Yao Lao and Xiao Yan's appearance, several powerful soul fluctuations shot out from a towering tower in the center of Holy Pill City. The next second, 2 old men and a beautiful woman appeared above the square. Wow, the already noisy square became even noisier. The 3 giants of Pill Tower. They appeared at the same time. The Medicine Venerable and the other top alchemists of the entire continent are gathered here. Everyone, we can be said to have seen the world today. Someone said excitedly. Yao Chen, you're here. Looking at the green-robed Yao Lao, the middle-aged beautiful woman had a slightly cold expression, her tone still remained polite however. Since you sent me an invitation, of course, I will come. Yao Lao's expression did not change, but Xiao Yan could tell from the subtle changes in his tone and body language that he was actually a little excited. Tisk tisk, this old man is very bad. Xiao Yan laughed. Yao Chen, is this little guy your new disciple? Hearing the commotion in the square below, Zan Yi also became curious and glanced at Xiao Yan. Do you think you are the only one who can find a good disciple? Yao Lao sneered when he heard this. It seems that you are very confident in your disciple. Zan Yi glanced at Xiao Yan with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. The talent of the disciple she recently accepted can be said to be monstrous. Even the best disciples of the Yao clan may not be more talented than Cao Ying. Yet Yao Chen is still so confident in his disciple. Haha, this little guy has a great background. There are actually 2 experts covertly protecting him. While the 2 were talking, an old man on the side suddenly spoke. This person is called Zan Kongzi. He has the highest cultivation among the 3 giants of the Pill Tower. He is only 1 step away from becoming a half-saint. Hearing this, Zan Yi and Tian Lizi on the side became wary and cautious. The 2 of them were both at the peak of Dou Venerate, yet there was someone that was able to hide in space in front of them without being discovered. The 2 experts behind this kid must be at least 5-star Dou Venerate with dark attribute Dou Qi and good at hiding. As Zan Kongzi's voice fell, 2 space ripples behind Xiao Yan spread out, and the 2 saints Wen and Wu came out. As the aura of the 2 spread out, the faces of the Pill Tower's 3 giants suddenly changed. 2 half-saints. How terrible is this kid's background? He has 2 half-saints as protectors. Half-saints, in the Dou Qi Continent where almost all Dou Saints are in seclusion, can be said to be the top force. They are strong enough to create a first-class force in Central Plains. But such a strong man is a protector for a teenager, and 2 of them at once. I forgot to introduce you. My disciple is from the Xiao clan. He is a saint's son, a descendant extremely valued by the patriarch of the Xiao clan. Looking at the changes in their expression, Yao Lao felt satisfied showing off his disciple to them. Of course, he would not show it on his face, especially in front of women. He must be calm. Xiao Yan's identity as the imperial son of the Xiao clan was not revealed to Yao Lao or anyone else in the outside world. Xiao Yan had ensured this. After all, he was afraid that this identity would be too attractive, causing people to not be willing to treat him with sincerity. Thus, Xiao Yan had made the second best choice and said that he was a saint's son, a descendant that was valued by the patriarch due to his stronger talent than other geniuses in the Xiao clan. Xiao clan, the person that the patriarch values. The 3 giants of Pill Tower looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. The Xiao clan has always been secluded, but at their level, they naturally vaguely knew the strength of the Xiao clan. Not to mention that the Xiao clan has the only Dou Sovereign in the world. The number of those terrifying Dou Saints they have alone is enough to suffocate them. Among the 7 ancient clans, even the weakest Ling clan is stronger than Pill Tower. Being able to become a saint's son or a saint daughter of an ancient clan means that there is a great chance to become a Dou Saint. Oh, so you are the son of the Xiao clan. Haha, my friend, please come this way. After a moment of silence, Zan Kongzi took the lead in making a gesture of invitation, and also made a gesture with the 2 saints Wen and Wu behind Xiao Yan. 2 seniors, please come this way. Yes, the 2 saints nodded expressionlessly, but they were very happy in their hearts. Although the cultivation of the 2 half-saints is also considered to be at a high level in the Xiao clan, there are stronger masters above them. If they want to show off in the Xiao clan, there are always Dou Saints who will jump out and control them. Since following Xiao Yan to the outside world, the 2 have met smiling faces. No matter whether it's the Pill Tower's giants or the heads of the Falling Star Pavilion, they all have to be respectful when they see them. If a Dou Saint doesn't come out, there's no one who can compete with them. This feeling of being able to walk sideways all over the continent almost makes the 2 saints, Wen and Wu, almost want to not go back to the clan at all. After Zan Kongzi led Xiao Yan and the other 2 away, Zan Yi put away her polite fake smile and quietly walked beside Yao Lao. Old man, tell me how this Xiao clan's saint's son became your disciple. Haha, maybe I am just too charming. I'm not lying to you. It was this kid who brought 2 half-saints to Falling Star Pavilion and forced me to accept him as a disciple. Yao Lao was already dancing happily on the inside, but outwardly he just smiled lightly, showing only a bit of pride, so as not to lose his image. Stop spouting nonsense. Looking at Yao Lao's face, Zan Yi could help but let out a rare curse. If you don't believe it, then forget it. This time, let's see if your precious disciple can beat my precious disciple. Yao Lao smiled lightly and headed in the direction of Xiao Yan had left. Old man, you are so good at showing off. Zan Yi stood there and glared at Yao Lao fiercely. Finally, she turned into a stream of light and chased after him. Her originally confident heart finally had a little trepidation at this moment. After all, Xiao Yan is the saint of an ancient clan, he is also from the most powerful Xiao clan. Although her precious disciple is gifted, the opponent she is facing is also very powerful. HMPH, a strong talent for cultivation does not mean that one has a great talent for alchemy. I don't believe that this kid's alchemy skills can be better than Yinger's. In the hall on the top floor of Pill Tower, Zhang Kongzi personally served a few cups of tea to Xiao Yan and others. In their eyes, Xiao Yan is no longer just a talented kid. Anyone with the surname Xiao will be taken seriously by Dou Saint powerhouses. What's more, this person is the saint son of Xiao clan, with 2 half-saint protectors. After drinking a cup of tea, Xiao Yan stood up. Teacher, 3 seniors, you guys continue talking. I've often heard from the clan that Pill Tower is very prosperous, so I want to go out for a walk. Call me if you need anything. Xiao Yan took out a sound transmission jade talisman and made a phone call gesture to Yao Lao. Go ahead. Yao Lao was no longer surprised by Xiao Yan's frequent strange behavior. Seeing Xiao Yan leave, the 2 saints Wen and Wu also stood up immediately and followed Xiao Yan. Why don't you 2 drink some more tea? This Pill Tower is our territory after all. There is no need to worry about the safety of the saint son. Seeing the 2 half-saints leaving, Zhang Kongzi stood up quickly. Haha, we appreciate your kindness, but the safety of the saint son is the highest priority for us. If there is a problem with the saint son, we would be in great trouble. Xiao Wen said with a smile. At this time, Xiao Yan's high status rose to a higher level in the hearts of the 3 giants. Xiao Yan swaggered around in the Pill Tower. To ensure Xiao Yan's isn't hindered in any way, Zhang Kongzi gave him a token. Except for some confidential places, Xiao Yan could go anywhere. The 2nd to 4th floors of the Pill Tower are like the scripture pavilion of the Xiao clan, filled with books and recipes on alchemy, and even some Dou technique that can be used to assist in alchemy. Bored, Xiao Yan also took out a copy of Bamboo Cliff's Alchemy Record, and read it. These are some of the experiences of alchemists from the outside world. They are not confidential, so Xiao Yan can read them at will. Not bad. It seems that the ideas of alchemists from the outside world are somewhat different from those of the ancient clans. After reading, Xiao Yan put the book back on the bookshelf and took a step back out of habit. But he felt a soft body suddenly hit his back. Who the hell is so blind that they don't know where the hell they're going? He turned around and cursed. A thin figure appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Chapter 25 Dan Chen and Cao Ying. Miss, are you okay? The moment he saw the girl, Xiao Yan's expression, which was originally cursing, turned faster than the speed of turning a page of a book and instantly became warm. The girl was sitting on the ground and gently rubbing her head. There was a faint flash of tears in her pair of watery peach blossom eyes. Her pale and beautiful face looked at Xiao Yan's rapidly changing face with grievance and a hint of fear. Such a weak little sister, it looks like she's about to cry just after bumping into me. Xiao Yan's eyes had already scanned the girl invisibly. She looks very beautiful, and this kind of soft and weak feeling can arouse a man's desire to protect her. She would probably be an 8 out of 10. Thin waist, long legs, fair and delicate skin. Although a little small, she can be cultivated. Not bad, she fits the standard of a slender beauty, worth a shot. Having made up his mind, Xiao Yan reached out to pull the girl up. No, seeing Xiao Yan reaching out to grab her, the girl exclaimed. I just want to pull you up, why are you being like this? Like how I can pick you up without touching you. Xiao Yan pretended not to hear and grabbed at the girl's wrist. This wrist was slender and white, like white jade. Before the girl could retract her hand, Xiao Yan had already grabbed her wrist. If you don't dare to be a hooligan, how can you pick up girls? According to Xiao Yan's experience in his previous life, picking up girls requires taking the initiative. You must be steady, accurate, and ruthless. However, when he held the girl's wrist, his face suddenly became horrified. Because he found that the soul power hovering at the center of his eyebrows actually had a sign of gushing out and then pouring into the girl's body. Biting the tip of his tongue fiercely with his teeth, Xiao Yan loosened his palm like an electric shock. Plop! The girl who was originally being pulled up fell back down onto the ground, her bright peach blossom eyes once more became full of tears. Are you okay? The girl supported herself from the ground with grievance and looked at Xiao Yan timidly and asked. I'm okay. Xiao Yan smiled gently again, looked at the girl, and said, "But you, are you hurt?" To deal with such a unique girl, he must be cautious and gain her trust before trying anything. The girl nodded, shook her head, and looked at Xiao Yan at a loss. "Are you from the Dan clan?" Seeing that the girl was not speaking and seemed to be an introvert, Xiao Yan took the initiative to attack. He had already seen the badge on her chest. Yao Lao had introduced him to those from the Pill Tower and he remembered that this badge was of the Dan clan. "Yeah, what's your name?" Dan Chen." The girl seemed to be a little anxious, and asked timidly, Can I leave?" But unfortunately for her, although she may be an introvert, Xiao Yan was an extrovert. "Who said you can leave?" Xiao Yan suddenly frowned and stared at her. Dan Chen's pale and weak face was confused for a moment, and then stared at Xiao Yan with some grievance. Tisk tisk, if a young boy who knows nothing about the world was stared at by such an aggrieved beauty, he would probably be willing to go through fire and water for her. Unfortunately, he met a big bad wolf like me. He. "Where are you going? I'll take you there." No need." The girl looked at Xiao Yan with some fear. This man changed his face like turning a book. Although he was very handsome, the vague ruffian spirit on him always made her feel very dangerous. In fact, her feeling was correct. Unfortunately, the moment she met Xiao Yan, she was already in danger. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. Seeing Xiao Yan frowning, the girl became a little panicked again, and gently moved her white legs to try to escape. Unexpectedly, when she moved, Xiao Yan also moved. Can you please not follow me?" Dan Chen was about to cry. "You seem to have a weak character. I'm afraid you will be bullied if I let you go on your own." Xiao Yan smiled. Dan Chen didn't dare to reply to the boy. Although he always had a gentle smile on his face, she found him scary. She wanted to go to the Dan clan's mansion as soon as possible. Thinking of that, Dan Chen couldn't help but speed up her pace. "Hey, why are you running?" Xiao Yan's voice came from behind her, making her body stiffen. "Why are you so far away from me? Are you afraid that I will eat you?" The short distance to her family's place felt incredibly long for the first time for Dan Chen. Fortunately, although the boy was a bit of a rogue, he didn't do anything unreasonable. The Dan clan's mansion was not far from the Pill Tower headquarters. When Dan Chen saw her home, she felt like she was finally going to be safe. "Haha, Miss Dan Chen is back." A Dou King smiled and greeted Dan Chen at the door. At this moment, Dan Chen felt that she was about to be liberated, but the next moment, she heard the conversation between the Dou King and Xiao Yan. "Young man, this is our Dan clan's resting area. Outsiders are not allowed to enter." "I am not an outsider. I am the disciple of Medicine Venerable Yao Chen. Go and inform your elders. I am here to visit you on behalf of my master." Medicine Venerable's disciple. The Dou King was stunned at first, then looked at Xiao Yan suspiciously and said, "Do you have any proof?" "This is my identity token as the young master of the Falling Star Pavilion. You can take it out and show it to your elders." Xiao Yan casually threw a token to him. As early as the first day Xiao Yan moved into Falling Star Pavilion, he forced Yao Lao to give him the position of the young master of the Falling Star Pavilion, otherwise, he would kill that damn Han Feng and take away his Ian Heart Flame. Medicine Venerable's disciple. Dan Chen looked at the young man in bright clothes and was shocked. She then felt bitter again. Why did this young man follow her endlessly? She didn't expect that she couldn't get rid of him despite coming home. A moment later, the Dou King came out with the token. "Young master, please come in. The elders are waiting for you in the hall." He needs to be respectful to this young master of the Falling Star Pavilion. Among the 4 pavilions in the Central Plains, Falling Star Pavilion is the only one that can make the Dan clan, the leader of the Pill region's clans, apprehensive. The reason is simple, because there is a Medicine Venerable in the Falling Star Pavilion. "Let's go, what are you still looking at?" Xiao Yan walked into the door and glanced at Dan Chen, whose face was bitter. The Dan clan is the leader of the 5 major families in the Pill region. There are not only dozens of rank 7 alchemists in the family, there is also 3 rank 8 alchemists. In the Dan clan's waiting room, Dan Yangtze, the ancestor of the Dan clan, was drinking a cup of wolfberry and ginseng tea. On his left was the ancestor of the Cao clan. "Your Cao clan has produced an amazing genius." Dan Yangtze smiled and looked at a girl in red who was sitting below the ancestor of the Cao clan. The girl was only 14 or 15 years old, and her charming little face that had not yet lost its childishness was already amazingly beautiful. Her delicate body was wrapped in a red dress, like a rosebud waiting to bloom. At a young age, she already had the potential to bring disaster to a nation and its people. TN means she is beautiful enough that the ruler would prioritize her and what she wants over the nation and its well-being, hence why beauties are a disaster to the nation and people. It was the Cao clan's demoness, Cao Ying. Haha, your Dan Chen is not simple either. She has a natural ancient spirit body. She can become an 8th rank alchemist with her eyes closed. The ancestor of the Cao clan laughed and changed the subject. I am a little curious about the new disciple of Yao Chen though. Speaking of which, I am also a little curious. Yao Chen's vision has always been amazing, he is not inferior to Zhan Yi. Since that young man was appointed as the young master of the Falling Star Pavilion, could this young man's qualifications be stronger than your Cao Ying? Dan Yangtze smiled slightly. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw his little princess walking in with a white-robed boy. Chapter 26 Provocation. The moment the young man in the white robe entered, the whole hall brightened. The white robe fit tightly against his body, accentuating his muscles. His handsome face not only showed the nobleness of someone born into a great family but also a kind of ruffian air. 2 messy strands of hair hung down, highlighting his unrestrained nature. It is no exaggeration to say that he is romantic and suave, but there is a hint of depth in his dark eyes that does not belong to his age. Grandpa. Seeing Dan Yangtze sitting in the hall, Dan Chen ran over as if she saw her savior. Cao Ying, who was standing aside, stared at Xiao Yan with her beautiful eyes, thinking. My dear granddaughter, what's wrong? Seeing his precious granddaughter panic, Dan Yangtze frowned, feeling that the matter was not simple. He always follows me. After a moment of silence, Dan Chen finally chose to complain. Oh, are you talking about this young man? Dan Yangtze frowned even deeper and looked at Xiao Yan with a hint of displeasure. Young man, I heard that you are Yao Chen's disciple. I wonder why Yao Chen sent you here. Dan Yangtze glanced at Xiao Yan. It was hard to tell whether he was happy or angry. As an 8th rank alchemist, Yao Chen's relationship with the Dan clan was not very deep. The two were most acquaintances that nodded ot each other they saw one another. Actually, my teacher didn't send me here. I just thought your young lady was a bit weak, so I wanted to escort her home. Xiao Yan grinned, showing his white teeth. You thought my granddaughter was weak, so you wanted to escort her. Dan Yangtze was confused for a moment, and then he became a little angry. The young master of Falling Star Pavilion actually followed a weak little girl home. I didn't expect that Yao Chen, a gentleman, didn't have a good eye for selecting disciples. Dan Yangtze snorted coldly and stated, since my little granddaughter is back, I won't bother the young master further. Yao Lao is a gentleman, but he is also a passionate old gourd, Xiao Yan secretly complained in his heart, then chuckled and replied, Senior, don't get me wrong. As the saying goes, a gentleman loves a beautiful lady. I just escorted your lady home and wanted to get to know the Dan clan at the same. Brat, you don't have much ability, but you are much thicker skinned than Yao Chen. Dan Yangtze sneered and waved his hand, saying, for Yao Chen's sake, I won't pursue the matter of you stalking my granddaughter. If there is a next time, don't blame me for asking your teacher for an explanation. After that, he made a gesture to send him away. Since he had done this, Xiao Yan didn't want to overstay his welcome. Being thick-skinned doesn't necessarily mean leave a bad impression on others. On the contrary, some people appreciate thick-skinned individuals. However, if you keep pestering others, it will most likely cause others to dislike or even hate you. With a glance, Xiao Yan paused for a moment on the old man next to Dan Yangtze and the girl in red next to him, then turned and left. This girl in red is so hot. In terms of appearance alone, she should be better than Dan Chen. When she grows up, she should be able to get a score of 9. Especially her figure, which is much hotter than Dan Chen. Should I go back and ask her name? Forget it, Dan Chen is right next to her. If I approach her now, I will definitely fail. Xiao Yan's thoughts passed by, and he continued to move forward without pausing. Although this boy is a bit shameless, his state of mind is amazing. The same thought flashed through the minds of Dan Yangtze and the ancestor of the Cao clan. A 15-year-old boy, even if his teacher is a top alchemist, wasn't pressured and was able to laugh in front of 2 powerful ancestors. This state of mind is excellent. How could they know that Xiao Yan had experienced so many worldly affairs in his previous and that on the first day after his rebirth, he urinated on the head of a Dou Saint and had recently had a conversation with a Dou Sovereign? Compared with these deeds, what is there to fear from two 8th-grade alchemists? Just as Xiao Yan was about to step over the threshold and leave the room, a young magnetic female voice sounded. Wait a minute, oh, the opportunity came by itself. Xiao Yan stopped and turned around slowly. But he saw that the girl in red had slowly stood up and said, I heard that you are the Medicine Venerable's disciple, so is the purpose of your trip regarding that so-called youth competition. Yes, Xiao Yan smiled slightly, my master Zan Yi and your teacher Yao Chen have been old rivals for many years. I wonder if you are qualified to be my opponent. At this point, the girl's charming face showed a hint of provocation. No, your master must not have told you that they are actually old lovers. Xiao thought to himself. However, the identity of the girl is obvious. Xiao Yan stared at the girl in red and said, Are you Cao Ying from the Cao clan? Yes. The girl's rosy lips curled up slightly. It's really easy to recognize. Sister, this outfit is specially prepared for you. Xiao Yan's heart was churning, thinking that this demoness figure was quite good. But he showed a hint of arrogance on his face, staring at Cao Ying and smiling, haha, since our masters are evenly matched, then it seems us juniors will have to decide who is the better of the two. Dan Chen and Cao Ying are both proud daughters of heaven, but their personalities are completely different. If you want to win over a timid and introverted girl like Dan Chen, you have to give her a sense of security, let her trust and rely on you, be bold and careful, thick-skinned, domineering but gentle. Of course, the premise is that the background is strong enough or the strength is good enough, otherwise, he will be beaten to death by the people of the Dan clan. It is relatively difficult to take down a woman like Cao Ying who is gifted and has been far ahead of her peers since she was a child. This kind of woman is strong and confident. If you show a gentle and harmless side in front of her, you will be looked down upon. If you want to take down such a woman, you must conquer her fiercely, defeat her fiercely in the fields she is good at, such as cultivation, alchemy, etc., and finally in bed cough. In short, this is a fierce horse, not easy to tame. Seeing the pride on Xiao Yan's face, Cao Ying was not surprised but happy. She had never met an opponent among her peers. It was not easy for her to finally meet Dan Chen. When she finally saw her, she found that Dan Chen had a weak personality and was unwilling to compete with her. Xiao Yan on the other hand, had successfully aroused her inner desire to win. This kid has a good appearance, but I don't know if he is an embroidered pillow. Cao Ying's heart aroused a little interest in Xiao Yan. TN. Embroidered pillow equals looks pretty but is useless, incompetent. Of course, this interest will disappear with Xiao Yan's defeat, but she had never thought about what impact it will have on her if Xiao Yan wins. As an alchemist, fire control is a basic skill. Although there are still 7 days before the competition, why don't we compare our fire control here first? Cao Ying opened her red lips slightly, looking at Xiao Yan with face full of excitement, ready to fight. Yinger, this is the Dan clan after all, you must not be rude. The Cao clan ancestor in the hall frowned. After all, this is the Dan clan's territory. It would be too rude to do anything here without the owner's permission. Facing the Cao clan ancestor's instructions, Cao Ying ignored them. Instead, Xiao Yan turned his head and looked at Dan Yangxi who was motionless. I wonder if the senior can allow us to compare our fire control. Hee. Dan Yangxi smiled slightly. Although you are very thick-skinned, Yao Chen's disciples should not be too bad. I also want to see how good you are. Cao Ying, you must teach this scoundrel from Falling Star Pavilion a lesson for your sister Dan Chen. After saying that, he waved his hand, and a piece of space in the hall instantly became much more solid, obviously for the two to compare their fire control. You old thing. The ancestor of the Cao clan looked at Dan Yangxi helplessly and shook his head, and told Cao Ying, Lass, show some mercy. Cao Ying naturally wasn't listening to these words at this moment. She stared at Xiao Yan's confident face and became more excited. She flicked her finger, and a blood-red flame fell into the field. Hey! In response, Xiao Yan also pretended to be a little proud. He flicked his finger, and a wisp of green flame rose in the arena. Chapter 27 Fighting Fire with Fire. As soon as the blood-red flame in Cao Ying's hand entered the arena, it stood up like a human figure and even had some spirituality in its movements. This is the natal beast flame of the rank 8 magical beast, the blood demon ape. Xiao Yan looked at it and nodded secretly. The blood demon ape flame was the core flame that merged into the blood demon flame. If nothing unexpected happens, the Cao clan will collect the beast flame origin for Cao Ying in the future and finally condense it into a blood demon flame comparable to a rank 9 magical beast flame. This kind of flame is extremely powerful and is the strongest beast flame apart from the 10,000 beast heavenly flame. But at least for now, this blood demon ape flame is only in rank 8 beast flame and has no advantage over his green lion demon flame. Xiao Yan's mind moved. The large amount of green flames in the arena began to condense rapidly, finally forming a green lion with wings on its back. It is the green lion demon flame of the rank 8 magical beast, the green winged sky demon lion. In the high hall, Dan Yangtze and the ancestor of the Cao clan looked at each other, a little surprised but not shocked. As a disciple of Yao Chen, it was normal for him to have a rank 8 magical beast flame. What was surprising, however, was the rarity of the green winged sky demon lion. Blood demon ape flame, tear apart his lion for me. Cao Ying formed seals with both hands, causing the human-shaped flame to suddenly expand, finally turning into a huge demon flaming ape. Ah! The demon flame ape beat its chest, stamped its feet, and rushed towards the green lion. A trifling trick. Xiao Yan put his 2 fingers together and commanded the green lion demon flame and the demon flame ape to fight. The 2 demon beasts condensed by the flames bit each other frantically. Cao Ying's originally proud expression gradually became solemn. On the other hand, Xiao Yan's face remained calm, with a hint of confidence. Haha, you really aroused my interest. Among my peers, you are the first one to make me feel exhausted in fire control battles. What's your name? As the pressure increased, Cao Ying became more and more excited. Only then did she realize that she didn't know the other party's name. Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan said his name calmly, his expression remaining composed, as if such a fight was not stressful for him. In fact, he was not stressed at all. No matter how talented Cao Ying was, she was just a 14 or 15-year-old girl. If you only have this much skill, you may lose. Xiao Yan finally smiled slightly, with a hint of contempt. The green lion in the field suddenly intensified its attack, injuring the demon flame ape. That's all, Cao Ying sneered. Xiao Yan, I admit that you are indeed very strong, but I have never lost in a fire fight among people of the same age. After that, a Dou King level aura burst out from her. Boom! As her Dou Qi burst out, the powerful Dou Qi immediately catalyzed the blood demon ape flame, causing it to suddenly grow larger. The demon flame ape, which was only as tall as a person, instantly grew several meters taller. If it weren't for the ceiling, the demon flame ape could have continued to grow to dozens of feet. You've already become a Dou King. Xiao Yan felt Cao Ying's momentum. It was around 1 to 2-star Dou King. Although she had just entered Dou King, she was less than 15 years old, even younger than himself. This talent, even among the 7 ancient clans, can be regarded as that of a first-class genius. It would be equal to a rank 8 or 9 bloodline level, which gives her the potential to become a saint. Truly worthy of being the Cao clan's demoness. But it's a pity that you met me, hee. Xiao Yan thought whilst he had a smirk on his face. This is Cao Ying's peak moment and her proudest one as well. If he beats her hard at this time, it will leave an indelible impression in her heart. If he makes good use of this impression, it will not be long before he can win her over. Since you can reach Dou King at this age, you've quite the potential and strength. Xiao Yan stated to Cao Ying. Seeing the smile on Xiao Yan's lips, Cao Ying's always confident demeanor suddenly weakened. She felt a little uneasy. But it's a pity that you ran into me. As Xiao Yan finished speaking, an aura far more powerful than Cao Ying's burst out, causing Dan Yangtze and the Cao clan's ancestors, who had originally looked calm, to change their expressions. 2-star Dou Emperor. How is that possible? Xiao Yan was a teenager, yet he was already a Dou Emperor. This boy has the potential to become a Dou Saint. The 2 old men looked at each other, seeing the horror in each other's eyes. How is it possible? How can you be a Dou Emperor? Cao Ying's charming little face turned pale at this moment. Among her peers, there are indeed people with higher Dou Qi cultivation than hers, but those people are all people that specialize in Dou Qi and not alchemy. Even then, they are only stronger than her by at most by 3 stars. This is the first time she has seen someone who can practice alchemy and have a higher cultivation than hers. Moreover, this boy's cultivation is higher by an entire major realm. Even with her own talent, she would have to be 17 or 18 years old to reach Dou Emperor. Hee, little girl, let me show you how I can control you. Xiao Yan smiled evilly and poured the surging Dou Qi in his body into the green lion demon flame. Bang! Unexpectedly, the green lion demon flame exploded with a bang after rapidly expanding. Alas, the disadvantages of a Huang-class cultivation method is too great. A feeling of weakness surged into Xiao Yan's heart. The Dou Qi generated by this Huang-class cultivation method was somewhat great, it could not exert nor withstand his full power. He wasn't even able to strengthen his lion flame a little before it directly burst. Seeing Xiao Yan's flames explode, Cao Ying reacted immediately and hurriedly urged the demon flame ape to crush the scattered green lion demon flames. Miss Cao, sometimes, the concentrated ones are the essence. After calming down, Xiao Yan finally began to make seals. The green flames began to condense quickly, forming a green lion again, but this lion was only half the size of the previous one. If you compared it to the huge demon flame ape, you would find that the lion would fit in its palm. Condensed fire spirit. Seeing this, the people in the field were surprised again, because although the green lion was smaller in size, it was more condensed and more spiritual. This is a method that only ranked 6 and above alchemists have. Green lion heavenly demon slash. Xiao Yan shouted in a low voice. The green lion shook its 2 pairs of slender wings, like 2 sharp scimitars, they slashed through the demon flame ape. A trail of green flames streaked across the room. The demon flame ape frantically clawed around but couldn't catch the little lion at all. Instead, it was cut all over by the knife-like wings. Xiao Yan, you are very strong, but I will definitely defeat you. Cao Ying muttered in a low voice, her huge soul power was poured into the demon flame ape. However, Xiao Yan's soul power was deeper than hers. If hers was a pond, his was a lake. No matter how hard Cao Ying tried, Xiao Yan always looked relaxed. I don't believe it. Cao Ying's beautiful eyes turned red. From childhood to adulthood, she had never been defeated by her peers. Today, not only was she suppressed, but the opponent didn't seem to have used his full strength. She frantically began forming seals with her hands, her eyes even began to shed tears of blood. Yinger, that's enough. The face of the Cao clan ancestor changed again when he saw this scene. Cao Ying was about to activate the secret method. Although this secret method could greatly increase her strength, it would leave serious side effects and might even affect her foundation. Xiao Yan, I must defeat you. Cao Ying ignored the Cao clan ancestor and continued to make seals. Enough. The young man's faint voice sounded. The green lion that was currently bullying the demon flame ape suddenly paused, and then with a bang, it turned into a green flame and dispersed. Cao Ying was stunned, and the next moment, the process of performing the secret method was interrupted by a powerful stream of Dou Qi. Is it worth hurting your foundation for a small competition? A gentle voice sounded in Cao Ying's ears. Cao Ying raised her head slightly, seeing that the boy was looking at her with a smile. At this moment, Cao Ying suddenly felt that this boy seemed different from the other boys she usually met. Unconsciously, Xiao Yan had left an indelible impression on her heart. Today's competition ends here. In the pill competition 7 days later, we can compare our alchemy. The figure of the white-robed boy gradually faded away with the voice, leaving only Cao Ying with a confused face and the people with bewildered expressions. Chapter 28 Having a Tryst. I lost. Cao Ying looked blankly at the young man in white, who was walking farther and farther away until he finally disappeared from her sight. At this moment, the young man's back was deeply imprinted in her heart. This boy's talent is really heaven-defying. Dan Yangtze and the Cao clan's ancestor finally understood why this boy was appointed as the young master of Falling Star Pavilion by Yao Chen at the age of only 15. At the age of 15, his cultivation had reached the level of a 2-star Dou Emperor, and his soul power was still able to firmly suppress Cao Ying. Such talent was extraordinary, even the saint sons of the ancient clans might not achieve such an accomplishment at this age. The way they see it, this boy has a very high chance of becoming a Dou Saint in the future. This old thing Yao Chen has accepted a good apprentice. Dan Yangtze couldn't help but smile bitterly. Beside him, Dan Chen, with a pale face, also opened her mouth in surprise. She and Cao Ying were both core disciples of the Pill Tower, so she was naturally very clear about Cao Ying's strength. Cao Ying was invincible amongst her peers from the Pill Tower. But today, she not only lost, but also lost thoroughly, defeated in every way, whether it be cultivation, soul power or fire control. This made Dan Chen, who was always introverted, feel a little curious about Xiaoyan. What kind of person is this guy? Dan Chen tilted her head and thought. In the dim room, Yao Lao was lying on a big bed, his clothes disheveled. His chest was half open, revealing his dry but still firm chest muscles. A man and woman's clothes were scattered all over the room. Next to him lied Zan Yi. She was wearing a sexy nightgown. Despite her age, she was able to maintain the appearance of a beautiful woman in her 30s. At this moment, she was lying on Yao Lao's chest with a ruddy face and a happy expression. 2 hours had passed, and the two of them had been studying alchemy on the bed, on the chair, on the sofa, and even in the alchemy room. Old man, after so many years, you are still so bad. I used to think of you as a gentleman. Zan Yi drew circles on Yao Lao's chest with one hand. Yao Lao didn't say anything, his expression relaxed. His expression would be perfect if he had a cigarette in hand. I'm talking to you, why are you ignoring me? Seeing that Yao Lao didn't reply, Zan Yi frowned. Shish. Yao Lao stretched out his fingers and closed his eyes, saying, this is the time when the spirit is clear and bright. Perhaps a flash of inspiration will be the opportunity for us to enter the heavenly realm. Then get out of here and let your spirit be clear and bright. I'm upset seeing you. Zan Yi stretched out her foot and kicked Yao Lao. Hee, it's not easy to see you. I have to make the bees tof this opportunity and study alchemy well. Yao Lao opened his eyes and smiled. HMPH. Zan Yi glared at Yao Lao, but her body took the initiative to stick to him. Buzz, buzz. The trembling sound of the sound transmission jade talisman extinguished the fire that Yao Lao had just ignited. Yao Lao frowned and still picked up the sound transmission jade talisman. Old man, where are you? Come out quickly, I want to practice my alchemy. Xiaoyan's voice came from the sound transmission jade talisman. I'm very busy now, can you wait a moment? Yao Lao sent a voice message. After a moment, the sound transmission jade talisman vibrated slightly again. If I don't see you in a quarter of an hour, I will pull out your beard. Xiaoyan's threatening voice came. This bastard. Yao Lao frowned but still struggled to sit up and put on his clothes. Where are you going? Zan Yi showed a trace of displeasure on her face. Didn't you hear? My unfilial disciple called me. Yao Lao said helplessly. Your disciple is really rude. I really don't know why you accepted him as your disciple. Even if he is the saint son of the Xiao clan, can his alchemy talent be that good? Zan Yi curled her lips. Hee, you have no idea. Yao Lao thought of Xiaoyan's extraordinary talent, and his old face couldn't help but smile again. Look at the wrinkles on your face. I don't believe that your disciple's alchemy skills are so amazing that they can be better than my Cao Ying's. Zan Yi sneered. Hee, to be honest, my disciple's alchemy skills may really be better than your disciple's. Yao Lao still smiled and said, why don't we make a bet? If my disciple wins, you will accompany me to study alchemy for another 3 days. Okay. Hearing this, Zan Yi's always cold face also showed a trace of feminine charm and said, if my disciple loses, I can accompany you for a month. Then let him lose. I'm afraid my bone-chilling flame can't stand it. Yao Lao teased, and then disappeared before Zan Yi's embroidered shoes hit his face. I really don't know how amazing the talent of that kid from the Xiao family is to make this old thing grin so much when he's daydreaming. Zan Yi held up her beautiful face with one hand and lay on the bed with her jade body. She exuded a lazy aura. It was obvious that Yao Lao's fire had left her quite satisfied. However, this lazy state lasted less than half an hour before being interrupted by a knock on the door. Teacher, are you there? Cao Ying's voice sounded outside the door. It sounded quite weak. I'm here, wait outside. Zan Yi quickly got up from the bed. The lazy aura on her body was swept away. She waved her hand, and all the debris and traces in the room quickly gathered together, then flew out of the window and burned automatically. After the mess burned to ashes and dissipated, Zan Yi quickly changed into a clean black robe, walked to the door with a slightly majestic look, and opened the door. What's the matter? Zan Yi looked at her beloved disciple, with a hint of unhappiness on her face after being interrupted. There was still a hint of blush on her face that had yet to dissipate. Teacher, I was defeated by the medicine venerable's disciple. Cao Ying raised her charming little face, with tears on it. The face that originally looked strong was a bit weak. You were defeated by Xiaoyan. Zan Yi looked at her haggard beloved disciple, and her heart was shocked. What do you want to talk to me about? Looking at the frolicking Xiao Yan in front of him, Yao Lao had a trace of unhappiness on his face, there was even a sense of depression. In this world it's usually the disciples being ordered around, there are no disciples ordering their masters around, but look at this great ancestor, sigh. Xiao Yan did not speak, but leaned over and sniffed at Yao Lao. He asked with squinting eyes, why do you have the scent of a woman on you? Did you have a tryst with your old lover? Nonsense, I was discussing alchemy. Yao Lao's face turned red and glared at Xiao Yan. Sure you were discussing alchemy, sure. Xiao Yan muttered sarcastically in his heart. He reached out to pat Yao Lao on the shoulder. It's good that you were discussing alchemy. But I am worried that the teacher is old and excessive discussion of alchemy will hollow out his body. Don't worry about that, my beloved disciple, I am still very strong. Yao Lao smiled, it was unknown what curses he was throwing at Xiao Yan in his mind right now. Tisk, you are discussing alchemy with Zan Yi. As your disciple, I can't fall behind. I must discuss it with Cao Ying in the future. There's that Dan Chen too. Exchanging experiences with young and beautiful female alchemists can greatly improve one's own alchemy skills. Xiao thought while stroking his chin. Xiao Yan swallowed his anger and stared at Yao Lao and said calmly, I want to improve my alchemy skills. I require master's guidance. Of the skills and abilities that Yao Lao has, his alchemy is the best. If a rank 9 alchemist doesn't come out, there is no one who can compete with him. After saying that, Xiao Yan summoned a bronze tripod, sent a side eye at Yao Lao and said calmly, when I said alchemy this time I meant real alchemy. Chapter 29 Practicing the Art of Alchemy. What a joke, is there anything wrong with the alchemy I taught you? Yao Lao glared, but he felt a little guilty whilst saying that. Stop wasting time, hurry up. Xiao Yan glanced at Yao Lao and said impatiently. Once he decided to do something, he would seize the time and not waste a single second. Hearing this, Yao Lao's became serious. With your current Dou Qi and soul strength, you already have the foundation to become a 7th grade alchemist. You just need to continuously improve your alchemy experience. Since you can already refine top 5th grade pills, you can try to refine 6th grade pills. After saying this, he waved his finger, and countless precious materials appeared in the alchemy room. It's not easy to refine 6th grade pills. You can start with the simplest soul restoring pill first, and then the deep green longevity pill, spiritual recovery purple pill, and mighty Huang pill. The difficulty will increase in turn. I will watch from the side and point out any problems in time. The old man threw several scrolls of pill recipes to Xiao Yan, but Xiao Yan already had all of these recipes except for the spiritual recovery purple pill, so he just opened the scroll for the spiritual recovery purple pill. After a moment, a stream of information flowed into his mind along his soul. Spiritual recovery purple pill, purple spirit flower. After carefully recording the recipe for spiritual recovery purple pill in his mind, Xiao Yan also went over the recipe for soul restoring pill in his mind before he began to formally refine the medicine. A green flame popped out from his fingertips, and the next moment it burned in the entire medicine cauldron. Looking at the medicine cauldron whose temperature was gradually rising, Xiao Yan reached out and threw a main ingredient for the soul restoring pill, spirit heaven grass, into the alchemy furnace, and then threw in several other auxiliary medicines. Despite this, Xiao Yan did not dare to throw all the herbs in at once. The refining process of a 6th grade elixir is complicated, it requires the essence of nearly 100 kinds of herbs to cooperate with each other. If one step is wrong, the refining may fail, so Xiao Yan became cautious, refining dozens of herbs in 3 batches. After all the herbs were refined, Xiao Yan took a deep breath, closed his eyes, adjusted his mind, and restored his Dou Qi. With his current Dou Qi strength, it was quite difficult to refine a 6th grade elixir. After he had almost fully recovered, he started the fire again, he poured the essence extracted from various herbs into it according to the procedures on the elixir recipe. The temperature is a bit high. The green flames also made Yao Lao's face turn green, but at this moment he was no longer as frivolous as before, but rather he looked solemn. Although he was not the one refining the medicine, once someone started to do something related to alchemy, he would be extremely serious. This might be the true quality that led him to become a medicine venerable. Under Yao Lao's guidance, Xiao Yan's alchemy skills also improved by leaps and bounds. A quasi-9th rank alchemist is a big shot even in the Xiao and Yao clans. If Xiao Yan had not become the imperial son, he would have to be polite when meeting Yao Lao. After all, in the Xiao clan, an 8th grade alchemist who can refine a 6-color pill thunder or above is qualified to go to the Heavenly Flame Valley to choose a heavenly flame. TN. Pills have different grades. Once a pill approaches perfection, it undergoes pill tribulations and takes on multiple colors. The more colors in pill thunder tribulations, the greater the quality of the pill. After an hour, the medicine cauldron shook slightly, and the energy emitted when the pill took shape collided with the cauldron wall, making a pleasant sound. That was a good sound. The pills should be good quality then. Xiao Yan collected his thoughts and took out a pill from the medicine cauldron. The whole pill was white jade in color, and just taking a sniff of its fragrance was enough to invigorate one's spirits. Yes, you succeeded in refining a 6th grade pill for the first time. It seems that your talent is really terrifying. Yao Lao smiled slightly, confirming once again that his disciple was indeed extremely talented. Take a break and then refine the next pill. Every successful alchemist is created from the ashes of countless medicinal materials. Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded slightly. After sitting cross-legged and resting for half an hour, he began to refine the next pill. The same thing was currently happening in Zhan Yi's alchemy room. I succeeded in refining it. Cao Ying sucked out a dark green pill from the medicine cauldron. The 5th grade pill, the green turtle longevity pill, can make one's physiological functions last as long as the rank 5 magical beast green armor longevity turtle after taking it. It is a means for many dying cultivators to prolong their lives. However, the price of using this pill is that you can only use at most 30% of your strength. If it exceeds this limit, the effect of the green turtle longevity pill will be lost. If you want to enter that state where you can prolong your life again, you have to take another pill, making it a very costly item. Even so, this pill is still sought after by some elderly powerhouse. Not bad, you finally refined a 5th grade pill. Zhan Yi looked at her beloved disciple with satisfaction. Cao Ying is still a few months away from being 15 years old, but she can already refine a 5th grade pill. Soon, this 15-year-old girl will become a true 5th grade alchemist. A 15-year-old 5th grade alchemist is a rare 100-year genius. This still stands even across the history of the entire pill tower. Not enough. Cao Ying's delicate and charming face was full of seriousness and determination. If I want to defeat Xiao Yan, this is far from enough. After saying that, she strengthened the blood demon ape fire again and continued to refine medicine. This child, looking at Cao Ying's serious expression, Zhan Yi's expression was slightly complicated. This girl who had been looked up to by her peers since she was a child was defeated by a peer for the first time. Not only that, she was suppressed in every field, even the one she was best at, fire control. I'm afraid that old fogey Yao Chen knows Yinger's strength, yet he is still so confident in his disciple. I really don't know how amazing that kid named Xiao Yan is. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but secretly curse Yao Lao. It's okay for the old man to bully me, but now even his disciples are going to bully my disciple. In an alchemy room in the Dan clan's mansion, Dan Chen was similarly polishing and strengthening her alchemy skills. At this moment, her weak and fair face was full of seriousness. 7 days passed almost in the blink of an eye, and the so-called Pill Tower Youth Group Alchemy competition also slowly kicked off. Although this competition is not as popular as the Alchemist Grand Meeting, which is a feast for alchemists in the entire Central Plains and even the entire Dou Qi Continent, it is still a lively event for people in the alchemy domain. In Holy Pill City, there was still a huge flow of people, and many talented young people in the alchemy world had come to witness the event. Bang! A terrifying wave was emitted from the medicine cauldron. It is strong as the self-destruction of a Dou King cultivator. However, 90% of this energy wave was intercepted by the medicine cauldron, and the remaining 10% was also dispersed by Xiao Yan waving his hand. Third time, this is the third time I failed. Xiao Yan took a deep breath, his eyes red. But only 3 times. Although the mighty Huang pill is not the top among the 6th grade pills, it is still among the best. Even if you are gifted, you will still fail. What's more, you have gotten tired refining other pills these past few days. Yao Lao glanced at the 12 jade bottles placed in front of Xiao Yan. In 7 days, Xiao Yan had refined medicine 30 times in a row, of which 12 were successful and 18 failed. The loss of medicinal materials is enough to make a Dou ancestor weep. However, Yao Lao did not even blink an eye. What really moved him was the determination in Xiao Yan, the determination to excel in something once he decided to do it. It was amazing. He had a strong background and incredible talent, but he also had such a determined and tough personality. Such a person was destined to have a bright future. You have been too tired recently. You should have a good rest. Maybe after you recover, you can refine the mighty Huang pill. Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded and stuffed a spiritual recovery purple pill he had refined into his mouth. Xiao Yan then sat cross-legged to rest. The 7 days of refining pills day and night had indeed consumed a lot of his energy. Even his soul power was almost exhausted. For some things, relaxing and then working would achieve better results in comparison to only working hard without rest. Chapter 30 The competition begins. The next morning, thousands of golden rays of light slowly appeared, illuminating the entire Pill Tower domain. As the core of the Pill Tower domain, Holy Pill City looked even more prosperous under the golden light. In an alchemy refining room at the foot of the Pill Tower, Xiao Yan opened and closed his eyes. With the help of the soul-restoring pill, his previous fatigue was swept away, and he became more energetic. After this high-intensity alchemy practice, my soul has become more condensed, and even my Dou Qi has become a little more solid than before. Feeling the increased power in his body, Xiao Yan couldn't help but get out of bed and stretch hard, his body crackling like popping beans. Cool, Xiao Yan exhaled, put away the medicine cauldron, and prepared to go to the competition area. Although the scale of this youth competition was not small, it was still not as grand as the legendary alchemist grand meeting. Even so, when Xiao Yan arrived at the square dedicated to the competition, it was already crowded. Look, that boy has already transformed his Dou Qi into wings at such a young age. His talent is simply demonic. Look at his age, he is probably only about 15 or 16 years old. At this age, he is already a Dou King. He will almost certainly be a rising star in the future. 2 people eating meat buns chatted. You bunch of country bumpkins, that boy is the disciple of the Medicine Venerable. With the reputation and strength of the Medicine Venerable, it would be strange if this disciple were too mediocre. The chattering in the crowd was soon interrupted by another figure. It was a girl in a red dress with a beautiful figure. Look, it's the Cao clan's demoness. Someone exclaimed. She has also reached Dou King. She really is a demon. If I can marry her, I'll reach heaven in 1 step. Hey, someone here is dreaming. Hurry up and pee on him to wake him up. Those with diabetes, please stand back a little, don't let him infect you with the sweetness of those delusions he has right now. I'll do it, let me get some water to wake him up. Boom, a crisp bell sound suddenly resounded. With the sound of the bell, the originally deafening noise in the square was finally suppressed. The previously noisy area became much quieter, and countless eyes turned to a tall stone platform, where the higher-ups of the Pill Tower were about to appear. Soon after the bell sounded, bursts of things piercing through the wind suddenly sounded, and then everyone saw figures falling from the sky. Xiao Yan glanced around and found that among the so-called 3 giants of Pill Tower, only the leader Zan Kongzi appeared. Obviously, although this kind of competition is grand, it still pales compared to the alchemist grand meeting. Haha, I am Zan Kongzi, and I welcome all the young alchemists who have come here to Pill Tower. You are like the rising sun in the sky, and you are the future of the alchemy world on the continent. Zan Kongzi's eyes swept across the group of young people in the competition's venue. These people generally had young faces that were still childish. The youngest one was only 12 years old, holding a bottle of beast milk in his hand, but on the brocade robe he wore, there was a mark of a second-grade alchemist embroidered. The oldest one was only 18 years old, just barely an adult, but there was also a mark of a 4th-grade alchemist on his chest. Although they were just a group of half-grown children, no one dared to look down on them. Forget their talent, each of them were from forces with deep backgrounds. Perhaps their father or grandfather is an amazing high-grade alchemist, meaning none of these children could be offended. Children, thank you for coming from the Pill Tower domain or even farther to participate in this competition. Haha, I won't waste your time. The rules of this competition are very simple. You choose the materials yourself and refine a pill that you think is the best. The one with the highest grade and the best quality will be the champion. And the reward for this champion is an 8th-grade pill, Soul Enriching Heaven pill. Wow, as Zan Kongzi's voice fell, the previously silent square erupted in enthusiasm. The 8th-grade pill Soul Enriching Heaven pill has the miraculous effect of nourishing the soul. After taking it, it will improve the soul talent and power of the alchemist, it is incredibly valuable and useful for the ranked 7 alchemists who want to break through to the 8th rank. Such a pill, even a 7th grade alchemist, would be envious of these children for obtaining it. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience couldn't help but be in an uproar, and even the participating teenagers' eyes were full of desire. As geniuses of the alchemy world, they certainly knew how much this soul-enriching heaven pill could help them. Even Xiao Yan had a great desire for this item. Rank 8 pills are extremely precious. There may be some in stock in the Xiao clan, but Xiao Zhan ordered that he was not allowed to use the things in the Xiao clan's treasury to improve his strength. He had commanded that he was to hone himself in the outside world. Therefore, this item is very tempting to Xiao Yan. The time has come, you can now choose the materials you want to refine the pill of your choosing. As long as the elixir materials are below the 7th grade, the pill tower can provide you with 2 sets for free. Zhan Kongzi laughed, and many Dou King level pill tower guards holding red plates asked the contestants to write the name of the elixir they were going to refine. Xiao Yan, this time, I will definitely defeat you. Cao Ying was not far from Xiao Yan. She glanced at Xiao Yan and her voice was a little cold. Don't look so bitter and resentful. We are just competitors, not enemies. Facing Cao Ying's challenge, Xiao Yan just waved his hand indifferently. You're right, we are not enemies. But I still want to say that I will definitely defeat you. Cao Ying's expression eased slightly, but her narrow and long lashes and beautiful eyes still carried strong hostility and battle intent. Hehe, then just wait for me to press you to the ground and suppress you. Xiao Yan smiled and ignored Cao Ying's angry eyes, turning to look at the thin and weak Dan Chen on the other side. The fish have begun to bite the bait, and now it depends on the strength of the angler. Sister Dan Chen, you have to work hard. Xiao Yan showed Dan Chen a warm smile. He was coincidentally standing under the sun and was thus bathed in its rays. The golden sunlight shone on him, his sunny and clear face was sharp, and his spotless white clothes were bright. With the ruffian air about it, he was able to successfully dazzle many of the girls who were watching him. Yeah, Dan Chen nodded her head seriously, and her soft peach blossom eyes looked at Xiao Yan with a bit of vigilance. But she seemed to think that this was not very polite. After thinking for a moment, she blushed and said, You should do your best too. Hehe, with your encouragement, I must win the championship. Xiao Yan teased, making Dan Chen's face even more embarrassed. Cao Ying, who was standing aside, had been eyeing Xiao Yan angrily, but she couldn't help but frown when she saw this scene. What a cute girl, I really want to bully her. Xiao Yan had a few thoughts in his mind. At this time, a Dou King guard had already walked in front of him with a red plate. Slightly restraining his mind, Xiao Yan picked up a pen and wrote 5 big words on the note on the red plate. Xiao Yan, Mighty Huang Pill. Chapter 31 Shocking the 3 Giants. When the Dou King saw Xiao Yan write down the words, Mighty Huang Pill, he was stunned for a moment, and then his face showed shock. Do you really want to refine the Mighty Huang Pill? He couldn't help but look at Xiao Yan's still somewhat immature face and ask. The Mighty Huang Pill is a 6th grade elixir, and it is one of the best among the 6th grade elixirs. Are there any problems? Xiao Yan smiled politely. No, there is no problem. The Dou King shook his head hurriedly and turned to hand over the note to prepare the materials. The pill tower is rich and powerful. Since it said that any material below the 7th grade can be freely selected and provided, then it should be prepared. Anyway, the materials for the 2 sets of Mighty Huang Pill are not provided by him, so the Dou King would certainly not have any objections. But when he thought of the young man's delicate and immature face, he couldn't help but be shocked. Elder, this is the elixir that Medicine Venerable's disciple wants to refine. He handed the note in the red plate to a 7th grade high-level elder. The elder nodded slightly, the next moment his eyes widened. 6th grade Mighty Huang Pill. He looked at the young man in white on the square and took a closer look at his frighteningly young face. Go ahead, it's just the ingredients for 2 sets of Mighty Huang Pills. If this kid can really make Mighty Huang Pills. The elder fell into silence. Those who can make 5th grade pills at the age of 15 are already demonic level geniuses. If they can make 6th grade pills that are countless times more difficult than 5th grade pills at this age, then this young man's talent can no longer be described as demonic. At least in his life, he had never met such a genius. On one of the top floors of the pill tower, Zhan Kongzi, who had left the square early and returned here, was looking down at the square. At this moment, there were 4 people standing with him, the three giants of Pill Tower and Yao Lao. Tisk tisk, there are really many outstanding young people this year, Yao Lao said with a smile as he looked at the young people in the square. Old thing, I think you just want to show off your disciple, Zhan Yi rolled his eyes at Yao Lao. Ha. Yao Lao didn't say anything, just stood there with a smile. Seeing his mysterious look, even Zhan Kongzi couldn't help but be a little curious. According to Yao Chen's temperament, if he was still insisting on showing off to them, then what level had the alchemy skills of his disciple reached for him to be so proud? Being able to face Cao Ying and still be so confident, he must be at least 5th grade, or perhaps even at the peak of 5th grade. If that's the case, this young man's aptitude is indeed heaven-defying. Thinking of this, Zhan Kongzi couldn't help but glance at the young man in white on the playground. He was still smiling, competing with Cao Ying while teasing the little girl of the Dan clan, making the girl blush. At this time, the Dou King cultivators had returned, each with a storage ring on the red plate in their hands. This is the alchemy material you requested, the Dou King handed the storage ring to Xiao Yan. Thank you. Xiao Yan stopped competing with Cao Ying and sent his soul power into the storage ring to check it carefully. Although it was almost impossible to make such a rookie mistake considering the Pill Tower's level, being cautious was the greatest respect for himself. After confirming that everything was correct, Xiao Yan put the ring aside with confidence. Look at how cautious you are. How can we make such a small mistake when doing things in Pill Tower? Seeing Xiao Yan's cautious look, Cao Ying couldn't help but mock him. Being serious is being responsible for yourself. Are you willing to let others control your important things? Xiao Yan countered. Cao Ying snorted coldly but also carefully checked her ring. As everyone finished checking, another bell chime resounded. Boom. The time has come, all contestants, get ready. I declare that the competition officially begins now. As the bell rang, an elder of Pill Tower stood up and announced. As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of medicine cauldrons in the square almost simultaneously rose with colorful and gorgeous flames. Wow! The countless people in the square suddenly became excited when they saw this scene. Although such a competition was not as prosperous as the Alchemist Grand Meeting, it was still a lively event in the Pill region. Today, they may witness some rising stars in the alchemy world. Seeing everyone ignite their flames beneath their cauldrons, Xiao Yan no longer waited. He opened his mouth and spat out a small green lion. It flew out of his mouth and fell into the medicine cauldron. The next moment, the green flame rose in the medicine cauldron. I wonder what pill this guy is going to make. Cao Ying, who was standing nearby, stared at Xiao Yan with her narrow and beautiful eyes before immediately focusing on her own pill. Once you start refining a pill elixir, you can't be indecisive, otherwise, it will greatly increase the possibility of failure. Xiao Yan had entered that state earlier than Cao Ying. After making sure that his mind was calm, Xiao Yan first took out a magic core of a 6th-level fire-attributed magical beast from his ring and threw it into the medicine cauldron. Boom! As soon as the magic core entered the medicine cauldron, it was wrapped in a green flame and burned crazily. The magic core of a 6th-level magical beast is quite hard. With Xiao Yan's current Dou Qi and strength of his beast flame, it would take at least an hour to refine its essence. Cao Ying, who was standing by, also had a magic core of a 5th-level magical beast burning in her medicine cauldron. About an hour later, the magic core had been burned into a ball of crystal-clear red liquid by Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan wiped his fingers, and more than 10 medicinal herbs fell into the medicine cauldron. He multitasked, with one flame continuing to burn the magic core energy, while 10 other flames beginning to purify the essence of the medicinal herbs. Dustless grass, cleanse the spirit cold marrow. Another half an hour passed, and Xiao Yan threw the essence of various extracted medicines into the ball of red liquid energy one by one. Sizzle. The red energy made a hissing sound after it came into contact with the essence of these medicines, and white smoke rose up. Xiao Yan's expression was calm, his dark pupils were deep, and he continued to merge the ingredients in an orderly manner. After an incense stick of time, the originally fiery red energy was washed into colorless and transparent attributeless energy without under the neutralization of multiple medicinal herbs. The first step in refining the mighty Huang pill is to wash away the energy attributes in a 6th-level magic beast core, then continue to purify it, and finally ensure that this group of energy is pure. After confirming that this group of energy had reached a sufficient degree of purity, Xiao Yan put it into a small bottle supported by a warm jade. He glanced and saw that Cao Ying was continuously refining several medicinal materials. This is the medicinal material for refining Dou Spirit Pill. Looking at the sweat on Cao Ying's forehead, Xiaoyan secretly thanked himself for practicing his alchemy with greater effort with Yao Lao these past few days. Otherwise, according to his previous level, he might not have been able to suppress Cao Ying steadily. But now it is very different. Lass, just wait to be conquered by me. Xiaoyan laughed, and then glanced at Dan Chen, who was serious. He took a deep breath and took out another golden old vine, throwing it into the medicine cauldron. Flames rose, the temperature was scorchingly high, there were explosions of failed refining from time to time, as well as the excitement of people producing pills and the roars from the audience. But at the top of the pill tower, the former 3 giants of the pill tower were stunned at the white-clothed boy who threw the old vine into the medicine cauldron. The magic core of the 6th-level magic beast, the mighty Huang immortal vine. Yao Chen, your disciple is trying to refine the mighty Huang pill. Chapter 32. It's out. Is there anything wrong with that? Yao Lao asked, pretending to be profound and smiling. Nothing is wrong with that. Zan Kongzi took a deep breath, shook his head, and said, it's just that I've lived for so long, and this is the first time I've seen a 15-year-old 6th-grade alchemist. If he were born in ancient times, he might have been able to become an emperor-grade alchemist. T.N. Emperor-grade alchemist refers to alchemists who have become sovereigns, i.e. they are equivalent to the Dou Sovereign rank. Hearing Zan Kongzi's words, Zan Yi and Tian Lizi, who stood next to him with dark faces, couldn't help but fall silent. Hey, Yao Lao smiled implicitly and gently stroked his beard. He refused to speak and wanted to continue his mysterious act. If we weren't here, the corners of your mouth would probably be reaching your ears right about now, Zan Yi, who knew Yao Lao best, sneered. Hey, Yao Lao laughed without comment. Xiaoyan was so brilliant, and as his teacher, he was naturally very happy. He became even more happy when he saw the shocked looks of these 3 old friends of his. Fortunately, he had received professional training and could restrain himself. Don't be happy too soon, old man. If your disciple wins, we have to study alchemy for a month. Zan Yi's soul transmission suddenly reached Yao Lao's ears. Hearing this, Yao Lao's face suddenly changed from a smile he could not hold back to fear. In a month, even his bone-chilling flame would be sucked out and gone. The audience in the venue naturally had no chance to see the exchange between these 4 giants. What they could see, however, were the young alchemists sitting cross-legged in the square. Look, the kid who drank the beast's milk actually refined the 3rd-grade pill, the Qi-restoring pill. Yes, although this pill is the easiest to refine among the 3rd-grade pills and is even simpler than some 2nd-grade pills, he is only a 12-year-old kid after all. With this child's talent, he may be able to advance to the 4th grade by the time he is 15. Yes, this talent is considered first-rate in Pill Tower. Apart from a monster like Cao Ying, I'm afraid no one can suppress him. That's not right. You see, Dan Chen from the Dan clan is not simple either. It's just that this girl is too introverted and low-key. Looking at the way she switches between the 2 flames, could it be that she is going to refine the 3-line green spirit pill? The 3-line green spirit pill with 2 flames is considered a high-level 4th-grade pill. If another flame is added, it will be comparable to a 5th-grade pill. She is only a little over 14 years old. She's truly amazing. Look at Cao Ying's technique. It seems that she is going to refine the Dou Spirit Pill. Some higher-grade alchemists commented. Although the Dou Spirit Pill is difficult to refine, the recipe is widely circulated. Many alchemists of the 6th grade and above know this recipe. No way, can she refine the Dou Spirit Pill at this age? Some people's eyes widened. With such a talent, it's no wonder that Head Zan Yi accepted her as her personal disciple. If this girl can grow up smoothly, Pill Tower will have another giant figure within 100 years. In the ordinary audience seats, many 6th grade alchemists who are top figures are commenting about Cao Ying and Dan Chen, but in the VIP seats and elders seats, many 7th grade alchemists' eyes were more focused on Xiaoyan than Cao Ying. How is this possible? A group of prestigious 7th grade alchemists stared at the golden ancient vine in Xiaoyan's medicine cauldron, with incredulous looks in their eyes. This kid, is he really going to refine the mighty Huang pill? Like the Dou Spirit pill, the recipe for the mighty Huang pill is not rare. After all, many Dou Emperor powerhouses need this pill. Most high-level alchemists have the recipe for the mighty Huang pill, but those who can refine the mighty Huang pill are undoubtedly outstanding amongst 6th grade alchemists. But how old is this boy in front of them? I thought Cao Ying was already invincible among her peers, but I didn't expect that there was someone more talented than her. Whose disciple is this? Several alchemists who were not far from the 8th rank looked at Xiao Yan with burning eyes. At their stage, apart from breaking through the 8th rank as soon as possible, the only thing worth worrying about was being able to train an excellent disciple. If this boy's teacher was not very strong, they would definitely find ways to make him enter their tutelage. Everyone, don't think about it. This boy is the disciple of medicine Venerable Yao Chen. A faint bitter voice rang, causing the originally enthusiastic old men to feel like someone had poured ice water over them whilst they were sleeping. Medicine Venerable Yao Chen was a mountain that the Central Plains alchemists could not cross in their hearts. If anyone could climb over this mountain, it would probably be the legendary 9th rank alchemists. 9th rank alchemists are always elusive, and many 7th rank alchemists may not have the chance to meet one in their lifetime. In that case, this young man is not someone we can get involved with. We'd better just watch the fun. A group of old men sighed and sat in their seats drinking tea. As time passed, one young alchemist after another refined the pills they wanted to refine. Of course, some people accidentally exploded the furnace twice because they did not control the temperature well. Fortunately, these young people had good family backgrounds, and the quality of the medicine cauldron was very good, so there was no danger. Ding! A crisp sound rang in Xiao Yan's ears. Dan Chen, who was not far away, made a seal with her little hand, and a dark green pill wrapped in black and red emitted energy fluctuations and hit the high-quality medicine cauldron, making a crisp sound. Hua! Dan Chen exhaled, and her tense little face finally had a hint of happiness. She stretched out her fair little hand and held the pill in her hand. A moment after her, another sound of pill-forming energy hitting the medicine cauldron was heard. It was another contestant. He looked the oldest amongst those here. At this moment, he held a blood-red 5th grade blood lotus pill in his hand. Obviously, this person had barely managed to enter the 5th grade ranks. As everyone finished refining the medicine, only Cao Ying and Xiao Yan's medicine cauldrons were still burning with flames. Xiao Yan, you are doomed to lose this time. A moment later, Cao Ying shouted. A deeper and clearer sound rang out in her medicine cauldron, which was inlaid with phoenix patterns. Along with this clear sound, an apricot yellow pill flew out of the medicine cauldron, and the energy contained in it attracted the attention of countless powerhouse. Dou Spirit Pill. This Cao Ying actually refined a Dou Spirit Pill. Someone exclaimed. She is indeed a demoness. This talent is simply demonic. Ignoring the exclamations of the crowd, Cao Ying stretched out her slender jade hand to put the Dou Spirit Pill into the jade bottle, turned her head, and stared at Xiao Yan closely. I don't believe that you can refine a 6th grade pill. Cao Ying gritted her teeth and looked at Xiao Yan, who was still calm. Just now, she had put almost all her energy into refining the pill and didn't even bother to look at Xiao Yan. With many elixirs coming out of the furnace, the refining square was already bustling with noise, yet Xiao Yan was still calm. His soul power penetrated into the medicine cauldron. He carefully felt the changes in the flames. Inside, a ball of colorless and transparent majestic energy was slowly merging with a ball of golden liquid medicinal herbs. A variety of medicinal essences were accurately put into it at every moment, neutralizing the power between the two energy balls. A fist-sized golden elixir prototype was slowly taking shape. The last step, the flame in Xiao Yan's hand suddenly increased, and the golden elixir prototype began to spin in it. 6th grade elixir, can this kid really refine it? Above the pill tower, the three giants were also staring at Xiao Yan's cauldron at this moment. Yao Lao at the side also looked at Xiao Yan with worry. After all, he had failed in refining the mighty Huang pill 3 times before, and there was no guarantee that he would succeed this time. If this boy succeeds in refining the mighty Huang pill this time, he will be the most amazing alchemy genius in the Dou Qi Continent in the past 100 years. In the VIP seats and the elders' seats, a group of 7th grade alchemists also stared at Xiao Yan's medicine cauldron. Boom! Half an hour later, accompanied by a loud sound, a golden beam of light directly lifted the lid of the medicine cauldron and rushed into the sky. What kind of elixir is this? How can there be such a large energy fluctuation? The eyes of countless people in the square were attracted, and facing this powerful energy fluctuation, Cao Ying's face, which was originally full of battle intent, turned pale again. The golden beam of light lasted for a breath in the air, and finally slowly dissipated. As the beam of light dissipated, a golden pill appeared, dazzling everyone's eyes. Chapter 33 The New Mountain. Oh my god, what kind of pill is this? Many people with low cultivations exclaimed. Their cultivation was generally below Dou King, and they had never even seen the scene of a 6th grade pill being born. However, many 5th grade or even 6th grade alchemists could no longer sit still. They stood up from the audience one by one, with incredulous looks in their eyes. How is it possible? He is so young. How could he refine the mighty Huang pill? Several alchemists cried out. Mighty Huang pill. As soon as this name appeared, it spread amongst the countless people like wildfire. As an elixir that can directly increase the strength of a Dou Emperor by 1 star, the mighty Huang pill has a great reputation among the 6th grade elixirs. Even some people with low cultivation have never seen it, but they have heard of it. That golden pill is the mighty Huang pill. Bullshit, how is it possible? The mighty Huang pill is a 6th grade pill, and it ranks quite high amongst 6th grade pills. That's what the 6th grade alchemist said. Why would I lie to you? How is it possible? How old is this boy? How could he refine a 6th grade pill? In the elders' seats and the VIP seats, all the 7th grade alchemists stood up with a bang. Genius, this is a true peerless genius. In a VIP seat, the Cao clan's ancestor and Dan Yangtze were also stunned. The two looked at each other and then at the two granddaughters in the square, with erratic light flashing in their eyes. Yao Chen, your disciple is really heaven-defying. Zan Kongzi looked at the young man who slowly put the golden pill into his hand in the square, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. This Yao Chen's luck is really enviable. It's luck, just luck. This kid failed to refine the mighty Huang pill several times before, but he succeeded this time. It's pure luck, Yao Lao said whilst trying to act humble, but his grin was behind his ears. In the square, Xiao Yan held the mighty Huang pill that was shining with a golden luster in his hand. A breeze blew, and his white clothes fluttered like snow. At this moment, the afterglow of the setting sun shone on him, making him appear indescribably otherworldly, like a young god. Xiao Yan, Xiao Yan. It was unknown which girl who knew his name shouted first, before the whole square began to shout his name crazily. The voices came in waves, like a tide. At this moment, the young man in white in the field was like the sun. No matter how proud you are, you can only serve as a foil and even be drowned by his light. Xiao Yan. Cao Ying stared blankly at the mighty Huang pill in Xiao Yan's hand, and a sense of powerlessness rose in her heart. Although there is only one rank difference between a Dou spirit pill and a mighty Huang pill, it is a deep gap between the 5th and 6th rank. Even with Cao Ying's talent, it will take at least 2 years before she has a chance to catch up. And this is only possible after she has worked to the limit. From childhood to adulthood, this is the first time that Cao Ying has been defeated by her peers in the field she is best at, and it was a crushing defeat at that. Her charming face became paler and paler, and finally, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her lips before she slowly fainted. Hey, what's wrong with you? Before closing her eyes, she saw a white robe flashing from a distance and then falling into a warm embrace. Yinger, the face of the Cao clan ancestor, who was originally watching the excitement outside the venue, changed drastically, and Zan Yi on the pill tower also became concerned. The next moment, her figure appeared in the square. Senior Zan Yi. Xiao Yan looked at Yao Lao's old lover. Zan Yi didn't say anything but took Cao Ying from Xiao Yan's arms. After infusing her Dou Qi into the latter's body, she exhaled after finding that there was no major damage. It's okay. The child has been overworked in refining pills the past few days and she is suffering from depression. She will be fine after a few days of rest and recuperation. Zan Yi waved her hand, and the next moment, she disappeared with Cao Ying. At the same moment she disappeared, Zan Kongzi appeared in the square. Under the gaze of the audience, Zan Kongzi who was standing smiled slightly. He then took a step forward slowly, his eyes slowly sweeping across the audience and contestants before finally stopping at the young man in the white robe. Since the pills are ready, please take out the pills you have refined. Hearing Zan Kongzi's voice, the young contestants put the pills in their palms. Zan Kongzi waved his hand and the pills slowly flew toward the judge's table. As for Cao Ying's Dou spirit pill, Zan Yi also put it into the medicine cauldron before leaving. When all the pills flew to the judges' seats, Zan Kongzi stretched out his finger and lightly tapped. These pills were arranged in the shape of a pyramid in the sky, and at the top of the pyramid was the golden mighty Huang pill. It was like an emperor among many pills. Below it were the Dou spirit pill, the blood lotus pill, and the three-line green spirit pill. Everyone. Zan Kongzi's voice resounded through the world. You have also seen that among these pills, the ranking of the mighty Huang pill is undoubtedly the best, so I declare that the champion of this youth alchemist competition is Xiao Yan. At this moment, countless eyes suddenly turned to the stone platform, and a moment later, deafening cheers resounded through the area. Xiao Yan, Xiao Yan, countless girls screamed, some of them were so crazy that they almost couldn't breathe. From today on, the entirety of the Pill Tower and Pill region will know that there is a boy named Xiao Yan who refined a ranked 6 mighty Huang pill at the age of 15. His teacher is a mountain that countless alchemists in the Central Plains cannot cross. And now Xiao Yan he will also be a mountain that countless young alchemists will be unable to surpass. Xiao Yan, as the champion of this youth competition, with your extraordinary talent, you may be better than your teacher in the future, and you may have the hope of becoming a legendary rank 9 alchemist. This is what you deserve as a champion. I hope this soul-nourishing heavenly pill can be of greater help to your path of alchemy. Zan Kongzi smiled slightly, and with a wave of his hand, a sky-blue mysterious pill appeared between heaven and earth. Gulp. With the appearance of this soul-nourishing heavenly pill, the eyes of countless people in the square became extremely hot, and the sound of swallowing saliva came one after another. Even Dou Venerate powerhouses would be envious of Xiao Yan's rank 8 pill. Looking at this misty sky blue pill, Xiao Yan did not reach out to grab it, but took out a peculiarly shaped white jade bottle, urged Dou Qi toward the soul-nourishing heavenly pill, and the next moment, a huge suction force sucked the soul-nourishing heavenly pill in. Soul-nourishing pill bottle. Zan Kongzi smiled as he watched this scene, thinking that the Xiao clan was indeed rich. This soul-nourishing pill bottle was made of ancient spiritual jade. The value of this bottle was estimated to be almost as high as that of an ordinary 8th grade pill. After announcing the champion, Zan Kongzi read out the names of the top 10 one by one and gave out rewards one after another. Then he announced the end of the competition. With the end of Zan Kongzi's voice, the competition was truly over. After bowing slightly to Zan Kongzi, Xiao Yan smiled at Dan Chen, then turned around and flew away to find Yao Lao. Of course, finding Yao Lao was not his true intentions. Instead, he wanted to use Yao Lao so that he can meet Zan Yi to take care of Cao Ying. This was the moment when a woman was at her lowest and most vulnerable, and it was also a good opportunity for Xiao Yan to take advantage of the situation. Chapter 34 Sending over his granddaughter. At Xiao Yan's insistence, Yao Lao quickly took him to the Cao clan's mansion. As one of the 5 major families in the Pill region, the Cao clan is not far from the Dan clan. In terms of decoration and luxuries that were available, the Cao clan is not inferior to the Dan clan. However, if you must compare, the entire continent may not be able to compare to the Xiao clan in anything, be it resources, luxury or powerhouses. A room in the Cao clan's territory was filled with fragrance. Cao Ying was lying on the bed with a pale face. On one side were the ancestors of the Cao clan, Zan Yi, Xiao Yan, and Yao Lao. What are you doing here? Zan Yi asked indifferently, looking at Xiao Yan and his master. Before Yao Lao could speak, Xiao Yan was the first to reply, and Zan, I think this competition may have been too stimulating for Cao Ying because of me. I want to wait for her to wake up and have a good chat with her. Ensuring she is well is a matter of course since I am responsible. It was unclear if it was because of being called, Aunt Zan, or for some other reason, but Zan Yi glanced at Xiao Yan, then looked back at Cao Ying lying on the bed. It was unknown what she was thinking. After a while, her expression eased a little, and she said to Xiao Yan in a gentle tone, Yinger is fine now, but she needs to rest for a while. Since you are so sincere, I will leave her care to you. When she wakes up, you must take care of her well. If she suffers any internal injuries, you'll be responsible. Don't worry, Aunt Zan, I will definitely take care of junior sister Cao Ying well. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. This brat really has bad intentions. I tried my best to persuade him to stay, yet he was insisting on going to the northwest continent, yet as soon as he heard there were beauties here his face changed like the pages of a book. Yao Lao, who was standing aside, couldn't help but sigh at Xiao Yan. This brat really was willing to do anything to pick up girls. Whilst he was complaining about his disciple in his thoughts, he heard Zan Yi's voice sounding in his ears, come with me. Haha, I'd better accompany my disciple to take care of her. Yao Lao forced a fake smile on his face. Zan Yi snorted coldly. Yao Lao's face turned bitter, and he followed her out honestly. Senior, you don't mind me troubling you by staying her, right? Xiao Yan glanced at the Cao clan ancestor again. No problem, no problem. The Cao clan ancestor waved his hand, a smile on his old face. This lass of ours has been too lucky since she was a child. Now it may not be a bad thing to be defeated by a genius like you who is even more talented. Since you are willing to enlighten and take care of Yinger, I will be troubling you instead. Senior, this is really embarrassing for me. Xiao Yan was a little surprised by the attitude of the Cao clan ancestor. Isn't this a little too much? Haha, Xiao Yan, since you are willing to accompany and take care of this little girl of our Cao clan, then you have worked hard. You can have a good talk with her when she wakes up. As geniuses, you two can go further in the future if you can help each other. I, an old man, will not be in the way here. If you need anything, just tell Qing Kui. The Cao clan ancestor smiled meaningfully, left behind a maid with a Dou spirit cultivation, and disappeared from the room. How can this old man be so sensible? Xiao Yan was somewhat stunned as he looked at the ancestor of the Cao clan who had disappeared on the spot. He was truly bold enough to leave his precious granddaughter to a stranger whom he had only met twice. However, he was quite talkative and was able to hold up a conversation with that maid Qing Kui despite Cao Ying being asleep next to them. Although he only rated Qing Kui a 6, she was still acceptable and could still be used for a good chat. In another lounge in the Cao clan mansion, the figure of the ancestor of the Cao clan suddenly appeared on a chair. Flames were surging in his palms, and in an instant, he boiled a pot of hot tea. It seems that this Xiao Yan has some interest in Yinger. The ancestor of the Cao clan took a sip of hot tea. He had some thoughts running in his mind. In his mind, Xiao Yan had already occupied the position of best suitor for Cao Ying. Being the disciple of the medicine venerable is nothing. Han Feng is also a disciple of Yao Chen. He is over 100 years old and is still a 7th grade intermediate alchemist. But if he is the young pavilion master of Falling Star Pavilion, it will be different. This means that he will certainly become an overlord of the Central Plains in the future. Of course, for the Cao clan, they would at most put Xiao Yan on an equal pedestal to them if Xiao Yan only had the status of the young master of the Falling Star Pavilion. This is because if Yao Chen is excluded, the strength of the Falling Star Pavilion may be weaker than that of the Cao clan. But the talent that Xiao Yan has shown now is shocking. At the age of 15, he has the cultivation of a 2-star Dou Emperor and is simultaneously a ranked 6 high-level alchemist. In the Pill region, it seems that no one has been able to obtain this achievement at this age for hundreds of years. With this child's talent, it is not difficult to become a rank 9 alchemist, and it does not seem to be difficult for him to become a Dou Saint either. Both of these mean that Xiao Yan can reach the peak of the Dou Qi Continent, highlighting how terrifying Xiao Yan's potential is. Moreover, because of Cao Ying, he just heard Zan Yi say today that Xiao Yan is from the Xiao clan and is one of the several saint sons of this generation of the Xiao clan. The Xiao clan, the leader of the 7 ancient clans, although elusive like a dragon, but the occasional bit of power they reveal is enough to shock the entire continent. In particular, it is said that this clan has the only Dou Sovereign powerhouse on the continent hidden. Dou Sovereign, Xiao Zan. Even if this powerhouse has not made a move for nearly 1,000 years, and some people even suspect that he has passed away, as long as there is a slight connection with this name, it is extraordinary. Because that realm is the highest and most supreme in this world. If Cao Ying can form a relationship with Xiao Yan, the power of the Cao clan may directly surpass that of the Dan clan and have a brighter future. I just don't know if these two are fated. The ancestor of the Cao clan took a sip of tea, and his old eyes narrowed slightly. In the hall of the Dan clan on the other side, Dan Yangtze was staring at Dan Chen with a smile, and his old face was smiling like a chrysanthemum. Chenur, aren't you close to that little lass from the Cao clan? She's your good sister. She's sick, won't you go see her? Grandpa, that Xiao Yan is also at Sister Cao Ying's place. I'm a little afraid of him. Dan Chen made a pitiful face. Silly child, Grandpa wants you to meet that Xiao Yan, Dan Yangtze thought to himself. The ancestor of the Cao clan has a relationship with Zan Yi, and Dan Yangtze also has some friendship with Zan Kongzi. He was originally envious of Xiao Yan's talent, but after Zan Kongzi accidentally revealed that Xiao Yan was the saint son of the Xiao clan, Dan Yangtze was even more excited. Doesn't that little rascal like my granddaughter? I'll match them up and bring her to his mouth. I must not let the Cao clan get the upper hand. Chenur, I think that boy is a little frivolous, but he is not a vicious person. Moreover, with his talent, you will have cross paths sooner or later. Communicating more with outstanding young people will be very beneficial to your future, Dan Yangtze spoke to relieve Dan Chen's inner fears. But I'm really afraid of him. Dan Chen was aggrieved, her weak appearance was quite lovable. Alas, this child is good in everything, but she is too timid and introverted. Dan Yangtze stroked his forehead helplessly. Dan Chen was born with an ancient spirit body and was destined to become a rank 8 alchemist. However, with this character, she would suffer when encountering bad people. No, you must go today. Chenur, you are the future of our Dan clan. You must overcome your fear and difficulties. Dan Yangtze's face became serious. I will not lose, a weak murmur sounded. Cao Ying slowly opened her narrow and long beautiful eyes. What came into view was a handsome face that she had dreamed of countless times. Chapter 35. Don't come over here. Are you awake? Seeing Cao Ying's beautiful eyes slowly opening, Xiao Yan stopped chatting with the maid Qing Kui and turned his gaze to Cao Ying's face. He looked at Cao Ying's beautiful face with deep eyes. He did not have any desire as he gazed at her, he was simply appreciating a work of art. Just by seeing the way he was looking at her, Cao Ying's heart felt flustered for a moment. Why are you here? Cao Ying rolled her eyes and found that this was indeed her bedroom before she snapped coldly at Xiao Yan. This is what your teacher and your grandfather wanted. I just wanted to come and see you, but I didn't expect those two old guys to let me stay here to take care of you. Xiao Yan was talking nonsense. Anyway, he didn't care whether Cao Ying would ask Zan Yi or the Cao clan ancestor about this. Why are you looking at me? Are you here to gloat and show off in front of an opponent you defeated? Cao Ying sneered. She was only 14 or 15 years old, but she had already begun to have a kind of evil spirit that would bring disaster to the country and the people. What a natural little demoness. Xiao Yan couldn't help but marvel in his heart, but he replied, you don't have to feel inferior to me, after all, a genius like me comes by once in 1,000 years. Quote. Cao Ying's face, which had regained some color, turned pale again with anger. Just kidding, don't be angry. Xiao Yan smiled and took out a 6th grade heart-protecting pill from his storage ring. He naturally stretched his hand under Cao Ying's slender neck and then gently helped her up. His warm palm moved along her neck and lifted her. Cao Ying's body stiffened briefly, before she allowed him to help her up. She turned her head to look at Xiao Yan but found that Xiao Yan's eyes were clear and there seemed to be no intention behind what he was doing, so she slowly relaxed. Xiao Yan of course had ulterior motives. It was necessary to create some slight physical contact, so as to greatly reduce the distance between them. Of course, the premise of all this is that he acts natural and she doesn't spot his unreasonable thoughts. If she has the same thoughts about him though, then it doesn't matter. As a veteran who had tasted his fair share of flowers and the king of the deep sea, Xiao Yan's set of actions came naturally. Take this pill. Xiao Yan put a heart-protecting pill to Cao Ying's mouth. There are many kinds of heart-protecting pills, ranging from the 1st grade to the 7th grade. The value of this 6th grade pill is obviously quite high, but it is nothing to Xiao Yan, and it is not expensive to Cao Ying. No, just let me have a good rest. Cao Ying shook her head. Although a 6th grade pill is nothing to the Cao clan, it is not cabbage after all. There is no need to waste it for such a small injury. Before she finished speaking, she felt a slender and powerful palm pinching her face. It felt really good. Feeling the smooth skin and softness on Cao Ying's face, Xiao Yan pinched it mercilessly. Under his forceful action, Cao Ying's rosy little mouth opened unconsciously. The next moment, the blood-red heart-protecting pill was stuffed into her mouth by Xiao Yan. The heart-protecting pill melted in her mouth and fell into Cao Ying's stomach before she could even react. How can you be so rude? Cao Ying looked at Xiao Yan with her beautiful eyes wide open. Although this man had a refined appearance, he always acted like a bandit. I'm sorry, I'm used to being a bully at home. Xiao Yan said sorry, but there was no trace of remorse on his face. This damn ruffian, Cao Ying cursed, but she felt a warm current rising slowly in her stomach. This warm current was naturally the power of the heart-protecting pill. With the rise of this warm current, a trace of tiredness appeared on Cao Ying. Go away, Thank you for the heart-protecting pill, I'm a little tired now. She waved her hand but found that Xiao Yan was still motionless. Why aren't you leaving? I'll leave when you fall asleep. How can I sleep if you look at me like this? Xiao Ying could clearly feel Xiao Yan's sharp eyes staring at her. If you can't sleep then I'll tell you a story. Xiao Yan said, prepared for this. Oh, only children would fall asleep after listening to stories. Xiao Ying sneered. More than 1,000 years ago, there was a peak powerhouse called the Purifying Lotus Demon Saint on this continent. Xiao Yan ignored Xiao Ying and spoke to himself. Hearing the name of Purifying Lotus Demon Saint, Xiao Ying paused. After all, this was a legendary powerhouse from 1,000 years ago, someone who was once one of the most powerful beings on the continent. The Purifying Lotus Demon Saint rose from obscurity, and accidentally met the seriously injured Pure Ocean Sect Saintess during an experience. Xiao Yan said in an orderly manner. In the end, the old leader of Pure Ocean Sect, Haishan, personally took action and drove away the Purifying Lotus Demon Saint. The Purifying Lotus Demon Saint shouted angrily and said to Haishan, the river flows 30 years and 30 years west, don't bully the poor young and poor. Since you don't want me to marry the saintess today, then I won't marry her even if you kneel down and beg me tomorrow. Xiao Yan spoke slowly, but Xiao Ying's eyes became brighter and brighter, and she was no longer sleepy. Did the Pure Ocean Sect later beg him to marry the saintess? Unconsciously, Xiao Ying had already started to ask questions about the story. Hey, she's just a 14 or 15-year-old girl after all. Xiao Yan smiled inwardly. Just as he was about to continue, he heard a timid voice coming from outside. Sister Xiao Ying, are you inside? Xiao Ying was about to get up when she was pushed back to the bed by Xiao Yan. You should go to sleep. Xiao Yan said, the story is not over yet. The story is long, and the rest of our lives are even longer. We still have plenty of time to tell stories in the future. Xiao Yan said as he took out the quilt to cover Xiao Ying. But Dan Chen is still outside. Xiao Ying just finished speaking when she saw Xiao Yan's face close to her. What are you going to do? At such a close distance, she could even feel the hot breath of Xiao Yan spraying on her face. Her heart was slightly confused. She quickly blushed, making her already charming face even more attractive, making Xiao Yan want to bite her. What are you doing? Xiao Yan smiled evilly, and whispered to Xiao Ying's ear, Sister Xiao Ying, you don't want Dan Chen to see you the way you are right now, right? The warm breath hit her delicate earlobe, and Xiao Ying couldn't help but tremble. Just as she was about to speak, Xiao Yan's palm had already touched her forehead. You should go to sleep. After saying that, he took the initiative to close Xiao Ying's eyes. Don't open your eyes again, or I will spank you, do you hear me? Xiao Yan's vicious voice sounded. Hey, you dare to threaten me. Xiao Ying was about to open her eyes, but she remembered Xiao Yan's hooligan behavior just now. He won't do it for real. Xiao Ying thought about it, and actually nodded. Perhaps it was Xiao Yan's continuous suppression of her that made her obey the orders of a peer for the first time. Be good, I will come to see you later. Xiao Yan's voice sounded, and Xiao Ying nodded again for some reason. She then heard Xiao Yan's footsteps slowly leaving. Sister Dan Chen, why are you here? Xiao Yan's voice with a hint of ruffianism sounded at the door. Xiao Ying's eyes suddenly opened. At the door of the bedroom, Dan Chen stretched out her little head to carefully observe the situation in the room. She was wondering if the scary Xiao Yan was here, and then she saw a face she least wanted to see appeared in front of her. What was worse, it was getting closer and closer. You, don't come over here. Dan Chen's pitiful voice sounded at the door. Chapter 36. From today on you are my little wife. I just came here, what are you here for? Xiao Yan walked over with a smile. Every time he saw her soft and weak appearance, he couldn't help but want to bully her. I came to find Sister Xiao. Can you give way? Dan Chen looked at Xiao Yan aggrievedly. This guy is not only thick-skinned and shameless but also a social terrorist. He is born to be the nemesis of all introverts. Unfortunately, he is also talented and has a deep background. Even her grandfather can't do anything to him. Your sister Xiao is asleep. Go back. Xiao Yan waved his hand and smiled at Dan Chen. Go, or I'll take you out myself. No need. Dan Chen took a step back, stretched out her little head, and carefully looked at the space behind Xiao Yan. After making sure that Xiao Ying did not appear, she turned around carefully. She moved her little feet gently but heard footsteps behind her. It's over. Dan Chen panicked and couldn't help but speed up her pace. How interesting. Xiao Yan looked at her bobbing little head and how she was walking forward quickly, like a frightened little rabbit. In the bedroom, Cao Ying opened her eyes. A beauty spot at the corner of her eye, adding a breath of disaster to her already enchanting face. She leaned her pretty face on her arm, quietly reflecting on everything that happened today. Thinking of Xiao Yan's handsome face that carried a hint of ruffianism, Cao Ying had a smile on her lips that even she didn't notice. Genius. Monster. Indeed, his talent was so incredible that even she felt desperate in front of it. Rogue, bandit, hooligan, child of a noble family. These may be his nature, but they may also be masks. Out of female instinct, Cao Ying could clearly feel that under Xiao Yan's various images, there seemed to be a trace of imperceptible loneliness. What kind of person are you? The effect of the heart-protecting pill gradually took effect. Cao Ying's body was warm, and her eyelids became heavier unconsciously. She didn't know that when a woman is curious about a man and often thinks about him, it is a dangerous signal. The room was filled with fragrance with a beauty lying on the bed. Outside of this room, however, a new event was unfolding. Da. Dan Chen's steps became faster and faster, but no matter what she did not seem to be able to outrun the existence behind her. What on earth do you want? She became more and more angry and turned around suddenly like a startled kitten. Plop, a solid chest hit her face and almost knocked her down. She was only 1.6 meters tall, a full head shorter than Xiao Yan. The reason she was not knocked down was a hand was holding her slender waist. So thin, so soft. Xiao Yan held back the feeling of his soul being electrocuted and helped her up. Can you please stop following me? Dan Chen pushed Xiao Yan away fiercely, her peach blossom eyes flushed, there were traces of water brewing in her crystal-like eyes. If she could beat Xiao Yan, even with her introverted personality, she would have fought with this scoundrel. Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't. Oh, you're going to cry. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan not only did not feel sorry but pressed on even more, forcing the girl to the wall. What's wrong? You want to cry? Why don't you cry? He said with a smile, as if he was a gangster flirting with the class beauty. Seeing the unscrupulous appearance of this devil, Dan Chen finally couldn't help but break down. Tears flowed from the corners of her eyes and she sobbed softly. If other men saw her tearful look, their hearts would probably break. It's a pity that she met Xiao Yan. Who is Xiao Yan? A scumbag. What is the core of a scumbag? It's not sweet talk or good speech, but a heart of stone. Only when you have a shamless and stone heart can you have the capital to dominate the field of flowers, and you can be invincible without being swayed by other people's emotions. Woo woo woo. The little girl cried like a pear blossom, but Xiao Yan was unmoved. He just looked at Dan Chen calmly. He took out a silk handkerchief and bent down slightly until Dan Chen stopped sobbing. Are you done crying? His voice was very gentle, as were his eyes. He handed the silk handkerchief to Dan Chen. What on earth do you want to do by following me? Dan Chen took the silk handkerchief and wiped her red and swollen peach blossom eyes. I just like you more. Xiao Yan's words almost scared Dan Chen to tears again. Can you not like me? Dan Chen looked at Xiao Yan aggrievedly hoping for a positive answer. No, from the first time I saw you, I was attracted to you. Xiao Yan's words made the girl blush, but the offensive was not over yet. It was unknown when a delicate flower appeared in his hand. It was a purple jasmine. The petals were deep purple like the night, there were dots of starlight on them like the Milky Way. Star fantasy purple jasmine grows where the stars gather, blooms once 1,000 years, and is a precious medicinal material that many 7th-grade alchemists want. Xiao Yan stretched out his hand and inserted the precious flower, worth more than 1,000,000 gold coins, into Dan Chen's hair. Then he leaned over to her ear and whispered, "From today on, you are my little wife." The warm air gushed out from his mouth and hit the girl's crystal ear, which made her shudder. Then, a visible blush rose from her snow-white neck and spread to her forehead. Looking at the girl's blushing face that was so red it would likely drip blood at the slightest squeeze, Xiao Yan couldn't help laughing. Ignoring Xiao Yan's happy smile, Dan Chen sat on the ground blankly, her eyes dull, her brain had shut down. She was different from Cao Ying, who was confident and dominant. Even if she was teased by Xiao Yan, she would only blush slightly. Although she was born in the Dan clan and had a natural ancient spirit body, she was loved by the elders, but because of her physique, no one dared to contact her. When her peers saw her, they were only in awe and afraid, which made her introverted and timid. Now that she was teased by Xiao Yan, she was completely confused. Seeing her like this, Xiao Yan stopped doing anything and just sat on the ground and looked at her with a smile. After sitting there for a long time, Dan Chen slowly came to her senses. She looked at Xiao Yan with a bit of grievance and dullness and said, "Can I go home now? You have been on your way home all the time. Let me take you home." Xiao Yan stood up and stretched out his hand to pull her, but the little girl still stood up by herself. However, this time she did not hide from Xiao Yan anymore, but just walked on the road blankly. Her little face was pale and blushing. It was unknown what thoughts were running through her little head right now. This dignified Dou spirit almost fell down several times while walking. Xiao Yan stopped talking. At this moment, he estimated that this girl would likely not be able to compute anything he said to her, so he simply shut up and remained silent. They were silent all the way until he had sent Dan Chen to the gate of her family home. She asked him blankly when they got there, "Do you still want to follow me in?" "No, I feel relieved to see you go home safely," Xiao Yan said insincerely. "Oh, can I go back now?" Dan Chen's mind was still buzzing. She couldn't react to anything Xiao Yan had said apart from the, "No. Go back." Xiao Yan smiled and watched the girl's figure gradually disappear from his sight. He then turned around feeling satisfied with the day's work. Today's harvest was quite good. He had torn away into a relationship with 2 maidens today. With this beginning, all he needs to do is continue to hold control of the situation. The sunset gradually sank into the night. A ray of the setting sun illuminated the earth with a red glow. In the alley under the pill tower, a young man's proud hum could be heard. Chapter 37 The Master and Disciple with Kidney Deficiency. The night was slightly cool, and the moon hung high in the sky. Xiao Yan was lying on a beam somewhere in the pill tower, with his right hand under his head and a pot of sake in his left hand, quietly looking at the bright full moon in the sky. In his 15 years in the Xiao world, he had always been looking at the moon that had been transformed from the nihility devouring flame. The falling star pavilion was located in the star realm, and it was difficult to see the scenery of the outside world from within. But tonight, he had a rare opportunity to appreciate the moonlight. "When will the bright moon appear? I raise my wine to ask the blue sky. I don't know what year it is in the palace in the sky tonight." Xiao Yan held the wine pot and faced the huge full moon. A trace of loneliness that did not belong to this world flowed out of his body. A dim room was burning with ambiguous lights. Yao Lao sat on a chair and breathed heavily, while Zan Yi was across his thighs. "Hua." Yao Lao wiped the sweat from his head and looked at Zan Yi, saying, "Let's take a rest. You've ran out of steam already." Zan Yi showed a trace of contempt on her face. Facing the expression of his old lover, Yao Lao said calmly, "It has been 3 hours since I came back in the afternoon. In 3 hours, even a 7th grade pill would have been completely refined." "Humph, you are the #1 alchemist in Dou Qi Continent, and you spend 3 hours refining an elixir." Zan Yi sneered. "Hee, let's take a break, let's take a break." Yao Lao's face seemed to be thicker than Xiao Yan's at this moment. Zan Yi rolled her eyes at Yao Lao, stood up, wrapped her mature body with clothes, and said lightly, "Do you think we can take this opportunity to gather these young alchemists and train them well? This is your pill tower's business. I am not a part of pill tower." Yao Lao shook his head and smiled. "With your strength, it is more than enough for you to be the 4th giant of pill tower. If you were willing, Zan Kongzi would give you the position of pill tower's chief head." Zan Yi looked at Yao Lao with a complicated expression. "Haha, I'm used to being free and unfettered. The responsibility in an organization is too great, so I won't participate." Yao Lao still shook his head and smiled. "Old thing." Zan Yi glared, lying on the bed angrily without saying a word, her back to Yao Lao. Yao Lao smiled and walked to the bed without even pulling up his pants. "Don't be angry, little Yi, baby." While coaxing, one of his hands reached into Zan Yi's cheongsam again. "Old thing." Zan Yi suddenly turned around and stared at Yao Lao. "Even if you don't join Pill Tower, you have to guide the junior class this time." "I'm going back to the Falling Star Pavilion in 2 days, Yao Lao declined and replied. "My disciple still wants to venture into the Northwest Continent." "What's there to see in the Northwest Continent? Don't you want him to communicate with the high-level alchemists in Pill Tower?" Zan Yi suddenly smiled. "Communicate with the high-level alchemists in Pill Tower?" Yao Lao hesitated for a moment. Although he was vaguely respected as the #1 alchemist on the continent, it did not mean that he was omniscient and omnipotent. Even he sometimes has to humble himself and ask for advice. There are different levels of alchemy skills, but no alchemist is perfect. As the holy land of alchemy on the continent, the countless years of inherited experience that the Pill Tower has is undoubtedly a huge temptation for every alchemist. I'm afraid this kid won't want to. Yao Lao shook his head helplessly. Why wouldn't he want to? Your apprentice is the same as you, both gentle beasts. They look good, but they are actually very lustful. Zhan Yi sneered and said, he went to visit my Yinger this afternoon. I'm afraid he has some lustful thoughts. And it seems that he even has ideas about the little girl of the Dan clan. He is young, but his ambition is not small. His ambition is more than that. Yao Lao sighed inwardly and said righteously, nonsense, how can my apprentice be described as a gentle beast? After a pause, he said seriously, he is not gentle at all. In the Dan clan mansion, Dan Chen sat in front of the mirror blankly, with a purple jasmine dotted with stars in her black hair. Do I really want to be his concubine? Her face suddenly became bitter again. He is so bad, will he bully me? A girl like her, who has been well protected and introverted since childhood, is often easily pursued by a ruffian like Xiao Yan. Many honest boys always like to overthink when chasing girls, which enables scumbags like Xiao Yan to easily get the hearts of the silent and beautiful girls with their courage and shamelessness. After all, it is not that girls like scumbags, what they like, is the light that breaks into the hearts of young maidens who are just beginning to fall in love. Unfortunately, that light is often not good. These introverted and simple girls are not good at refusing. As time goes by, they often fall into it. In fact, if those honest boys were bolder at the time, they might have had a chance to pursue their own jade beauties. At the Cao clan, Cao Ying, who had just woken up in the middle of the night, lay quietly on the bed. According to her usual habits, she should have been cultivating or refining pills at this moment. She was so strong, not only because of her extraordinary talent but also because she was very hardworking. But tonight, Cao Ying was lying lazily. As soon as she closed her eyes, the handsome face with a hint of a ruffian air appeared in her mind. Thinking of the 2 times Xiao Yan had defeated her and his domineering behavior this afternoon, Cao Ying couldn't help but slightly curl her lips on her delicate face that could bring disaster to both king and people. Hooligan, she cursed, but it was unknown what she was thinking of at the moment. Girls like her often have a special liking for the gentleness in boys' domineering behavior. Of course, the premise is that they will only be so after being convinced by the other party. If Xiao Yan played the role of a domineering president without convincing Cao Ying, even if he was Yao Lao's direct disciple, he would probably be slapped away. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. After a long night, it slowly rose from the east again. The world is still running as usual, the difference being that today there are 2 girls with complicated thoughts and a boy who wakes up from homesickness. Xiao Yan slept until dawn, stood up, and stretched his muscles. The Dou Qi circulated slightly to evaporate the alcohol from last night. He spread his Dou Qi wings and flew to the mansion of the Falling Star Pavilion. Yao Lao is not here. Did he go to see his old lover again? Xiao Yan frowned slightly and ignored it. He returned to his room to think about what to do next. According to the plot of the original novel, going to the Jia Ma Empire now is not the best time to pick up girls. I will miss many coincidences. What's more, I've just opened a way for Cao Ying and Dan Chen. Xiao Yan's original intention was to stay in Pill Tower for a while, but there was a problem that had been bothering him, that is, heavenly flames. Without a heavenly flame, he would always be restrained by the flame mantra, and his cultivation speed would be far slower than when he was in the Xiao clan. This would be fine, but the key is that terrible sense of being weak and hollowed out knowing that he can be and was stronger before. Moreover, after obtaining a heavenly flame, his alchemy skills could be taken to the next level, and he would have the opportunity to become a 7th-grade alchemist more quickly. Whilst he mulling over his thoughts, Xiao Yan suddenly saw an old man who looked hollowed out to the bone walking in. Teacher, how did you become like this? Xiao Yan was shocked. Chapter 38 If I don't go to hell, who will? He saw that Yao Lao's eyes were slightly hollow, his eye sockets were slightly sunken, his body looked hollowed out. Sigh, Yao Lao sighed, took out a 6-flavor Earth Emperor pill from his ring, and stuffed it into his mouth. Pill Tower has organized a junior class. Are you interested in participating? After recovering a little energy, Yao Lao looked at Xiao Yan and asked. What's the fun of playing with a bunch of little brats? Xiao Yan rolled his eyes. With his psychological age, he was definitely not interested in these little brats. After being the king of children in the Xiao world for so many years, he was already tired of this kind of life. What he really needs now is a mature and intellectual sister who can give him a warm and soft embrace, preferably the kind that he can sink into. This junior class gathers all the high-level alchemists in Pill Tower and can teach you a lot of valuable experiences that may not be available in the Xiao clan and the Yao clan. Maybe one or two are not valuable, but accumulating more will also be of some benefit to you. After Yao Lao finished speaking, Xiao Yan's eyes lit up slightly. When he was in the Xiao clan, he did not focus on practicing his alchemy and paid more attention to his Dou Qi cultivation. Although with the help of the soul secret methods in the Xiao clan, his soul realm has reached the level of a ranked 7 alchemist in recent years, he has not made much progress in his alchemy. Now, if he exchanges his experience with the many alchemists in the Pill Tower, perhaps it will be of great help to him in entering the 7th rank and maybe even his future alchemy path. The girls from the Cao clan and the Dan clan will be there. Without waiting for Xiao Yan to respond, Yao Lao added an additional piece of detail. Xiao Yan's eyes lit up. His mind had already imagined the scene of him hugging a beauty on his left and right while attending class. He had such a fantasy when he was in college in his previous life, but unfortunately, he was just a poor student at that time, and he was also very shy when interacting with girls. He didn't even have a girlfriend in the 4 years he was at college. I think that alchemists should learn from others, and it's not a bad thing to communicate more with other alchemists. Xiao Yan said with a righteous face. I knew you would do this brat. Yao Lao sighed again. Patting Xiao Yan on the shoulder, he stated, my disciple, beauties are like a wolf and a tiger. It is not a good thing to owe too many romantic debts. No problem. Xiao Yan shook his head seriously and replied, the Buddha said, if I don't go to hell, then who will? Let me bear the rolling fire of the mortal world. Who is the Buddha? A saint. There are too many Dou Saints in the Xiao clan. Yao Lao sighed. In the Dan clan mansion, Dan Yangtze walked to his granddaughter's courtyard with great interest. He has been in a good mood recently. First, he met the Xiao clan's saint son who was quite interested in his granddaughter, and then he held a meeting with the elders of Pill Tower. Many high-level alchemists shared their experiences, which would definitely be of great help to his granddaughter's alchemy path. Chiner had better be able to capture the Xiao clan's saint son's heart during this period so that my Dan clan can have a brighter future and an even stronger son-in-law. Dan Yangtze was still looking forward to the good things that would hopefully soon occur. But as soon as he walked past the door, he saw his granddaughter sitting on the steps in a daze, her pale and soft face thinking about something, and there was a star-like purple jasmine in her hair. Chiner, what are you thinking about sitting here on your own? Dan Yangtze walked to Dan Chen with a smile. Grandpa, that Xiao Yan asked me to be his little wife. Dan Chen's little face was full of worry, and she looked at Dan Yangtze worriedly and said, what should I do? That Xiao clan's saint son is so proactive, it seems that my granddaughter is really charming. Dan Yangtze showed a smug smile on his face, but it stopped abruptly after a moment. What do you mean by little wife? Could it be that he wants to have another wife? 3 days later, in the hall on the first floor of Pill Tower, Zhang Kongzi looked at the young teens and smiled. These are the future of the mainland's alchemy world. There are a total of 86 people in the junior class. The youngest is the slightly fat boy who likes to drink beast milk. His name is Shi Hao, and his grandfather is a 7th grade elder of the Pill Tower. His name and hobbies always reminded Xiao Yan of a powerful and authoritarian man who had ruled and created a perfect world. T.N. Shi Hao is the name of the MC from the novel Perfect World. The oldest was the young man who could barely refine the 5th grade elixir. His name was Yi Chong, and he was the eldest grandson of the Yi clan, one of the 5 major families in the Dan domain. There was always a seriousness and a trace of sadness on his face. Xiao Yan remembered that the Yi clan was at the bottom amongst the 5 major families, and Yi Chong shouldered the responsibility of revitalizing his clan. The class was headed by Zhang Kongzi and the discipline director was Tian Lizi. Yao Lao and Zhan Yi were the chief honorary lecturers, and several 8th grade alchemists were honorary lecturers. Such a lineup was luxurious. Xiao Yan, among these young people, you have the highest Dou Qi cultivation and the most advanced alchemy skills, so you will be the class monitor. Zan Kongzi looked at Xiao Yan after arranging the class structure. Senior Zan Kongzi, I am used to being idle, and I don't seem to be suitable for the position of class monitor. I think Brother Yi Chong is the oldest and has a greater sense of responsibility, so why not let him be the class monitor? Xiao Yan unexpectedly refused Zan Kongzi. Although he was a little disappointed with his refusal, Zan Kongzi didn't take it seriously and agreed him. Well then, let Yi Chong be the class monitor. Thank you, Director. Yi Chong bowed to Zan Kongzi excitedly. Haha, no need to thank me, Yi Chong, since you are the class monitor, I hope you can take on the responsibility that a class monitor has. Zan Kongzi smiled and said, everyone, go back and rest, the class will officially start tomorrow. I hope you won't be late. After that, he disappeared directly on the spot. After he disappeared, many teachers also disappeared on the spot. Brother Xiao Yan, who was about to leave, was stopped by Yi Zhong. He said with a look of gratitude, Brother Xiao Yan, thank you for what you did today. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely repay you. Xiao Yan did not care about the position of class monitor because he is a peerless genius and a disciple of the medicine venerable. Cao Ying, Dan Chen and others would not care either. But for Yi Zhong, this is an extremely precious opportunity. A simple position will greatly expand his social network. On the one hand, he can show his face in front of the big bosses of the Pill Tower more often, and on the other hand, he can win over many talented classmates. Although these classmates are not as amazing as Xiao Yan, they have a great chance of becoming 7th grade alchemists in the future, and it is not impossible for some of them to enter the 8th rank. Brother Yi, no need to thank me. If you have any beautiful sisters, just introduce them to me. Xiao Yan smiled and waved his hand. If my younger sister Xin Lan was not too young, I would definitely introduce her to Brother Xiao Yan. Yi Zhong replied seriously. I hope that Brother Yi Zhong doesn't forget at that time then. Xiao Yan patted his head. And it's okay if she's young, I can wait another 2 years. Yi Zhong's smile froze, he said awkwardly, Brother Xiao really likes to joke. HMPH, you rascal. A cold snort sounded beside his ear. Xiao Yan turned around and saw Cao Ying, who was wearing a red dress today. Have you healed? How are you doing now? Xiao Yan still greeted her with a smile, ignoring Cao Ying's cold face. Yes, I've healed, I'm all better now. Cao Ying's expression eased slightly, yet she still said in a somewhat unfriendly voice, see you tomorrow. What a proud little girl. Xiao Yan smiled slightly as he watched Cao Ying's charming back. After sending Yi Zhong away, he glanced over and found that Dan Chen was staring at him, with a hint of fear and resentment on her face. Chapter 39 Teaching Assistant Song Qing. What are you looking at? Xiao Yan's eyes glared slightly, and Dan Chen couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Hee hee. Xiao Yan slowly walked in front of Dan Chen and looked at her with a sly smile. Each time he took a step forward, Dan Chen took a step back. As they walked, the girl was forced into a corner by him again. Little wife, why are you here looking at me? Are you not in a hurry to go home? Did you miss me? Xiao Yan supported himself on the wall with one hand, staring at Dan Chen's beautiful peach blossom eyes. At this time, Dan Chen's neck began to turn pink again, rising to her face like a thermometer. She nodded, shook her head, she turned her head to the side, she could only blush and say, no, I didn't. You silly lass. Xiao Yan looked at her with mirth in his eyes, he couldn't help but stretch out his hand to scratch her delicate little nose. Although the feeling of an electric shock to the soul was a bit uncomfortable, it was really cute to see her frowning slightly and not daring to resist. Do you want me to take you home? Xiao Yan looked at her. Dan Chen was stunned for a moment, then blushed and nodded. You are not allowed to do bad things. Do bad things? I, Xiao Yan, am a gentleman, as upright as my teacher. How could I do bad things? Xiao Yan declared with a straight face. Dan Chen's face was full of disbelief, but she still chose to go with Xiao Yan. The first love and emotions experienced during one's youth is always full of magic. Whether it is a boy or a girl, facing this black hole, there is almost no ability to escape. Even if you know that there are dangers ahead, you can't help but jump into it like a moth to a flame. Why didn't you use 3 beast flames when you were refining the 3-patterned green spirit pill that day? With your soul power, you should be able to control the changes of the 3 beast flames. Walking on the road, Xiao Yan changed his previous frivolousness and seriously discussed refining alchemy with Dan Chen. I was afraid that adding another would make the refining fail, so I played it safe. When it came to alchemy, Dan Chen changed her previous shyness and a glimmer of light appeared in her crystal-like eyes. Xiao Yan took everything in, his face unchanged, still smiling gently and discussing some issues about alchemy with the girl. Dan Chen's soul power is not worse than Cao Ying's, but her Dou Qi is a little weaker. Of course, this is also related to her introverted personality. Cao Ying is the kind of woman who has had smooth sailing since she was a child. She is very strong-willed and bold and radical. Dan Chen, who is introverted, has always been cautious in doing things. Xiao Yan is different. He is bold, careful, and thick-skinned. He will do anything to achieve his goals. He is a typical hero. In fact, I think that if snow moon grass is used to replace dust-cleansing grass, it will not destabilize the refining of the mighty Huang Dan, it should also increase the success rate and the quality of the elixir. Along the way, Dan Chen, who was always introverted, took control of the conversation and was the one who was most often talking. Xiao Yan remained silent and listened to her. Although he didn't say much, he often hit the nail on the head. Although he is very bad, he is really amazing, Dan Chen thought while looking up at the handsome face of the boy that had a ruffian air to it. For some reason, she felt her face getting hot whilst looking at him. If snow moon grass is used to refine the mighty Huang pill, the effect will definitely be better, but don't forget how expensive snow moon is, it is almost catching up in price to a ranked 6 magical beast core. As he spoke, Xiao Yan stopped, smiled, and glanced at Dan Chen and said, "We are at your house." Ah, Dan Chen was stunned when she looked at the familiar mansion in front of her, as if she was surprised that time had passed so quickly. She nodded with a little regret and said, Ignorant girl, you don't know it but you've activated my trap card, falling in love." Thinking in his heart, Xiao Yan smiled and said, "My little wife, see you tomorrow." After that, he turned around and walked back without any nostalgia. "See you tomorrow." Dan Chen blushed, her lips moved slightly, she replied in a very weak voice. She didn't turn around and walk into the gate until she saw Xiao Yan's figure disappear from her sight. What's going on? The Dou King, who had been standing guard at the gate, had a confused expression on his face. This young man seemed to have known the young lady for only 10 days, and this was only the 3rd time he had come to the Dan mansion. How could he call her his wife? And from the look on the young lady's face, it seemed that she didn't object, rather she felt shy seeing him call her that. Alas, since ancient times, the youth have always been the most romantic. The Dou King thought to himself. The next morning, a young man had already arrived in a classroom specially opened in the Pill Tower. "Who is the class monitor? Come and register the students." A young man who was not much older than Yi Zhang spoke up. This man was only about 20 years old, but there was a 6th grade alchemist's logo tattooed on his alchemist robe. The young face was barely handsome, and there was a hint of arrogance in his expression, but his eyes looking at Cao Ying were faintly hot. "Yes, teacher Song Qing." Yi Zhang nodded to the young man. Song Qing is only 2 years older than himself, but he is already a 6th grade alchemist at the peak. It is rumored that he will reach the 7th grade within 3 years. It is said that this person is a disciple of a great elder of the Pill Tower. His talent and position in the Pill Tower are second only to Cao Ying. He has the hope of becoming the youngest elder of Pill Tower in the contemporary era, and even has the possibility of becoming the next giant. Although Song Qing is only a peak 6th grade alchemist, he has great talent, qualifications and is the focus of Pill Tower's training, so he serves as an assistant teacher. He is responsible for managing some trivial matters in this class. Cao Ying, Ke Peng, Zhang Tu, Dan Chen, Shi Hao, Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, Yi Zhang called again but found that Xiao Yan was not there. What's wrong with this guy? Yi Zhang's head showed a trace of sweat, this is because he had already felt that Song Qing was frowning beside him. Just as he was thinking, he saw the door open and Xiao Yan, who had changed into a black robe, walked in. The moment he walked in the door, many girls' eyes lit up slightly. When Xiao Yan wore a white robe, he always had a sunny and noble air, and a sense of youth. But now that he had changed into a black robe, he had a mysterious and profound feeling. With the hint of a ruffian air on his face, he had a rather evil feeling. "Brother Xiao Yan, you are finally here." Seeing Xiao Yan walk in, Yi Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. Sorry, I am late." Xiao Yan said sorry, but there was no guilt on his face. He was just the last one to arrive, not late. Song Qing frowned and glanced at Xiao Yan. You are so arrogant, who do you think you are? Song Qing thought. However, he still maintained his composure and said lightly, since everyone is here, just find a place to sit. After hearing this, the group of students found a place to sit. Xiao Yan found a place casually. Just when he was thinking about saying hello to Dan Chen and asking her to come over, he saw Cao Ying walking over with her seductive waist swaying. Oh, why did Miss Cao grace me with her presence? Xiao Yan crossed his legs and joked. But he found that Cao Ying sat down with a teasing smile in her eyes and said, Brother Xiao Yan's alchemy skills are outstanding. Of course, I have to learn from Brother Xiao Yan. Something's wrong, this demoness is plotting something, something's wrong, Xiao Yan was thinking when he felt a cold gaze staring at him. He looked up and saw that it was the assistant teacher Song Qing. Chapter 40 The History of Alchemy. This brat seems to be quite interested in Cao Ying. Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and glanced at Cao Ying, who looked like she wanted to cause trouble. Hey, bad woman, compared with the simple-minded Dan Chen, Cao Ying was obviously not a good person. Now she wanted to torment Xiao Yan. Just keep doing it, I'll trick you into bed and you'll cry, Xiao Yan sneered in his heart, but said kindly, since Sister Cao Ying is willing to sit next to me, I am very lucky. He ignored Song Qing's murderous eyes and turned his head to Dan Chen, who was sitting not far away from him, and said, Hey, come and sit next to me. Dan Chen's was very quiet, she didn't seem to hear him calling her. If you don't come over, don't force me to go over and drag you over, Xiao Yan shouted loudly. Oh, you little girl, are you jealous? Looking at Dan Chen, who was still sitting there like a wooden statue, Xiao Yan shouted loudly, I'll count to 3. If you don't come over, I'll be angry. 3. Dan Chen's thin body stiffened slightly. 2. Her smooth and white calves trembled slightly. 1. Xiao Yan emphasized his tone, seeming a little angry. Pa. Dan Chen stood up from the stool at once and then walked over in small steps, with a trace of grievance and resentment on her face. She was wearing a snow-white floral dress that wrapped around her slender waist. The bottom of the skirt covered her knees and went down a little, revealing slender calves like jade. As she walked over, Xiao Yan smelled a refreshing fragrance. Oh, she applied some fragrances. Xiao Yan smiled slightly in his heart, patted the chair beside him, and said, Sit. Dan Chen wanted to resist, but seeing Xiao Yan's serious face, she sat down, though her little mouth couldn't help pouting. That's more like it. Seeing her being bullied, Xiao Yan couldn't help but pinch her face. Can you not? There's lots of people here, Dan Chen blushed. Xiao Yan then withdrew his hand, thinking that he had to find a way to resist her terrible soul suction, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to be intimate in the future. Humph! Cao Ying's cold snort sounded beside him. I'm being intimate with my little wife, and you're humming a tune here. Xiao Yan looked at Cao Ying unhappily. Little wife. Cao Ying's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and an inexplicable anger rose from the bottom of her heart. Sister Dan Chen, did this lecher coerce you? You have only known each other for a few days, and this guy is a hooligan. Tell me, I will stand up for you, Cao Ying asked with pretended concern. Hearing her words, Dan Chen's face blushed again, but she seemed to feel that Cao Ying had something else in her words, and she shook her head for some reason. What happened to you? Cao Ying was stunned for a moment, and then she looked at Dan Chen with a hint of hostility. Oh, is the palace fight starting now? Xiao Yan was happy. What a pity, you are not the main wife. The main wife is probably about to become a Dou ancestor right about now. Xiao Yan thought of the beautiful face that flew across the Xiao world that day. Compared to Zuner, there is probably no one on this continent with a stronger background than her except himself. However, judging from the current situation, Dan Chen is definitely not able to defeat Cao Ying, so he still has to help her appropriately and suppress Cao Ying's arrogance. Don't be so arrogant when you are a defeated opponent. Don't lose yourself whilst trying to rescue your sister. Although you are a little stupid, you are still pretty. It's not impossible for you to become my bed warmer. Xiao Yan began to tease Cao Ying. You. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Cao Ying's eyebrows were raised at first, and then she giggled. Yes, I would love to be young Master Xiao Yan's bed warmer. The fuck, even Xiao Yan, who was mature and calm, was almost aroused by Cao Ying's temptations at that moment. HMPH, then you should clean yourself up and be ready to sleep with me at any time. Xiao Yan sneered. Quiet, The gloomy voice resounded throughout the classroom. Many students looked over and found that the face of the teaching assistant Song Qing was as black as the bottom of a pot. The conversation between the two just now was not concealed at all. Although the students of the same age envied and hated Xiao Yan, they naturally did not dare to say anything because of Xiao Yan's terrifying strength. But Song Qing couldn't hold himself back. Xiao Ying was a woman he regarded as a forbidden delicacy of his. Although she was still young, she would be old enough to get married in a few years. He was so outstanding, who would Xiao Ying marry if not him? But Xiao Yan, who suddenly appeared today, made him feel very threatened. He had good talent and a strong background. The key was that Xiao Ying was also very interested in him. Haha, senior brother Song is angry, Xiao Ying laughed like a fairy. Xiao Yan stopped talking but glanced at Dan Chen, who was blushing again after being shocked by the two's lewd words. She endured the electric shock and shook her hand, then obediently entered a concentrated state to listen to the class. Seeing him like this, Song Qing thought that this boy was intimidated by him and couldn't help but feel a little proud in his heart. Boy, so what if you are a genius? This is Pill Tower, not your home where you can do whatever you want. Today I will take this opportunity to humiliate you so that Yinger will lose interest in you. Thinking of this, he cleared his throat. Classmates, today is the first day of the junior class. Since most of the lessons we have taught in the early stage are about common knowledge in the alchemy world, we don't need the elders of Pill Tower here to teach that. I can educate you all about it myself. At this point, he narrowed his eyes and stared at Xiao Yan and said, Xiao Yan, you are the most advanced in alchemy among all the people present. Why don't you tell us about the history of alchemy? Sure enough, this guy is jealous. Xiao Yan shook his head helplessly, looking at Xiao Ying who was gloating on the side. He knew it was because of her this guy had taken action. He silently stretched out his palm and gently patted Xiao Ying's round and plump buttocks, then slowly stood up. Xiao Ying, who had been covering her mouth and smiling lightly, froze, and a blush flew to her face. This hooligan, how dare he? Fortunately, she was able to manage her expressions and recovered quickly. This scene was quite hidden, so it was not seen by Song Qing. If he had seen what had happened, he would probably have gone crazy on the spot. Alchemy originates from the ancient era. The specific time can probably be traced back to 50,000 years ago or even longer, but the earliest document that can be verified is only 50,000 years old. It is said that alchemy in the ancient times had the ability to reach the heavens, and that the legendary emperor elixirs had all kinds of incredible and miraculous effects. In the ancient Dou Qi Continent, in addition to Dou Qi and alchemy, there were also extremely powerful inheritances such as formation and soul paths on the continent. It's just that these inheritances encountered some accidents around 50,000 years ago, which eventually led to their decline. After these ancient schools declined, Dou Qi gradually became the main cultivation path of the continent. After countless years of reproduction, the Dou Qi school reached its peak and became almost the only mainstream path on the continent. And because alchemy complements Dou Qi cultivation, it eventually became the second largest mainstream school on the continent. And because becoming an alchemist has high requirements for physique and soul, the number of alchemists has always been rare, which has also led to alchemists becoming the most distinguished profession on the continent. Xiao Yan talked freely, but the group showed confused expressions on their faces. Chapter 41 Come Out and Fight. Everyone present was a famous second-generation alchemist with a famous master. They were all either from a family of alchemists or were gifted and taught by famous teachers since childhood. Therefore, with their backgrounds, they knew a little about some secrets on the mainland, but the information Xiao Yan shared was unheard of to them. After all, the history clearly recorded on the mainland could only be traced back to about 10,000 years ago at most. As for events 50,000 years ago, that was too far back. Xiao Yan ignored the surprised looks of the crowd and continued, after the ancient era, many schools on the continent disappeared, leaving only the Dou Qi school and the alchemist school still thriving. However, during this period, there were still many Dou Sovereign powerhouses on the continent. The period of time in which many schools declined but Dou Sovereign powerhouses still existed is now defined on the continent as the Archaic Era. This was about 50,000 to 10,000 years ago. And about 10,000 years ago, a very terrible thing happened on the continent. One Dou Sovereign powerhouse after another began to slowly disappear. From this period, there were fewer and fewer Dou Sovereign masters on the continent, and the emperor rank alchemists also gradually disappeared. The last emperor rank alchemist was the ancestor of the current Yao clan, the medicine sovereign. With the disappearance of the Dou Sovereign powerhouses and the emperor rank alchemists, the peak power and alchemy skills on the continent no longer exist. The 9th rank is now the peak of the alchemist world. In other words, the limit of the current alchemist's path is the 9th rank. In the past 1,000 years, the most famous 9th grade pharmacists are. Xiao spoke for more than 10 minutes, and many people showed looks of surprise or confusion on their faces. Some even breathed quickly and were quite excited. Although their backgrounds were not bad, it was relatively speaking. Some teenagers had never even heard of the Yao clan. What Xiao said was information that only the ancient clans had. Although it was not confidential, it was rarely circulated. At this moment, many girls looked at Xiao with stars in their eyes, and even Cao Ying and Dan Chen stared at Xiao with burning eyes. Yes, look at me with such admiring eyes, Xiao thought, still smiling calmly, not showing his inner emotions on his face. Assistant Song, I'm done, Xiao said to Song Qing. Finished. Song Qing was stunned at first and nodded with some regrets. Suddenly, he remembered his original purpose. Seeing Cao Ying looking at Xiao with stars in her eyes, his face became gloomy again. Xiao lecture was not bad, but we are alchemists, and things like ancient era, formations and such are a bit redundant. Please sit down, Song Qing said indifferently. Is this son of a bitch purposefully finding fault with me? Xiao frowned and sat down calmly. I hope you don't offer your face to me to step on, Xiao thought to himself. But Song Qing obviously would not follow Xiao wishes. In his eyes, Xiao was a thorn in his side, and he wished to get rid of him as soon as possible. Xiao, tell me about this. You're right, but... Seeing Xiao gradually gloomy face, Dan Chen poked him with some fear. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Xiao smiled and glanced at her, then glanced at Cao Ying who was still intending to cause trouble. Xiao, the classroom is a serious place for study. I know you are very talented, but I hope. Song Qing was feeling proud of suppressing this peerless genius when he heard a faint voice. Have you said enough? Song Qing's voice stopped abruptly. He had never expected that Xiao would dare to insult him directly in the classroom. Student Xiao, are you talking to me? Song Qing's face became even gloomier. After all, he had been in the upper echelons of the Pill Tower for a long time, his face radiated authority without needing to exert any power. This caused these youngsters who had not seen much of the world to sweat and feel a little scared. I'm talking about you, you bastard. Who do you think you are picking on me? You think I'm free for you to do as you wish? Unfortunately, this expression couldn't scare Xiao. He stood up and cursed, who are you showing your big face to? Do you want to be my doormat so I can fix it for you? What are you looking at? Are you looking at your father? You. Song Qing was insulted by Xiao in public, and his face turned pale. It's not that he had never received criticism from the upper echelons of Pill Tower, but which upper echelon could scold people like a hooligan? You are a disgrace to the civilized world. You are a disgrace to the alchemy world. Song Qing pointed at Xiao for a long time, he couldn't even organize a few dirty words in his mind. I'm insulting your mother, you idiot. What the hell are you looking at? If you don't agree, come out and fight. Xiao cursing was perfect. Not only did he scold Song Qing so hard that his face trembled, but even the group of geniuses in the junior class beside him were stunned and looked at Xiao with fear. This man is not only strong and talented, but also shameless. He changes his face like turning a book. He scolds people and actively looks for a fight. You mentioned, fight, are you serious? Song Qing, who was scolded by Xiao and couldn't open his mouth, suddenly brightened up when he heard Xiao say he wanted to fight him. Of course it's true. If you dare to come out, I will beat you so hard that your own mother can't recognize you, Xiao sneered. Okay, Xiao, I accept your challenge. Let's go out and fight. Song Qing was overjoyed. Xiao was just a 2-star Dou Emperor, while he was an 8-star Dou Emperor. Once they started fighting, Song Qing didn't believe that he would lose. And if he won, he could severely defeat this stinky boy in front of Cao Ying. Let's fight alone. I'm not afraid of you. Xiao shouted sternly, but a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. This kid is scared. Seeing Xiao unnatural expression, Song Qing was overjoyed. He began to walk towards the outside with big strides and looked back at Xiao and said, if you are a man, don't just talk, come outside and fight. I'll nail you to death my spit. Xiao Yan seemed to hesitate for a moment and then snorted coldly. Hee, watch how I humiliate you in front of Yinger today. Song Qing sneered, vibrating his Dou Qi wings and flying out. Xiao Yan, you are not senior brother Song's opponent. Cao Ying pulled Xiao Yan. Finally, there was a trace of worry on her face. She found that things seemed to have gone a bit out of control. Humph, wait until I finish dealing with him and then I'll come back to deal with you, Xiao Yan sneered, causing Cao Ying's heart to tremble. Don't go. A small hand grabbed the corner of Xiao Yan's clothes. Xiao Yan, who had been in a state of rage, paused, reached out, touched Dan Chen's little head, showed a gentle smile, and said, "Don't worry, it's okay." After that, he flew out with his Dou Qi which had transformed into wings. Hurry up, let's go out and take a look. The group of teenagers obviously wanted to watch this show unfold and ran outside one by one. The class leader will be fighting with the teacher. This kind of thing is extremely exciting for teenagers of this age. If Xiao Yan can beat Teacher Song, I will follow him in the future, a teenager said excitedly. Hee, if Xiao Yan wins, I won't need Cao Ying in the future. I can just warm his bed, a girl said. You people really don't mind causing trouble, huh? Yi Zhang said with a sad face, finding that it seemed that his position as class monitor was not an easy-going one at all with these rambunctious classmates here. Looking at the boys and girls holding watermelons and drinking animal milk, all of them crowding around Song Qing and Xiao Yan, ready to watch this show, Yi Zhang gritted his teeth and ran towards head Zhang Kongzi's office. Chapter 42 Beating the Teaching Assistant on the First Day of School. Yi Zhang has been carrying heavy responsibilities since he was a child, and now that he is older, he can distinguish the seriousness of misbehavior. However, most of these teenagers are half-grown boys, just watching the excitement and not minding the big picture. Fight, 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 a group of teenagers shouted excitedly. It was unclear who they were cheering for. Dan Chen looked at Xiao Yan, who was confronting Song Qing in the sky. Her fists were clenched tightly, and her face showed worry. Cao Ying also did not look very good. If the two fought, she would be responsible since she was fanning the flames. Xiao Yan's last words also made her feel nervous. Xiao Yan, you are not my opponent. Admit defeat now and leave Cao Ying, and I can let you go for the sake of the medicine venerable. Song Qing in the sky looked at Xiao Yan and said lightly. Frankly speaking, he did not want to make an enemy out of Xiao Yan. This boy's future achievements were almost certain to surpass his, and he was unwilling to offend him easily. But giving up Cao Ying was absolutely impossible. Why are you showing off and acting so arrogant in front of me? Xiao Yan's words almost choked Song Qing to death. If you kowtow and beg for mercy now, I can still spare your life. And that little lass Cao Ying has already been reserved as a bed-warming maid for this young master. Xiao Yan looked at Song Qing with a side eye. Since he wanted to humiliate his opponent, he couldn't look him straight in the eye. You, Song Qing was no match for Xiao Yan in terms of cursing. His face trembled a few times in anger, before finally, he sneered. Okay, I think you have been spoiled by Lord Medicine Venerable for far too long. You don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Today, let me teach you a good lesson and show you that there is always someone better than you. He roared, his body shook slightly, and then he disappeared on the spot. That Medicine Venerable is nothing, how can he spoil me? Xiao Yan curled his lips but didn't say it aloud. After all, you have to respect the elderly. At this time, a strong wind blew in front of him, a fist wrapped in green light was punching towards his face. Bang! The fist with green light penetrated Xiao Yan's head directly in front of everyone. Ah, some girls with weak personalities couldn't help but cover their eyes. Dan Chen was so scared that her face turned pale. Only Cao Ying frowned slightly. Because as Song Qing's fist passed through, Xiao Yan's head didn't bleed a drop but slowly dissipated. Energy body. Song Qing's pupils shrank, he turned back and punched again. Your Dou techniques are very good, but it's a pity your training is not very good. A fist collided with Song Qing's fist, making a dull sound. Song Qing couldn't help but take 3 steps back, while Xiao Yan flew back dozens of feet. Ha 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 ha, Xiao Yan, your body may be strong, and I admit I am not as fast as you, but you're your Dou Qi Cultivation, do you think you are my opponent? Seeing Xiao Yan fly so far, Song Qing couldn't help laughing, with a smug look on his face. Even if you are a peerless genius, you are only a 15-year-old boy after all. The gap between a 2-star Dou Emperor and an 8-star Dou Emperor is too big to be made up by talent alone. What's more, Xiao Yan's Dou Qi seemed a little empty and weak just now when they collided. Alas, the Dou Qi of this flame mantra is really weak and dragging me down. Xiao Yan shook his head helplessly. Even if the advanced level Huang class flame mantra is 10 times stronger, how can it compare to Song Qing who practices in D-class technique? As a disciple of a great elder of the Pill Tower, it is not uncommon for Song Qing to have a high-level D-class technique. At the very least, he could practice an intermediate D-class technique, making his Dou Qi twice as strong as that of an ordinary 9-star Dou Emperor. Xiao Yan's cultivation has dropped to 2-star Dou Emperor, and with the weakness of the current flame mantra, he was probably only comparable to an ordinary 1-star Dou Emperor. It is only because of his perfection in Dou technique and his extremely strong physical body that he could fight with Song Qing. If it were an ordinary Dou Emperor, he would be vomiting blood from that earlier clash. After all, the Dou technique in Song Qing's hands are of extraordinary quality. It's not that the Xiao clan behind Xiao Yan can't provide better Dou technique, but for a Dou Emperor, the quality of these Dou technique and the strength he can exert with them is limited. Even if he has better Dou technique, he won't be able to use them due to insufficient Dou Qi. Xiao Yan, if this is all you can do, you'd better start begging for mercy. Song Qing sneered, his Ji wings shook. He stood up again and moved forward. Bang bang bang. The two kept fighting, the surging aftermath set off energy fluctuations between heaven and earth. Many elders and disciples stretched their heads out to watch. Look, it's that genius Xiao Yan. Why is he fighting with Song Qing? Maybe this is the dissatisfaction between geniuses. Song Qing is also a genius cultivated by our Pill Tower. Maybe these two want to see who's the strongest genius. Was I asking for your opinion? Hurry up and move the stools and melon seeds over to me. Okay, teacher. Bring a pot of wine too. Okay, teacher. Xiao Yan, if you just want to rely on dodging like this to support yourself, I advise you to start preparing to lose. After knocking Xiao Yan back with a palm, Song Qing cackled. Xiao Yan's movement technique and speed was indeed a little faster than his, but his Dou Qi was weak and soon about to be depleted. At this moment, he had probably consumed half of his Dou Qi. On the other hand, Song Qing's Dou Qi was still strong, and he had only consumed about 10%. Admit defeat obediently, leave Cao Ying, and I can spare you. Song Qing stated with a smile. Ha, like I said, this girl is already mine. Xiao Yan suddenly laughed strangely, rubbed his fists, and then grabbed the black robe on his upper body with his right hand and tore it. The expensive black cloth was torn apart, revealing his slightly thin, yet toned and powerful upper body. Crimson Flame Demon Body, activate. Xiao Yan shouted. The green lion tattoo on his back began to light up. The green line seemed to be burning with flames. The next moment, a powerful force that had been lurking for a long time awakened in Xiao Yan's body. There were bursts of sounds between Xiao Yan's bones. His figure suddenly grew half a head taller, reaching nearly 2 meters tall. His originally tight muscles began to swell with blood. At this moment, his body was tall and straight, and his muscles seemed to contain molten metal. His toned body made him look as if he were a statue carved by heaven, like the perfect cultivator. Roar. A low lion roar sounded from Xiao Yan's body. The green lion tattoo on his back seemed to have come alive. Wow, so handsome. Several girls couldn't help but scream. With this figure, I wouldn't mind warming his bed. Hearing their discussions, Cao Ying frowned and couldn't help but snort coldly, which made the little fans quiet down. But her long and beautiful eyes were only staring at Xiao Yan's perfect body. Dan Chen, who was standing by, covered her eyes with a slightly red face, but the gap between her slender jade fingers did not block her sight at all. Men are lustful, and so are women, but they are restrained by something called modesty. Song Qing, it's my turn this time. Xiao Yan sneered, and before his body in the original position dissipated, there were several more afterimages in the air. He flashed 9 times, and the next moment, his fist smashed towards Song Qing with terrifying force. Wherever the fist passed, even the space was faintly torn open. Song Qing's face changed drastically. He quickly made the fastest hand seals he had ever made in his life to quickly condense into a small red shield the size of a human head. Low-level D-class Dou techniques. Mystic Fire Shield. Crack. Xiao Yan's fist only stayed on the small red shield for a moment, before he smashed it. His momentum barely decreased before his fist smashed into Song Qing's chest. Song Qing's face turned pale as he was smacked down from the air by Xiao Yan. How can he be so strong? Song Qing's face was horrified. If he hadn't had the armor on his chest to protect him, he would have been beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Xiao Yan. No, I'm not his opponent. Song Qing hurriedly urged his Dou Qi and used his movement technique to turn into a green light to try to escape, but unfortunately, how could his speed be faster than Xiao Yan's? After seeing a few more afterimages flashing in the sky, Song Qing felt a huge force coming from his back. Bang! A dull sound rang out. Song Qing's face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Yan, I admit defeat, I admit defeat. He begged for mercy while running away, but he was met with another punch. After 3 punches, Song Qing fell to the ground with a pale face and fainted. I told you not to show off. I told you not to show off. Xiao Yan retracted his strength and stepped hard on his face with the strength of an ordinary person. Chapter 43 Heaven and Earth are cruel. Pill Tower, everyone's eyes were a little dull. What's going on? Song Qing actually lost. This kid named Xiao Yan, who was only 15 years old, was able to beat Song Qing, an 8-star Dou Emperor, into this state. However, the elders of Pill Tower had a high vision after all and easily saw that Xiao Yan was only able to win due to strong body refining Dou technique. On the ground, Xiao Yan's shoe prints continued to be printed on Song Qing's face and body. If Song Qing did not have a Dou Emperor physique, he would have been trampled into a bloody mess by Xiao Yan at this moment. Enough! An old man shouted angrily. The invisible pressure stretched out from the Pill Tower and spread to Xiao Yan. Hey! The old one has arrived after the young one got his ass beat, huh? Xiao Yan sneered, stopped what he was doing, with his foot still on Song Qing's face of course. The pressure was dissolved by an invisible force when it was less than 10 feet away from Xiao Yan. Seeing that the pressure seemed to be ineffective, the space in front of Xiao Yan fluctuated, and an old man in a red robe walked out. Young man, how can you be so cruel? Seeing the shoe prints all over Song Qing's face and body, the red-robed old man felt infuriated even further. Old man, who are you? Xiao Yan glanced at the red-robed old man, considering Song Qing's backing, then this old fogey should be a great elder of the Pill Tower. Sure enough, the red-robed old man suppressed his anger and replied, I am the current great elder of Pill Tower, and the one you are stepping on is my disciple. Young man, you are too cruel, aren't you? Cruel? Xiao Yan glanced at Song Qing, who was like a dead dog under his feet, and then looked at the great elder of Pill Tower and retorted, yes, I am cruel. If you want to blame someone, blame your disciple for not having eyes. Why blame this young master? Since you are his master, then you should apologize to me on his behalf. The anger that the great elder of Pill Tower had just suppressed suddenly rose to his head, his old face turned red with anger. Haha, is this how Yao Chen educates his disciple? Since Yao Chen can't teach you, then I will teach you on his behalf. He stretched out his palm while speaking. The terrifying Dou Qi directly caused cracks in the surrounding space. To be able to become the great elder of Pill Tower, second only to the 3 giants, this person's cultivation must have reached Dou Venerate. Looking at the great elder who had made a move, Xiao Yan's face did not show any fear. Instead, he spat at Song Qing who was lying beneath his feet. Asshole! The great elder of Pill Tower was almost smoking by now. He wanted to slap Xiao Yan to death. To him, Song Qing was no less than his own son. Unfortunately, as soon as he made the move, an equally old hand stretched out from the space behind Xiao Yan and held his hand. The owner of this hand was Yao Lao. Yao Chen. Seeing Yao Lao appear, the elder took a step back and said coldly, is this how you educate your disciples? Yao Lao turned around and looked at Xiao Yan, who was currently shirtless and looked like a bandit, and at Song Qing, who was like a dead dog under his feet. Helpless, he shook his head. My disciple is used to being arrogant, I can't control him. You can't control your disciple. The great elder glared and said coldly, my disciple losing in a duel, being beaten and seriously injured, I can accept, but your disciple is now humiliating him like this is unacceptable. Hey, old Lin, we have known each other for a long time, I advise you to be careful with your words. Yao Lao couldn't help but cough lightly. Be careful with my words. The great elder of Pill Tower glanced at Yao Lao and said coldly, I didn't expect that even you have become so arrogant now. No wonder you have taught such a domineering disciple. I'm going to make a promise today. If your disciple doesn't apologize, then he'll be removed from the Pill Tower. As the great elder of Pill Tower, although his power is not as high as the three heads, it should not be underestimated. Alas, Yao Lao looked at him with pity. The next moment, the space around him solidified. Two auras far more powerful than Yao Lao appeared silently behind the great elder of Pill Tower. Two old men in black robes, one with a kind face and the other with a fierce one, stared at the great elder of Pill Tower. Half saint. The great elder showed a trace of horror in his eyes. He had been in seclusion for a long time and had never paid attention to the outside world. It was not until he came out of seclusion recently that he knew that Yao Chen had accepted a talented disciple, but he did not know that this young man had a more powerful background. If he had not sensed that his beloved disciple was seriously injured, he would not have appeared here. You seem to want to drive the saint son of our clan out of Pill Tower just now. Xiao Wen smiled, but it made the great elder feel inexplicably pressured. Saint son, is this Xiao Yan the saint son of the Xiao clan? His heart tightened. HMPH, you old man, don't be ungrateful. Xiao Wu's temper became even more irritable. He glanced at the great elder of Pill Tower and said, "It is an honor for your Pill Tower that my saint son is willing to study here. If you anger my saint son, I will tear down your Pill Tower and blow your dog head off." Compared to the introverted Xiao Wen, Xiao Wu is extremely domineering. The great elder said with a stiff face, "Even if it is the saint's son, you have to be reasonable, right? Reason, what qualifications do you, a little Dou Venerate, have to reason with our Xiao clan?" Xiao Wu snorted coldly, causing the great elder to turn pale. "Old man, didn't you ask me to apologize just now?" A faint voice sounded, but Xiao Yan had already flown over, looking at the great elder and sneered, "I'm giving you a chance now, apologize to me on behalf of your disciple. If I'm satisfied, I'll let you and your disciple go. Otherwise, hey, you." The great elder's face turned red, he was so angry that he couldn't speak. Xiao Wu behind him snorted, took a step forward slightly, increasing the pressure. A real man can bend and stretch. The great elder took a deep breath, clasped his fists and bowed to Xiao Yan, saying, "My disciple was ignorant. I, as his master, apologize to His Royal Highness the Saint Son on his behalf." "That's more like it." Xiao Yan's smile changed quickly and said, "In this case, I will also give you face and let you take your disciple away. When he wakes up, tell him that if he dares to provoke me again next time, he will die." "Thank you, Lord Saint Son." The great elder's face twitched his face a few times, he then waved his hand at the unconscious Song Qing, and disappeared instantly. He didn't want to stay in this place for a moment. With his disappearance, the two half-saint elders, Wen and Wu, also hid in the space again at Xiao Yan's signal. Satisfied, Yao Lao glanced at Xiao Yan. "It's okay," Xiao Yan said lightly. "Although Song Qing provoked you, it's enough that you seriously injured him. Why do you have to humiliate him?" Yao Lao also frowned slightly. Although Xiao Yan's background is terrifying, such that even the Pill Tower may not be a big deal in his eyes, that shouldn't mean he should act unbridled and offend everyone at every turn. "Since they provoke me, then naturally they will have to pay a price." Xiao Yan sneered and declared, "This world follows the law of the jungle. Song Qing didn't dare to kill me when fighting me, not because he was kind, but because he was afraid of my background. If I were a teenager with no background and no talent, he could crush me to death like crushing an ant. If it were this situation, do you think I would be considered ruthless? Heaven and earth are cruel and treat all things as dogs. If I am weak, I am wrong today. If I am strong, Song Qing is wrong today. In the eyes of the strong, there is no place for the weak." Yao Lao narrowed his eyes and sighed softly. "I didn't expect that you have such a mentality at such a young age." Chapter 44 The Strange Ancient City. After living for so many years, Yao Lao naturally knew that being kind to one's enemy was being cruel to oneself. Since ancient times, those who want to achieve great things need to be decisive in killing. He said nothing more, turned around, and disappeared on the spot. Xiao Yan did not stay any longer and flew back to the crowd in the Pill Tower. As soon as he landed, he saw the teenagers in the class disperse, standing in 2 rows and looking at Xiao Yan obediently. In their eyes, this classmate of theirs was too terrifying. He beat the assistant teacher on the first day of school. Even the great elder of the Pill Tower was almost beaten by him. The conversation between Xiao Yan and the great elder just now was shielded by the spatial powers of a Dou Venerate. Everyone could not hear what Xiao Yan said specifically, but they all saw the expression that the Great Elder made, and how it changed from the initial rage to frustration. It is not difficult to imagine that this Great Elder had hit an iron plate when he was reprimanding Xiao Yan. They find it hard to understand that a Dou Venerate powerhouse and an 8th grade alchemist had no way to deal with Xiao Yan. Not only that, this guy is also terrifyingly strong. He beat an 8-star Dou Emperor as if he was beating a dog, truly scary. The teens who had never experienced hardship are now a little afraid of Xiao Yan. This is a demon king, no one should mess with him. Why are you all staring at me? Go back to the classroom. Looking at the awe in their eyes, Xiao Yan smiled before instructing them to go back. However, this smile, in the eyes of the crowd, is as chilling as falling into an ice cellar under the scorching sun, causing them to shiver. However, since Xiao Yan has spoken, these people left obediently, with only Cao Ying and Dan Chen still watching him. Are you okay? Dan Chen paused and couldn't help but ask. Do I look okay? Xiao Yan smiled and spread his hands, his thin yet explosive muscles twisted as he moved. Ah, put on your clothes quickly. Dan Chen blushed and covered her eyes. Hey, the gap between your fingers are a bit big, I can see your eyes. Xiao Yan stared at her eyes through her fingers. Oh no, the shy girl wanted to find a hole to crawl into hearing him expose her. I never thought that you could beat senior brother Song Qing. Cao Ying, who was standing aside, looked at Xiao Yan's upper body with charming eyes, unlike Dan Chen who was evasive. Hey, scumbag, Xiao Yan sneered at her and took out another set of black robes from the ring and put them on. How am I a scumbag, Xiao Yan, explain it to me clearly. Cao Ying raised her eyebrows. How can you not be one? Xiao Yan turned his head and looked at her coldly, saying, your senior brother Song Qing loves you very much, but you used his love as a pawn. Miss Cao, if one day I become your lover, will I also end up like this? You. Cao Ying's face turned pale and she said in a lost voice, is that how you see me? Isn't it, Miss Cao Ying? Using other people's feelings for you to make him do something dangerous, such a woman is too dangerous, it's better if I keep some distance. After saying that, he turned around and left without looking back, leaving Cao Ying with a pale face. In terms of scheming, no matter how smart Cao Ying is, how can she be Xiao Yan's opponent? After all, under his young face, there is an old fox. To deal with a woman like Cao Ying, naturally, you can't obey her like Song Qing. In addition to suppressing her in terms of ability, you must also have a stronger personality than her. A simp is destined not to be liked by such girls. From the alchemist youth competition, feeding her medicine in her room, beating Song Qing, to the sudden alienation now, all of these were premeditated by Xiao Yan. Even if Song Qing did not intervene, he would have done it to show his ability. Just like a lion will deliberately show its strength in order to chase a rabbit. When Cao Ying is willing to put down her face and take the initiative to show her goodwill, that is when he will also go back to how he was before. Sister Cao Ying. Dan Chen looked at Cao Ying with concern. I'm fine. Cao Ying raised her head and looked at Dan Chen, with a trace of envy and jealousy in her eyes. She shook her head with a pale face and said, let's go back. Yeah, Dan Chen nodded coquettishly. Xiao Yan's fuss caused a sensation in the entire Pill Tower. The elders of the Pill Tower found out that Yao Chen's genius disciple was the saint son of the Xiao clan. Compared with the terrifying and suffocating background of the Xiao clan, his identity as the young master of the Falling Star Pavilion is not worth mentioning. Xiao Yan deliberately humiliated Song Qing and suppressed the great elder of Pill Tower in public. Apart from his own cruel personality, he also wanted to show off his muscles to these old men. Playing the pig to eat the tiger is not always useful. After all, the Pill Tower is a top force on the continent second only to the 7 ancient clans. Using the Xiao clan to knock these old guys down a notch will make it much easier for him to do things in the future. As Song Qing was seriously injured, the morning class was temporarily cancelled. In the afternoon, he was replaced him with another 7th grade senior elder. After this elder came, he taught very seriously and was very polite to Xiao Yan. There was even some goodwill in his words. Xiao Yan did not communicate with him too much but just responded politely with a smile, which made the elder quite regretful. If he could climb up the giant tree that is the Xiao clan, he might be able to progress further. The previous basic theory class passed quickly. As for Xiao Yan, he used this time to integrate Dan Chen into his snare step by step. During this period, Cao Ying also took the initiative to find him twice. The first time, Xiao Yan's attitude was neither cold nor indifferent, as if he were treating a stranger. The second time, his expression was slightly more relaxed, as if he were treating an ordinary friend. In fact, the two were indeed just ordinary friends, but Cao Ying's subconscious mind thought different. Under the subliminal stimulus that Xiao Yan gave, as well as him invisibly guiding her, she thought there was a deeper connection between them. During the period when Xiao Yan was learning alchemy in Pill Tower, a terrible war broke out on a plain in the west of Central Plains. The fertile plain is located in the west of the Central Plains. This place has always been under the jurisdiction of a second-rate force, the Black Wind sect. Although there are not many precious resources here, the grain output is huge, and the species here reproduce very quickly. Thereby earning the name, abundant, it is the foundation of the Black Wind sect. But today, a great change occurred on a small mound in the fertile plain. The sky, which has always been calm and peaceful, first showed a few cracks, and then it broke under what seemed to be a heavy load. After that, a huge ancient relic fell from the sky, shaking the entire fertile plain 3 times. This is an ancient city with a diameter of about 20 miles. The ancient city is circular in shape, with a dry river in the middle dividing it into 2 halves. If you look at it from the sky, it is a huge Tai Chi diagram. This ancient city's sudden appearance attracted countless eyes. The Black Wind sect, the overlord of this place, sent 2 Dou emperors to lead a group of disciples to investigate the moment the fertile plains shook. An ancient city that can hide in space, this is a feat that only a Dou Saint can accomplish. If there are some treasures here which they can find or some inheritance, the strength of the Black Wind sect may be able to rise to another level. The 2 Dou emperors excitedly led the team to the ancient city. However, something strange happened. Chapter 45 Ranked 7 Intermediate. The team that entered the yin side went crazy soon after entering the ruins. They grew long red hair, became insane, and began to kill each other. The Dou emperor who led the team reacted in time and tried to stop the fight but was besieged by everyone. As time went on, the several Dou kings became stranger and soon killed each other. Seeing this horrifying scene, the Dou emperor leader finally dared not stay, he abandoned his teammates and escaped. However, even so, the weirdness did not disappear from him. Not long after returning to the sect, he became covered with red hair, turning violent and murderous in the process. After being discovered by the leader of the Black Wind sect, he was imprisoned and sealed. Although there were no deaths in the team that entered the Yang side, those with lower cultivation were already living a life worse than death. Soon after they entered, they were infected by a special aura. There seemed to be an evil fire burning in their bodies. The Dou emperor leader made a prompt decision and knocked out the disciples before several Dou king were infected, and then led everyone back to the sect. After returning to the sect, these cultivators began to gradually lose control of the flames in their bodies. Initially, they had a desire to make a move on the female disciples, and later, they wanted to pounce on some handsome male disciples. The leader of the Black Wind sect finally made up his mind and locked up these infected forces in a brothel. After 7 days of sex, these cultivators finally emerged in a withered state. Although some of the Dou King cultivators fell to the Dou spirit realm because of this, they were able to successfully quell that evil fire within them. Master, the treasures in these ruins may not be something we can obtain, weakly said the Dou emperor expert who had escaped from the Yang side of the ruins. He was now skinny, his breath was weak, it was as if he would fall over if the wind blew. Although he had lost much of his essence, he had managed to save his life. The Dou emperor who entered the yin side had gone completely mad and became a beast that had lost all reason. Alas, the leader of the Black Wind sect looked at the woods below. In the woods, many disciples who had returned from the Yang side were still cursed and were attempting to cure themselves. They were engaged in the most primitive acts. Their eyes were bloodshot, and although their bodies were skinny, they couldn't stop their desire to reproduce. The disciples with low cultivation soon died of exhaustion. The sect was unfortunately helpless and did not know how to help them. The leader of the Black Wind sect once went to the ruins in person but found that the Dou ancestor strongman could not enter. Could it be that this relic can only be entered by those below Dou ancestor? But how can Dou emperor resist such a curse? The leader of the Black Wind sect sighed and said, "Forget it, spread the information about this relic." Although the Black Wind sect dominated the fertile plain, such a large relic appearing out of thin air could not stop people from talking about it. Moreover, the Black Wind sect could not control this relic with its strength alone. The news that a Dou Saint relic appeared in the fertile plain quickly spread throughout the western part of the Central Plains, attracting countless masters. However, they found that it seemed only cultivators below Dou Ancestor could enter this relic. Due to the appearance of this relic, the western part of Central Plains became particularly lively. The news even began to spread in other directions. The Pill Tower, on the other hand, was as calm as ever. In Yao Lao's mansion, Xiao Yan sat with closed eyes, an invisible soul wave slowly rotated at his brow. If there were high-level alchemists present, they would be able to feel his increasingly powerful soul power. His soul was innately strong, and he had the soul cultivation method given by his clan. With the rich resources of the Xiao clan and his own hard work, his soul reached the threshold of a 7th-grade alchemist at the age of 15. In the Pill Tower Youth Competition, he also obtained the 8th-grade elixir, soul-enriching heaven pill. With its help of Xiao Yan's soul power increased significantly. After a sleepless night, when the first ray of sunlight in the sky broke the loneliness of the night, Xiao Yan, who had been keeping his eyes closed, finally opened his eyes. His originally dark pupils became transparent and colorless at this moment. A powerful soul storm swept out of his body, instantly covering the entire mansion. It even had a tendency to extend outward. In the mansion, some waiters whose cultivation was below that of Dou King fainted at the moment they were swept by the soul storm. Even some Dou emperors felt the pressure and were slightly dizzy from the impact of this powerful soul power. At this time, a more powerful soul force appeared, covering the entire mansion, preventing Xiao Yan's soul force from being transmitted to the outside world. This soul force was far more terrifying than Xiao Yan's and had a hint of the vastness of an abyss. The two half-saints, Wen and Wu, who had been guarding Xiao Yan, slowly emerged and were also shocked when they felt the soul force that was as vast as heaven and earth. With such a magnificent soul force, Yao Chen's realm is probably not far from the legendary heaven realm. Elder Wen narrowed his eyes. T.N. Soul power cultivation, mortal, earth, heaven, sovereign. If his soul reaches the heaven realm, it will not be a problem for him to reach the half-saint realm. Maybe he can take a step further in the half-saint realm than you and me. Elder Wu said with a complicated expression. To be fair, if they were not blessed with the great bloodline powers and did not possess the huge resources of the Xiao clan, they might not have even been able to reach Dou Venerate. Yao Chen, on the other hand, has climbed step by step from a discarded child of the Yao clan to the present. Not only that, when he reaches the heaven realm, a new rank 9 alchemist will appear on the continent. Tisk tisk. Something like that is much rarer than a Dou Saint. Elder Wen also looked at the invisible soul power in the sky with envy. There are only 3 or 5 9th-grade alchemists even in the Xiao clan. The 9th-grade alchemists in the entire continent can be counted on one hand. Their status in the Xiao clan is almost comparable to that of a supreme elder. This just highlights how talented Yao Chen is and the change in status that he will undergo once he breaks through. The powerful soul storm lasted for another breath of time before Xiao Yan slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and calmed down. His colorless pupils turned black again. The soul-enriching heaven pill is worthy of being an 8th-grade pill. My soul power is now comparable to that of a rank 7 intermediate alchemist. Moreover, there is some residue of the pill remaining in my body. It may be of some use when I attempt to reach the 8th rank in the future. Sensing his stronger soul power, Xiao Yan's lips curled up slightly. At this time, the space fluctuated slightly. Yao Lao's figure appeared. Chapter 46 9 Revolutions Golden Pill. Good, your soul power has reached the intermediate 7th rank. Yao Lao stroked his beard with satisfaction, whilst looking at Xiao Yan with a smile. With the soul power of an intermediate rank 7 alchemist, plus the 3 months you spent honing your alchemy skills, I believe that your efficiency in refining the mighty Huang pill is much higher now than before. You should now also be able to refine a peak rank 6 pill. If you can get a heavenly flame, you will have the hope of quickly becoming a rank 7 alchemist. Even if you don't get a heavenly flame, I believe that with your talent, you can reach the 7th rank in a year at most. Thinking of this, Yao Lao's old face bloomed like a chrysanthemum. A 16-year-old 7th-grade alchemist, this record is probably the most terrifying in the past 1,000 years. A heavenly flame, I can get one if I kill my senior brother and devour his ocean heart flame. Xiao Yan laughed. Why do you always have such a strong desire to kill your senior brother? Yao Lao frowned. This man has an evil mind and has been thinking about the flame mantra for a long time. Old man, why do you not believe me? If someone tempts him with benefits, he will sell you, who is like a master and a father to him, immediately. Xiao Yan sneered. Although Fenger has taken some detours, he was raised by me since he was a child. He won't be like this. Yao Lao shook his head. What's more, what about you? If Han Feng is a villain hiding in the dark, then Xiao Yan is a bandit in the open. He will ask for what he likes, and if he doesn't give it to him, he will rob him. Hee hee. Xiao Yan smiled and said nothing more. At the end of the day he understood Yao Lao's feelings. He had raised Han Feng, so it was inevitable that he will have deep feelings for him. As for Han Feng, he will kill him sooner or later. Although he can't do such a thing as betraying his loved ones, he may not be worse than Han Feng in terms of cruelty. If he doesn't want anything else, just his desire for the ocean heart flame has given him the motivation to deal with Han Feng. In addition, he has always been unhappy with Han Feng, so he will kill him. The first 3 months of the Pill Tower Junior class focused on theoretical foundations, but after 3 months, they began to focus on practical understanding. Dear students, after 3 months of theoretical teaching, I believe you all have a sufficient wealth of knowledge to begin independently developing a pill recipe of your own. The pill recipe does not need to be of a high grade, but it is best to create it yourself. If you really feel that your ability is not enough, you can improve it based on the recipes left by your predecessors. A sturdy middle-aged man in white stood in the alchemy square, smiling at the group of talented teenagers in the square. The man's face had a kind of majesty that would be developed after being in a high position for a long time. He also had an aura of a scholar, a bit like the professors from his previous life. This is a peak 7th grade alchemist, and everyone calls him Elder Li. It is said that he is only one step away from breaking through the 8th grade. He is a relatively famous figure in the Pill Tower. Hearing the topic proposed by the old man, the teens frowned. Everyone knows that most of the recipes of alchemists are obtained after countless experiments. Whether it is the control of flames or the dosage of drugs, they are strictly controlled. If there is a difference of 1 millimeter, it may become a poison. Even Xiao Yan frowned slightly at this topic. Haha, students, think carefully. If you have an idea, just try it boldly. I will guide you by your side. If you have any doubts, I can explain it to you as much as possible. Elder Li said confidently. Although he is not an 8th grade alchemist, his understanding of the medicinal properties of low and medium level elixirs is very high. Even ordinary 8th grade alchemists may not be able to match him. This can also show the powerful foundation of the Pill Tower from another perspective. Seeing the frowns on their faces, Elder Li couldn't help but laugh. It's not easy for me to come down and teach. So naturally he wanted to make the most of the time here to leave an impression and of course, show off his talents. If a few geniuses admire him enough to turn to him and become his disciples, then he will have truly profited. As he was thinking, he heard a roar. He turned around and saw that Xiao Yan had already started the fire. Xiao Yan, you started the fire so quickly. Do you have an idea? Elder Li's eyes lit up. If he could guide Xiao Yan, he would have some bragging rights in the future. He could already how when Xiao Yan becomes a 9th grade alchemist, he would be able to say that he had guided Xiao Yan to create a pill recipe when he was young. What honor and face that would bring him. Xiao Yan nodded to him, turned his head and looked at Dan Chen before he threw the magic core of a ranked 6 magical beast into the medicine cauldron with a smile. Elder Li's face changed and he said in a pained voice, Xiao Yan, I just asked you to create or improve a pill recipe casually. Why do you have to use the magic core of a 6th level magical beast to experiment? Although the magic cores of rank 6 magical beasts were in the hands of all the elders of the Pill Tower, they were not cabbages on the street after all. Even if a 7th grade alchemist failed, he would still feel pain for a moment. Teacher, I want to improve a 6th grade pill, so I have to use 6th grade magic cores to refine it. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. 6th grade pill. Elder Li couldn't help but feel his lips twitch. His original intention behind this task was for everyone to refine 2nd or 3rd grade pills so that he could show off, but he never thought that Xiao Yan would directly want to modify a 6th grade pill formula. Elder Li has lived for over 200 years, and he has only created 2 6th grade pill formulas by himself, while been able to modify only 3 successfully. 6th grade magic core, snow moon grass, green cloud jade flower leaf. Looking at the precious materials that Xiao Yan threw in one by one, Elder Li couldn't help but twitch again. The value of these precious materials is enough to refine a 7th grade pill. It's a bit extravagant to use them for an experiment. Although Elder Li was twitching, Dan Chen, who was on the side, was full of joy when she saw this scene. Her pair of crystal-like peach blossom eyes looked at Xiao Yan with a look full of attachment. In the past 3 months, she has completely fallen into Xiao Yan's hands. What Xiao Yan was refining at this moment was the upgraded version of the mighty Huang pill that the two had discussed many times. This caused Dan Chen to feel valued. On the other hand, Cao Ying, who was standing aside, had a cold face. Although Xiao Yan was not as cold to her as before in the past 3 months, he was still not how he used to be. For some reason, Cao Ying always inexplicably expected Xiao Yan to act like a hooligan in front of her again. Whilst Xiao Yan was refining pills, the other students were scratching their heads in thought, and as time passed, they also raised flames one by one. However, most of the pills they refined were some 2nd and 3rd grade pills, which finally made Elder Li smile. It was finally my time for him to show off. He showed an unfathomable smile on his face again, and instructed the geniuses one by one. As if he was a knowledgeable and kind teacher. Shi Hao, what kind of pill are you going to refine? Elder Li looked at the little boy who loved to drink animal milk with a smile. The little boy had thick eyebrows and big eyes, he was cute and slightly plump. He was the favorite of the junior class, especially Xiao Yan, who took extra care of this child who would rule the world in the future. Elder Li, I want to modify the recipe of the 9 revolutions vasodilation pill and transform it from a 1st grade pill into a 2nd grade pill. Shi Hao had not yet undergone puberty and thus still sounded like a little boy. Haha, okay, although it is an improvement on a 1st grade pill, you are considered a genius at your age. Tell me, what name are you going to give the new pill? Elder Li touched the little fat boy's head with satisfaction. Only such a child could give him a chance to show off. Look at that Xiao Yan, he didn't even get a chance to do anything. I'm going to call it the 9 revolutions golden pill, Shi Hao said happily. Elder Li's smile froze for a moment. Chapter 47 Yin Yang Twin Flame. The 9 revolutions vasodilation pill, as the name suggests, is a kind of elixir for that affects vasodilation of blood vessels. Its specific effects include strengthening of the stomach and intestines, cleansing them to thereby achieve stronger digestion, and detoxification amongst other effects. In simple terms, it is a laxative, but the side effects of ordinary laxatives will harm the stomach and intestines. However, 9 revolutions vasodilation Dan can protect and even strengthen the stomach and intestines of the consumer. For all those who have low Dou Qi cultivation, they cannot use Dou Qi to control the 5 internal organs, and sometimes they also need this kind of elixir. Shi Hao, you have chosen a good name, but don't you think it's a bit of a waste to use such a good name as 9 revolutions golden pill on a 2nd grade elixir? Elder Li tried to make himself appear more kind. Teacher, I think it's a very good name, Shi Hao replied naively. Well, you can call it that, but this name may not be successfully registered in the future. Elder Li stroked his forehead. Then he pointed out, the main material of the 9 revolutions vasodilation pill is the large intestine of a 2nd-level demon beast. What you need to do is to use 9 kinds of medicinal materials to wash away the impurities in the large intestine and retain its most original energy. Do you understand? I understand. Teacher, don't worry, I will definitely be able to refine it. Shi Hao nodded obediently. You can choose and match the 9 kinds of medicinal materials from dozens of medicinal materials such as green water grass, purple leaf mint, etc. The 2nd-level pill is relatively easy to refine, as long as you use it properly. Elder Li was giving instructions, but he felt the sound transmission jade talisman in his ring vibrate slightly. Students, continue with your work. I have to attend a meeting and will be back soon, Elder Li announced, then turned into a phantom image and disappeared. Shi Hao carefully recalled what Elder Li said. After a while, he took out a small can of beast milk from his storage ring. Gulp, gulp, gulp. After swallowing a bottle of beast milk, he wiped the milk from the corner of his lips before spraying a ball of green flame out of his mouth. Rank 6 Magic Beast Flame, Green Scaled Eagle Flame. Looking at the green flame rising in the furnace, Shi Hao threw a half-meter-long large intestine of the rank 2 magical beast, the red cloud pig, into it. Boom! As soon as the large intestine entered the furnace, the green flame swept it up. Preserve the origin of the large intestine, Xiao muttered softly. The green flame roasted the intestine, and soon, the half-meter-long large intestine began to shrink rapidly. Not enough, the origin energy has not been extracted yet, Xiao stared at the situation in the furnace with a serious face. After an incense stick of time, the large intestine had shrunk a lot, and a lot of powder was baked out. Under normal circumstances, this would be the raw material that would be used to refine the 9 revolutions vasodilation pill. But in order to extract the origin mentioned by the teacher, Xiao continued to roast it. Anyway, the price of this kind of large intestine is very cheap. 10 minutes later, the black large intestine that was roasted to the size of a finger exploded with a bang, and Xiao showed a trace of disappointment on his face. After all, he is a 12-year-old child, he can't always be calm and concentrated. Just as he was about to take out a new large intestine, a ball of golden powder appeared in the medicine cauldron. Xiao's eyes lit up. The origin of the large intestine, ha ha ha, I finally extracted it. Xiao's face was a little excited, he quickly took out the golden powder and put it in a jade bottle. Why is there a hint of fishy smell? He frowned and then relaxed his brows again. The large intestine of the red cloud pig is smelly, so it is normal for its origin to have some odor. There are many elixirs in the alchemy world that do not have a good fragrance. There are also some elixirs with various strange smells. He calmed his mind and started to refine the rest of the ingredients. Flames rose in the square, the students were all immersed in the creation and improvement of the new pill formula. In a hall on the upper floor of the pill tower, the masters had gathered. There were many high-level alchemists amongst them, including Yao Lao who was sitting among them. Everyone is here, right? Zan Kongzi glanced at the many alchemists in the hall. Yes, everyone is here, the great elder replied, except for a few people who are in seclusion, everyone else is here. But head, isn't there an extra person at this meeting? While speaking, he glanced at Yao Lao. Old Lin, don't be so stingy. You will suffer if you continue like this. Hearing this, Yao Lao smiled. The great elder's face changed color. No problem, Zan Kongzi waved his hand and said, what I want to say this time is not a secret. I'm just notifying you here. With Yao Chen's resources, he will probably find out by tonight at the latest. He paused before speaking. Everyone, I summoned you here this time to announce a message. A heavenly flame has appeared in the western part of the central plains. A heavenly flame has appeared. Hearing this, the many elders who were originally silent became excited. How could other people know what traction a heavenly flame had to alchemists? With a heavenly flame, an alchemist's refining level can be completely improved by a level. Not just that, a heavenly flame also has an amplifying effect in combat. As for the danger of refining a heavenly flame, many alchemists are willing to take this risk. Isn't it because Yao Chen, the medicine venerable, has the 11th ranked bone-chilling flame that he can suppress the 3 giants of the pill tower in alchemy? Head, which heavenly flame is it? An elder stood up and asked. The heavenly flame that was born this time, Zan Kongzi spoke lightly after a moment of silence. If I am not mistaken, it should be the 21st ranked Yin-Yang twin flame. Yin-Yang twin flame, these alchemists showed a trace of disappointment on their faces, and then a trace of joy. They were disappointed because the Yin-Yang twin flame is only ranked 21st, and its power is much weaker than Yao Chen's bone-chilling flame, but they became joyful because the Yin-Yang twin flame should be much easier to subdue than the bone-chilling flame. Seeing the smiles on everyone's faces, Zan Kongzi suddenly showed a strange smile. Everyone, don't be anxious. This time, the heavenly flame may not belong to us old guys. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Some alchemists were unhappy. Many of them were old, and if nothing unexpected happened, their alchemy skills have reached the end of the road at this point in their life. Obtaining a heavenly flame is the one thing that can help them progress. Hearing him say such ominous words would naturally irk them. This time, the heavenly flame appeared in the fertile plain in the west of the central plains. According to rumors, not long ago, the space above the fertile plain shattered out of thin air, and an ancient city's ruins fell out of thin air. Zan Kongzi ignored the complaints of these alchemists and continued. You all know that being able to hide a city in space must be the work of a Dou Saint. And this Dou Saint had tampered with the ruins before his death, that is, those with a cultivation level higher than Dou Ancestor cannot enter this ancient city. If a force too powerful breaks in, the ancient city will explode with the means left by the Dou Saint, everything would be gone at that point, including the yin-yang twin flame. As soon as these words came out, many alchemists showed a hint of disappointment on their faces. Only Yao Lao showed a hint of joy. Chapter 48. For your parents' sake. There seems to be a powerful curse or other aura in these ancient ruins, Zan Kongzi said, ignoring the murmurs around him. People who enter the yang side become overwhelmed with a desire to reproduce. Those with weak cultivation may even become beasts that only know how to perform primitive actions, eventually dying of exhaustion. However, most of the cultivators who have reached Dou King can survive, though the price is high. As for those below Dou King, only one person has survived so far. This person is a 5th-grade alchemist who, due to poor cultivation aptitude, has always remained in the Dou spirit realm. Zan Kongzi's words made several elders look thoughtful. Does the head mean that the strange power in these ancient ruins has less impact on alchemists? One asked. Yes, to be precise, it has less impact on people with strong souls. Zan Kongzi smiled and nodded. What about the yin side? Someone else inquired. The yin side. So far, few have walked out there intact, Zan Kongzi replied whilst frowning slightly. The curse power on the yin side is extremely terrifying. Once a Dou King comes into contact with it, he will be covered with red hair and become a ferocious beast that only knows how to kill. Even if a Dou King cultivator successfully escapes from there, he cannot rid himself of the curse's influence, leading to the same end. This situation is almost irreversible, he continued. The heavenly flame is located at the core of the yang side. Several 6th-grade alchemists have reached the end by virtue of their powerful souls. However, there is a seal there. These alchemists have not succeeded in breaking it and eventually left without any gains. Zan Kongzi said lightly, the reason everyone has been summoned here is to ask if you have any suitable disciples or other candidates to go to the ruins. It is best if they are a 6th-grade alchemist and are Dou Kings. Those meeting this criteria are the most suitable for exploring the ancient ruins. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of Yao Lao and the Great Elder lit up at the same time. A Dou King cultivation and a 6th-grade alchemist realm soul. This describes their disciples perfectly. Zan Yi, however, frowned slightly. Cao Ying was too young, and neither her soul nor her cultivation level met the requirements. She did not want her beloved disciple to enter such a perilous place. Today, I called everyone here just to convey the message. If there is nothing else, then we can adjourn, Zan Kongzi announced with a laugh before disappearing. Some elders left immediately, while others fell into contemplation. They all had a few disciples who were 6th-grade alchemists. Elder Li also had a disciple who was a 6th-grade alchemist, but unfortunately, his cultivation level had broken through to Dou Ancestor. He shook his head regretfully and disappeared from the meeting room. Back on the alchemy square, Elder Li reappeared. He looked around and his pupil suddenly shrank when he saw Xiao Yan's medicine cauldron. Could he actually succeed? A ball of golden liquid was slowly taking shape in Xiao Yan's medicine cauldron. Its powerful medicinal properties far exceeded those of ordinary mighty huang pills. Although he might not succeed this time, after many attempts, he may indeed refine this new version of the mighty huang pill, Elder Li thought, his eyes showing a trace of heat. Geniuses are truly frightening, he mused as he turned his gaze to Dan Chen's medicine cauldron, where a purple pill was slowly rotating. He wanted to remind her of something but, seeing her serious face, decided not to disturb her. Many students had already refined their pills by this time. Your modification of this snow spirit pill is acceptable, but the ratio of ingredients is uneven. The dosage of the main ingredient, snow spirit grass, must not be changed. Do you understand? Elder Li instructed a young man who was a 3rd-grade alchemist. Yes, teacher, the young man replied. Elder Li nodded with satisfaction, took out a delicate spoon from his ring, scraped a little powder off the snow spirit pill, and put it into his mouth. Alchemists often need to taste the medicine when refining it, especially during experiments, to personally experience the advantages and disadvantages of the new pill. Wait, did you add sky poison grass to this pill? Elder Li asked, frowning. Yes, I wanted to fight poison with poison, the young man began, but Elder Li interrupted him. Nonsense. Sky poison grass is deadly poisonous to anyone below Dou King. Just a drop of its liquid can poison a Dou Grand Master. If you add an entire plant, who below Dou King could survive? Yes, Elder, the young man's face turned pale. But the idea is good. Next time, use the 5-color leaf instead. It is not very toxic, and 1 leaf should suffice, Elder Li said, regaining his amiable demeanor and patting the young man on the shoulder. "Thank you for your guidance, teacher," the student replied gratefully. "Haha, this is what teachers should do," Elder Li replied, smiling. He was truly a role model for these teens. He circulated his Dou Qi to force out the little medicinal properties in his body, spit out a mouthful of phlegm on the ground, and then continued to move forward. "Xiao, is this the 9 revolutions golden pill you refined?" Elder Li asked, looking at the plump Xiao with a smile. "Yes, teacher." Xiao proudly puffed up his belly and looked at Elder Li with expectation. "Haha." Elder Li smiled at the sight of the cute, chubby boy and took the golden pill in his hand. The golden pill was glittering and looked like a high-level pill. Elder Li put the golden pill to the tip of his nose and smelled it, frowning slightly. "Why is there a fishy smell in your pill? Teacher, didn't you say we need to retain the original power of the large intestine?" Xiao asked innocently. "I did say that," Elder Li nodded. "Yes, the essence of the 9 revolutions vasodilation pill is in the large intestine, and the substance in the large intestine is the most important part of this pill." "Did you keep it on purpose?" "I deliberately extracted it during the refining process," Xiao stated confidently. Elder Li nodded and said no more. Instead, he took out a small spoon, scraped some golden powder from the pill, and a foul smell reached his nose. Elder Li frowned slightly and looked at Xiao, who was watching expectantly. Finally, he put the golden powder into his mouth and tasted it carefully. As he chewed, Elder Li's frown deepened. He glared at Xiao, quickly circulated his Dou Qi, and spat out a mouthful of golden liquid. You. Elder Li gritted his teeth, staring at the startled Xiao. Taking a deep breath, Elder Li said, "Xiao, if you want to become a professional alchemist, tell me for your parents' sake, what exactly is the large intestine essence you extracted?" Chapter 49. I'm sorry, I can't help it. I don't know either, Xiao stammered, frightened by Elder Li's dark face which currently looked as black as the bottom of a pot. He took 2 steps back in fear. Damn it, Elder Li could no longer suppress his anger and roared. This roar was not that loud, but it scared the nearby teenagers. Dang, dang, dang. The sound of furnaces exploding rang out one after another. Fortunately, these teenagers were using the best medicine cauldrons, and no one was injured. But then, a huge sound came. Boom. Xiao Yan's medicine cauldron shook violently. Even though the energy was weakened by 90% by the furnace, Xiao Yan's face turned pale, and a huge mushroom cloud rose from the medicine cauldron. After the smoke dissipated, Xiao Yan's face was black and his hair was messy. It was obvious that he was seriously affected by the power of the explosion. "Old man, are you purposefully fucking with me?" Xiao Yan got up ready to fight it out with Elder Li. The medicinal properties of this newly developed mighty Huang pill were extremely unstable. As soon as he was mildly distracted, the furnace directly exploded. "Student Xiao Yan, calm down," Elder Li said, looking at Xiao Yan, whose face was dark. Xiao Yan was only a Dou emperor, so he was no match for Elder Li, who was at the peak of the Dou ancestor realm. However, the background behind Xiao Yan was too huge. Even the great elder was defeated in front of him. As a small elder, Elder Li could not go against him. Elder Li's eyes turned, and he took out the golden pill made by Xiao and said, "Why don't you try this pill made by Xiao? Then you will know why I am so angry." "You can't be so angry even if there is something wrong with a pill made by a child," Xiao Yan said, curling his lips. "Hehe, you will understand if you try it," Elder Li replied, handing the 9 revolutions golden pill to Xiao Yan. He also used a small spoon to scrape off some powder for him. Xiao Yan dipped a little powder with his fingertips and put it in front of his nose to sniff. His face changed, and his eyes turned sympathetic as he looked at Elder Li. "Xiao, what kind of pill are you making?" Xiao Yan asked, glancing at the fat boy. 9 revolutions golden pill, an improved version of the 9 revolution vasodilation pill. Seeing Xiao Yan coming over, Xiao's courage suddenly grew. "Then why is this pill golden?" Xiao Yan was the great demon of the junior class. Even the teachers were afraid of him. For these teens who were forcefully confined to the classroom all day, they looked favorably upon this senior. In Xiao's eyes, this great demon was a very good brother. "Elder Li, I apologize, I wronged you," Xiao Yan said, looking at Elder Li with pity and bowing to him. "Alas, as a teacher, you must be dedicated and responsible," Elder Li replied, his vanity instantly boosted by Xiao Yan's bow. This was a genius that was rare in the alchemy world, one that came only once in 1,000 years. He was also the saint son of the Xiao clan. However, when Xiao Yan returned to his position, his body couldn't help but tremble. "Student Xiao Yan, what are you laughing at?" Elder Li asked. "No, I'm not laughing." "Kukuku, you still say you're not laughing." "Teacher, I've received professional training, and I usually don't laugh." "Kukuku. You call this professional training?" "Sorry, I can't help it." Elder Li felt that the world had lost its warmth, and he looked at Shihao coldly. "Kid, you're too self-righteous. When you're an alchemist, the process and the method is the most important. Without it, you won't obtain any good results. Think about it carefully." After saying that, he stroked Shihao's face hard a few times. Shihao's face was tense, and he looked ashamed. Xiao Yan, what materials did Shihao use to make medicine today?" On the way home from school, Cao Ying walked to Xiao Yan. Ignoring Dan Chen who was frowning beside her, and even more ignoring the female classmates who were eyeing Xiao Yan covetously, she walked confidently. They were just a bunch of bitches who were trying to get something they shouldn't be reaching for. All the girls got out of the way in front of her. The girls didn't block Dan Chen as she was favored, otherwise, she would have been squeezed out already by them in a bid for Xiao Yan's attention. In the past 3 months, Cao Ying had been more and more proactive towards Xiao Yan, and Xiao Yan used the tricks that scumbags usually use, acting cold and distant. Either she comes to him or he won't go to her. The question Cao Ying has asked hit the nail on the head. Hearing Cao Ying's doubts, Xiao Yan couldn't help but curl up his lips again. "What are you laughing at?" Cao Ying asked. "Nothing. Kukuku." "Oh, what is it?" Cao Ying grabbed Xiao Yan's arm with her jade hand and shook it. "Huh, fuck, so white, so deep." He looked up again and saw Cao Ying's charming little face with a touch of charming blush and captivating eyes. This little demon. Xiao Yan felt a headache and quickly turned his head, but he saw Dan Chen staring at him curiously, with a thirst for knowledge in her eyes. Seeing the curious look of the two girls, Xiao Yan said with a mysterious smile, "Come closer." The two girls moved their heads closer to Xiao Yan. Closer. Looking at the two faces getting closer and closer to him, one with a demonic aura and the other with a pretty and weak face, Xiao Yan raised a sly smile. Pop, pop. After 2 sounds, he raised his head seriously. Only the 2 girls with blushing faces were left. "Disgusting," Cao Ying said fiercely, glaring at Xiao Yan with her beautiful eyes, then left in shame and anger. "You are disgusting." Dan Chen blushed and lightly hit Xiao Yan, then turned to leave, but Xiao Yan followed. Even if the two had a good relationship, it was impossible for them to adapt to a man all at once, but could Xiao Yan separate them? Instead of turning over later, it was better to be honest and make it public earlier so that the two could adapt in advance. For Xiao Yan, the best thing about the Dou Qi Continent was that he could have 3 wives and 4 concubines. In this world, it was normal for a strong man to have more women. The only difficulty was that both of them were favored maidens of heaven, and it was inevitable that they were a little arrogant and wanted to occupy him for themselves. However, it was not a difficult thing for Xiao Yan to make them accept one another. After all, it was better to make friends with those far away and attack those near, meaning if he first took down the weak Dan Chen, it would not take long for him to conquer Cao Ying. After having her wrist grabbed by Xiao Yan, Dan Chen walked forward 2 steps angrily, but she could not get rid of Xiao Yan's palm at all. With the help of Yao Lao, Xiao Yan had mastered a soul method that could avoid the terrifying suction of the ancient spirit body, meaning he no longer had to fear physical contact with Dan Chen. "What are you doing?" Dan Chen asked angrily, with a trace of mist in her peach blossom eyes. "I'll take you back," Xiao Yan said, not caring about her resistance, holding her little hand and walking forward. "Let me go." The girl's weak struggle was useless. It was not until they reached a small alley with few people that Xiao Yan let go of her hand. "Are you jealous?" Xiao Yan asked, looking at her angry face. "Damn, she is so cute even when she is angry." "I'm not jealous," Dan Chen said, giving Xiao Yan a side eye. Hee. Seeing her like this, Xiao Yan suddenly reached out and hooked her snow-white chin, lowering his head towards her lips. Chapter 50 News. Dan Chen's crystal eyes widened, a pink blush spread from her slender jade neck to her face, but she could not escape Xiao Yan's tyranny. After a long time, Xiao Yan smacked his lips feeling unsatisfied and looked at Dan Chen, whose face was so red that it would drip blood at the slightest touch. He asked, "Are you still angry at me?" Dan Chen blushed and shook her head, her brain still in a state of confusion. Seeing her like this, Xiao Yan suddenly stretched out his hand to hug her slender waist and hold her in his arms. "I'm sorry, I can give you a lot of things, but I can't give you exclusive love." If a girl on Earth from his previous life heard this, she would probably give Xiao Yan a big slap and let him go. But for the girls in this world, especially for someone as simple as Dan Chen, it was particularly sincere. She raised her crystal-like peach blossom eyes and looked at Xiao Yan aggrievedly, her tearful appearance distressing. Why? She looked at Xiao Yan with her eyes open. "Because I'm a scumbag," Xiao Yan said with a bit of pity. "I am the saint son of the Xiao clan. While enjoying the huge resources of the clan, I also have to contribute to the clan. From the day I became the saint son, the clan arranged a marriage for me with the saintess from another ancient clan. I can't disobey my clan." He said with a sad look on his face. "I know it's wrong to do this, but from the day I met you, I like you. Although the way I am acting may be bad and may even hurt you, I can't control myself. In fact, it's normal for you to be angry, and it's right to blame me, but no matter what, I won't let you leave me." Dan Chen's eyes were filled with mist, and finally, she lay in Xiao Yan's arms and sobbed softly. Woo, but I really don't want to share you with others. I'm sorry. In order to give every girl a warm home, you are destined to be wronged. Xiao Yan patted the girl's back and let her vent her grievances. After a long time, the girl stopped sobbing. "Are you done crying?" Xiao Yan looked at her. Dan Chen nodded. Xiao Yan didn't say anything, looked into her eyes, and lowered his head. Half an hour later, Xiao Yan, who had sent Dan Chen home, wiped his lips still feeling unsatisfied. The admiring eyes of the Dou King at the door of the Dan clan's mansion made him very satisfied. He swaggered back to the Falling Star Pavilion's mansion where he saw Yao Lao brewing a pot of tea and drinking with Zan Yi in a small pavilion. "Teacher, master's wife," Xiao Yan walked over with a playful smile. "Don't talk nonsense, you bastard." Zan Yi blushed and glared at Xiao Yan. Yes, your Aunt Zan and I are innocent, what are you talking about? Yao Lao just agreed, and then he screamed. At some point, a small foot wearing embroidered shoes had stepped on his foot. Yao Lao's foot was not crushed, but there was a bottomless hole under the soles of their feet. It was obvious that Zan Yi had used a lot of force in this stomp. It's likely a Dou emperor would have died under that stomp. After glaring at Yao Lao, Zan Yi suddenly changed her expression, looked at Xiao Yan with a smile, and asked, "Xiao Yanzi, don't worry about us for now. Aunt Zan would like to ask you if you have any thoughts about my Cao Ying. I heard that you have been very close to the girl from the Dan clan recently. Let me tell you from now, my Yinger is not willing to share a husband with others." "Oh, really?" Xiao Yan smiled and looked at Zan Yi. "If that's the case, then forget it. To tell you the truth, I have been engaged to the daughter of the patriarch of the Jiyu clan. This is something that our patriarchs personally arranged. I am not purposefully scaring you, but my future father-in-law is a 9-star Dou Saint. If you think the Cao clan or the Pill Tower has enough strength, I don't mind Cao Ying competing for the position of the main wife." Xiao Yan was still a little low-key and did not even reveal that Xiao Zan had arranged everything. After a smile, he continued, "Dan Chen is gentle and weak. Now I have convinced her to be my concubine. As for Cao Ying, I have reserved a position for her as a concubine. The patriarch of the Jiyu clan. 9-star Dou Saint." Not only Zan Yi was confused, but also Yao Lao. What is the concept of a 9-star Dou Saint? It is an existence second only to a Dou Sovereign. They are the most powerful force on the continent. To sum it up in one sentence, they are beneath one and above all living beings. For such a powerhouse, whether it is the Cao clan or the Pill Tower, they are as weak as an ant in front of him. They are all existences that can be wiped out with a wave of the hand. As the daughter of a 9-star Dou Saint, Xiao Yan's fiancé's noble status can be said to be the highest on the continent. Only the child of a Dou Sovereign would have a more noble identity than her. Looking at their confused expressions, Xiao Yan smiled secretly in his heart. Having a noble fiancé is a bit stressful. After all, the power of the main wife is too great, it also has a certain restraint on him. But on the other hand, Jiyu Zunar's status is enough to suppress the entire harem. In terms of talent, who else but her can say that their breakthrough to Dou Saint is certain? Zunar, who has divine blood can do this, and she would not stop at high-level Dou Saint either. In terms of background, she is from the second largest force in Dou Qi Continent, and her father is at the peak of the continent. With such a wife, Xiao Yan does not have to worry about the problem of infighting in the harem. Instead, he has to protect these fish from being discovered and devoured by this great shark. Anyways, you guys continue doing what you're doing. I'm going to go back and rest. Xiao Yan yawned and turned away. Wait, Yao Lao suddenly called him. I have news about a heavenly flame here, do you not want to know about it or what? Xiao Yan, who was originally lazy, suddenly turned around, with a gleam in his eyes. When did it appear, and what kind of heavenly flame is it? Since practicing the flame mantra, Xiao Yan has been suffering from weak Dou Qi. He urgently needs a heavenly flame. Once he has a heavenly flame, not only will his strength be restored, but even his alchemy skills can be taken to the next level again, truly reaching the 7th rank. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the yin-yang twin flame. Yao Lao's voice sounded, causing a little disappointment on Xiao Yan's face. The yin-yang twin flame is ranked 21st on the list of heavenly flames. If he devours it, he estimated that his flame mantra would at most reach the Zan class and be far from reaching the D class. But the advantage was that such a heavenly flame would be easier for him to subdue, and the risk factor would be relatively small. This time, the yin-yang twin flame was born in the ruins of a Dou Saint powerhouse. If the two half-saints behind you take action, the yin-yang twin flame might explode and disappear along with the ancient ruins. And if they don't take action, the ruins may not be completely safe for you. I have detailed information about the ancient ruins here, take a look. Yao Lao smiled and sent a scroll to Xiao Yan. 3 days later, the Pill Tower will organize a team of 6th-grade alchemists with Dou Emperor strength to go to the ruins. You can choose to join the Pill Tower's team or go by yourself. After holding the scroll in his hand and thinking for a moment, Xiao Yan nodded to Yao Lao and turned to leave. Looking at Xiao Yan's departing back, Zan Yi's eyes showed a complicated look. Chapter 51 Yin-Yang Evil Saint. At night, Xiao Yan was reading the scroll given by Yao Lao. The information recorded in the scroll is roughly that the yin-yang twin flame located in the ancient ruins is left by a Dou Saint named Yin-Yang Evil Saint. The Yin-Yang Evil Saint existed thousands of years ago. He was both good and evil during his lifetime and did things as he pleased. He was once famous in Central Plains for practicing the method of dual cultivation. It is said that during the Yin-Yang Evil Saint's peak, almost all the large and small sects in the whole Central Plains had his lovers. A real man should be like this. Xiao Yan couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the biography of Yin-Yang Evil Saint and continued to read. In addition to having many lovers and being good at dual cultivation, Yin-Yang Evil Saint was also an excellent alchemist, and most of the pills he created were also helpful for the bedroom. For example, the 6-flavor Earth Emperor pills and other pills that are widely circulated on the mainland are all created by him. In the Central Plains thousands of years ago, this Dou Saint was very famous and was one of the most romantic figures in the world. However, one day, the Yin-Yang Evil Saint, who had been lurking among the flowers of the Central Plains, suddenly disappeared and was never seen again. Quote, for this reason, his bed partner, his confidants searched almost the entirety of the Central Plains looking for him but were unable to discover any trace of him. Now thousands of years later, the space opened up by the Yin-Yang Evil Saint gradually collapsed, and finally the ancient relics he left behind fell on the fertile plains. Xiao Yan had roughly understood the weirdness of the ancient city, that is, entering the Yang side would stimulate primitive desires, and entering the Yin side would turn one into a killing machine. Although entering the Yang side is dangerous, for strong people above the Dou Emperor realm, the cost they have to bear is relatively small. Under normal circumstances, they will only feel hollowed out after venting. After a period of weakness, they can easily recover with some pills and at worst lose some stars in cultivation that they can regain later on. Entering the Yin side is extremely dangerous and it is almost hopeless in coming out of there alive. Fortunately, the heavenly flame is on the Yang side. As long as he breaks the seal outside the heavenly flame, he will have the opportunity to get the Yin-Yang twin flames. It seems that this relic might be intended to select an heir. In the Pill Tower, Zan Yi sat on the soft sofa and looked at her beloved disciple. I have explained the matter to you clearly. I once thought that I had overestimated Xiao Yan's identity enough, but I didn't expect that I still underestimated the horror of his background. His marriage was arranged by the Xiao clan's patriarch himself, his fiancée is the daughter of the Jiyu clan's patriarch. This is a matter decided by the two most powerful figures on the continent, and it is also a relationship of interest between these two supreme forces. In front of these two behemoths, even if the influence of the entire pill tower is used, it would be equivalent to tickling them at best. Yinger, you have to think carefully now, it is still not too late to change your mind now. Zhan Yi took a sip of tea and sighed. Cao Ying sat aside in a daze. The daughter of the Jiyu clan's patriarch leader, this identity was enough to make her chest suffocate slightly just by hearing it. The Cao clan has several 8th rank alchemists and several Dou Venerate strongmen. In terms of strength, it is much stronger than the so-called 4 pavilions. It can be regarded as a first-class force on the continent. But the Cao clan is so much worse than the Pill Tower, and the Pill Tower is so much worse than the ancient clan. Even the weakest ancient clans, in terms of strength and foundation, can suppress the Pill Tower. Not to mention the 2 strongest clans. With such a force, probably a sneeze is all they need to annihilate the Cao clan. But does she really have to give up Xiaoyan? Cao Ying bit her lip. With her beauty and background, she has a constant stream of suitors behind her, but she has always felt that her man must be stronger and better than herself. What's more, Xiaoyan always gives her a different feeling. If she misses this time, Cao Ying doesn't know if she will have the chance to meet him again in this life. Think about it. Looking at her listless disciple, Zhan Yi sighed helplessly, and couldn't help but think of her old lover too. So many years have passed, yet the two of them have not had any results. In fact, at their level, the so-called marriage and other ceremonies is no longer necessary, it is more of a symbol than a necessary ritual. But that ritual is what many women yearn for. The next day, Xiaoyan was ready to set off. He couldn't wait to obtain the heavenly flame and rid himself of this state of weakness as soon as possible. I'm leaving. Looking at Dan Chen, Xiaoyan smiled and scratched her snow-white nose. Be careful, Dan Chen said whilst looking at him with concern. Don't worry. Xiaoyan showed a gentle smile on his face. Getting along with such a girl really has a little bit of the happiness of love. Gentleness and cuteness are only one aspect. The key is to be sensible and well-behaved, not always sticking to you but always caring about you. Hug. Xiaoyan opened his hands. Dan Chen blushed and buried her head in Xiaoyan's arms. But how could Xiaoyan be satisfied? He lowered his head and looked at her blushing face and said, "Kiss." Dan Chen thought about it, and finally blushed and tiptoed and closed her eyes. After a long time, she lay in Xiaoyan's arms with a charming face and whispered, "When you go out this time, no, you are not allowed to mess around with women." Am I that kind of person? Xiaoyan said while touching her hair. I don't mess around with women, I only attract bees and butterflies. After parting with Dan Chen, Xiaoyan went to find Cao Ying again. Are you going to look for the heavenly flame? Cao Ying looked at him. Yes, I wanted to say goodbye to you before I left. Xiaoyan said with a smile. Master told me last night. What did she say? She said something about your fiancé. Cao Ying looked at Xiaoyan with a complicated expression. So you know everything. Xiaoyan glanced at Cao Ying. I know. Cao Ying sighed and took the initiative to walk forward and hug Xiaoyan's waist. I know you are engaged. Perhaps only a girl with such a background is worthy of marrying you. She paused and shed a few tears, which was rare. She lay her head on Xiaoyan's chest and whispered, Xiaoyan, I don't want to miss you. If I miss you, I don't know how long it will take to meet you again, or maybe I won't meet you again in this life. I don't ask for anything else, as long as I can occupy a place in your heart, even if it is the same as Dan Chen. It is enough. Sorry, actually I was the one who provoked you and Dan Chen. Xiaoyan was rarely honest in front of a woman. He stared into Cao Ying's eyes and smiled, you are unlucky to be targeted by me. Cao Ying's pretty face, which was originally tearful, paused, and suddenly showed a smile that could bring disaster to both king and country, and said, haha, meeting young Master Xiaoyan can no longer be described with the word unlucky. I think inevitable is a more apt description. You witch, Xiaoyan cursed in his heart, but since it was a natural thing, he reached out and held the beauty's snow-white chin, and lowered his head towards her enchanting lips. Chapter 52 Yao Clan's People. Good times are always short-lived. After bidding farewell to the two women, Xiaoyan officially embarked on his journey. The fertile plain is located in the western part of the Central Plains. It is famous for its abundant grains and other products. Although it rarely produces some rare natural treasures, its grain production and livestock can feed many people in the western part of Central Plains. Black Wind City is backed by Black Wind Cliff. It was established by the Black Wind Venerable 1,000 years ago, and then the Black Wind sect was founded and rooted here. Although the Black Wind Venerable has long passed away, there are still nearly 10 Dou ancestor experts in the Black Wind sect. It can be regarded as a second-rate force in the Central Plains and currently is on its way to becoming the absolute hegemon of the Fertile Plain. Black Wind City has been particularly lively recently, the reason being the appearance of the Dou Saint ruins. Although this ancient saint's ruins are full of dangers, the remains of a Dou Saint's treasures is enough to benefit them endlessly, even if they only obtain a small portion of it. Thanks to the discovery by the previous group, a large number of Dou emperors have come to Black Wind City in the recent days, with there being many 6th-grade alchemists amongst them. These 6th-grade alchemists have been in and out of the ruins many times. Some of them have obtained some pill formulae left by the yin-yang evil saint, some have obtained spiritual objects and treasures of heaven and earth that have grown for thousands of years, whilst some have obtained a 7th-grade elixir. This has led to the unprecedented prosperity of Black Wind City recently. Many significant figures trade treasures that came from the Dou Saint ruins here. Some of those trading these treasures are so powerful that the Black Wind sect does not dare to control them. However, with the arrival of these strong men, another industry in Black Wind City has also become unprecedentedly prosperous. The reason is that these strong men who go in and out of the Dou Saint ruins must find a place to vent after they come out. Otherwise, the powerful curse is enough to make them go crazy. In the sect hall of the Black Wind sect, several elders with Dou ancestor cultivation are looking at each other with sad faces. Sect Master, in recent days, more and more experts have poured into Black Wind City. Those 6th-grade alchemists didn't come alone, they brought their teachers with them. Those old fogies are old monsters that have not appeared in hundreds of years. There are even several Dou Venerates. If they fight in our Black Wind City, I am afraid that our 1,000-year foundation will be demolished. Alas, since they are here, we can only serve them. If we serve them well, it will be very helpful and will increase the influence our sect has. The Black Wind sect master, who was sitting at the top, smiled bitterly. In the past, his cultivation of the 7-star Dou ancestor realm made him the heavens in this plane, but now he is afraid that others will trouble him. Just thinking about it, the faces of the Black Wind sect master and many elders suddenly changed. They flew out of the hall one after another and looked at a broken space in the sky. As the space shattered, a handsome young man in black walked out of the space, followed by 2 old men. Gulp. The Black Wind sect master swallowed his saliva. Being able to break through the space so easily, there is no need to guess the cultivation of these 2 old men. They must be Dou Venerate masters. Although the appearance of 2 Dou Venerate masters is a bit rare, it is not enough to shock him. After all, there are several Dou Venerates who have come to Black Wind City these days. However, it is the first time that he has seen 2 Dou Venerate masters standing behind a young man. They almost look like 2 his protectors. With such a scene, even with the imagination of the Black Wind sect master, it is difficult to imagine how terrifying the other party's background is. He only knows that he can't afford to provoke these 3 people. However, the Black Wind sect master can get to this position. In addition to his own strength, it is also related to his ability to deal with things. He suppressed his inner shock and stepped on the space to arrive in front of Xiao Yan and the other 2. The 3 seniors should not be from the western part of the Central Plains. He thought about it and called the young man senior. Unexpectedly, the young man smiled and said, "You must be the sect master of the Black Wind sect." The Black Wind sect master was stunned and nodded immediately. Hee. Xiao Yan glanced at the leader of the Black Wind sect, and a small jade bottle appeared in his hand. "I think you already know why the 3 of us are here. Sorry to bother you. This is a little gift. I hope you will accept it." After saying that, he threw the jade bottle in his hand to the Black Wind sect master. As expected, the Black Wind sect master's heart moved, and he chuckled, "You 3 must be here for the Dou Saint ruins. The Dou Saint ruins are not far from Black Wind City. They are open at noon and night every day. At noon, the sunny side is open, and at night, the shady side is open. The shady side of the ruins is too dangerous. I think this young master doesn't want to go there. In that case, you will have to wait until tomorrow noon." My Black Wind sect has a pavilion in the city that is specially used to receive distinguished guests. If you don't mind, you three can stay in the pavilion for a few days. In that case, I'll trouble you, sect master. Xiao Yan smiled. No trouble, it's an honor for my Black Wind sect to entertain you. The Black Wind sect master smiled and led the three people to the pavilion. On the way, there were several huge soul fluctuations lurking in the direction of Xiao Yan and the other two, but Xiao Wu just snorted coldly, and these fluctuations disappeared like mice seeing a cat. After the three were properly settled, the leader of the Black Wind sect said goodbye politely. Hua. When he returned to the sect master of the Black Wind sect exhaled, his back was wet with sweat. The old man's cold snort just now scared away the soul sense of several Dou Venerate strongmen, which was enough to show how powerful the old man's cultivation was. He was probably far above ordinary Dou Venerate strongmen. But such a strong man was willing to serve as a guard behind a young man. From this point of view, the background of this young man must be even more frightening than he thought. Could it be that his grandfather is a Dou Saint? He sighed lightly, took out the jade bottle from his arms and opened it. A strong pill fragrance entered his nostrils, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Mighty Huang Pill. Although the Mighty Huang Pill is not a rare treasure for the Black Wind sect, it can be regarded as a very precious thing, but this young man actually gave one away casually. Wealthy, truly wealthy. The sect master laughed bitterly. He had always been a local tyrant in this fertile plain, but when he saw this young man, he felt like a country bumpkin. Just as he was thinking, the sky, which had just been calm for a while, broke again, and three more figures came out. What is happening today? He looked at the three figures in the sky with a twitching face. There were two old men and one young woman. There was no doubt that the two old men were Dou Venerate level beings. And standing in front of them was a cold girl. The girl was about 18 or 19 years old, tall and slender, wearing a luxurious alchemist's robe, which added a bit of nobility to her already cold and beautiful face. What was even more shocking was the pattern on her green brocade robe. It was an ancient medicine cauldron, embroidered with 7 golden stars. Obviously, this was a 7th grade alchemist. In the elegant pavilion of the Black Wind sect, Xiao Yan, who had just made a pot of tea, frowned and looked towards the sky. Young master, they are from the Yao clan. Xiao Wen looked at the three figures in the sky and whispered. Chapter 53. When eels are hungry they have abalone. When Xiao Yan heard that they were from the Yao clan he furrowed his brows. Unexpectedly, a small yin-yang twin flame could attract the people of the Yao clan. But who is that woman in the sky? Xiao Yan looked at the beautiful girl with a cold expression in the sky and thought. At this age, she can reach the 7th grade alchemist. She should be one of the Yao clan's strongest geniuses. The fact that she has 2 Dou Venerate strongmen guarding her shows that her identity is even more extraordinary. Perhaps, this person is a saint child level figure and should be a saintess of the Yao clan. At this time, Xiao Yan saw the leader of the Black Wind clan, who had just returned, fly towards the three people with a shameless face. It is not difficult to guess that he is flattering again. However, the girl remained cold and only nodded occasionally. On the contrary, the old woman behind her looked quite kind, and even wanted to joke with the leader of the Black Wind clan. Finally, the leader of the Black Wind sect smiled and took the three of them to the courtyard next to Xiao Yan. As the three approached, Xiao Yan couldn't help but stretch his head to take a closer look at the girl's appearance. From a distance, he could only vaguely feel that she was pretty, but as they got closer he was amazed. Among the girls Xiao Yan had seen so far, only Ji Yu Zuner could compare with this girl's appearance, and her appearance could be rated 90+. Whether it was Cao Ying or Dan Chen, at least they were still a little worse now. If they grew up a little, they might be able to match them. As if she felt Xiao Yan's burning gaze, the woman suddenly turned around and gave Xiao Yan a cold look. Fuck, what a cold girl. Xiao Yan ignored the woman's cold gaze and swept his eyes around her more wantonly until he vaguely noted her measurements before retracting his gaze. Who are you showing your stinky face to? Xiao Yan complained. Unexpectedly, an old woman behind the woman turned her head and looked at him with cold eyes. At this time, Xiao Wen appeared beside Xiao Yan at the right time, looking at the old woman with a smile. Seeing Xiao Wen appear beside Xiao Yan, the old woman first showed a look of disbelief on her face, then smiled and nodded at Xiao Wen, and finally looked at Xiao Yan with a softer look. Old Wen, do you know this old lady? Xiao Yan asked. Haha, Yao Shu from the Yao clan, she is of the same generation as me. Xiao Wen said with a smile. In fact, she and the young master's mother can be regarded as people of the same lineage. Being able to be escorted by 2 Dou Venerate strongmen, this girl is probably the new saintess of the Yao clan. Xiao Yan looked at the direction where the girl of the Yao clan disappeared. If I'm not mistaken, she should be the Yao Ling of the Yao clan. In the current generation of the Yao clan, this girl is the only one who has reached the level of a 7th grade alchemist at this age. It is rumored that this girl's physique is similar to that of the medicine sovereign of the past. She is the legendary sovereign spirit divine soul body, which is even stronger than the ancient spirit body of that lass from the Dan clan. Yao Ling, sovereign spirit divine soul body. Xiao Yan's eyes showed a thoughtful look, and suddenly remembered that there was indeed such a female character in the original work, a daughter of heaven from the Yao clan. He originally thought that her beauty would at most be that of an average lady, but turns out she was outstanding. Does she have a brother named Yao Tian? Xiao Yan suddenly asked. Yes, Yao Tian is the current number 1 prodigy of the Yao clan. It is rumored that he has a quasi-divine bloodline. Now he is less than 30 years old and has already reached the peak of Dou Venerate. If nothing unexpected happens, when he becomes a Dou Saint, he will become the young patriarch of the Yao clan. Xiao Wen nodded and couldn't help but sigh. When he and Xiao Wu were young, they were considered geniuses among the 7 ancient clans. However, time was like a knife. Most of their former peers were stuck at the Dou Venerate realm, and some had even died. Only a few could reach the level of a saint. And those who could reach the Dou Saint realm before the age of 50 were considered the true prides of heaven even amongst the 7 ancient clans. At night, the already bustling Black Wind City became even more lively. The streets were filled with people, and Xiao Yan, who had originally planned to cultivate, could not help but wander around. Compared with the Xiao clan, which had a strict hierarchy and a single culture, and the wealthy Holy Pill City, which was full of alchemists, Black Wind City could only be considered a small city. However, this small city has something that Holy Pill City and the Xiao clan do not have, that is, the smell of mortals. Xiao Yan walked on the street with the 2 elders, Wen and Wu, and saw all kinds of shops, including tall and magnificent alchemist shops and small stalls in the alleys. The evening breeze of the plains mixed with the smell of barbecue blew into people's nostrils, and the curling smoke made people miss this kind of life. This meal is the most soothing to ordinary people's hearts. Why is there a smell of seafood? Xiao Yan looked over in the direction of the smell. He suddenly saw a magnificent balcony. Above the balcony, beautiful women in light gauze were standing by the railings, throwing seductive eyes at the people below. Recently, a large number of masters have poured into Black Wind City, including many wealthy alchemists. These women can earn money that they may not have earned in the past 10 years just by accompanying them for one night. I was wondering why it smelled like seafood. It turned out to be the smell of abalone. Xiao Yan smiled at the women, recalling his past life. Seeing Xiao Yan looking at this place with a silly smile, a group of women instantly looked at Xiao Yan with seductive eyes. Young master, come and play. How dare these vulgar women tease the young master? Xiao Wen was about to get angry, but he heard Xiao Yan's voice. Sisters, is the abalone fresh and delicious? The girls were stunned at first, and then they giggled with blushing faces. This young man was not very old, but he knew how to joke. Yes, this abalone is not only fresh, but also plump and juicy. Young man, come up and taste it. Several bold women smiled. Ha ha. Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head. If this was in his past life, he would let these women know what it meant that hungry eels eat abalone, but in this life, he was of a higher class, so he naturally had to eat high-end abalone. Seeing Xiao Yan's expression, the women were immediately disappointed. This young man was dressed in expensive clothes and had a handsome appearance. He was a very popular high-quality customer. Unfortunately, he didn't want to buy, so they couldn't force it. Old Wu, come, let's eat some meat skewers. Xiao Yan handed a large golden and greasy skewer of meat to Xiao Wu. While eating the meat in his mouth, he suddenly heard a cry for help. Master, please forgive me. It's been 2 days and 2 nights. Even an iron body can't bear it. There are so many girls in our spring building. You can't just go to me. A woman with a very beautiful appearance ran down the stairs with trembling legs. Behind her was a man wearing only a pair of shorts. The man's eye sockets were sunken, and he looked like he had a severe addiction to the bedroom, but he still stared at the woman with slightly red eyes and said, No, I want you. If you want me again, I will die. The woman ran out crying. It's been 2 days and 2 nights, and this man almost didn't stop. If she wasn't a Dou master, she would have died in bed long ago. Stop, stop. The man seemed to be unable to control his desire and suddenly spread his Dou Qi wings behind him and grabbed the woman. It's Xinhe. Xinhe just came out of the ruins a few days ago. I guess he was venting here. I didn't expect him to lose his mind. Someone commented. Xinhe, what a weird name, Xiaoyan complained, but when he was about to catch the woman, he turned into a residual shadow and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 54 The Power of the Xiao Clan. The man named Xinhe had obviously lost his mind and forcefully grabbed the woman. His move was powered by Dou Qi. If she were hit, the woman might be seriously injured. And if she were caught by him and taken back to the room, her fate would be even more miserable. Xiaoyan himself was a ruthless person. In fact, he didn't care much about the life and death of others, but he felt that people couldn't, or at least shouldn't, die like this. If he were still as he was in his previous life, he would definitely not care about these things, but this life was different. He only needed to flick his finger lightly and he could change a person's fate. If nothing else, just to gain himself a good reputation, he will take action. Looking at Xinhe's grabbing palm, the woman's face showed a look of despair. If she were dragged back, she would die. It would be fine if she died, but such a miserable and painful death was not what she wanted. Just when she was about to close her eyes in despair, a slender palm stretched out and grasped Xinhe's eagle claw. Let me go, Xinhe roared twice, but his palm still didn't get rid of Xiaoyan. He raised his head and looked at Xiaoyan. In his blurred consciousness, Xiaoyan's originally handsome face actually looked a little beautiful. Roar! He involuntarily straightened his hips. He even had the tendency to pounce on Xiaoyan. Fuck you! Xiaoyan's face changed. He took a step back and then slapped him without reservation. With this palm, Xinhe was blown away like a cannonball. He didn't stop until he smashed through dozens of buildings and ended up in a ruin. After a while, he stood up blankly with a swollen right face and broken teeth. He looked at the shocked crowd around him and his naked body with a trace of shame on his face. But soon, a wave of evil fire rose from his body again. Abalone, I want abalone. Xinhe's eyes were slightly red, and he ran towards another seafood restaurant, not caring about hitting Xiaoyan. How disgusting! Xiaoyan shook his hand in disgust. The woman sitting on the ground was stunned for a moment, then she knelt in front of Xiaoyan with trembling legs. Thank you, benefactor. You're welcome. Xiaoyan's voice revealed a hint of coldness. He then left with the 2 saints Wen and Wu. If he showed a little more kindness or enthusiasm at this moment, then this good deed might become troublesome. What's more, he just didn't want to be further disturbed by the scene in front of him. As a scumbag, he was most afraid of words like kindness and repaying favors. But judging from the way that guy was acting, that curse from the ruins is a bit scary. If I go in, will I become like this after I come out? Xiaoyan couldn't help shuddering when he recalled Xinhe's hungry look. Just thinking about it, he suddenly felt a cold gaze staring at him from a distance. Looking up, it was from Yao Ling of the Yao clan. Cousin, Xiaoyan shouted to Yao Ling from a long distance. Yao Ling's originally cold eyes were stunned. By the time she reacted, Xiaoyan had already walked over with a frown. You recognized the wrong person. Yao Ling looked at Xiaoyan and said coldly. I am not mistaken, my mother is also from the Yao clan. You should have heard of her name, Yao Xian. Xiaoyan casually claimed to be related to her. So you are Yao Xian's child. Yao Ling did not speak, but an old woman beside her smiled and spoke. Yao Xian's father was also a Dou Saint elder of the Yao clan, and he was a peak 7th grade alchemist. Although he was not a big shot in the Yao clan, he was not an unknown person. Hey, Xiao Wen, Xiao Wu, why are you 2 old guys here too? Another old woman named Yao Shu smiled and greeted the 2 saints Wen and Wu. I didn't expect that we are all acquaintances. Xiaoyan laughed, causing the 2 old ladies to look at him sideways. Haha, since both of you have become protectors, can't us 2 also be protectors? Xiao Wen said with a smile. You 2 are protectors. Yao Shu on the side was shocked. It seems that Yao Xian's child is also a genius in your Xiao clan. Haha, Xiao Wen did not speak, but just nodded slightly. His expression caused the 2 old ladies speculate about Xiaoyan's identity. These two old fogies are half-saints. What kind of genius is worthy of the protection of two half-saints? You know, even Yao Tian's protectors, the quasi-young patriarch of the Yao clan, was not a half-saint when he was training outside. The four old people got together and proceeded to catch up. You could occasionally hear them sighing about the past. Xiao Yan called Yao Ling, cousin, to get close to her, but Yao Ling didn't seem to be interested in him. Her expression was always cold. The most he could do was get her to occasionally answer a few questions. Cousin, see you tomorrow. It was not until it was getting that Xiao Yan smiled and waved to Yao Ling. See you tomorrow. Yao Ling nodded with a cold expression. After Yao Ling returned to her own courtyard, Xiao Yan muttered, how FC King aloof. Haha, after all, she is a genius and has a deep background, so it's normal for her to be a little aloof. Xiao Wen, who was standing by, waved his hand and a barrier covered the courtyard. Of course, you can't let others hear you when you say bad things about others. HMPH, when I become a Dou Sovereign in the future, I'll see if she still dare to be so aloof in front of me. Xiao Yan curled his lips. In the courtyard on the other side, Yao Ling's always cold face finally thawed a little. Old Shu, what do you think of that young man from the Xiao clan? Miss, this young man's talent is probably no less than that of the young clan patriarch. Yao Shu, who was standing by, was no longer smiling like she was when she was chatting and laughing with the two Saint Wen and Wu as before. She also stretched out her hand to set up a barrier to shield the entire courtyard. After all, it is not good to talk about others behind their backs. You mean, his aptitude is not inferior to my brother? Yao Ling's always cold face showed a trace of surprise. Haha, miss, didn't you find that the aura exuded by this boy is at the Dou Emperor level? Yao Shu laughed. Indeed, being able to become Dou Emperor at such a young age, his aptitude is indeed comparable to my brother's in the past. Yao Ling nodded. In her memory, Yao Tian should have entered the Dou Emperor level when he was over 15 years of age. And she herself entered the Dou Emperor level when she was nearly 18 years old. Of course, what is scary about Yao Ling is not her Dou Qi cultivation, but rather her soul power. Among her peers, her soul power has always been the highest. More than that, Yao Shu said lightly, Miss, do you know that the two old guys around that kid Xiao Yan have already entered the realm of half-saint long ago? When this was said, even Yao Ling's eyes widened. Even if the Xiao clan is full of masters, they would not send two half-saints as protectors. In this way, this boy's status is probably higher than that of ordinary saints of the Xiao clan. Yao Shu stated. It seems that this Xiao Yan is a genius. Yao Ling nodded. Haha, miss, if possible, you should be nicer to Xiao Yan. Yao Shu said softly. After all, although our Yao clan and Xiao clan are both part of the 7 ancient clans, everyone knows that even if Dou Sovereign of the Xiao clan does not take action, the strength of the Xiao clan is enough to suppress the other 6 clans on its own. Hearing this, even Yao Ling couldn't help but sigh. The Xiao clan, this ancient clan, is truly too powerful. Chapter 55 Entering the Ruins. At noon the next day, when the sun was hanging high in the sky, a group of cultivators living in Black Wind City set out for the ruins. Hee, everyone, please follow me. Facing the fiery gazes of the crowd, the sect leader of the Black Wind sect personally acted as a guide. In the past, the Black Wind sect would only send an elder to lead the team as they explored the ruins, but today the sect leader of the Black Wind sect took action himself. As for the reason why, it's none other than the presence of 2 young individuals. He did not know the identity of the black-clothed boy, but he knew a little about the cold girl. The Yao clan, an ancient clan that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, descendants of the medicine sovereign, there are still several Dou Saint powerhouses in the clan. Thinking of that unattainable realm, the sect leader of the Black Wind sect couldn't help but choke. The ruins of the Yin-Yang Evil Saint are less than 100 miles away from Black Wind City. The weakest of the people present are at the Dou Emperor level. In just a quarter of an hour, they arrived in front of the ancient ruins. Everyone, this is the ruins of the Yin-Yang Evil Saint. Flying over an endless wheat field, the sect leader of the Black Wind sect pointed to the ancient city that seemed to have suddenly appeared on the plain and laughed. The diameter of the ancient city is about 10 miles, it doesn't look very big. One side is covered by a white halo, and the other side is a dark fog. The black fog, at a glance, is enough to develop a ray of violent killing intent in their hearts. In front of this ancient city, there is an ancient stone tablet. This stone tablet had never appeared before, but as a Dou ancestor strongman from the Black Wind sect tried to force his way in, the black stone tablet slowly appeared. Those who enter this ruin will have the opportunity to obtain this saint's inheritance. However, those above the Dou ancestor realm cannot enter. If you force your way in, the ruins will explode. There is a sense of unruliness in the ancient writing. Even after 1,000 years, people seem to be able to feel a bohemian and free-loving soul from this ancient writing. Everyone, the ruins are about to open. You should prepare yourself. I have already told you the price of entering. It is not too late to retreat now, the sect leader stated seriously. No one responded. At this time, the sunny area, which was originally covered by a halo of white light, suddenly fluctuated, and a silver light circle appeared outside the ruins. Everyone, the time is up, please go in. After a quarter of an hour, this light circle will be closed. I hope everyone will be careful. The sect leader laughed and sent a quick glance at Xiao Yan and Yao Ling without leaving any trace. Everyone nodded slightly. A Dou Emperor strongman had already spread his Dou Qi wings and flown in. Cousin, do you want to go together? It may be safer for the two of us if we are together, Xiao Yan said, looking at Yao Ling beside him. As a man who is as steady as an old dog, Xiao Yan will never give up pursuing women and using readily available help and resources. The people of the Yao clan may not be completely trustworthy, but they are better than outsiders. As for why this is the case, naturally it is because they know the horror of the Xiao clan and thus dare not do anything that would offend them. In addition, Xiao Yan had other thoughts behind this suggestion of his. Yao Ling frowned slightly but heard Yao Shu beside her say, "Miss, it is better to accompany the young man of the Xiao clan than to cooperate with outsiders. As a Xiao clan genius, he must have some good cards. The hearts of people in the ruins are complicated, and others may not consider the face of our Yao clan." Yao Ling thought for a moment and finally nodded. At this moment, Xiao Yan's playful chat last night had an effect. In the impression of Yao Ling and even the others of the Yao clan, they considered Xiao Yan as a half-acquaintance. If it is not a special situation, this boy should be safer to be with than a stranger. But this is sometimes a misconception of thinking. Seeing Yao Ling nod, Xiao Yan stopped smiling and instead showed a serious look, which often gave partners a sense of trust and security. "Let's go." Yao Ling took the initiative to speak, and a pair of beautiful Dou Qi wings spread out behind her. She flew into the ruins first. Seeing this, Xiao Yan did not wait any longer and spread his wings to fly in. Passing through the silver halo, everyone came to another world. Dou Saint powerhouses have magical abilities. They can create large realms and fit them in a space smaller than a mustard seed. The space in the ancient city is just like this. It is much larger than the small city they had seen from the outside world. However, after years of erosion, there is no trace of life in the ancient city. In this space that has been empty for 1,000 years, a group of people suddenly broke in. Is this the space opened up by the yin-yang evil saint? Xiao Yan, who entered, also took a look around. It is much worse than the Xiao clan. Cousin, don't fly so fast. Xiao Yan glanced at Yao Ling in front of him and quickly followed. At this time, several figures came towards Yao Ling. They were actually several Dou emperors, but their eyes were slightly red at this moment. Their eyes were full of desire as they stared at Yao Ling. Fuck, did the curse in the ruins take effect so quickly? Xiao Yan remembered that these guys seemed to have come a few breaths earlier than him. Beauty, let's play, a Dou emperor said with an evil and lewd smile. Under normal circumstances, they might have been able to endure for a while longer, but after seeing a stunning beauty, they could not suppress the evil fire in their bodies. Get out of here, or die. Yao Ling stared at the few people with a cold face. Hee, I didn't expect you to be a little hot pepper. The Dou emperor laughed strangely and couldn't help but want to attack Yao Ling. Yao Ling didn't say anything but just snorted coldly, and a terrifying soul storm burst out from her body. Its might was so strong that even Xiao Yan's face changed. This soul strength is probably enough to rival a 7th-level advanced alchemist. Looking at Yao Ling's young face that was less than 20 years old, Xiao Yan was also a little speechless. No wonder it was said that the sovereign spirit divine soul body had the potential for to enter the sovereign soul realm. Soul-breaking spear, Yao Ling shouted in a low voice. The invisible soul power that made the soul tremble slightly condensed into an invisible spear in the air, and then fiercely shot at the Dou emperor who was teasing her. Ah! The Dou emperor screamed, fell to the ground with blood flowing from all 7 orifices, and held his head. The damage to the soul is not as obvious to the outside world as physical injury is. This is also one of the reasons why it is more difficult to heal. After seeing this scene, the other Dou emperors' eyes, which were originally burning, became clear for a short time. They apologized and left quickly. How could a woman who dared to enter such a relic be so easy to provoke? Cousin, you are awesome. Xiao Yan followed and flattered her silently. If you are just good at talking, I don't think there is any use for us to be together. Yao Ling snorted coldly, obviously dissatisfied with Xiao Yan's inaction. Hee, no, since I choose to be with cousin, of course, I have to be the flower protector. Xiao Yan smiled. The two stopped talking and quickly flew towards the direction of yin-yang twin flame according to the information they had gathered previously. The rest of the things in the relic did not have much attraction to the two, even the so-called inheritance of the yin-yang evil saint was not as important. Xiao Yan in reality was curious about it, but he knew his priorities. About a quarter of an hour later, the two found an ancient altar in the distance. In the middle of the altar, there was a ball of black and white flame burning. When Xiao Yan saw the flame, his face changed. Chapter 56 Headache. As the time spent in the ruins got longer, an evil fire gradually rose within Xiao Yan's body. The top 10 fire on the heavenly flame ranking, the evil loins flame. TN. Note this not a real heavenly flame, it's just a joke referring to sexual desires. As this evil fire appeared, Xiao Yan's head, which had been drooping, immediately raised, and he felt a headache. Cousin. He couldn't help but look at Yao Ling beside him, breathing a little hurriedly. At this moment, Yao Ling, who was originally very beautiful, radiated a bright and charming light in his eyes. What do you think you're doing? Yao Ling saw Xiao Yan's appearance, frowned her beautiful eyebrows, and snorted coldly. However, a moment later, a similar flame rose from her body. In an instant, Yao Ling's eyes became briefly blurred, and a charming blush rose on her face that was originally as cold as an iceberg. This look of aloofness with a hint of lust made Xiao Yan even more tempted. Feeling the evil fire rising in her body, Yao Ling suddenly bit the tip of her tongue fiercely, and a sense of clarity rose in her mind. She glanced at Xiao Yan, who was stretching his hand towards her, and snorted coldly. If you try anything, I'll chop off your claws. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's outstretched hand suddenly retracted, and his blurred eyes instantly cleared up. The curse in this relic is really powerful. Xiao Yan sighed, not taking advantage. Hey, Yao Ling sneered and whispered. Among all the saint-level geniuses I have met, you are not the most powerful, but you are the thickest-skinned one. Haha, cousin, you are too kind. Xiao Yan's words made Yao Ling roll her eyes. However, after thinking for a moment, she still took out 2 green spirit pills from her ring and handed one to Xiao Yan. The strange aura in this relic is aimed at the soul. As long as your soul power is strong enough, it will not have a fundamental impact on you. Xiao Yan threw the green spirit pill into his mouth without hesitation. In an instant, a chill came from the depths of his soul. The two exhaled a breath of turbid air, their eyes became clear again, and they continued to fly forward. Your soul power has also reached the 7th level. Seeing Xiao Yan so easily get rid of the influence of the aura of this place, Yao Ling's eyes showed a trace of surprise. Are you the only one allowed to be at the 7th level? Xiao Yan smiled. If so, it can be considered that you have some talent that can reach that of a saint's son. Yao Ling nodded without comment. At the age of 15, with the cultivation of Dou Emperor and rank 7 soul power makes him no worse than that of her brother Yao Tian in the past, he's even stronger in some aspects. If so, it is reasonable to have 2 half-saints escorting him. Xiao Yan did not speak again. He had read about the strange aura in the ruins in Yao Lao's scroll a long time ago. Ordinary Dou emperors can only hold on for about an hour. If it is longer, they will lose their minds. Those Dou emperors who came to harass Yao Ling were not really lost. Most of them really coveted Yao Ling's beauty. There was once a Dou emperor strongman who stayed here for an hour, and then the passage was closed and he was trapped for a day. When he was found by a newcomer the next day, he had become a machine that only knew how to perform primitive actions. He was also the first Dou Emperor strongman in this relic who died because of excessive squandering of his yang essence. If it was an alchemist, he could stay here longer. There was once a 6th grade alchemist who stayed here for a day and a night and finally walked out with a trace of clarity. Of course, This alchemist also fell into a crazy state for half a month after going out. It is said that in the end, not only did his cultivation fall to Dou King, but even his soul was damaged. However, for Xiao Yan and Yao Ling, two powerful souls of the 7th grade, staying for a day and a night should not be a problem. After a while, the two came to the altar burning with black and white flames, and at this time, there were nearly 10 people staying at the edge of the ancient altar. The two leading people also had the symbol of a 7th grade alchemist embroidered on their brocade robes. The Dou Qi Continent is vast and boundless. The central plains are incredibly large with people of all kinds within it. Geniuses who can reach the 7th grade in the Dou Emperor stage are not constrained to be only from the Pill Tower or the ancient clans. Moreover, there are also some old people whose cultivation is difficult to improve after they get older, but whose souls are slowly growing. Seeing Xiao Yan and Yao Ling slowly landing nearby, the two 7th grade alchemists first had their pupils shrink, and then saw the 7 golden stars on Yao Ling's brocade robe. When the two teams turned their eyes to Yao Ling's beautiful and cold face, their eyes revealed an indescribable heat. How attractive is a beautiful 7th grade female alchemist to men, and under the stimulation of this weird aura, this attraction is directly transformed into desire. As if feeling the burning gazes of these people, Yao Ling did not say much, but a huge soul power roared out directly, rushing towards the crowd. Everyone who could come here was not a simple person. Feeling the terrifying soul power of Yao Ling, there was a trace of shock in their eyes, and then they regained their clarity. When they looked at Yao Ling again, they were full of fear. Everyone, I am Yao Ling of the Yao clan. I came here only for the yin-yang twin flame. I don't want any other treasures. Please give my clan some face. Hearing the words of Yao Ling, the faces of the two 7th grade alchemists changed. At their level, although they are not qualified to directly contact the ancient clans, they also vaguely know some secrets. If the Pill Tower is the holy lands in the minds of all alchemists, then the Yao clan is a legendary pillar, unattainable and out of reach. After a moment of hesitation, the older alchemist showed a thoughtful look in his eyes, and finally nodded and said, since even the Yao clan has intervened, it seems that I have no chance to get the yin-yang twin flame. If so, it is better to make a good relationship with yourself. In that case, thank you very much, old sir. If there is a chance in the future, I will naturally repay this favor. Yao Ling's cold face also showed a polite smile. Haha, it is enough for you to say this, girl. The old man nodded slightly, waved to the Dou emperors who were looking at Yao Ling with a dazed look behind him, and led the team to withdraw amidst the reluctant eyes of everyone. On the other side, the leading 7th grade alchemist did not leave. When he was young, he accidentally obtained a small part of the inheritance of the yin-yang evil saint. With his good talent, he practiced to the peak of Dou Emperor at the age of 30, and his alchemy skills reached the 7th grade. Over the years, men who were stronger than him in the past have been trampled under his feet, and women who were stronger than him have also been pressed under him. The smooth sailing along the way made him feel like the legendary son of destiny. Yao Ling's identity not only did not make him retreat but made him even more excited. A goddess of the Yao clan. The man stared at Yao Ling with an evil look and said, I heard that the Yao clan is the highest pillar in the minds of all alchemists. I want to know what it feels like to tame a goddess from this clan. Pa. Well said. Xiao Yan, who had been silent all the time, couldn't help but applaud and praise, your courage truly makes you a role model for my generation. The evil man was stunned at first, then a lewd smile appeared on his face and he said, my little brother, if you are willing to join my camp now, I can let you have a taste of this goddess. Really? Xiao Yan's eyes lit up. At this moment, Yao Ling, who had always been calm, finally changed her expression. Chapter 57 Sweep. If it were just these Dou emperors, it would be a bit troublesome for her to deal with them, but with the many trump cards given by the clan, she was confident that nothing would go wrong. But if Xiao Yan also joined, she would be in danger. Really, brother, come quickly. Seeing Yao Ling's beautiful face showing a trace of uneasiness, the evil man's face showed a bit of excitement. However, the next moment his excitement was brought to an abrupt end. This was because Xiao Yan slowly muttered, but what if I plan to take this beauty for myself? Hee, Brad, you don't think much of us, huh? The evil man sneered and said, in this case, I will tie you up and only show you, and not let you eat, so that you will eventually die of lust. Hearing the conversation between the pair, Yao Ling could no longer hold back. She looked at Xiao Yan coldly and said, are you going to help me or harm me? She had made up her mind that if Xiao Yan dared to have any evil intentions towards her, she would run away immediately. As long as the Green Mountains exist, there is no need to fear the firewood running out. When she returns to the clan, she would ask her brother to burn these bastards to ashes, and even if Xiao Yan was a saint son of the Xiao clan, he would be punished by her brother since he was in the wrong. Of course I will help you, we are relatives after all. Xiao Yan smiled warmly at Yao Ling. We're separated by who knows how many generations, can you even call each other relatives at that point? Yao Ling complained in her heart, but said calmly, in that case, let's do it. Xiao Yan nodded, hee, with just the two of you. Then let me see what's so great about elites from the ancient clans. The evil young man sneered, waved his hand, and said, brothers, go. Today, let this brat watch us enjoy this little beauty. After saying that, he took the lead and rushed out. The several Dou emperors behind him also burst out with momentum. Looking at the fluctuations of Dou Qi they were giving off, they appeared to be at the peak of the Dou Emperor realm, no wonder the young man was so confident. I will hold back this 7th grade alchemist, the four of you go and deal with the black-clothed brat first and then come to help. The evil young man laughed strangely and attacked Yao Ling. If his own soul realm had not reached the 7th grade, he would be in danger if he met this female alchemist. After all, the other party's terrifying soul power is enough to make the combat power of ordinary Dou emperors fall to 10% of their peak. However, after his soul reached the 7th grade, he had some self-protection ability when facing this beauty. As long as the 4 Dou emperors dealt with the black-clothed boy, it wouldn't be that hard for the 5 of them to handle a little beauty. As he was thinking, he felt a terrible force that made his soul ache coming towards him. Soul technique. The evil young man's expression changed. He quickly made multiple hand seals. His soul power condensed into an invisible shield to wrap himself. The powerful wave of soul power rushed over, he showed a look of pain on his face. His body retreated dozens of steps, 2 lines of blood tears flowed from his eyes. The ancient clan's geniuses are worthy of their fame. The young man's heart shuddered. If it weren't for the 2 ordinary soul techniques that he had obtained from the inheritance of the yin-yang evil saint, he would have been seriously injured by that soul attack just now. However, the stronger you are, the more sense of accomplishment I will have later. He laughed strangely and continued to restrict Yao Ling. As long as that black-clothed boy is be dealt with, he could taste the fruits of victory. Whilst he was thinking of which positions he should use later, he suddenly heard a lion's roar. The young man, who was originally a little scrawny, was now half naked, his upper body could be seen. His height had also suddenly increased to 2 meters. His slender and strong figure made him appear like the most perfect cultivator. With toned muscles and bronze skin, he was emitting terrifying explosive power. A green lion tattoo with wings on its back, like a living creature, swam on his body. There was a faint green flame flowing out of it and into his muscles. This kid is weird, end it quickly. The evil young man suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. You'd better take care of yourself than get distracted when fighting me. A cold female voice came, another wave of soul power rushed towards him. The evil young man's face changed, he hurriedly used all his strength to resist. On the other side, Xiao Yan, who activated the crimson flame demon body, twisted his neck. He looked at the 4 Dou emperors in front of him with battle intent in his eyes. He appeared to them as if were some demon god. Brothers, this brat's not simple. Let's attack together. As soon as a Dou emperor finished speaking, he turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. He had dark attribute Dou Qi. Those with this attribute are very good at assassination and sneak attacks. The other 3 Dou emperors also acted in tacit understanding at this moment and used their powerful combat techniques one after another. Mystic Ice Slash, Flame Demon Fist, Thick Earth Mountain Palm. Facing the 3 powerful attacks, Xiao Yan showed a ferocious smile on his face. He threw a punch without any fancy moves, followed by an elbow strike, and finally a whip kick. The originally powerful attacks of the 3 Dou emperors were directly blasted away by his terrifying physical strength. The remaining strength behind his attacks also caused them to retreat dozens of steps, with expressions of horror on their faces. At this time, a strange shadow appeared behind Xiao Yan. It was the dark attribute Dou Emperor. He stabbed at Xiao Yan's back, at where his heart would be, with a sharp dagger. Kill in the dark night. There was a sense of pleasure in his eyes that his evil plan had succeeded. A peerless genius of an ancient clan was about to fall in his hands. What an achievement! However, when his dagger pierced into Xiao Yan's back, he found that the dagger did not even cut into his skin, nor did he bleed a drop. Energy body. The Dou Emperor's face changed, and the next moment, an extremely strong fist pierced through the void. It hit him hard on the back when he had turned to retreat. Bang! The Dou Emperor's face turned pale instantly. He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. His body was directly smashed into the ground of the ancient city, leaving a deep human-shaped mark. A suction force in Xiao Yan's palm burst out, sucking the half-dead Dou Emperor strongman out of the ground. He then pinched the opponent's neck. It was almost like he was holding a chicken by the neck. You dare to come out to try assassinate me with this little ability? Xiao Yan sneered before exerting a little force on his palm. Crack! A 9-star Dou Emperor's neck was broken by him just like that. No, impossible. The 3 Dou Emperors in the distance showed a trace of fear on their faces. A 9-star Dou Emperor was actually defeated by this boy in 2 moves. The horror of this young man was far beyond their expectations. After seeing this scene, the evil young man in the distance couldn't help but feel afraid. He thought that this young man was just a follower who had followed the girl to join in the fun. Unexpectedly, the other party's strength and horror was no less than that of this girl. Let's retreat, he shouted, but a powerful soul attack came towards him again. After half an incense stick of time, there was a mess around the altar. The bodies of the 4 Dou Emperors were lying on the ground in pieces. Xiao Yan pinched the neck of the evil young man with one hand. Spare me, spare my life. I can give you anything. The evil young man begged for mercy. What can you give me? Xiao Yan said with a smile. I have a soul cultivation method. Someone took the initiative to give it to me when I was born. I have a 7th grade prescription. I have a 9th grade one here. I have the inheritance of the Yin-Yang Evil Saint, which can help you practice dual cultivation. I really don't have this. Xiao Yan's eyes lit up. As long as you spare me. Before the evil young man finished speaking, Xiao Yan crushed his neck. Crack! Another Dou Emperor strongman's neck was broken by Xiao Yan like a chicken's neck. At the same time, his soul power turned into a long blade and slashed at the soul of the young man fiercely. After a shrill scream, the life of the evil young man completely disappeared in these ruins. The next step is to obtain the yin-yang twin flame. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and glanced at Yao Ling, who was also staring at the altar. Chapter 58 Blood Soul Spear. At this moment, Yao Ling not only stared at the yin-yang twin flames with a slightly fiery look in her eyes but also looked at Xiao Yan with a hint of vigilance. The few Dou Emperor strongmen just now were almost all killed by a few punches from Xiao Yan. Obviously, Xiao Yan's strength was greater than Yao Ling had originally imagined. After solving the external enemies, internal conflicts had now emerged. There is only one yin-yang twin flame. Who will it belong to? Cousin, why are you looking at me like this? Were you conquered by my powerful charm? Xiao Yan stared at Yao Ling's pretty face with a smile. Bah, you are too shameless, Yao Ling said coldly. However, when she saw Xiao Yan's strong body full of masculine power hidden under his black clothes, under the influence of the strange power of the ruins, she couldn't help blushing. You are so beautiful, Xiao Yan praised sincerely. Yao Ling did not answer him but stared at the altar in front of her and said, now, we should start to unlock the seal. The ancient altar was divided into yin-yang, and in the center of the altar, there were 2 fish, one black and one white, swimming slowly. The strange thing was that the black fish was burning with white flames, while the white fish was burning with black flames. Outside the altar, there was an invisible film blocking it. If you reached out and touched it, it would rebound and stretch. According to the intelligence, this film will only break if soul power is used to cut it apart. If it is Dou Qi or the physical body, it will rebound the strength used to attack it with. Xiao Yan clenched his fist and smashed the film with a punch comparable to a Dou ancestor's full-strength punch. However, the film did not move at all. When he used his soul power to attack, the originally indestructible film suddenly rippled. From that strike just now, the defensive power of this film is at most equivalent to advanced rank 7. If the 2 of us join forces to attack it with soul techniques, there's a high chance we can tear this film apart, Xiao Yan said while looking around. What are you looking for? Yao Ling frowned. If this film is broken later, the aura of the yin-yang twin flame will attract more powerful people. Remember, there's lots of alchemists who entered these ruins. In order to avoid some unnecessary trouble, let's deter them first. As Xiao Yan said this, he picked up the bodies of several Dou emperors and found a long-dried ancient tree nearby to hang them on. These bodies were beaten to death by his physical strength. Most of them died in an unusual and ugly manner. Some were bloody, and some had deformed bones. The worst one had half of its head blown off by Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan used ropes to hang the bodies of these Dou emperors on the ancient tree. A gust of wind blew, and the bodies on the tree swayed in the wind like wind chimes. However, these wind chimes were indescribably weird and terrifying. Seeing this scene, Yao Ling had a clearer understanding of Xiao Yan's cruelty. When we break this seal, you won't hang me on the tree like them, right? Yao Ling looked at Xiao Yan vigilantly. How could that be? Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head. I love such a beautiful girl like you the most, how could I do such a cruel thing to destroy a flower? What you said had better be true. Yao Ling glanced at him, took a deep breath, and suddenly said in a deep voice, if the seal is broken, who will get the yin-yang twin flames? Xiao Yan pondered for a moment and said, since the yin-yang evil saint left it here, it means that he must have made a few more preparations. Looking at the strength of the shield, it may take 5 to 10 ordinary 7th grade alchemists to have a chance to break the seal, but the final owner of the heavenly flame is only one person. After breaking the seal, he will definitely choose a true inheritor for his legacy in this flame. At that time, you and I can rely on our luck. If this heavenly flame is really not meant for me, then forget it. What he said at this moment was the truth. If he obtained the yin-yang twin flames, he would probably also get the inheritance of the yin-yang evil saint. To ensure the safety of his inheritor, the yin-yang evil saint would probably drive everyone else out of the inheritance area. Even Xiao Yan was not sure whether he could be appreciated by the yin-yang evil saint and obtain his inheritance. After all, the identity of the Xiao clan's imperial son doesn't mean much to a Dou Saint who had fallen for 1,000 years. Hearing this, Yao Ling finally nodded and said, this is the best. In this case, let's do it. Okay. Xiao Yan nodded. The next moment, extremely powerful soul power burst out from his body, which made Yao Ling unable to help but take a second look at him. Rank 7 intermediate soul power. Yao Ling's eyes showed a trace of incredulity. It is incredibly difficult to cultivate one's soul power. Even she, with the resources of an ancient clan, did not reach the 7th grade until she was 15 years old. But the boy in front of her, at the age of 15, had already reached the 7th grade intermediate. This made Yao Ling, who had been proud of her high soul power in comparison to her peers, finally feel like she met a rival who could drive her further. When I return to the clan, I should quickly break through to the 8th grade, Yao Ling thought to herself. Let's do it. Ignoring Yao Ling's gaze, Xiao Yan activated his soul power and molded it to transform into blades. Finally the soul blades gathered together and began to spin wildly. Soul-breaking cone. Xiao Yan shouted. The majestic soul power hit the invisible film like a high-speed rotating electric drill. If this hit the evil young man just now, I'm afraid it would only take one hit to seriously injure him. The Yao clan has soul cultivation methods and soul techniques, so how could the Xiao clan not have them? After all, it was not the Yao clan that was best at soul methods, but the Hun clan. And in that earth-shaking war between the two clans, with Xiao Zhan's successful breakthrough, the once mysterious Hun clan disappeared in the long river of history, leaving only the 1,000-year heritage of the Hun clan. And most of this heritages were naturally obtained by the Xiao clan. The soul electric drill hit the film fiercely. In the eyes of the two powerful alchemists, the surface of the film began to ripple violently. It seemed it was not far from being broken. Not enough. Xiao Yan's face flushed slightly. He glanced at Yao Ling and said, why don't you come over and help? I know. Yao Ling recovered from her surprise at Xiao Yan, and her soul power, which was much stronger than Xiao Yan's, gathered into a spear again and fiercely stabbed the invisible barrier. Bang! Two powerful soul powers bombarded the film at the same time, and the film, which was rippling, shook more violently, as if it would fall apart at any time. However, the two bombarded it dozens of times. The film seemed to be extremely fragile every time, but it still had not been broken. Damn, it seems we're a little short. Xiao Yan's face was ugly. The film seemed fragile, but not matter what they did, the two of them could not break it together. Looking at this film that was always a little short of being broken, Yao Ling showed a hint of hesitation on her pretty face, before she became determined and no longer hesitated. She put her slender jade-like fingers into her mouth and bit them hard, blood quickly flowed from her fingertips. The soul power gathered into a spear again. Yao Ling flicked her finger, and a string of blood beads fell into the soul spear. A strange thing happened. The originally invisible soul spear quickly took on color under her blood and turned into a blood-red spear. Blood soul spear, go! Yao Ling shouted softly. The blood-colored spear exuded terrifying waves of soul power that made Xiao Yan feel cold. It pierced into the film that was already shaking a little because of Xiao Yan's attack. Chapter 59 The Yin-Yang Evil Saint appears. Crack! A shattering sound that can only be felt by the soul sounded, and then, before the pair's eyes, the barrier that can only be detected by the soul power instantly cracked apart. In the end, this invisible barrier turned into fragments and disappeared between heaven and earth. And as this barrier disappeared, an incredibly high temperature emanated from the altar. On the altar, two fish, one black and one white, swam happily. The occasional flames emitted from their bodies carried a terrifying temperature. Heavenly flame. Looking at the two black and white fish, Xiao Yan and Yao Ling's eyes were filled with a trace of heat. For any aspiring alchemist, having a heavenly flame of their own is a very exciting thing. Next, it's a question of who to decide who the heavenly flame belongs to. Xiao Yan slightly raised his head and looked at Yao Ling beside him, but found that the other party's cold and beautiful eyes were also staring at him. The terrifying soul attack from Yao Ling just now stumped him. Even though Xiao Yan had several soul techniques from the now destroyed Hun clan, he could only resist one move of hers even if he used all his strength. Two blood soul spears could possibly send his soul on its merry way to the afterlife. The sovereign spirit soul body was indeed a terrifying physique that was born with the hope of entering the sovereign realm. The soul power talent it brings and its potential were simply frightening. Yao Ling also looked at Xiao Yan with vigilance. The attack just now seemed casual, but it consumed part of her essence blood. If she forced another two attacks, she might hurt her foundation. Although I am very handsome, you can't keep staring at me like this. Xiao Yan showed a shy expression to Yao Ling. If Yao Ling hadn't seen his ruthlessness all the way here, she would have really mistaken him for a simple boy who was easily shy. Don't pretend, we should now decide the ownership of this yin-yang twin flame. Yao Ling looked at Xiao Yan with a cold expression. How about we each take half? Xiao Yan's face regained its playful smile. As the saint son of the Xiao clan, don't you know the characteristics of the yin-yang twin flame? If you swallow only one of them, there will be endless troubles in the future. Yao Ling snorted coldly and rejected the proposal. The yin-yang twin flame is different from other heavenly flames that have a single powerful attribute. This fire is a flame formed by the laws of heaven and earth. It is born from the gathering of yin-yang. If you refine the yang flame on its own, although you can get the most rigid and yang flame power, you will suffer from the burning of the yang flame every day, and your energy will always be too high. Simply put, it will slowly cook you until you're dead. If you refine the yin flame on its own, you will be affected by the most yin and cold power, and you will become cold, emotionless and dark, lose everything you loved, and become a killer without emotions. Only by swallowing and refining the two flames at the same time can you achieve a balance of yin-yang and not be affected by the power of the heavenly flame. He, I know, of course I know. Xiao Yan smiled, but he was secretly condensing his Dou Qi in his calves. In that case, then we. Before he finished speaking, Yao Ling's face changed, because Xiao Yan's expression had frozen in place. Only a smirk was left, his figure was slowly becoming illusory. Yao Ling's soul power swept across, and then quickly turned around, her slender white jade hand fiercely slamming towards the back. A burning fist with a green flame suddenly appeared and collided fiercely with the jade hand. Yao Ling snorted and stepped back a few times. As a natural beauty of the Yao clan, whether it was martial arts or physical body, she was not comparable to those few Dou emperors from earlier. Although she did not have the powerful physique that Xiao Yan had, she was not a pushover either. The moment she stepped back, Yao Ling condensed a soul-breaking spear again and threw it fiercely in Xiao Yan's direction. Xiao Yan became solemn. He used his soul power to condense into a shield while making seals to resist the blow. The soul attack of the 7th grade advanced level alchemist was not weak, but fortunately Xiao Yan's soul technique was of a high grade. After his face turned slightly pale, he continued to move forward. His sky illusion 9 shadows had been cultivated to perfection, and few people of the same level could surpass him in speed. Demon subduing dragon claw hand. After Xiao Yan approached Yao Ling, he attacked her weak spot. If it was a woman with rich combat experience, she would definitely risk being taken advantage of and give Xiao Yan a hard blow. But Yao Ling was the saintess of the Yao clan and had been pampered since childhood. Although she was very strong, her combat experience was much less than Xiao Yan's. If it was about shamelessness, she was not even 1/10,000th of him. Shameless. Yao Ling blocked the attack with a cold face but was grabbed by Xiao Yan as expected. Shameless is right. Xiao Yan sneered and tapped Yao Ling's palm twice with his fingers. Yao Ling, who rarely came into contact with the opposite sex, was shocked, and even the second soul attack that was about to condense almost scattered. Xiao Yan pulled hard, and Yao Ling's body was inevitably pulled over under his powerful force. Xiao Yan took advantage of the situation and pressed her shoulder down with his other hand, exerted force on his waist, and threw her backwards. Under this powerful force, Yao Ling's body left the ground directly and was in an unbalanced state. When she reacted, her beautiful face had already seamlessly touched the ground. Xiao Yan didn't care about being gentle with her at this moment. He held the opponent's wrist, endured the pain brought by the second soul attack, passed his wrist through her elbow, grabbed her shoulder with one hand, and held her front shoulder with the other hand. He controlled her firmly. Just stay still, I don't want to hurt you, don't force me. Xiao Yan's voice sounded in her ears, his hot breath blew to Yao Ling's ears. You are shameless. Yao Ling cursed angrily, feeling his body get close to her. Yao Ling's eyes showed shame and anger, the powerful soul power gathered again, trying to attack Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a headache when he was in close contact with the beauty and simultaneously suffering from the strange curse in the ruins. If you attack me again, I will show you what shameless is. Xiao Yan moved his body unceremoniously. Feeling the strangeness behind her, Yao Ling's eyes showed confusion, and then a blush surged on her pretty face. Xiao Yan, I will kill you. She screamed, her majestic soul power attacked Xiao Yan desperately. Damn it, don't force me. Xiao Yan resisted another soul attack and felt a little dizzy. He looked at Yao Ling's jade neck and stretched his head to bite it. Another weak point was attacked. Yao Ling's body stiffened, and then she felt a little weak. But the next moment, her eyes turned blood red. As a saint of the Yao clan, she had never been treated so frivolously since she was a child. Fuck, why is this woman getting even more crazy? Xiao Yan complained inwardly. He didn't want to cause too much harm to Yao Ling unless it was absolutely necessary. What bad thoughts could Xiao Yan have? He just wanted to get the heavenly flame. Hee, I didn't expect that I would see such an exciting scene just after waking up. Just as Yao Ling was about to fight Xiao Yan to the death, a voice full of the vicissitudes of life sounded, causing the pair's pupils to constrict. In the center of the altar where the yin-yang flames were swimming, an ancient black and white figure had appeared at some point. He looked at the two with a playful look on his face. Chapter 60. Who else could it be? This ancient figure was wearing a black and white Taoist robe, with long black hair, but the hair at his temples was strangely white. He was handsome, and even though he looked like a middle-aged man, he was still enough to make many women excited. Why are you so nervous? Keep going. This saint advocates the harmony of life. The love between men and women is the most beautiful thing in the world. Keep going. The yin-yang evil saint had an expectant smile on his face. It seemed very similar to the smile of some otakus who turn on their computers and prepared toilet paper and lotion in his previous life. If this face wasn't handsome, the man would have appeared vulgar. Looking at the somewhat evil face, Xiao Yan pondered for a moment, finally let go of Yao Ling, who was tightly controlled by him, and then quickly stepped aside. Xiao Yan, Yao Ling could no longer maintain her usual coldness, killing intent appeared in her beautiful eyes. I will definitely take revenge for today's shame in the future. Don't say that, we are just competing for the heavenly flame. Please don't make an enemy of me. Facing Yao Ling's hatred, Xiao Yan spread his hands shamelessly. Hating the imperial son of the Xiao clan is a one-way ticket to death. Are those who compete for heavenly flames as vulgar as you? Yao Ling was almost going crazy with anger. You could also see a faint mist in her beautiful eyes. When has the dignified saintess of the Yao clan ever been treated like this? Hee, not bad, you are shameless enough, this saint likes it very much. Before the two finished their conversation, the middle-aged man laughed again. Hearing this, Yao Ling's face changed, whilst Xiao Yan showed a happy expression. But if you look closely, he was silently taking steps back, retreating from the altar. Even if this person died 1,000 years ago, that does not change the fact that he was a Dou Saint powerhouse in the past. If such an expert had evil intentions towards him, perhaps he, the Xiao clan's imperial son, would be doomed today. Compared to the heavenly flame and inheritance, Xiao Yan felt that his life was more important. As long as the Green Mountains exist, there is no need to fear running out of firewood. Haha, what a smart boy. Seeing Xiao Yan's little actions, Yin Yang Evil Saint had a smile on his face. Xiao Yan held back and looked at Yin Yang Evil Saint with an awkward but polite smile. Senior is very powerful, I'd better make sure I'm safe first. You are right, but it's too late. Yin Yang Evil Saint laughed, causing the pair's expressions to drastically change. He tapped his finger lightly, and the ancient ruined space paused slightly. The next moment, Xiao Yan felt that the space outside the altar had become solid. An invisible space wall had suddenly formed separating them from the outside. Understanding this, Xiao Yan gathered all his strength and smashed it against the space wall. However, his attack could not shake the space wall at all. What do you want to do? Xiao Yan glanced at the smiling Yin Yang Evil Saint. According to the records, this person was both good and evil in his life, and he was unrestrained in doing things. He was a very dangerous person. What? Yin Yang Evil Saint laughed strangely and stated, didn't you come here just to get my inheritance and heavenly flame? Of course, I want to give you a great opportunity. What are the conditions? Xiao Yan was not surprised by the other party's words but became more nervous. Haha, there are no conditions. Yin Yang Evil Saint shook his head. The next moment, his palm stretched forward slightly. Boom! The ancient city, which was originally quite calm, suddenly shook. The next moment, a huge energy palm hundreds of feet big condensed in the air. Suddenly, a terrifying suction force burst out from the palm, and the Dou Emperor strongmen scattered in every corner of the ruins were uncontrollably sucked into the palm. You little guys have received a lot of benefits from me these days. You should learn to be content. A voice filled with the vicissitudes of life sounded in the ancient city. The next moment, the huge hand waved. The group of Dou Emperor strongmen were flapping their Dou Qi wings crazily trying to escape the palm but to no avail. They were all mercilessly thrown into a space tunnel like flies. The ancient city, which was originally populated, now only had Xiao Yan and Yao Ling remaining within it. Tisk tisk, not bad, very good. Yin Yang Evil Saint's eyes swept over the pair, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. I originally thought that as long as someone who had become a 7th grade alchemist before the age of 30 appears, they would be qualified to inherit my mantle. I didn't expect that I would run into such a demonic genius before I disappeared from this world. When he said this, he looked at the two with satisfaction. One was a 15-year-old 7th grade intermediate, and the other was an 18-year-old 7th grade advanced. Such soul talent was rarely seen even in the era when he became a saint. Is this guy really just going to toss his inheritance over to us just like that? Xiao Yan was suspicious that there was an ulterior motive behind what this saint was doing. He always likes to speculate about others and the greatest damage they could do to him if he is unprepared, as well as the intentions behind things they do. After all, he understands the malice within the human heart and how everyone has a dark side that they reveal when that which they desire most is before them. A powerful person who does things unrestrainedly and does as they like often means that it is hard to predict their intentions and what they will do next. Outside the evil saint's ruins, a group of powerful people were waiting. The people who walked out of the ruins had long been infected by the strong curse. If there is no companion outside who can quickly take them to have some abalone, those that just came out of the ruins will quickly go crazy. Many powerful people who have lost their minds will forget what treasures they have on them, and the first thing they do when they come out is to eat. Once a Dou Emperor strongman came out and went straight to the red light zone prepared within the city, but when he woke up, he found that not only were the treasures he got from the ruins gone, but also his storage ring in which he stored his own treasures were also gone. Therefore, these strong men came out to quickly, proceeded to hand over the treasures they had obtained to their partners or backers before heading to vent their desires. In view of the fact that there are many Dou Emperor or even more powerful beings among these waiting strong men, the Black Wind sect, as the lord of this place, naturally generously set up a temporary reception place here. While these masters were waiting, a violent space fluctuation was detected at the entrance of the ancient city, which had been quiet all the time. The next moment, nearly 100 Dou Emperors were ejected like flies. Then, The space channel was closed. What's going on? The faces of those cultivators outside who were originally leisurely drinking tea changed. The faces of the two elders Wen and Wu and the two old women of the Yao clan changed the most out of everyone. This is because the young masters of their two clans was not amongst those kicked out of the ancient city. No, what's going on? Xiao Wu stood up in shock. The aura of a half-saint burst out without reservation, scaring the surrounding masters to the point that they almost crawled on the ground. Even the two Dou Venerates sitting nearby were pressured by him. I am going to demolish this broken ruin and save the young master. Xiao Wu shouted but was grabbed by a hand. If you demolish it by force, it will cause the ruins to explode, and the young master will fall into greater danger at that time. If something happens to the young master, we will both be in trouble. Xiao Wu had an anxious look on his face. Wait a minute, I believe that a young man who is valued by the clan ancestor will not easily die like this. Xiao Wen's expression was relatively calm, but the two old women of the Yao clan beside him were horrified when they heard what they had said. They looked at each other with shock in their eyes. The two had mentioned clan ancestor, and not patriarch, or patriarch. Who else could be the ancestor of the Xiao clan except for that person, the one referred to as the most honored existence between heaven and earth? Chapter 61 Traces of a Dou Sovereign. Are you two from the ancient clan? On the yin-yang altar in the ruins, the yin-yang evil saint looked at the two with a trace of surprise and relief on his face. A 15-year-old 7th grade intermediate and an 18-year-old 7th grade advanced, such talent even made him amazed. However, when he saw the strange blood power in them, he felt relieved. To have such achievements at such a young age, even among the descendants of the ancient clans, they should be considered the top geniuses. That's right, I am a descendant of the Yao clan. Facing the question of yin-yang evil saint, Yao Ling nodded obediently. A descendant of the Yao clan. Yin-yang evil saint showed a strange look in his eyes, then looked at Xiao Yan and said, "What about you?" Xiao clan, Xiao Yan said after a moment of silence. Are you from the Xiao clan? Yin-yang evil saint showed a trace of excitement on his face. Is Xiao Xiaobei still alive? Xiao Xiaobei, you know the patriarch of my clan. Xiao Yan showed a trace of surprise on his face. Has Xiaobei become the patriarch of the Xiao clan after all these years? Upon hearing this, Yin-yang evil saint showed a look of relief on his face. It seems that this old guy has a good relationship with the patriarch. Could they be gay friends? Xiao Yan secretly complained in his heart, but the solemnity on his face was reduced. Judging from this person's attitude towards the Xiao clan, it is beneficial to him at present. To be able to become the patriarch of the Xiao clan, Xiaobei must be at least a 7-star Dou Saint now. Yin-yang evil saint showed a trace of nostalgia on his face. Well, the minimum requirement for to become the patriarch of the Xiao clan is a 9-star Dou Saint. 9-star Dou Saint, Yin-yang evil saint, who was originally feeling melancholic, showed a trace of shock on his face, and Yao Ling, who was standing beside him, also felt envious after hearing him. To run for the patriarch of the Xiao clan, you must be at least a 9-star Dou Saint. This means that there is more than one 9-star Dou Saint in the Xiao clan, whilst the strongest person in the Yao clan is only a 7-star Dou Saint in comparison. No wonder it is said that even if the Dou Sovereign of the Xiao clan does not take action, the Xiao clan can still suppress the other 6 clans. Apart from the Jiyu clan, the other ancient clans might not be able to fight against a 9-star Dou Saint even if they joined forces, and there must be more than 1 or 2 such powerhouses in the Xiao clan. Turns out that Xiaobei has become the most powerful figure in this world after all this time. Yin-yang evil saint showed a trace of emotion on his face. After 1,000 years, the outside world must have changed a lot. Since Xiaobei has become the patriarch, has your clan's old patriarch Xiao Xuan passed away? He continued to ask. No, my clan ancestor has become a sovereign. Xiao Yan said lightly. What did you say? Yin-yang evil saint's handsome face suddenly froze. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can anyone become a sovereign in this era? He roared, with an incredible look on his face. He seems to know something. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. The fact that you need origin qi to become a Dou Sovereign, except for him who has transmigrated and Xiao Xuan, no one else in the Xiao clan knows this. Even if they are Dou Saints, they are not qualified to know this. Yin-yang evil saint, a casual cultivator, how could he know the secret of origin qi? After talking to himself for a long time, Yin Yang Evil Saint finally recovered from the shock and said with a complicated expression, Master Xiao Xuan, has he really become a Dou Sovereign? Absolutely true. Xiao Yan stared at his expression. Could it be that because of that incident, a new Dou Sovereign appeared on the continent? Yin Yang Evil Saint muttered to himself, but Xiao Yan's pupils shrank. What is it? You are just a little Dou Emperor, but you seem to know everything about the relationship between Dou Saints and Dou Sovereigns. Instead of answering Xiao Yan's question, the Yin Yang Evil Saint smiled and looked at Xiao Yan. As the top genius of the Xiao clan, is it too much for me to know these things? Xiao Yan said proudly. Not too much, haha, indeed not too much. Since you are the top talent of the Xiao clan, you must not lack my inheritance, so I'll send you out. Yin Yang Evil Saint said with a smile. No, Xiao Yan shouted. I have heard of Senior's great deeds since I was a child sitting on Patriarch Xiaobei's lap. I admire Senior's skills very much. It doesn't matter whether it is inherited or not, the main thing is to listen to and hear of Senior's teachings. How can this guy be so shameless? Yao Ling was once again speechless about Xiao Yan's thick skin. Haha, this kid, you are very much to my taste. Yin Yang Evil Saint smiled slightly and said softly, but it's a pity that I can't give you the heavenly flame. I owed a favor to the wife of the Yao clan's patriarch back then, so today I can only repay it with this. As he spoke, an invisible wave unfolded again, driving Xiao Yan out and then protecting the altar. This fucker. Xiao Yan had a lot of curses in his stomach, but he still held them in due to the opponent's strength. Thank you, Senior. Upon hearing this, Yao Ling in the altar was overjoyed. She didn't expect that the Yin Yang Evil Saint actually had feelings for and owed the patriarch's wife a favor. With this, she no longer had to worry about Xiao Yan doing anything bad to her. After refining this Yin Yang twin flame, you will also obtain a legacy that I left in this Yin Yang twin flame. However, although this Yin Yang twin flame is ranked at the bottom of the heavenly flames ranking, it is still dangerous to refine it. You should take care of yourself. Yin Yang Evil Saint smiled faintly, his body floated out of the Yin Yang altar. Looking at the Yin Yang Evil Saint who had just up and left, Yao Ling showed a grateful look on her face. After clasping her fists and bowing to him, she turned her head to look at the two swimming fish. She gently waved her ring, various treasures necessary to refine a heavenly flame appeared. Yin Yang Evil Saint glanced at her, but there was a trace of imperceptible evil intent on his face. He then floated to Xiao Yan. I have already given the heavenly flame to this little girl. I also have a legacy here. Do you want it? You old bastard, you gave the thing I wanted most to that woman, and now you come here to fool me with some Dou methods and Dou techniques. Xiao Yan secretly complained in his heart. Is it the dual cultivation method of yours that became famous all over the world back then? There was a trace of yearning on his face. Haha, I was right. You are some thick-skinned shameless kid. The key is that you are also lustful. You are indeed a good candidate to inherit my mantle. I am embarrassed by your praise. Xiao Yan showed a shy expression on his face. Come with me. Yin Yang Evil Saint smiled slightly, his soul body drifted gently in the air. Where to? Xiao Yan was stunned. To the dark side. Yin Yang Evil Saint's faint voice came, his body had already floated away for a distance. Isn't the dark side very dangerous? It is very dangerous, but don't you want to know what happened to me? I just want to get that amazing dual cultivation method. My cause of death is related to a Dou Sovereign. Who the hell cares about some damn Dou Sovereign? I just want to dual cultivate now. Huh, what did you say? Haha, follow me. In the ancient and silent world inside the city, a black-clothed boy followed the remnant soul of a powerhouse and slowly walked towards the darkness on the opposite side. Chapter 62 This is my corpse. Although the space within the ancient city is much larger than the outside world, it was created by a single Dou Saint, so its size is limited. In just half an incense stick of time, Xiao Yan flew to the dry river that divided the yin-yang sides of the city. If we go further, we will reach the dark side. Xiao Yan stopped and looked up at the yin-yang evil saint who was floating in the sky. I heard that no one who has been contaminated by the aura of this place has survived. They have all become machines that only know how to kill. Just go. Why don't you have the courage of the Xiao clan's heaven's pride? If you have no brains but only courage, you are a fool. With my relationship with Xiaobei, I will naturally protect you. In the end, Xiao Yan still chose to enter this dark fog. This fog made him feel irritable and give rise to violent killing intent. It's unknown what would happen if he were to be contaminated by it. After entering the black fog, Xiaoyan felt that his eyes became dark and his field of vision shrank sharply. Use your soul power. With your 7th grade intermediate soul power, you can still see here. The voice of Yin Yang Evil Saint sounded from behind him. Xiaoyan's body paused slightly before he released the majestic soul power. Although his soul power was also hindered to a certain extent after getting into contact with the black fog, he could see and sense the space within 100 feet of him. Go forward along this road in front of you. The soul of Yin Yang Evil Saint floated in the sky. It appeared that he was not afraid of the thick fog at all. He constantly pointed the way for Xiaoyan. However, as his soul power gradually came into further contact with the thick black fog, Xiaoyan felt waves of violent and murderous emotions constantly infiltrating his soul. Gradually, his eyes turned blood red. Good, since you can hold on until now, your soul power is very solid for rank 7, your will is also much stronger than I thought. Yin Yang Evil Saint laughed. Don't make these jokes, I can't hold on any longer. Xiaoyan panted. The violent killing intent had already infiltrated his soul, gradually affecting his will. He now had a growing desire to tear apart everything in front of him, an impulse to destroy everything. Even he himself was not sure how long it would take for him to go crazy. No, if I don't leave now, I will be lost. Using the last bit of clarity he had left, Xiaoyan was ready to retreat. Don't retreat. The voice of Yin Yang Evil Saint rang out. A clear light shot out from his soul and fell into Xiaoyan's body without being affected by the black fog. The moment the clear light fell into Xiaoyan's body, his soul that had been soaked in the black fog was instantly cleansed, and the violent emotions in Xiaoyan's soul quickly subsided, and unprecedented clarity remained in him. My soul power has become purer. Xiaoyan showed a hint of joy on his face, but when his soul power sensed the Yin Yang Evil Saint, he found that the other party's soul had faded a bit. Senior. Xiaoyan finally had a little respect for him. Haha, I'm a dead man. It's already part of my plan to use this little bit of remaining soul power to cultivate a successor. You don't have to thank me. The voice of Yin Yang Evil Saint revealed a carefree attitude. Keep going forward, you are about to come into contact with a truly terrifying secret. Yin Yang Evil Saint's voice contained something. What secret can scare him? The Xiao clan's imperial son? Could it be about some Dou Sovereign? I have even seen a living Dou Sovereign, not to mention a little Dou Sovereign secret. Xiaoyan curled his lips and continued to move forward. Every time he walked a certain distance, he would feel the violent killing intent spreading in his heart again, but every time he was about to give up, the Yin Yang Evil Saint behind him would always bless him with a little light at the appropriate time. After a few times, Xiaoyan felt that his soul power was becoming purer and purer. This was not a quantitative improvement, but a qualitative leap. If he cultivated hard for a year or two, he would surely be able to break through to the 7th grade advanced level. As these clear lights were released, the soul body of Yin Yang Evil Saint became a little more illusory. Every stream of clear light that was used cleansed Xiaoyan's soul was his soul origin. Finally, after passing through the endless black fog, a ray of light appeared in front of Xiaoyan. In front of him, there was another identical yin-yang altar. However, the scene in the altar made Xiaoyan's scalp numb. In the yin-yang altar, a monster over 2 meters tall sat in the center of the altar. The monster was covered with red hair, its limbs were swollen and bulging, and the black nails on its hands and feet were sharp. The face was hideous and terrifying, like a demon walking out of the abyss. The weirdest thing was that his blood-red eyes were staring at him. The moment he looked into these eyes, a chill rose from the depths of Xiaoyan's spine. Through these eyes, he seemed to see endless ferocity and ominousness. The next moment, red hair grew out of his body. Roar! Xiaoyan let out a low roar from his throat, and bone spurs began to protrude from his fingers, gradually turning into claws. Wake up! The voice of Yin-Yang Evil Saint sounded behind his ears, and another clear light fell. After his soul was cleansed by this clear light, Xiaoyan regained his clarity of mind and looked at the red-haired monster with fear. Just a corpse could cause such strange things to happen to him. This kind of unknown fear often makes people more afraid. However, when he looked at the top of the ancient monster's head, he found that there were 2 fish, one black and one white, swimming around. Yin-Yang twin flame. Xiaoyan showed a trace of surprise on his face. Yes, this one is the real Yin-Yang twin flame. The Yin-Yang Evil Saint laughed. What about the one on the Yang side? That's also a Yin-Yang twin flame. You actually have two yin-yang twin flame. Xiao Yan looked at the yin-yang evil saint in surprise. No, the yin-yang twin flame on the yang side are indeed real, but it's just a seed fire. After a pause, a strange smile appeared on his face and he said, a special seed fire. Then the one you gave to Yao Ling is a fake. You can understand it that way. Yin-yang evil saint smiled and said, don't worry about it for now, I think you should take care of the crisis in front of you first. The crisis in front of me? Xiao Yan was slightly stunned. When his eyes swept across the altar, he unexpectedly found that the weird monster actually stood up slowly. In an instant, Xiao Yan's scalp began to numb. What kind of monster is this? If he rushes out, I will be dead. This is. After a moment of silence, Yin-yang evil saint showed a complicated and hesitant expression on his face. This is my corpse. Chapter 63 Tomb of a Sovereign. Your corpse. Xiao Yan's scalp was numb, even his hands and feet felt a little cold hearing that. He turned his head slowly. After seeing that there was no strange expression on Yin-yang evil saint's face, he calmed down a little, but even so, he still felt a bit scared. Roar. The tall red-haired monster let out a low roar from its throat, and the sound alone made Xiao Yan's heart rise with violent killing intent. Leave the rest to me. Little guy, I need to borrow your body for a while, the yin-yang evil saint's voice rang. After saying that, he didn't give Xiao Yan a chance to refuse and directly entered Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan didn't have time to react, and he felt a huge monster entering his body. Even if his soul had reached the 7th rank, it was still no match for this Dou Saint. The Dou Saint having been dead for 1,000 years did nothing to change this fact at all. Don't resist, this is an opportunity for you, Yin-yang evil saint's voice sounded. Xiao Yan wanted to resist but found that it was useless. After 1,000 years of disappearance, that strange origin has finally been removed. Now, we can understand the cause and effect of the past. Yin-yang evil saint shouted in a low voice, and in an instant, the space of the entire ancient city seemed to have frozen for a moment. Old buddy, it's been more than 1,000 years, let's fight side by side for the last time. Yin-yang evil saint waved his hands, and the two fish that were originally floating on the red-haired monster's head suddenly began to become active. The next moment, black and white flames began to pour out from the sky, the earth, and even some invisible places. Obviously, this was power the yin-yang twin flame had been accumulating in this space for the past 1,000 years. With the overwhelming flames pouring out of this ancient space, a sea of fire gathered in an instant. After the sea of fire condensed, the two fish, one black and one white, flew out from the monster's head and fell into the sea of fire. As the two fish stopped suppressing it, the red light in the red-haired monster's eyes became brighter, its limbs became much more flexible. His casual movements were enough to make the nearby space faintly crack. After 1,000 years, I don't believe you can still be as scary as you were before. The yin-yang evil saint waved his hands, and the two fish fell into the sea of fire. The overwhelming flames seemed to have suddenly gained spirituality. Soon they gathered into two black and white flame dragons that were hundreds of feet tall. The fire control technique of this yin-yang evil saint is truly extraordinary. Xiao Yan, whose body was controlled but his soul retained awareness, was currently carefully sensing and comprehending the other party's fire control technique. Unknowingly, he gained a deeper understanding of fire and fire control by doing this. Facing the yin-yang evil saint who was controlling two flame dragons, the red-haired monster roared and rushed over. However, his body could not get close to Xiao Yan, yin-yang evil saint, and the two flame dragons were extremely flexible and blocked him out. This 1,000-year curse, it's time to end it today. The seals made by the yin-yang evil saint changed, the two black and white dragons began to swim wildly. Yin-yang locking god formation. The two flame dragons entangled and turned into a black and white Tai Chi diagram before covering the red-haired monster. As the Tai Chi diagram fell, the black and white flames also crazily rushed into the body of the red-haired monster. Finally, the body of the red-haired monster paused before falling to the ground motionless. Is it over? The yin-yang evil saint looked at this scene with a trace of disappointment on his face. However, the next moment, the black mist of the entire yin side began to surge, and finally began to move towards the red-haired monster. It's really not that easy to remove. Yin-yang evil saint showed a bitter smile on his face, and the black and white flames remaining between heaven and earth surged again, before turning back into a black and white flaming dragon. The black and white dragon opened its mouth, and a powerful suction force came from it. For a moment, the black mist between heaven and earth was sucked in by it. In an instant, the yin-side space that was originally pitch dark became clear. A quarter of an hour later, the world returned to normal. The yin-side space appeared clearly in front of Xiao Yan. This place was almost the same as the sunny side, the only difference being that there were wisps of black air currents surging in the sky above it, but the energy in this air current was extremely cold, completely different from the evil and tyrannical energy in the black fog. After swallowing all the fog, the flame dragon began to twist wildly and restlessly. Even with the fire control technique of Yin-Yang Evil Saint, he found it was difficult to control. This strange power is too terrifying, Yin-Yang Evil Saint sighed lightly. If these powers were allowed to return to his body, his mutated body would be born again, and at that time even a Dou Saint powerhouse would find it difficult to suppress it easily. As long as it was allowed to be free for a moment, it would cause a situation where all lives on the Dou Qi Continent became infected by it and eventually all become destroyed as a result of it. The problem was, if he did not contain these powers and they were wantonly released, the area within 100 miles would instantly turn into a demonic domain, and then everyone below the Dou Venerate would go crazy. At this time, he showed an air worthy of that of a generational powerhouse and hero. He only hesitated for a moment before he waved his hand. Go! With the appearance of a space tunnel, the Yin-Yang Evil Saint drove the black and white dragon inside. With the disappearance of the black and white dragon, there was no longer any trace of black mist in the heavens and the earth. The mutated body of the Yin-Yang Evil Saint also stopped moving, as if it had lost the power to resist. Finally, he is truly sealed. The Yin-Yang Evil Saint sighed, his figure became a little illusory. What is going on? Looking at the tired Yin-Yang Evil Saint in the sky, Xiao Yan couldn't help but ask. Yin-Yang Evil Saint slowly landed on the ground, looking at Xiao Yan with a complicated look. He said, back then, I was cuckolded by a heaven's pride from the Yao clan. Are these two things related? Xiao Yan complained in his heart, but his face showed a hint of speculation, the wife of the chief of the Yao clan. Yin-Yang Evil Saint nodded and said, I traveled across the Central Plains for 100 years, and I was the only one who cuckolded others. I didn't expect that one day I would wear this hat myself. When will the grievances end? Xiao Yan sighed, said nothing, and continued to the Yin-Yang Evil Saint's story. He thought he could follow the example of the purifying lotus demon flame and write a record of the romance of the Yin-Yang Evil Saint. Although I spent 100 years to become a Dou Saint, one of the most powerful people in the world, I am still inferior to Yao Dan, the patriarch of the Yao clan. In the end, I was defeated by him. After that, I was frustrated for a long time, and finally decided to become stronger. However, Dou Saints are already the peak of the continent, and there are very few opportunities to help Dou Saints quickly improve their strength. Hence why I traveled around the continent again. I finally found a mysterious site in the southeast continent. It was a sovereign's tomb. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's face finally changed. The so-called sovereign's tomb is naturally the ancient tomb of a Dou Sovereign. In the current Dou Qi Continent, any news about this supreme level is enough to cause a huge shock. Ignoring Xiao Yan's shock, Yin-Yang Evil Saint slowly said, I thought this was an opportunity, but I didn't expect it to be a disaster because I found the body of the Dou Sovereign in the sovereign's tomb. Chapter 64 The Origin of the Strangeness. The corpse of a Dou Sovereign. Xiao Yan's pupils shrank. A Dou Sovereign is the strongest existence in this world. Such an existence can almost be said to have an endless lifespan. No one has specifically counted how long a Dou Sovereign can live since there's no records of their deaths, only disappearances. The minimum life expectancy of a Dou Sovereign is at least 10,000 years. Haha, do you feel terrified already? The Yin-Yang Evil Saint smiled slightly and muttered, if it was just a dead Dou Sovereign, it might be shocking, but not scary. At this point, he said with a terrified look on his face, but the corpse of the ancient Dou Sovereign I saw is just like my current body. After saying that, his eyes showed a look of fear as he pointed to his own body. Same as this body. Xiao Yan was stunned at first. When he looked at the corpse of Yin-Yang Evil Saint, a frightening thought emerged in his mind. Then his scalp tingled and the hair on his body stood up. Could it be that the Dou Sovereign is also? Yes. The Yin-Yang Evil Saint nodded with a complicated look. Can you imagine my fear at that time? The realm we have always believed in, one the most powerful and invincible existence in this world, had actually died in such a strange and ominous state. In the minds of everyone in Dou Qi Continent, Dou Sovereign super-existences are regarded as invincible in this world. Their mere gestures have the power to shake the continent. Their bloodline power can revitalize a clan and make it prosperous for 10,000 years. Their lifespan is endless and they are immortal. Perhaps, Dou Sovereign powerhouses of the same level can put another Dou Sovereign powerhouse in danger or even cause them to fall, but they never thought that a Dou Sovereign powerhouse would die in such a miserable way. Covered with red hair, their body turned into a strange and terrifying monster, and finally dying helpless, and their corpse after their death became the origin for the fall and corruption of other powerhouses like the Yin-Yang Evil Saint. No, this should not be possible. This world's plot is not meant to be like this. Xiao Yan shook his head. He suddenly felt that Xiao Xuan, whom he met in the Pill Tower, should be the future of the continent. Or, in a forbidden place somewhere on the continent, there should be a young man who had somehow transmigrated to this world. So, you were infected after seeing the corpse of the Dou Sovereign. Xiao Yan raised his head and looked at Yin-Yang Evil Saint with pity. Yes, just like you looked at my corpse just now and was almost corrupted, I also looked at the corpse of that Dou Sovereign. Yin-Yang Evil Saint's voice was helpless. Just by looking at it, I felt a strange power entering my body. Fortunately, my soul power had reached the heaven realm at that time, and with the protection of the Yin-Yang Holy Flame, I finally managed to save my soul. Yin-Yang Holy Flame, Xiao Yan looked at the Yin-Yang Evil Saint in confusion. Yes, it is indeed the Yin-Yang Holy Flame. Yin-Yang Evil Saint smiled and nodded, with a hint of pride on his face. I obtained this Yin-Yang Twin Flame when I was a Dou ancestor. I used my origin Dou Qi to refine it for 100 years. I know that the Yin-Yang Twin Flame is not ranked high on the Heavenly Flame ranking, and it is not worth mentioning compared to the top 10 Heavenly Flames. Hence why I have been searching for Yin-Yang Qi across the continent for 100 years to further cultivate it. Later, I got a new Yin-Yang Twin Flame seedling in a treasure land. Wouldn't there be an explosion and rejection when two kinds of Heavenly Flame merge? Xiao Yan looked puzzled. He remembered that in the original work, there was a punk named Skyfire Venerable who merged two fallen heart flames in the underground world beneath Jiannan Academy. He died due to the conflict between the Heavenly Flames. That's right, the Yin-Yang Evil Saint nodded slightly and stated, but I was already a Dou Saint at that time, and the Yin-Yang Twin Flames are ranked relatively low on Heavenly Flame ranking, so I could barely suppress them with my strength alone. What's more, he paused and continued, I once had a good relationship with a saintess from the Yan clan, and she also stole some of the clan's fire merging techniques from me. In addition, I used a lot of yin-yang essence to assist its merge, and finally, the level of the yin-yang twin flames was further improved, becoming what I call the yin-yang holy flames. What position can this yin-yang holy flame be ranked on the heavenly flame ranking? Xiao Yan asked curiously. Probably around 13 to 15. The yin-yang evil saint's words made Xiao Yan's eyes light up. Haha, the true strength of my heavenly flame is not in its power. The yin-yang evil saint suddenly showed a hint of pride on his face. This fire has been bred in my body for 100 years. It has not only absorbed a lot of yin-yang essences that exist between heaven and earth, but it's also gathered the yin-yang energy of humanity. What do you mean? It means that this fire can help you practice dual cultivation. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Yan's breathing suddenly became rapid. A heavenly flame that can help people practice dual cultivation may be more attractive to men than the top 10 heavenly flames. If you get this fire, plus my original yin-yang holy scripture, you can greatly speed up your cultivation through dual cultivation. Hearing this, Xiao Yan gulped slightly. How about I give you this great gift, are you willing? The yin-yang evil saint showed a smile that all men understand. Xiao Yan was silent for a moment before he knelt on the ground with a plop. Bang bang bang, he kowtowed 3 times without saying a word. Senior's kindness, this junior will never forget it. Seeing his actions, even yin-yang evil saint showed a trace of surprise on his face. Get up, you are the saint son of the Xiao clan, you must have the dignity of a genius. The yin-yang evil saint couldn't help but say. No, senior has given me a second life. Xiao Yan said seriously. Hearing his words, yin-yang evil saint couldn't help but smile. He hesitated and lightly tapped the yin-yang fish floating above the red-haired corpse. Boom, a terrible flame erupted from the yin-yang fish, and then continuously released the yin-yang fire. When the flame condensed to a certain degree, the yin-yang fish also showed a slight weakness. He tapped his finger again, and the yin-yang holy flame shook slightly, while the yin-yang evil saint's body became even more illusory. I have removed the soul mark of the yin-yang twin flame, and now it belongs to you. He waved his right hand, and two fish emitting terrifyingly high temperatures swam in front of Xiao Yan. Without the suppression of the yin-yang holy flame, the red-haired corpse showed signs of moving again. Looking at this scene, the yin-yang evil saint sighed lightly, and his soul slowly floated above the corpse, using the yin-yang flame that he had drawn out before to continue suppressing it. I can still suppress this corpse for another 10 years. If no one solves it after 10 years, a catastrophe will befall the Central Plains. If you are qualified to see Xiaobei, please ask him to solve this trouble. After 1,000 years of my efforts, this strange power is not as terrible as it was back then. It should be more than enough for a 9-star Dou Saint to solve it. Before I die, I want to see my old friend again. Then Junior will fulfill Senior's wish. Xiao Yan took a deep breath and bowed to the yin-yang evil saint. Although he was lustful and played with women, he was a good Dou Saint. Refine this yin-yang holy flame quickly, while I can still protect you now. The yin-yang evil saint suddenly laughed strangely. If you refine it too slowly, that lass from the Yao clan will probably be burning up from impatience. Chapter 65 Fortune is sought in danger. Impatience. Xiao Yan showed a puzzled expression. Do you think that with my relationship with the Yao clan, I would be willing to give that little girl an opportunity? Even if it's just a seed flame? The yin-yang evil saint showed an evil smile. Well, with your personality, you certainly won't. Xiao Yan nodded. This person is vindictive and moody, he will definitely not tolerate being cuckolded. That yin-yang twin flame does contain a trace of the origin of the yin-yang holy flame, but I did a few tricks with it. Right now it only has the origin of the yang flame in it. Yin-yang evil saint showed a mysterious smile on his face. When you refine this yin-yang holy flame, I can use this girl to let you sense the mystery of this saint's yin-yang holy canon and yin-yang holy flame. Ah, this, Xiao Yan said with a serious expression on his face, this is definitely not what a gentleman does. Are you a gentleman? You are a shameless guy at your core, otherwise I would not pass my inheritance to you. The yin-yang evil saint sent a side eye at Xiao Yan. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's originally serious face suddenly showed a smile. You are really good at judging people. Hee. Yin-yang evil saint laughed twice. Hee. Xiao Yan also laughed twice. After a while, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged on a flat area in the square. In front of him were two swimming fish, one yin and one yang, moving with the natural charm of the great Tao. Xiao Yan gently tapped his storage ring, causing several treasures to fall out of it. Swallowing a heavenly flame is extremely dangerous. Even though the yin-yang holy flame in front of him has been restrained by the yin-yang evil saint, it still has terrible destructive power. If it explodes with all its strength, even a Dou Venerate cultivator will have to avoid its edge. Fortunately, this flame has been transformed by the soul mark of the yin-yang evil saint, and its attitude towards Xiao Yan is quite gentle. In addition, Xiao Yan himself has an extremely deep background, and the natural treasures in his hands are also terrifying. There's a reason why pay-to-win players are always confident in their ability. He first took out a half-person tall jade bottle, then dug a circular ditch on the ground and poured the snow-white liquid from the jade bottle into it. The crystal-clear liquid exuded an astonishing chill as soon as it came out of the bottle, causing the surrounding temperature to drop sharply, and even the ground slowly froze. Ice Spirit Cold Fountain. It is a precious liquid born under the underground cold veins. It is quite precious in the outside world, but in the Xiao clan, it is not a rare treasure. There is a Dou Saint powerhouse in the Xiao clan who practices ice attribute Dou Qi. He once used his power as a Dou Saint to manipulate heaven and earth to forge an ice mountain range. The mountain range naturally bred an Ice Spirit Cold Fountain, which has turned into an Ice Spirit Cold Pool after 100 years of accumulation. In rank 8 magic beast, Ice Sky Demon Dragon, is raised in it. Before Xiao Yan went out, he prepared 10 bottles of such jade bottles. After that, he stuffed a red gem the size of a ping-pong ball into his mouth. An acceptance soul is a precious treasure that can only be extracted from high-level storage rings. Its value is much higher than the Ice Spirit Cold Fountain. However, Xiao Yan's grandfather Xiao Lin has a human head-sized one. No matter how precious something is, that preciousness varies between someone's background. The greater the background, the fewer things that are precious to them which are treasures for others. After feeling that the acceptance soul was refined into his body, Xiao Yan took out the last jade bottle and opened it. As soon as the jade bottle was opened, a stream of light flew out, but it was caught by Xiao Yan. The 7th grade peak elixir, Blood Jade Golden Pill. This pill is a stronger version of a Blood Lotus pill, a classic treasure that assists in refining heavenly flame. Although it is the peak of the 7th grade, its value is not inferior to that of an ordinary 8th grade pill. This pill was made by Yao Lao. In order to train his beloved apprentice, Yao Lao was willing to pay a price. After the 3 treasures were prepared, Xiao Yan looked up at the 2 swimming fish. Even though it was much weaker, the yin-yang holy flame still exuded a terrible temperature. If it had not been blessed by the power of the Dou Saint, he was afraid that even space would be burned and distorted. Xiao Yan opened his mouth and swallowed the Blood Jade Golden Pill. As soon as the Blood Jade Golden Pill entered his stomach, Xiao Yan felt a cool and strange energy swimming through his body. Then, the energy in the Blood Jade Golden Pill quickly covered Xiao Yan's meridians and internal organs, protecting them heavily. After a while, a series of turquoise energy-like glass emerged from Xiao Yan's pores, and in just a blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's whole body was covered. These energies, soon after they appeared, condensed rapidly, and finally formed a cyan crystal protective layer. These protective layers not only wrapped Xiao Yan's hands and feet, but also completely sealed his eyes. The crystal protective layer was like a set of airtight cyan armor, which protected Xiao Yan tightly. Since it was about to start, Xiao Yan took a deep breath to calm his inner tension. Despite consuming many resources he had obtained by pay to winning, as well as his innate resistance to flames which comes from the Crimson Flame demon body, and the protection of Yin-Yang Evil Saint, Xiao Yan still felt a little nervous. After all, this is the most violent flame in the world, with terrifying destructive power. Swallowing it into his body is like letting an ordinary person swallow a grenade. Forget it, with so many preparations, if I still can't succeed, how could I ever become a Dou Sovereign? If I fail at this I might as well die eating shit. Xiao Yan's eyes showed a trace of cruelty. In his previous life, after he had achieved some success in his career, his former relatives and friends always thought that he was lucky, but they didn't know how many times he had been cruel and how many things he had given up. Wealth, power, status, women, etc., were all acquired step by step through repeated cruel choices. If you don't dare to fight for your life, how can you talk about wealth and honor? After just a pause, his palm burst out with a suction force to suck the 2 fish into his palm. Feeling the restraint exerted by his palms, the 2 originally docile little fish began to become restless and agitated. The terrible temperature instantly made Xiao Yan's blue armor show signs of melting. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan was not afraid, but snorted coldly and swallowed the 2 fish directly into his stomach. As soon as the yin-yang holy flame entered his mouth, Xiao Yan's face turned pale instantly. Even with the energy protection of the Blood Jade Golden Pill, the terrible temperature still caused waves of twitching pain in his meridians. Ignoring the severe pain, Xiao Yan's eyes showed a ferocious look, and then he closed his eyes and focused his mind into his body. In his chaotic body, 2 fish, one black and one white, turned into 2 flames and swam wildly in it. Fortunately, Xiao Yan had Dou Emperor level Dou Qi in a soul comparable to that of a 7th grade intermediate alchemist, so he could barely control it. No matter how fierce you are, you must surrender to me today. Xiao Yan shouted angrily and controlled the 2 flames to swim along his meridians. At this time, the horror of the 7th grade pill was revealed. Even against the yin-yang holy flame, which was now comparable to the 13th or 14th flame on the heavenly flame ranking, the Blood Jade Golden Pill continued to release abundant green energy. Even with the terrible temperature of the yin-yang holy flame, it still stubbornly tried its best to protect Xiao Yan's body. However, despite this, the high temperature still burned Xiao Yan's meridians through the energy layer, leaving Xiao Yan to suffer excruciating pain as his skin and meridians were virtually vaporized. Everything in the ancient city was silent, with only a floating soul quietly suppressing a strange corpse. Of course, the sound of a young man's groaning could be heard from time to time. Looking at the pale but ruthless boy, Yin-Yang Evil Saint showed a hint of admiration. After passing this level, this boy will truly transform from a genius to a strong man. Chapter 66 Two Saints Take Action. The ancient world was silent, with only the heavy breathing of the young man and the occasional painful groan coming from him. On the other side, the outside world was in chaos. A black and white dragon of fire flew out of the ancient city's space. The people in the outside world were shocked at first before they faced a disaster. Is this the yin-yang holy flame? Those strong enough amongst them were surprised to see this long-lost flame. They saw the huge dragon composed of fire. It was hundreds of feet long and exploded before their astonished eyes. The next moment, the overwhelming flames turned into a sea of fire that enveloped an area of 100 miles, and then a large strange black fog spread from it. No, this is the black fog of the yin side. Before everyone could react, the black mist was approaching. Everyone, hurry up and use your Dou Qi to protect your body. This thing is dangerous. The black mist was pervasive. The elders of the Black Wind sect were most familiar with the horror of this thing, and their faces changed drastically. As soon as he finished speaking, a Dou Emperor cultivator who had been contaminated by the black mist screamed. A short while after, he was covered with red hair, his eyes turned dark red, his bones twisted violently, and his face became evil and terrifying. In less than a quarter of an hour, this Dou Emperor was completely transformed into a red-haired monster that only knew how to kill. He roared and began to attack his companions. Everyone, run, someone exclaimed, and hurriedly used their fastest speed to escape to the distance. Hearing this person's shout, everyone also left quickly, but there were still several Dou Emperors and a Dou Ancestor expert who were accidentally contaminated by the black mist. The several Dou Emperors almost instantly grew red hair all over their bodies. The Dou Ancestor strongman did not change at first. Just when he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he found that his body hair had turned red. Roar! A Dou Emperor-level magical beast roared and attacked a Dou Venerate present. Courting death, the Dou Venerate shouted, and then he blew the monster into a blood mist with a casual blow. However, the next moment, a black gas left the dead body of the Dou Emperor and quickly flew towards him. I want to see what's so weird about this. The Dou Venerate old man sneered. He used his strong Dou Qi to seal the black air. Soon, his face changed drastically. The terrible black fog had begun to penetrate his Dou Qi, and in the blink of an eye, his originally blue Dou Qi was dyed black. The Dou Venerate old man did not dare to continue to entangle with the black fog at this moment. He waved his hand to disperse his Dou Qi and retreated at the fastest speed he could muster. What kind of strange black fog is this? Even a Dou Venerate can be infected by it. The experts who had fled into the distance looked back at the terrible black fog with a trace of fear in their eyes. Dou Venerates, to them, is already the most powerful existence they can see in their lives. Unexpectedly, even such existence is afraid of the black fog and can do nothing to it. At this moment, the black fog has spread to a radius of 100 miles with the explosion of the yin-yang twin flame dragon. Wherever it passed, all living creatures became crazy and bloodthirsty. Even plants have dark lines on their bodies, and there are signs that they are about to crawl out of the soil. If it is allowed to spread, it will not take long before the area within a radius of 10,000 miles will become a hell full of mindless slaughter, death, and destruction. The young master is still inside. Xiao Wen and Xiao Wu, who were in the ancient city, looked at each other and saw each other's worries. The two old women of the Yao clan beside them similarly had worried expressions on their faces. It's just some mere black fog, what can it do? Xiao Wen's Dou Qi condensed in his palm and attracted a wisp of black fog. The wisp of black fog struggled wildly in his palm, and there was a faint sign that it would infect his Dou Qi and turn it black. Xiao Wen snorted coldly. He condensed and fused the surrounding the spatial power with his Dou Qi to form a powerful boundary surrounding the black air. The black fog was bounced back after touching the boundary wall. After hitting it dozens of times, there was a sign of it weakening. However, at the same time, the boundary wall also had a faint sign of being stained black. Seeing this, even Xiao Wen's face couldn't help but become solemn. This weird thing can not only pollute Dou Qi but also erode space. Even with his half-saint power, he is finding it difficult to erase a wisp of the black air. Even if he and Xiao Wu used up all their Dou Qi, they would not be able to wipe out even 1/10 of the black fog that was currently covering 100 miles. If we want to deal with this thing completely, I'm afraid it will take a 3-star Dou Saint powerhouse to suppress it for several years before it can be wiped out. Or, it can be wiped out bit by bit over the years by refining it with the top 10 ranked heavenly flames on the heavenly flame ranking. Hearing Xiao Wen's words, Xiao Wu and the two old women of the Yao clan also looked solemn. Obviously, this black fog is extremely terrifying. But although it is difficult to wipe it out, you and I can still temporarily restrain it for a while. Xiao Wen glanced at Xiao Wu, the two brothers nodded in tacit understanding. The next moment, their raging Dou Qi burst out from their bodies. Their terrifying aura was like a deep abyss in an ocean, causing the bodies of the watching experts who were in the distance to tremble slightly. I didn't expect that these two were actually half-saint powerhouses. A Dou Venerate had a complicated look on his face. When the two saints Wen and Wu as well as Xiao Yan appeared in Black Wind City that day, he had taken a peek but was driven away by Xiao Wu. He thought they were high-level Dou Venerates, but he didn't expect they were half-saints. Hearing his whisper, a group of Dou Ancestor and Dou Emperors of lower levels all swallowed their saliva and looked at the two old figures with awe. Let's do it. Xiao Wu waved his hands, his terrifying Dou Qi began to quickly attract the fire attribute energy in the surrounding heaven and earth. Xiao Wen also attracted the terrifying water attribute energy, forming a sweeping energy tide. In front of the great power of heaven and earth mobilized by the half-saints, even the extremely weird black fog was quickly compressed and concentrated from all sides by the two terrifying energies. As it was about to be sealed again, the black fog began to struggle frantically, but it still couldn't escape the means of the half-saints in the end. It had been suppressed by the yin-yang evil saint with the yin-yang holy flame for 1,000 years, it was currently at 1/10 of its former strength. Soon, this group of black fog that even Dou Venerates feared was sealed in an energy shield that had a 100 feet by the water and fire attributes of the two saints. The pair's Dou Qi attributes complemented each other, and they could hold out for a period of time when facing a one-star Dou Saint together. The energy shield they formed was naturally extremely powerful. However, even so, this energy shield began to be penetrated bit by the black fog. Reinforce the power of space, Xiao Wen shouted in a low voice, and the two began to mobilize the surrounding space power to integrate into the shield, combining with the energy in it to finally form a solid boundary wall. The black fog struggled violently but was unable to break free again. Hua, Xiao Wen exhaled, sweat appeared faintly on his forehead. This seal should be able to hold for about a year. After saying that, he turned his gaze to the ancient ruins again, ignoring the awe-inspiring gazes of the powerful people around him, and calmly stood in the air waiting. 7 days passed like this. After 7 days, the young man in the ancient city slowly opened his eyes. The first heavenly flame has been successfully refined. The whisper echoed in the ancient city. Deep in the boy's dark pupils, there were 2 flames, one black and one white, slowly jumping. Chapter 67 Saintus, I want you to help me cultivate. He raised his hand slightly, a white flame rose from his left hand, emitting a terrifying high temperature, while a black flame slowly burned from his right hand, emitting a cold breath, even frost formed on the ground beside him. While his 2 flames were burning, strands of pure yang and pure yin energy slowly flowed towards Xiao Yan from the heavens and the earth. Xiao Yan's thought of something, he injected his soul power into the flames. The next moment, the speed at which the yin-yang energy from the heavens and the earth condensed towards him increased more than tenfold, it even faintly gathered into a small river. After being refined by the heavenly flame, these yin-yang energies began to quickly turn into pure energy and entered his body. Xiao Yan stopped absorbing the yin-yang energy, and then clapped his hands. The next moment, the 2 flames merged into a black and white flame. Is this the yin-yang holy flame? This heavenly flame is indeed magical. Xiao Yan licked the corner of his lips. Since leaving the Xiao clan, he had finally obtained a heavenly flame, and it was a new heavenly flame that had evolved at that. The power of this fire may only be in the top 15 of the heavenly flame rankings. But when it comes to auxiliary functions, it can drive countless people crazy. In addition to speeding up basic Dou Qi cultivation, it also has an auxiliary ability that countless men yearn for. Dual cultivation. The original yin-yang twin flame had such a function, and the yin-yang holy flame that evolved after the cultivation of the yin-yang evil saint was a holy product for dual cultivation. As for how effective it was, Xiao Yan had not yet experimented, but soon, he would be able to experience that divine taste. Before dual cultivation, I'd better improve my skills first. Feeling that a lot of Dou Qi had been restored in his body, Xiao Yan's eyes showed his rising expectation. When he left Pill Tower, his strength had recovered to 3-star Dou Emperor. Even after leaving the rich energy of the Xiao clan and changing his cultivation technique to advanced Huang class, he is still a genius and has been able to rapidly progress. In just 3 months, his strength improved by 2 stars. After swallowing the yin-yang holy flame, his strength soared by 3 stars again, directly reaching the middle stage of the 6-star Dou Emperor realm. This was also the first time that Xiao Yan tasted the sweetness of the flame mantra after practicing it. Next, he wanted to test out the benefits of the flame mantra. Since practicing the flame mantra, his Dou Qi had been very weak. Any Dou Emperor he met would have much stronger Dou Qi than his own. After all, the cultivation technique that a Dou Emperor can practice, no matter how weak, are at the advanced level of Zan class at the minimum. Most of them can practice a D class technique, but he had always been using a high-level Huang class technique. No matter how high the quality of the flame mantra was, it was still only a high-level Huang class. You have already refined the yin-yang holy flame, why don't you go find that lassel from the Yao clan and cultivate with her now? On the altar, the yin-yang evil saint floated around and spoke to him. However, his eyes looking at Xiao Yan were full of surprise. It was the first time he saw a technique that could improve one's strength after refining a heavenly flame. No hurry, let her wait. Xiao Yan smiled and swallowed the black and white flame in his hand into his mouth under the surprised eyes of the yin-yang evil saint. On the other side of the altar, Yao Ling, who had been refining the yin-yang twin flame, slowly opened her beautiful eyes. There's something wrong with this heavenly flame. Yao Ling looked at the black and white flame rising in her hand. The process of refining the yin-yang holy flame this time was surprisingly smooth. She had not even used up any of the auxiliary treasures she prepared before she refined the yin-yang twin flame. However, the strength of the yin-yang twin flame seemed to be much weaker. As a saint of the Yao clan, Yao Ling had naturally seen a lot of heavenly flames. Even the mysterious yellow flame, which ranked last on the heavenly flame ranking, was slightly stronger than the one in her hand. Could it be that this is a fake fire? Yao Ling frowned. Just as she was thinking, she felt another invisible flame slowly rising in her body. What's going on? Yao Ling's face changed, and she quickly urged her Dou Qi to suppress it. However, the more she suppressed it, the more fierce the flame became. After a moment, a blush rose on Yao Ling's jade-like face. Damn it, this heavenly flame is indeed weird. Yao Ling's pretty face showed a hint of anger, and she hurriedly stood up and tried to walk out of the altar. However, she was blocked by an invisible barrier. Open for me, Yao Ling shouted softly, and her jade palm mixed with black and white flames fiercely slapped the barrier. However, the barrier did not move at all. Damn it, I was fooled by that yin-yang evil saint. Her pretty face changed, and she shouted, Senior evil saint, what do you mean by this? Is this the friendship between my ancestor and you? Hee, friendship, do you think your Yao clan really owes me a favor? A strange laugh sounded as the yin-yang evil saint appeared in front of her. His true soul had been used to suppress his corpse, the one that had appeared right now was just a projection. He looked at Yao Ling's current state and sneered, when you return to the Yao clan, you can ask the patriarch and his wife what they did back then. Hearing this, Yao Ling's pretty face changed again. It turned out that the relationship between this person and the Yao clan was not a favorable one, but one full of hatred. Don't worry, I won't let you die here, but you should wait for my inheritor to come here to save you. Yin-yang evil saint laughed, and the projection dissipated. Inheritor, he is talking about Xiao Yan. Yao Ling showed a bit of an unpleasant look on her face. In her heart, Xiao Yan was just a ruffian. As she was thinking, she felt the flame in her body rise even more. Could it be? A bad premonition rose from Yao Ling's heart. Another day passed, and the young man who was originally sitting cross-legged on the ground opened his eyes again, a brilliant ray shot out from his eyes. Xiao Yan stood up, stretched his waist, his whole body made popping sounds, as if beans were popping under high heat. He then clenched his fists, intoxicated by the sensation the strengthened Dou Qi brought him. Yin-yang holy flame, worthy of being promoted by the yin-yang evil saint to be comparable to the top 15 heavenly flames. After swallowing it, it made his flame mantra directly evolve from the advanced Huang class to the advanced Zan class. Although it did not evolve to the D class, he had finally lost that weak sensation that a weakened Dou Qi brought him. Your technique is really magical. Yin-yang evil saint in the altar looked at this scene and was also a little amazed. Senior, I will never forget your great kindness. Xiao Yan bowed, he rarely thanked someone this sincerely. No problem. Yin-yang evil saint waved his hand and said, if you can let me see Xiaobei again, you will repay my kindness. I will definitely do this. Xiao Yan nodded seriously. That's good. Yin-Yang Evil Saint smiled slightly, and then his smile gradually widened. Go find that little girl from the Yao clan, she has been waiting for you for a long time. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's originally calm body suddenly burst into flames. Swallowing heavenly flames often has some side effects. For example, it can cause his yang essence to increase, meaning it needs to be quenched. In the sunny altar, Yao Ling, who had been trapped for a day, now had a ruddy complexion, and her beautiful eyes, which had always been clear, also showed a trace of confusion. Just when she was troubled by this terrible flame, she saw a black figure appearing not far away. This person got closer and closer, and finally, a handsome face appeared in Yao Ling's sight. The moment she saw this face, Yao Ling's beautiful eyes showed a trace of panic and desire. Xiao Yan, if you treat me like this, I'll never see you as a hero again. Yao Ling's voice trembled slightly. Why do you think I ever was one? Xiao Yan had already walked into the altar after he finished speaking. He walked step by step to Yao Ling, who was almost unable to control herself, looked at her beautiful face, and said seriously, Your Highness Saintess, I need you to help me cultivate. Chapter 68. 3 days later. After a day and a night, Xiao Yan stood up whilst feeling unsatisfied. He stretched his body comfortably. Feeling the more abundant Dou Qi in his body, Xiao Yan showed a satisfied smile. After a night of dual cultivation, he had broken through from the middle stage of 6-star to the early stage of 7-star Dou Emperor. Although it was not as fast as swallowing a heavenly flame, the speed in which his power rose was still equally as terrifying. Of course, this was also due to the special constitution that Yao Ling has, combined with the yin-yang holy flame in her body. The taste of this saintess was truly exceptional. The smile on Xiao Yan's face widened, but then he sensed a huge amount of soul power coming from the side. His face changed slightly, he quickly mobilized his soul power to defend. Dang! The invisible souls collided in the air, creating a violent wave that left a deep mark on the altar's surface. You want to murder your husband? Xiao Yan turned and looked at the cold beauty beside him. Yao Ling, who had now obtained post-nut clarity, had lost all the passion from the previous night. She wrapped her delicate body in a green brocade robe. Her black hair was a little messy, but her beautiful eyes stared coldly at Xiao Yan. If I don't kill you today, I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Yao Ling screeched and continued to mobilize her soul power to attack Xiao Yan in multiple ways. However, Xiao Yan's soul power was stronger now. Although he had not reached the 7th grade advanced level, the benefits of dual cultivating with the sovereign spirit's soul body were significant. If I hadn't helped you, you would have been trapped here by the yin-yang evil saint and would have died from burning up, Xiao Yan said righteously. You two are just birds of a feather. When I kill you, I will go back to the clan and ask the elders to completely wipe out the residual soul of this evil saint from the heavens and the earth, Yao Ling retorted and continued to mobilize her terrifying soul power to attack Xiao Yan. On the yin altar, the yin-yang evil saint, who was suppressing his own corpse, suddenly sneezed. If you continue, I'll get angry. Xiao Yan resisted another blow. He snorted coldly at Yao Ling, who refused to give up. Hey, have it your way then, watch me enact family law. He raised his right hand, and a black and white flame ignited in his palm. Even if you have the yin-yang twin flame, I will still kill you here. Yao Ling was about to mobilize her soul power, but her pretty face suddenly blushed for no reason. She suddenly felt the strange flame from last night slowly rising in her body again. You are despicable. Yao Ling's eyes were filled with anger. She hadn't expected the yin-yang twin flame to have such a hateful function. I've warned you, if you continue, I'll get angry, Xiao Yan said innocently, but the flame in his hand did not go out. Stop it, immediately. Looking at the black and white flame burning in Xiao Yan's hand, Yao Ling's face blushed again, but her eyes remained cold. Ignoring her scolding, Xiao Yan slowly walked in front of Yao Ling with the black and white flame in his hand. Even if I stand here and let you kill me, do you dare to actually kill me? Xiao Yan sneered, opening his arms and dropping all defenses. Hearing this, Yao Ling's eyes paused slightly. No matter how shameless and vulgar this young man was, he was still the saint son of the Xiao clan. If he were killed here, it would likely lead to conflicts between the two clans. This was something the Yao clan did not want to see at all. Moreover, Xiao Yan actually had 2 half-saints as protectors, indicating that his noble status was probably far superior to other saint sons. If such a person died at her hands, the Xiao clan would be furious. At that time, the arrival of an 8-star Dou Saint would be enough to put the entire Yao clan under tremendous pressure. If not handled properly, it could become a crisis for the Yao clan. From childhood to adulthood, being a member of the Yao clan had always been Yao Ling's pride. This clan was the pillar in the holy land of the mainland's alchemy world, like a hidden god overlooking the continent. High above, but there was always someone better. The Yao clan, which countless people needed to look up to, also had to look up to a more powerful existence, the Xiao clan. As she was thinking, she felt her hand being grabbed by another hot hand. A beautiful face with evil charm was now close to hers. As she gazed at this face, Yao Ling focused on a pair of deep and dark eyes. Sister Yao Ling, Xiao Yan began to comfort her, having understood how much of a shock all this would be to her. From the first time I saw you, I was stunned by your beauty. From that moment on, I wanted to have you. I admit that I am lustful, shameless, and vulgar. But I will not be as hypocritical as those hypocrites. The woman I, Xiao Yan, like will be obtained by all means. I know you don't like me now, but I will find a way to make you like me. When I become a Dou Saint, I will ride on a colorful auspicious cloud to the Yao clan to find you and let the entire Yao clan know that you are my woman. Xiao Yan's tone was a mix of a ruffian air and a domineering king. How can there be such a shameless person in the world? Even Yao Ling was shocked by his shameless remarks. Before she could react, she felt a warm sensation on her lips. Stop. Yao Ling struggled a few times, but under the influence of many factors, she seemed to resist outwardly but wanted more inwardly. Yao Ling did not speak, turned her head away, and ignored Xiao Yan. You are about to break through to Dou ancestor. Xiao Yan shamelessly stuck by her side. Yao Ling nodded gently and did not speak. Then let me lend you a hand. Xiao Yan's hand wrapped around her willow waist. 30,000 words were omitted here. The words omitted include a series of pa, pa pa, and ah. 3 days later, the two half-saints outside the ancient city looked at the ruins with a trace of anxiety on their faces. Even more anxious than them were the two old women of the Yao clan. Not far away was a red and blue energy shield with a diameter of 100 feet. It was crystal clear, but inside you could see that it was filled with a frightening black mist. Why hasn't the young master come out yet? Xiao Wu, who was standing aside, had a faint red light flashing on his body, showing that he was a little impatient. It always takes a little time to refine a heavenly flame. Xiao Wen closed his eyes and concentrated, but his brows were slightly furrowed. Buzz. Invisible waves caused a ripple outside the ancient city, and a silver circle with a diameter of about 10 feet quietly emerged outside the city. In an instant, the two half-saints and two Dou Venerates all looked solemn and stared at the black hole in the light circle. After a moment, a man and a woman slowly emerged from it. The boy had delicate features and a hint of evil at the corners of his mouth, and the girl was cold and beautiful, like a snow lotus. Seeing the two people slowly appearing, the four old relics finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 69. Who was it? Young Master, Saintess. Different voices rang out at the same time. As the two walked out, the four old relics showed smiles of relief. Then, they noticed many obvious and subtle changes in the two. Xiao Yan's aura was much stronger than before. With the perception of the Wen and Wu saints, it was easy to feel that Xiao Yan's cultivation had leapt to 7-star Dou Emperor realm. In just over 10 days, he had jumped from 3-star Dou Emperor to 7-star Dou Emperor, rising 4 stars in 10 days. This terrifying speed of progress was simply unheard of. Moreover, the density of his Dou Qi was far greater than in the past, and his Dou Qi no longer felt weak and hollow. Even the two old women of the Yao clan stared at Xiao Yan with wide eyes. With such a terrifying speed of progress, it was no wonder that the Xiao clan was willing to send two half-saints to protect this young man. Although they were shocked at the amazing young man in front of them, they paid greater attention to their saintess. This is because she had broken through to the Dou ancestor realm. A Dou ancestor who is less than 19 years old, such talent is enough to rank in the top 10 in the Yao clan. Moreover, Yao Ling's truly terrifying talent is her soul talent, the sovereign spirit soul body, which even the patriarch highly values. Given time, she will surely become a new 9th grade alchemist of the Yao clan. But they vaguely felt that Her Highness the Saintess seemed a little different from before. There seemed to be a something different about her. This made the two feel a little uneasy. On the other hand, the saint son of the Xiao clan was beaming with joy at the moment, as if he wanted to fly up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Young master, seeing Xiao Yan flying over, the two saints Wen and Wu showed smiles on their faces. Your Highness, Saintess, the two old women on the side looked at Yao Ling cautiously. They found that although she had changed a little, her face was still cold and expressionless, so they breathed a sigh of relief. Two grandmas, let's go, Yao Ling's voice revealed neither happiness nor anger. The two old women looked at each other and nodded slightly. With a wave of her hand, a space passage was opened. Just as the three were about to leave, a young man's loud voice sounded behind them. Ling when I become a saint, I will come to find you on the colorful cloud. Yao Ling's originally stable figure staggered. She turned her head and glanced at Xiao Yan. Her expression was filled with anger, unwillingness, and a hint of complexity, but it finally turned into a sigh. She turned around and walked into the space passage. The two old women beside her turned their heads and glanced at Xiao Yan, with many indescribable thoughts in their eyes. After the three disappeared in the space, Xiao Yan turned his head and looked at the black mist below that was shrouded by the red and blue energy shield. Elder Wen, Elder Wu, I think you two have already experienced the horror of this black mist. Yes, Xiao Wen nodded slightly and said, this is the first time I have seen such a strange thing. Even with our cultivation, I am afraid that even if we spend our entire lives suppressing it, we may not be able to completely eliminate this evil energy. If you want to completely eliminate this mist, at least a powerhouse above the 3-star Dou Saint must take action to have any hope of completely eliminating it. They must suppress and purify it for 10 years at least. This black mist is the culprit that caused the fall of Yin-Yang Evil Saint. Its power is naturally terrifying. What you two see now is a weakened version, the residual power that remains after the Yin-Yang Evil Saint suppressed it for 1,000 years. Xiao Yan sighed softly, but the faces of the two saints, Wen and Wu, changed. This black mist at its peak could actually cause the fall of a Dou Saint. Ignoring the pair's surprise, Xiao Yan took out an exquisite jade slip from his arms and handed it to Xiao Wen. Old Wen, I need you to go back to the clan and hand this thing over to the patriarch. Give it to the patriarch. Xiao Wen showed an even more surprised look on his face. The patriarch is a 9-star Dou Saint, one of the strongest people on the continent after the clan ancestor. Even with his half-saint cultivation, he has not seen the patriarch many times. The chance to talk to him is even rarer. In fact, with his identity, he is not qualified to contact the patriarch at all. Use my status as the imperial son to inform him that this item is the relic of the Yin-Yang Evil Saint. He had a good relationship with the patriarch when he was alive. The patriarch will naturally take a look when he hears of this. Hearing this, Xiao Wen raised his eyebrows again. I didn't expect that this Yin-Yang Evil Saint actually had a relationship with the patriarch. Since the imperial son has ordered it, I will do it immediately. After saying that, he tore open the space crack and stepped into it. After a moment, he disappeared into the sky. Young master, what shall we do next? Xiao Wu asked on the side. Wait for a while. Xiao Yan looked at the black fog that was covered by the shield below with a trace of solemnity on his face. Seeing Xiao Yan say this, Xiao Wu naturally had no objection and stayed there with Xiao Yan. The Yao clan is located in the Shenong Mountains. This place was personally selected by the Medicine Sovereign, who used his great power as a Dou Sovereign to transform it, creating the Yao world here. After tens of thousands of years of transformation by the Dou Saints of the Yao clan, the Shenong Mountains have a terrifying auxiliary effect on the growth of various spiritual medicines. Among the 7 ancient clans, except for the Xiao clan, no other clan is more suitable for cultivating spiritual medicines than the Yao clan. Deep in the Yao clan, an ancient temple was faintly revealed among the rolling clouds and mist. Yao Ling sat in it, with a hint of complexity between her eyebrows. Unconsciously, she remembered the 3 days in the Evil Saint ruins. How could I think of such a filthy thing? Yao Ling shook her head and remembered a face with evil charm and beauty. Asshole. She bit her silver teeth, the breath of her soul fluctuated faintly, it actually shook the house, causing several priceless vases to fall to the ground. Haha, what could make my precious sister so angry? A faint voice sounded, and a tall figure silently appeared in front of Yao Ling. Brother. Looking at the handsome and graceful young man in front of her, Yao Ling's beautiful eyes finally became misty. This person is the future young patriarch of the Yao clan, Yao Tian. Yao Tian is much older than Yao Ling. He is already in his early 30s this year, but his cultivation realm is only one step away from Dou Saint. Half-saint, being able to reach this realm, which is barely the peak of the continent, in his early 30s, Yao Tian's talent is considered top-notch even among the 7 ancient clans. Sister, what's wrong? Seeing his sister's aggrieved look, Yao Tian finally realized the seriousness of the problem. When Yao Ling was born, he was already a teenager. Watching this little one grow up behind him little by little, Yao Tian's love for Yao Ling is even stronger than his parents. It is not an exaggeration to say that when he held her in his arms he was afraid she would fall, and when he hugged her he was afraid she would melt. He quickly used his soul power to sweep over Yao Ling and felt the change in her. His face showed terrible anger. Who was it? His voice was filled with cold killing intent. The sister whom he treated as a treasure was actually. Yao Ling hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, "It was Xiao Yan from the Xiao clan. I want to kill him." Yao Tian's voice sounded like it came from hell. Since he was a child, this was the first time he had such a strong desire to kill someone. Chapter 70 Brother-in-law. Brother, you can't kill him. Seeing Yao Tian like this, Yao Ling couldn't help but speak. Quote? Yao Tian looked at her with a puzzled expression. Have you developed feelings for him? No. Yao Ling's face was slightly red, and after thinking for a long time, she said, he is the saint son of the Xiao clan, and he is not an ordinary one. He has 2 half-saints protecting him. 2 half-saints protecting him? Even Yao Tian, with his experience, was a little surprised. He was the young patriarch of the Yao clan, and when he went out for training, he didn't have a half-saint as his protector. It doesn't matter, that doesn't mean much. It's just that the Xiao clan is too powerful. Yao Tian sighed and sobered up from his rage. No matter how powerful and rich the Xiao clan is, being able to send 2 half-saints to protect him means that the guy named Xiao Yan is definitely valued by the Xiao clan. If he killed him by force, it would indeed cause endless trouble. However, seeing his sister's slightly haggard appearance, his face still fell. The sister whom he treated as a treasure was taken away by a beast just after going out. Anyone would be furious. I won't kill him. Yao Tian took a deep breath and said, the death penalty can be avoided, but he must still be punished. This time, I will make this kid pay the price. Yao Ling nodded, and her pretty face, which had always been cold, showed a rare smile. Her 2 beautiful eyes curved into crescents, and she hugged Yao Tian's arm. Brother loves me the most. Although she no longer hated Xiao Yan as much as before, she still had a grudge. If she could see Xiao Yan suffer and make a fool of himself, it would naturally make her happy. Alas, seeing her like this, Yao Tian couldn't help but feel his heart twitch. He touched his sister's head with heartache. This damned Xiao clan saint son, I must break all 3 of his legs. Yao Tian secretly made a vow in his heart. The Zan sacred city of the Xiao clan is much farther from the fertile plains than the Yao clan. Even with Xiao Wen's half-saint strength, it took a full day to return to the Xiao clan. The Patriarch's Hall is located in the center of the Xiao realm. It is magnificent and hundreds of feet high. As the most powerful ancient clan on the continent, the dignity of the Xiao clan's patriarch is self-evident, not to mention that his strength has already reached the peak of 9-star Dou Saint. If the patriarch of the Jiyu clan does not take action, the Xiao clan's patriarch alone is enough to crush the patriarchs of the other 5 clans. This shows the strength of the Xiao clan. Xiao Wen, why are you here? When Xiao Wen entered the patriarch's hall, he saw an old man sitting cross-legged at the door with his eyes closed. Brother Xiao Zhen. Xiao Wen saluted the old man slightly. Xiao Zhen is a genius of their generation who is enough to rank in the top 3 across the entire Xiao clan's lineages. Currently, he is a 2-star Dou Saint. On the surface, he is just guarding the door for the patriarch and doing some odd jobs. But everyone knows that he is already a member of the patriarch's lineage and faction. When Xiao Zhen becomes a 5-star Dou Saint in the future, he will become the backbone of the patriarch and part of the true power of the Xiao clan. On the other hand, he and his brother Xiao Wu were barely able to rank in the top 10 among their peers. Now 100 years have passed, and there are only 2 or 3 people in the same generation who have truly become saints. Even with the strength of the Xiao clan, only 7 or 8 people can cross the barrier of the peak of the continent every 100 years. After suppressing his inner complexity, Xiao Wen said in a deep voice, "Brother, I have an urgent matter I need to see the patriarch for." You want to see the patriarch? Xiao Zhen's eyes, which had been closed the whole time, finally opened. He frowned slightly when he looked at Xiao Wen. The patriarch is busy with all kinds of things, and his time is very precious. It is not common for a half-saint to be allowed to meet him privately. I am under the order of His Royal Highness the Imperial Son to give this thing to the patriarch. Xiao Wen pondered for a moment and handed a jade slip to Xiao Zhen. The order of His Royal Highness the Imperial Son. Xiao Zhen looked at Xiao Wen thoughtfully. It was said that the young prince was summoned by the clan ancestor at the age of 15, and then was titled as the Imperial Son. It is evident that even the clan ancestor attaches great importance to this boy. In the Xiao clan, the status of the Imperial Son is almost equal to that of the patriarch. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Zhen took the jade slip. I will give this to the patriarch. As for whether the patriarch will meet you, I don't know. Thank you, brother. Xiao Wen nodded. Xiao Zhen said nothing more and disappeared from the spot. Xiao Wen stayed there and waited quietly. Just a moment later, he felt a terrible wave appearing above the patriarch's hall for a moment. It was a wave of soul power that even he felt subservient to and felt desire to worship. The next moment, the space in front of him shook, and a young man in a purple and gold robe appeared in front of him. The young man had a handsome appearance, but his face had a hint of majesty from being in a high position for a long time. It was the current patriarch of the Xiao clan, Xiao Xiaobei. A true powerhouse amongst powerhouses, someone who could shake the entire continent with a stomp of his feet, but at this moment, the patriarch who was always awe-inspiring showed a trace of anxiety on his face. Patriarch. Xiao Wen was about to kneel on one knee when he was grabbed by a big hand that was placed on his shoulder. Where is Langbi now? Where is he? Xiao Wen and Xiao Zhen had lived for so many years, but this was the first time they saw the patriarch look so anxious. Who is Langbi? Xiao Wen was slightly confused, and only when he saw the patriarch's eyes did he suddenly realize. Is the Langbi mentioned by the patriarch referring to the yin-yang evil saint? Yes, it's him. Xiao Xiaobei nodded slightly, with a hint of excitement on his face. Where is he now? In the fertile plains. Before Xiao Wen finished speaking, his shoulder was grabbed firmly and he was carried to enter a space channel. Take me there. I didn't expect that you were so courageous in the past. You even dared to beat the son of the patriarch of the Shi clan. Outside the ancient city, Xiao Yan and Xiao Wu squatted on the ground, eating melon seeds and chatting. The two of them looked like two street urchins, but Xiao Wu obviously liked Xiao Yan's appearance more. He was a military general, not good at speaking, and was even more rude and barbaric in his actions, completely different from his brother Xiao Wen. However, Xiao Yan, the young master, was not a good person either, which made Xiao Wu quite satisfied. That kid just relied on his patriarch father who was a 6-star Dou Saint. This background can be used to bully other forces, but what does it count for in our Xiao clan? Xiao Wu sneered. 6-star Dou Saint, in our Xiao clan, is barely qualified to enter the elders' council. Someone like that would dare not speak loudly when he sees our patriarch. The two were chatting, but they found that the space was fluctuating, and a tall figure quietly emerged. Is this the patriarch? Xiao Yan glanced at the young man in front of him. However, when he saw the mark of the 8th grade alchemist painted on the young man's brocade robe, he vaguely thought of something. After Yao Tian appeared, he first glanced at the black mist covered by the energy shield under his feet, and his pupils shrank slightly. This was because the black mist actually made him feel a little danger. He swept his eyes again but saw an old man and a young man squatting on the ground eating melon seeds. 7-star Dou Emperor, half-saint. Yao Tian's huge soul power swept over, and his pupils shrank. A 15-year-old 7-star Dou Emperor, this talent is probably slightly stronger than his own back then, no wonder there is a half-saint level protector around him. However, this saves him from confirming his identity. There are not many people in the entire continent who can reach this level at this age. He moved and appeared not far in front of Xiao Yan. At this time, Xiao Yan and Xiao Wu also stood up slowly. Are you Xiao Yan? Yao Tian stared at the boy in front of him. I am Yao Ling's brother, Yao Tian. Yao Tian's voice was cold, but he found that the boy in front of him suddenly stood up straight, straightened his chest, and shouted loudly. Brother-in-law, Chapter 71. Even the Xiao clan patriarch is not enough. Quote? Quote. Yao Tian's face froze for a moment, and then deeper anger surged from his heart. How can there be such a shameless person in this world? Do you admit that you did that to my sister? Yao Tian's face was gloomy, like a fire about to explode. What do you mean? We love each other, Xiao Yan replied seriously. Bastard. Yao Tian's anger was finally uncontrollable, a terrifying momentum surged out of his body. In an instant, the whole space trembled faintly. What do you want to do? Xiao Wu snorted coldly and stood in front of Xiao Yan. Yao Tian's earth-shaking momentum had no effect on Xiao Yan at all. What do you think? He dared to bully my sister. Even if you are a saint son of the Xiao clan, you will pay the price. Yao Tian shouted angrily, his palm went straight to Xiao Yan. Impudent. Xiao Wu slapped out, their palms collided in the air. The force that was generated from the collision was enough to cause the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. Boom! A visible shock wave swept across heaven and earth, creating several cracks on the ground within 1,000 feet. Not good, run quickly, young master, this guy is a bit difficult to deal with. Xiao Wu's face changed. In the previous collision, he had already felt the strength of this young man. The young patriarch of the Yao clan was indeed extraordinary. At such a young age, he had already reached the advanced half-saint realm. Old Wu, what will you do if I leave? We are from the Xiao clan. This kid will not dare to kill us, but since you have made him so angry, I am afraid you will suffer. Xiao Wu replied after repelling Yao Tian's attack. You guessed it right, Xiao Yan, today I will break your 3 legs, and then make you kowtow and confess your sins in front of my sister. Yao Tian sneered. Break all 3 legs, Xiao Yan's face changed. We are family, why are you so vicious? Family, how dare you say that? Yao Tian became even more angry after hearing this. You are the uncle of my future child, how can we not be a family? Do you want your nephew to lose his father at birth? Aren't you afraid that your nephew will chop you with an axe in the future as revenge? Xiao Yan tried to persuade Yao Tian while running away. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. He was stimulated by Xiao Yan and thought of his sister's aggrieved face, causing him to become even more infuriated. Young master, run. Xiao Wu parried another attack. You can't run. Yao Tian roared, and his attack speed became faster, suppressing Xiao Wu slightly. Fine, we'll see what happens in the future then. The Dou Qi behind Xiao Yan condensed into Dou Qi wings, he flew away in a flash. Looking at Xiao Yan's increasingly distant figure, Yao Tian's face became even colder, and his attack became more violent. The land within 100 miles had been broken by the battle between him and Xiao Wu. But the two of them tacitly did not break the energy shield. After another palm, Xiao Wu retreated dozens of steps, and a mouthful of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Yao Tian in the sky was rapidly changing hand seals, and the brown flames in his body were released crazily in the air. It was the turtle spirit earthly flame ranked 13th on the heavenly flame ranking. In an instant, a huge brown medicine cauldron with a diameter of hundreds of feet condensed in the sky. Old man, you can't stop me. Yao Tian roared, and with a slight movement of his fingers, the huge medicine cauldron hundreds of feet in the sky pressed towards Xiao Wu. Tian Class Intermediate Dou Technique, Burning Heaven Divine Cauldron. The medicine cauldron seemed to be falling slowly, but Xiao Wu found that the space around him had been firmly bound, making his movements extremely slow. Oh no, this kid has an intermediate level Tian Class Dou Technique. Xiao Wu's expression changed. A moment later, the huge red energy that had condensed into a medicine cauldron fell to the ground. Xiao Wu's figure was completely sealed within it. Although the Yao clan is not as powerful as the Xiao clan, they are descendants of a Dou Sovereign after all. As the young clan patriarch, it is not surprising that Yao Tian has an intermediate level Tian rank Dou technique. On the other hand, although Xiao Wu is a half-saint of the Xiao clan, his status is not outstanding in the clan. It is very good if he has 1 or 2 low-level Tian class Dou techniques. What's more, Xiao Wu's cultivation is originally worse than Yao Tian's. If Yao Tian is determined to kill at this moment, Xiao Wu is already in danger of falling. Fuck, Elder Wu is sealed. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan's horse, his Dou Qi wings vibrated faster. However, no matter how fast a Dou Emperor is, what can do count in front of a half-saint? After just 2 breaths, Xiao Yan felt that the space in front of him was becoming more and more solidified, and his ability to move was becoming more and more limited. Yao Tian's figure appeared in front of him. Brother-in-law, this is just a misunderstanding, right? Xiao Yan tried his best to keep himself calm and began to think about how to deal with it. The other 2 legs that were broken could be reattached. If his 3rd leg was broken, He could repair it, but there would be psychological trauma that'll haunt him whenever he tries to do the deed. Don't call me brother-in-law. Yao Tian gritted his teeth and stared at Xiao Yan coldly. If this kid was not from the Xiao clan, he would have grinded his bones to ash already. Seeing Yao Tian's killing intent, Xiao Yan forced a smile on his face. Okay, brother-in-law. Yao Tian's body trembled slightly. This was the first time he was so angry since he was a child. Since you dared to bully my sister, today even if the Xiao clan patriarch comes, it will not change anything. I will make you pay the price. Yao Tian's molars had almost broken from grinding his teeth, the turtle spirit earthly flame in his palm condensed into a slender fire whip. If I don't let you taste the whips of my Yao clan today, I can't relieve my hatred. After saying that, his fire whip lashed at Xiao Yan fiercely. You can hit my face, but you can't hit my legs. I just got the dual cultivation secret book and only tried it once. Xiao Yan closed his eyes in despair. After 15 years of smooth sailing, he finally encountered his first setback. However, the whip that was waiting for him did not fall on him. When he opened his eyes, he saw a figure in a purple and gold robe blocking him. At this moment, Xiao Yan only felt that this back was incredibly majestic. Young man, what is it I can't change even if I'm here? The purple and gold man's slender and powerful fingers were holding Yao Tian's wrist, with a smile on his face. Who are you? Yao Tian used all his strength to stimulate the Dou Qi in his body, but found that the Dou Qi in his body did not move. The young man in front of him did not look like some powerful expert, yet his eyes were deep and full of the vicissitudes of life, and he felt as if he was facing the sea. He could not see his depth at all. The vastness of this aura even surpassed the strongest person of the Yao clan that Yao Tian had seen, Yao Dan. This person's strength is even higher than that of a 7-star Dou Saint. Yao Tian couldn't help swallowing his saliva, but heard the young man slowly smile and say, "Didn't you just say that even if I came, it wouldn't change anything?" Yao Tian's pupils suddenly shrank. Chapter 72 Brother-in-law. Are you the patriarch of the Xiao clan? Yao Tian's expression at this moment was very complex. Confusion, excitement, admiration, and awe all appeared on his face. The patriarch of the Xiao clan, one of the most powerful people on the continent, he is second only to one person and above everyone else. This is an existence that can suppress the entire Yao clan with his own strength. He is a majestic figure that countless ancient clans yearn for and worship. Yes, Xiao Xiaobei nodded gently, with a gentle smile on his face. Since becoming the patriarch of the Xiao clan, he hasn't seen such a young man looking at him with admiration for a long time. The old guys and the elders, council have become lifeless day by day. It was like they were all awaiting their coffins, making him feel as if he is dealing with machines every day. Therefore, Yao Tian's eyes were very refreshing to him. He let go of Yao Tian's hand, waved gently. Yao Tian silently stepped back a few times. Young people, why can't you talk things out peacefully? Why do you have to fight? He had a peaceful smile on his face, looking like he had experienced a lot. Hearing this, Yao Tian's originally respectful expression calmed down slightly. After all, he was the strongest genius of the Yao clan in the contemporary era, and even when facing the leader of the Xiao clan, he still had a hint of pride in his heart. He took a deep breath, bowed slightly to Xiao Xiaobei and said, "Senior, it's not that I want to make things difficult for the genius of the Xiao clan, but the man behind you is too bad. My sister came to the ruins of the Yin-Yang evil saint to look for the heavenly flame. She was willing to accompany him because he was a member of the Xiao clan, but she didn't expect that her body would be defiled by this kid." Quote? Xiao Xiaobei's originally smiling and cheerful expression froze slightly. He turned around and looked at Xiao Yan behind him. "Did you do this?" Xiao Yan nodded, and then said, "Patriarch, it was the girl from the Yao clan who refined the yang fire of the yin-yang evil saint first. I gave my body to save her. It was her first time, and it was my first time too." As he spoke, Xiao Yan's face was still a little aggrieved. Xiao Xiaobei's lips twitched a few times. "I finally understand why Langbi chose you." "Langbi? Who is Langbi?" Xiao Yan's eyes lit up. Seeing him like this, Xiao Xiaobei couldn't help but stroke his forehead. How did this guy get recognized by the clan ancestor and become the imperial son? Thinking of this, he glanced at Yao Tian, who was so angry that his forehead's veins were throbbing. He cleared his throat and said, "Young man, what's your name?" Yao Tian looked at Xiao Yan hatefully, before he bowed slightly to Xiao Xiaobei and said, Senior, my name is Yao Tian. Oh, are you the genius Yao Tian from the Yao clan? Xiao Xiaobei's eyes lit up, he looked at Yao Tian with appreciation. No wonder, no wonder. I was wondering why there is such a young half-saint on the continent. It turns out to be you. Haha, that old guy Yao Dan has told me about you a long time ago. Seeing you today, it is true that the younger generation is surpassing the older generation. Senior, you are too kind. Yao Tian blushed slightly, which was rare. Being valued so much by this legendary powerhouse, he couldn't help but feel his heartbeat speed up, as if he was floating on the clouds. This feeling was as if the patriarch of the Yao clan suddenly presented the patriarch's throne to him and said respectfully, I am no longer worthy of this position. The future of the Yao clan will depend on you. Haha, although this Yao Dan is angry he can't do anything with the patriarch here. And damn, how did the patriarch dissolve this situation with a few words alone? Considering he appeared instantly after he heard about the yin-yang evil saint, he's probably not a good egg. No wonder he is a good friend of the yin-yang evil saint. I guess these two were birds of a feather in the past. Xiao Yan complained in his heart, but a grateful smile appeared on his face. Thank you, patriarch, for rescuing me. After saying this, Yao Tian, who was floating in the 9 heavens, suddenly woke up. I am flattered that you, senior, appreciate me so much. However, today I must end things with this kid. He said seriously. Why, you still want to fight? Xiao Xiaobei's face suddenly fell. No, I dare not. Yao Tian was frightened and said in a deep voice, I just want this person to go back to the Yao clan with me and admit his mistake to my sister in person. Xiao Xiaobei turned his head and winked at Xiao Yan. Not now, I have something else to do. Xiao Yan shook his head. Fix the trouble you caused yourself. Xiao Xiaobei stared at Xiao Yan and stated. This is the order of the clan ancestor. Xiao Yan said lightly. Why didn't you say it earlier? This a small matter, it can wait. When Xiao Xiaobei heard Xiao Zhan's name, his expression and stance changed faster than flipping the pages of a book. That, Yao Tian. He slowly walked in front of Yao Tian and patted Yao Tian's shoulder affectionately. Do you know what the imperial son of my Xiao clan is? It sounds a little familiar, but I don't know. Yao Tian shook his head. Come here and I'll tell you. Xiao Xiaobei pulled Yao Tian aside and began to whisper. Xiao Yan didn't know what he said, but he saw Yao Tian looking at him with disgust, then shock, then a little respect, and finally, a little kindness. Xiao Wen on the other side was shocked when he saw this scene. The dignified and solemn image of the patriarch had slowly collapsed in his heart at this moment. After about an incense stick of time, he saw Yao Tian slowly bow to Xiao Xiaobei, and then fly towards him. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Xiao Yan took a step back with a vigilant look on his face. But thinking that the patriarch was still around, he should not fear being abused by this brother-in-law of his. Pa! Yao Tian slapped Xiao Yan on the shoulder, and the powerful force almost shattered Xiao Yan's Dou Qi wings. Patriarch, this kid wants to kill me. Xiao Yan was about to cry for help, but he heard Yao Tian's voice in his ears. Brother-in-law, cultivate well, and come to the Yao clan to find my sister as soon as you become a 9th-grade alchemist. After saying that, he broke through the space and left. This, Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Xiaobei with a confused face. Patriarch, what did you say to him? I just told him about your identity and status as the imperial son, and then explained the pros and cons. Xiao Xiaobei appeared as if he was seeking credit right now. You are so reserved, no wonder you are called Xiaobei. Xiao Yan clasped his fists and bowed to him. Thank you, patriarch, for helping me out. Ha ha ha, you are the imperial son of my clan, and we are almost equal in status. Xiao Xiaobei waved his hand. My status was given by the clan ancestor of the clan, but the status of the patriarch depends on his own strength. In my heart, the patriarch is like the bright moon in the dark night. No one can compare to the greatness of the patriarch except the clan ancestor. Xiao Yan said seriously. Ah, so cool. Xiao Xiaobei suddenly felt that Yao Tian's admiring eyes just now were nothing at all. He looked at Xiao Yan with a little more appreciation and kindness. You are thick-skinned enough, your future is promising. Patriarch, you are too kind. Hee hee. Xiao Xiaobei chuckled twice, looking at the ancient city beside him, with a hint of excitement and nostalgia in his eyes. It's been 1,000 years, Langbi, I'm here to save you. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, a sound rang out from a heavenly flame powder cauldron not far away. Xiao Yan behind him suddenly changed his face. Oh no, Elder Wu is still in there.